I have full-level talents. But I gave up the star profession of the Jack the Ripper and chose an ordinary profession. When a child with 2 braids saw it, everyone laughed at me for having a problem with my brain. Even the principal angrily cancelled my scholarship for this year. In this world, there is a serious discontinuity in the mythological inheritance of the Dragon Kingdom. In people's cognition, the higher the awakening profession level, the more powerful it is. But as a time traveler, I know the value of the profession of the first killer god Neza with 8 arms in the heavenly court. I walked towards the job change pool under the gaze of the crowd. A blue-haired girl stood in front of me, arms crossed, and said coquettishly, "Are you trying to retaliate against me? I never realized you had such an extreme personality before. Fortunately, I listened to my dad and broke up with you. You are too childish." After speaking, Lu Ruyan turned and walked straight into the job change pool. I was confused by what she said, didn't think much about it, and returned to my seat in the classroom. "Old man, what are you doing? Why not take such a powerful profession?" My high school buddy asked me in confusion when I returned. I shrugged. "Those professions are too ugly." Lu Wei looked puzzled. I ignored his nagging, had a thought, and brought up the system panel. After seeing the system prompt, I chose yes without hesitation. A dazzling golden light lit up from the bottom of my eyes, and I felt happy in my heart. I made the right bet. It was indeed a hidden profession. I couldn't help but smile. At this moment, the job change pool suddenly spewed out a purple light, causing a commotion throughout the audience. It's the Starlight profession. Lu Smoke at the bottom of the pool with her blue hair flying, surrounded by 10 just drawn profession cards, 5 white, 2 green, 2 blue, and 1 purple. Amidst the envy of the crowd, Lu Smoke reached out for that purple card. The card transformed into a female archer with white hair and a black robe, holding an ice crystal bow and arrow. Seeing Lu Smoke successfully change jobs, the mentors and school leaders present breathed a sigh of relief. Glad she didn't do something stupid at a critical moment like someone else. Subsequently, one by one, the students drew cards from the pool, while I left early. Upon returning home, as soon as I entered the door, I smelled the aroma of food. But my parents had gloomy faces, obviously already knowing about what happened at school. My mother, Song Meiwan, walked over and patted my shoulder, saying, "Let's eat first." I glanced at my father, Li Dahai, and didn't say anything, sitting down to start eating. 20 minutes later, when I put down my chopsticks, Li Dahai lit a red pagoda cigarette and asked, "Finished eating?" I replied, "The food today is a bit salty." I wiped my mouth with a tissue and saw my father holding a cigarette, taking out a rolling pin that had been prepared under the table. My mother also picked up the remote control and silently turned up the volume of the TV. A sense of unease welled up inside me. After a beating, I lay on the bed in the bedroom holding my butt. My mother threw me a bottle of red flower oil. "Rub the medicine yourself. Don't blame your dad for being ruthless. In just 1 month, it will be the terrifying college entrance examination. With your ordinary profession, how can you face the monsters in the instance?" After saying that, she left resentfully. I rubbed my butt and sat up, thinking, what's so scary about the terrifying college entrance examination? Once my level is raised, I can easily deal with it. I'll go to the instance tomorrow and see how strong this mythical archivist profession really is. The next day, I arrived at the Qingzhou Instance Center and bought a single-player instance ticket. Then I took the escalator to the 2nd floor, where I saw a series of blue vortex gates, which were the entrances to the instances. I squeezed through the crowd and walked towards one of the vortex gates. The system panel immediately appeared in front of me, and I nodded in agreement. A dazzling white light suddenly lit up in front of me, and when I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a village shrouded in mist. I extended my right hand and took out a brick made of pure gold from the system space. This golden brick is one of Neza's many treasures, bestowed by his master, the true immortal Tai. After awakening as the 8-armed evil Neza profession, I not only obtained this equipment but also unlocked 2 skills. When I was checking my skills, a half-rotten villager spotted me and howled as he lunged at me. With a thought, the gold brick in my hand floated up and smashed fiercely. This blow directly took off the upper body of the villager. Too weak, I shook my head, took a step forward, and walked into the Waterbirth village. This move attracted a group of villagers to attack me. Watching the approaching villagers, I gradually became excited, manipulating the gold brick with my mind, swinging left and right, and no villager could withstand my blow. 10 minutes later, I successfully advanced to level 2. Crossing the ground littered with corpses, I walked towards the depths of the village. Soon, I saw a spring, where a group of villagers were lying by the spring drinking heavily, each one drinking until their bellies were round, like pregnant women in their 10th month. An old man with a cane, thin and bony, muttered beside them, "Everyone drink more." The immortal said, "Drinking from this fountain of youth will grant eternal life." Li Huayuan fixed his eyes on it. Shuishing Village Chief, LV5. Skills, corpse water spraying, cane throwing, hey, dang. Li Huoyuan shouted over at the spring. The village chief found him. With a cry of rage, he threw the cane in his hand with all his might. Whoosh! The force is immense. After being sidestepped by Li Huoyuan, it actually pierced through a stone wall. Not bad for a level 5 monster. The average level 3 transmogrifier would most likely be killed in seconds when they came across it. Li Huoyuan's gaze twitched. The gold brick was like a meteorite, falling from the sky and smashing on the old village chief's heavily soul cover. Pop! Straight to the head. The level 5 old village chief fell on his back. The head exploded like a rotting watermelon. The hit animation is still a slow MO. Victory! Defeated! Mayor Mizusan. Congratulations! You've cleared the Suisei village copy. You're up to level 3. You've acquired a necrotic trigger. Since it's a cross-level kill, it gives a lot of experience. Li Huoyuan helicoptered 3 levels. There's also an equipment bonus. At the moment, the villagers who were lying on the edge of the spring drinking water were confused. Stunned, he looked at Li Huoyuan. It's okay, you guys drink yours. Li Huoyuan smiled and waved his hand. The villagers then bowed their heads and continued to drink. Wow, you guys really drink? Li Huoyuan pretended to be surprised. The next moment, a ball of golden light smashed over like a meteor. Adhering to the principle that not a single small monster should be spared, he butchered the aquatic village inside and out. Even the dog was yanked out of its den and slapped twice. Even the smallest fly is meat. Leaving copy. Transmitted out. Li Huoyuan played with an emerald wrench. This is the equipment that exploded after killing the village chief. Looking at the attributes, it was probably that the attack came with poison damage. Sell it. It didn't work at all. Li Huoyuan thought to himself. Simple copy. And too simple for him. You don't need any skills at all. You just pass the level by clicking the gold bricks and smashing them all over the place. The trouble is that the state has a level restriction on placing copies in order to protect rookie trannies. Anyone below level 6 can only play easy copies. Level 6 and above to get into a difficult copy unless you have someone with you. And you can only swipe each copy once per day. It is said that certain high-level copies can only be painted once a week. A necrotic trigger? Suddenly, a tall and strong youth carrying a battle axe saw the equipment in Li Huoyuan's hand. Immediately, his eyes lit up and he rushed over with great strides. He didn't hide his message for all to see. Zhang Tai, LV5. Rex, what are you doing? Li Huoyuan clutched the trigger finger in his palm. The center of the replica was guarded by the demon hunting army to maintain order, so he wasn't afraid of being robbed. Dude, are you selling this stuff? I'll give you 6,000. The youth Zhang Tai made a gesture of 6, his eyes full of desire. The high-level professions above Starburst have exclusive weapons and may not look at other equipment. However, the vast majority of transmutations were common professions that were very thirsty for equipment. 8,000. Li Huoyuan saw that his heart was quite sincere. Line. Zhang Tai was slightly needy, and after hesitating for a few seconds, he transferred the money. Li Huoyuan confirmed the arrival and then threw the trigger finger. Great! With this equipment, my battle axe comes with poison damage, and I'm much more certain to pass the human bunko. Zhang Tai put on his wrench and was as happy as a child was saying. A male and a female transmogrifier walked towards him. Lu Ao, LV6, Assassin, Shen Xinyu, LV5, Physician, Lao Lu, XINU. Zhang Tai greeted his 2 friends and then asked, where is Ahao? How come I haven't seen him? Ugh, don't mention it. The slim youth Lu Ao was annoyed. Ahao was arrested by the enforcers for whoring last night. I guess he'll have to be locked up for a few days. What? He went to? Again, I'm so impressed. Zhang Tai was full of speechlessness. Then what to do now? The human meat bun store is a 4-person copy. We only have 3 people. Damn. Ahao, this pitiful bastard. You guys don't blame Ahao. He switched to wilderness big whore, and can't control his little old man at all. Another sweet-looking sister, Shen Xinyu, sighed. Do you have any friends you know? Just pull one over to make up a head count. I just asked around and none of them are available. The 3 were at a loss. Suddenly, Zhang Tai realized that the teenager who had just sold him the equipment hadn't left yet, so he went forward with hope. Bro, are you free? We're missing someone for our next copy. Chapter 3 Human Bun Shop. Li Huoyuan was thinking of placing another book to try and get to level 5 today. I didn't expect that burly youth just now to come over and beg for a team. Instead of rejecting it outright, Li Huoyuan asked, how did you guys distribute the boss rewards? Hard copies give much more experience than easy copies. He's only level 3 and can't get into a hard copy without someone to take him. Depends on what the reward is. If it's equipment, it's for whoever's profession it suits. Zhang Tai replied. But the one who takes the equipment has to give the other 3 a sum of money according to the market price. How about it? Fair? I usually team up and it's whoever contributes the most who gets the equipment. If you guys agree, let's group once. If not, forget it. Li Huayuan put on an indifferent demeanor. Zhang Tai hesitated and said that he wanted to talk to his friend. How many levels is he? So crazy. Lu Ao glanced at Li Huayuan from afar. His brows furrowed slightly. I don't know. No public information. Zhang Tai shook his head. How about trying it? Shen Xinyu was also secretly observing Li Huayuan. I thought to myself that if I dared to make such a request, I must have a pair of skills. Besides, this little brother is quite handsome. Subsequently, the three men entered into a partnership with Li Huayuan. Ticket money is paid for each. Bro, since we're teammates now, why don't you disclose your information? Lu Ao walked beside Li Huayuan and asked with a smile. Li Huayuan didn't say much either. Mindfulness. Li Huayuan. LV3, 8-armed evil Neza. Lu Ao. Zhang Tai. Shen Xinyu. The moment they saw Li Huayuan's rank, the trio's cerebellum nearly shriveled. Level 3? No dude. Are you kidding me? Lu Ao's face was a bit ugly. 8-armed evil Neza? Unheard of profession. Seems pretty awesome. Shen Xinyu blinked curiously. Humph. Even if it's powerful, it's only level 3. Lu Ao snorted coldly. Human meat bun store is a difficult copy. Go in and look for death you? Is it any of your business if I seek death? Li Huayuan was a bit impatient. In a word, group or not? Group. Zhang Tai rushed to pacify. The three of them quickly headed towards the entrance of the replica. Tickets for the difficult copies are 1,000 bucks a pop, which is a little pricey. Before entering, Li Huayuan's system panel popped up again. Copy name, Human Bun Shop. Difficulty, difficult. Recommended level, LV5 LV10. Description, a Bowsy store in a remote alley. With an eerie facade, blood-stained interior, and suspicious ingredients on the counter. Warm tips, blood sickness. Watch your step. The ground is greasy and easy to slip. The scene in front of you switches. The white light was blinding. When the four of them opened their eyes again, they had already arrived at a remote and gloomy alley. A blood-stained bakery came into view. Go! Lu Ao led the way. A look of light-heartedness. Upon entering, he bumped into two clerks holding meat cleavers. Shopkeeper, LV3. Skill, boning. Meat. It's meat. The two clerks rushed up with pale faces and frantic expressions. The meat cleaver in his hand waved carelessly. Die. Zhang Tai had long held the battle axe in his hand, and an axe went over, directly chopping his shopkeeper over. Lu Ao circled around behind the other clerk and daggered him through the back of his heart, killing him in seconds. Looking at the amount of bleeding in his chest, he was only out of the storm. The commotion in the store quickly attracted all sorts of monsters. Vicious dog, LV3. Skill, biting. Customer grievance, LV4. Skill, soul-sucking. Meat chopper, LV5. Skill, stored power slash. Mutant rats, LV5. Skill, gnawing. Zhang Tai waved his long-handled battle axe and was at the front. Lu Ao's stance was flexible and he wandered in the middle of the monsters. Every time he struck, he was bound to sneak up from behind and land a bludgeoning blow one after another. Shen Xinyu, on the other hand, kept waving her staff, and one after another cyan-colored healing light clusters flew out, healing the injuries of her teammates. The three of them worked together so well that there was almost nothing for Li Huayuan to do. He then picked up a meat cleaver from the ground to protect the milkmaid Shen Xinyu. Occasionally one or two slipped through the net, and it's up to him to clean it up. Before long, the store was pretty much cleared of monsters. Several people rested in place to regain their strength. This kid is really here to rub experience in his face. Just give him $100 to get rid of him when we get through. Lu Ao glanced at Li Huayuan with contempt. He's seen a lot of these assholes. If you don't have the strength, you will lie. Old Lu, I've heard that our guild is going to place a copy of the sovereign difficulty after a while? Zhang Tai sat down and chewed on a large cake, asking as he chewed. You're talking about the Golden Mountain Temple. Lu Ao retracted his gaze and said, that copy is open for the first time. Not only our guild, but all the large guilds in the cities of Gusu and Qingzhou are now eager to try it out. Alas, it's a pity that we're too low-leveled, or else we'd really like to go and join in the fun. Zhang Tai lamented. A clan difficulty copy. We probably can't even beat the small monsters when we go in. Lu Ao's face showed a bitter smile. The Temple of the Golden Mountain? Hearing the conversation between the two, Li Huayuan opened his mouth and asked, the Golden Mountain Temple you are talking about is... Zhang Tai was about to reply, but he was interrupted by Lu Ao. That's not something you can pry into at your level. Go! Almost rested. The few were once again on their way. Lu Ao should have cleared this copy many times and knew the terrain inside like the back of his hand. In no time at all, the three were led to the boss room. Many fans of suspicious meat hung from curved hooks in the dark, bloody room. A fat man, nearly 2 meters tall and wearing a black leather apron, was chopping meat at the table. The meat chopper in his hand shook the room 3 times with each chop. Blood spilled and dripped all over the floor. Many first-time transients would vomit at the sight of such a scene. And even more, they will choose to run away. Old Lu, we're missing a long-range output. Are you really sure you can finish off the boss? Zhang Tai swallowed his saliva. Another of their teammates, Ahao, who was caught raiding pornography, is a long-range output profession. Before, he was the one who was in the front, while Lu Ao and Ahao were responsible for output. Right now Ahao is not there. This random group of passers-by, the whole time to touch the fish. Don't worry, I've swiped this copy 6 or 7 times. Lu Ao confidently patted his chest. The boss's desire to attack is very low, as long as Xinu's healing keeps up. With Zhang Tai's frankness, you can definitely carry it. Okay, it's good that you're sure. Zhang Tai and Shin Xinyu both nodded. What about me? Li Huoyuan asked playfully. You? Stay honest. Lu Ao glanced at him disdainfully. A level 3 brittle body. A single flat A from this boss can second 2 of you. Ha! Li Huoyuan laughed. A flat A second? You can kill me in seconds? If you can spike Li Huoyuan with a flat A today, I'll eat this copy on the spot. Up! Lu Ao shouted in a deep voice. Zhang Tai and Shin Xinyu immediately entered a state of battle readiness. Li Huoyuan also fixed his eyes on that boss. Butcher Boss, LV6. Skills, Power Slash. Savage Punch. Strong Halitosis? Good stuffing that comes to your doorstep on its own. Ah, smell the aroma. Are you guys ready to join my menu? The moment the 4 walked into the room, the Butcher Boss turned around with a sardonic grin as he carried his heavy meat chopping knife. Chapter 4 Li Huoyuan, No Apprenticeships. Asterisk 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 him. Lu Ao turned on the skill swift pace and led the charge. Zhang Tai carried his battle axe and followed closely behind. The Butcher Boss chopped down with a head-on slash, which was easily dodged by Lu Ao with a roll. He, who had already cleared the copy many times, knew the boss's attack path well. Then, circling around behind the Butcher Boss, the dagger stabbed wildly. Blood splattered everywhere. Zhang Tai, on the other hand, wielded his battle axe and pulled the hatred of the Butcher Boss. Wearing his new equipment, the Corpse Poison Ring, he was able to deal a decent amount of damage despite his slow attack speed. Shen Xinyu, on the other hand, stared intently at Zhang Tai, immediately releasing a healing light cluster whenever the latter was injured. Seems like there's nothing for me to do. Li Huoyuan sighed softly. Just as he thought so, the Butcher Boss, who was covered in scales, suddenly let out a roar. Immediately afterward, the eyes became crimson. The originally sluggish movements suddenly became swift. Clang! Zhang Tai was chopped out by the meat chopping knife and crashed heavily into the wall, grimacing in pain. Grr! What the hell? Lu Ao froze in place. How did this boss suddenly? Not good. Berserk! He suddenly thought of something and his face turned pale. This boss has a 2% chance of going into a berserk state when it's on the verge of extinction. Damn it! How did I forget about this? Lu Ao. It's coming over. Shin Xinyu had just been startled, and her treatment hadn't kept up. At the moment, clutching his staff, he kept backing away. Let me out! Let me out! Boom boom boom! Zhang Tai, who had hung a collar on his head, pounded on the door of the room in an attempt to escape from this place. But once the boss battle starts, you can't run away. That means they could die here today. Damn it! Damn it! Lu Ao gritted his teeth in anger. Tender blood and meat is the best stuffing. Come on, let me chop it up properly. Struggle. Your pain is the soul of my cooking. Ha ha ha, the hot steam will stew you all up. Line after line. The Butcher Boss's eyes were crimson. A fierce smile filled his face, and his aura was very different from just a moment ago. Spell it out. Lu Ao unleashed his swift pace and sneak attack from behind again. Unbeknownst to him, the Butcher Boss suddenly turned around and spewed out a strong stench from his mouth, hard-controlling Lu Ao in place. Immediately after that, the meat-chopping knife swung down heavily, splitting a shallow pit in the ground where Lu Ao was standing. Despite Lu Ao's desperate attempts to dodge, he was still grazed by the blade on his arm, cutting down a large piece of flesh. Aha! My hand! My hand! Lu Ao fell not far away. His right arm was injured and bleeding. Lu Ao! It's over. Completely over. The other 2 teammates, Zhang Tai and Shin Xinyu, were ashen when they saw the scene. It's finally my turn to perform. Seeing that all 3 of his teammates couldn't make it, Li Huoyuan rubbed his nose and slowly walked forward. The Butcher Boss was carrying a meat chopping knife and approaching Lu Ao step by step when he suddenly turned his head violently as if he sensed something. The huge eyes covered with red bloodshot eyes stared at Li Huayuan in death. What's he doing? Looking for death? Zhang Tai, Lu Ao and Shin Sinyu looked at Li Huayuan in a daze. Wasn't a level 3 transmogrifier just like paper mache in front of a level 6 boss? And at that moment, Li Huayuan unleashed the second skill of 8-armed evil Neza, Divine Spirit Phantasm. Now, Li Huayuan's brow lit up with the lotus seal. In the next moment, a 3-meter-tall golden deity phantom slowly emerged from behind him. It was a child deity with 3 heads and 8 arms, with a punchy braid, bare feet, arms clasped to her chest, and red damask fluttering in divine splendor, blank eye sockets without pupils, looking at the butcher boss like garbage, as if a heavenly god was looking down on an ant. The butcher boss was instantly in a state of fear. It was like a rat meeting a cat, screaming and backing up. The 3 teammates' eyes nearly glazed over, as if he had seen a ghost. He looked at the Neza phantom behind Li Huayuan. In the next moment, Neza's phantom probed his right hand and directly pinched the butcher boss's neck, almost squeezing out its 2 eyeballs. In his left hand, he held a golden brick and smashed down on its heavenly cap. Only one time, it smashed the head broken pulp flow, red and white spray. Victory! Defeated! Butcher boss, congratulations! You've passed the human bun shop. You're up to level 4. You're up to level 5. You have obtained the skill book Berserk. The more levels you kill monsters, the more experience you get. After killing the butcher boss, Li Huayuan rose 2 levels in a row. Overall physical fitness has improved dramatically. Also got a skill book. Bro, what was that just now? After several seconds, Zhang Tai dared to go up and ask. The voice stumbled. That's my occupational skill. Li Huayuan had long since withdrawn his divine spirit phantasm. What exactly is your profession? It's too strong, isn't it? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Zhang Tai would have thought he was dreaming. There was a level difference of 3 levels, and it directly killed the boss in seconds. This can no longer be described as strong. It's just sick. Hey, you're so strong. Why didn't you strike earlier? Lu Ao grumbled loudly. His face was pale, his right arm was bleeding, and he was grimacing in pain. Li Huayuan scolded. Wasn't it you who told me to stay honest? Did you forget? Lu Ao was speechless. I think I actually said that myself. Gone. No longer bothering with these 3 people, Li Huayuan walked straight into the portal and left the copy. Having risen to level 5, he was as fit as a fiddle. Brother. No. God. Wait. Zhang Tai suddenly thought of something and rushed after him. He chased him all the way outside the replica center before stopping Li Huayuan. No apprentices. Li Huayuan turned around. What? Zhang Tai froze for a moment. Great God. I am asking about your reward for passing the copy. What do you mean? Li Huayuan was unhappy. If it wasn't for me, you guys would have been chopped into meat and wrapped into buns by now. And you still have the nerve to ask me for a reward. No. Big God, you misunderstood. Zhang Tai waved his hand and explained. I'm just asking. Reward you want to bid. I'll take it at a high price. So, Li Huayuan drifted off. The reward is just a skill book. Skill book? Is it Berserk? Zhang Tai's face flushed red. Anticipation was written in his eyes. Yeah, do you take it? Collect. Of course collect. This is a divine skill for melee professions. Great God, you're too lucky. Zhang Tai was thrilled. How could he know that Li Huayuan's profession was favored by the heavenly Tao? And the explosion rate was dozens of times higher than that of ordinary players. This stupid big man. But there is not much heart. Joy and anger are all written on his face. Li Huayuan laughed. Casually remove Berserk. You name your price. Zhang Tai is really a truthful person. Straight up offer of $100,000. It basically meets Li Huayuan's mental expectations. After the transaction was completed, the two exchanged WeChat messages and waved goodbye. Li Huayuan was still a bit tired from ascending 4 levels in a row in a day. Using a gold brick magic treasure was a very spirit-consuming thing to do, not to mention summoning divine phantoms. Rest for the night, and continue brushing copies tomorrow. Strive to level up to level 6 early and unlock the Samsara Fire and Yin Yang twin swords. Li Huayuan thought darkly. 8-armed evil Neza has numerous skills and equipment. However, it is slowly unlocked as you level up. On his way home, he passed a cell phone store and spent $20,000 on 2 Huawei phones. Evening. His mother, Song Meiwan, knocked on the door and called him to dinner. At the dinner table, his father, Li Dahai, unexpectedly gave him a piece of braised pork. Dad, this is. Li Huayuan was a bit surprised. Dad's not mad anymore? Didn't you almost break the rolling pin yesterday? Your mom and I have been talking about it all day and have figured it out. It's actually quite good that you don't become a transmogrifier. At least you can stay with us and see people every day. Li Dahai's brows stretched, and a smile appeared on his vicissitudes of life. But it soon sank again. Unlike your grandfather, who went to Lingnan to place a copy and was gone for 10 years. At these words, the atmosphere at the dinner table instantly became dull. Li Huayuan's grandfather was also a transmuter. 10 years ago, he went to the south of the mountain to mourn the Dungeon Mountain copy of the Open Land, and never came back. No surprises, people should have accidents. Dad, Mom, let's not talk about it. Look, what I got you guys. Li Huayuan smiled and took out 2 brand new Huawei cell phones from under the table. Is this the new Mate 1000 from Fire One? Where did you get the money? The couple was surprised. I earned it by making copies today. What? You can get a copy of that hot-ass profession of yours? Wipe the sweat. Chapter 5 Wild Copy. Abandoned subway station. Drop. Student card. The next day. Subway line 2. Li Huayuan swiped his card to enter the station. It was Monday, and he was going to take a leave of absence from school to take a break from practicing before the horrible high school exams came. I just found a seat and sat down, when my dead friend Lu Wei called. Old Li, don't come to school today. I just got word that in the afternoon's practical class, White Snap is going to give you a bucket of paint to look at. White Snap. Li Huayuan frowned lightly. It was one of his nemesis in school. The family is quite rich, is a rich second generation, just looks frustrated a little bit. Chased you listen to the evening for 3 years did not catch up. You don't know it yet, do you? But the Jack the Ripper you didn't want was picked up by this White Snap kid. I heard that he has been promoted to level 3. All day long in the class group pretending to be a pussy, scolding you for having eyes but no pearls. Such a strong profession to throw away, don't. Lu Wei sounded anxious. Old Li, why don't I ask for a sick leave for you, and you can hide at home in the afternoon? Don't. Li Huayuan is holding in his laughter. I'll have a go at him this afternoon and see how good he is at Jack the Ripper. After saying that, he directly hung up the phone in spite of his dead friend's persuasion. A mere criminal from European and American culture dares to touch the great god of the 3 altars of the Sea Society of China. Isn't this a case of too many red beans and acacia? After a while, the subway stopped at Wannan Road Station, and another group of people came up in the car. There were 3 of them that caught Li Huayuan's attention. A white-haired, cool girl wearing headphones and listening to a song, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, and a yellow-haired young man. These 3, all of them, are trans-migrants. Li Huayuan, who possessed the mythic paragon profession, could clearly perceive it. Wow, excellent. When the yellow-haired young man got on the bus, he instantly fell in love with the white-haired, cool young girl. The young girl has snow skin and red lips, her figure is exquisite and slender, and her head is about 168 centimeters. A head of white hair waterfall bundled into a high ponytail. The face is exquisite beyond words, like a fairy who does not eat earthly fire, attracting the surrounding passengers frequently side-eye, and even have a cell phone to secretly take pictures. The young girl had long been accustomed to this, and her color was unruffled. About 10 minutes after the subway started, the yellow-haired young man came up to hit on the white-haired girl. Hello, sister, do you have a lighter? The white-haired girl froze at her words, not understanding why the other party was asking such a question. Nope. The young girl shook her head gently. Then why do you like my heart? The yellow-haired young man's smile was greasy, even lewd. Teenage girls. Li Huayuan. Passengers around us were sick to their stomachs. A couple of young men couldn't look away. When they are about to go up to the heroes, yellow hair suddenly discloses his information, discouraging them. Zhou Yi, LV5, warrior profession. This one was actually a level 5 transmogrifier. Sister, which school are you studying in? Have you changed jobs? Do you want brother to take you flying? Brother is a level 5 warrior and just cleared a difficult copy yesterday. The white-haired girl glanced silently at his rank. No talking. There was no fluctuation in his expression. I said you. The yellow-haired young man Zhou Yi was just about to have a seizure. An older woman could be heard pointing at the subway display and complaining. What the hell? It's taken so long to get to the station. I was just about to say, why hasn't the Guaniinkyo station arrived yet? It's been 10 minutes. It shouldn't be. I ride from Wannan Road to Guaniinkyo every day. It's reasonable that I should have arrived long ago. Hey, you don't say. The passengers in the car were talking about it. Li Huayuan and the white-haired girl frowned at the same time, as if they had sensed something wrong. Bam! Rumble! It was at that moment that a sudden change occurred. The subway shook violently as if it had run over a large stone. The lights in the compartment flickered on and off. Jiu Min Hey, don't be ridiculous. Let me off. I want to get off. Many passengers were thrown off. Fell on his head. Only Li Huayuan, the white-haired girl, the yellow-haired youth Zhou Yi, and the bearded middle-aged uncle, steadily grasping the handrail, did not move in place. What the? is going on? After Joey stood firmly, he looked at the subway handrail that he had pulled out of shape and realized that it was actually rusted, and the originally shiny and neat carriages were, at some point, actually covered with rust and dust. Window glass cracked and broken, covered with cobwebs, garbage and debris scattered everywhere, and even steel bars exposed, as if abandoned for many years. What the hell is going on here? What's gotten into you all of a sudden? See a ghost? All the passengers were confused. It was like a dream. That white-haired girl's red lips lightly opened, and she was about to voice her opinion when a voice with a hint of excitement in its composure interrupted her. We ran into random copies. Li Huayuan's voice was not loud, but it set off shock waves in the carriage. What? A copy? Grass up. No, I don't believe it. How could I run into such bad luck? Ooh, I'm still chonin. I don't want to die. There was wailing in the wagon. Random copies, also known as wild copies. Any time, any place. Once it appears, everything in the area is forced to be pulled into the copy. The only way to leave is to defeat the copy boss. Ha ha, ha ha ha. In the midst of a wail of despair, the yellow-haired youth Zhou Yi, however, let out a loud laugh. It's been so long since I switched. I haven't even gotten into a wild copy to start a desert yet. I didn't think I'd run into it today. Okay, everyone, don't be afraid. Brother will take you all flying. Zhou Yi patted his chest with confidence. Handsome, you must help us. We're counting on you. A group of people tearfully pinned their hopes on Zhou Yi. After all, he was likely the only transmogrifier present. Ahem. So what? You guys know how tiring and dangerous the duplicate openings are. Tell you what, take out everything of value you have on you and consider it protection money. Chuno's smile nuclear goodness. It's about taking advantage of the fire. The passengers stiffened, but had to go from there. Money is outside the body. What's the use of money when you've lost your life? So, those with cell phones turn in their cell phones and those with watches take off their watches. Kid, it's your turn. Zhou Yi carried a Hermes bag full of belongings and stood in front of Li Huayuan with a hint of threat in his tone. Li Huayuan was about to lose his temper. A scream suddenly came from outside the carriage. As it turns out, a few daring passengers stepped out of the compartment, intent on exploring the outside world, and you end up running into monsters. Leave me alone. Zhou Yi is quite reliable and takes money for his work. With a single movement of his figure, he rushed out. Smoothly, he took out a long sword and held it in his hand. Roar! Outside the compartment, a mutant dog was showing its teeth at a couple of fallen passengers. The eyes were red and fierce. Stupid dog! And dares to act recklessly in front of your Grand Master Zhou. In front of dozens of passengers, Zhou Yi rushed out of the carriage and bellowed. Woof! Woof woof woof! The mutated dog barked furiously at Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi took a look at it. It was a 2-level monster. He could take a second with a single flat A. So, imitating Donnie Yen's emoji of pointing at people, he pointed at the mutant dog and twisted his head to giggle at the onlooking passengers. But the next moment, the mutated dog's head, cracking and growing like a flower petal, bit at Zhou Yi with an extremely swift speed. Hey! Zhou Yi hadn't reacted yet. 8 petals of blood-red fissures covered with sharp teeth then obscured his vision and wrapped around his head. The moment it closed, blood splattered everywhere and a headless body fell to the ground. The crowd fell into a deathly silence, and the mutated doggy, too, revealed its true rank at this moment. Predator, LV7. Skill, Bloody Devouring. Chapter 6 Level 6. Unlocking the Samadhi Fire. Yin and Yang Twin Swords. Level 7. It's a Level 7 monster. Run! Run! The panic effect erupted. Passengers desperately ran inside the compartment. Another part of the group decided that hiding in the carriage was just as good as waiting to die, and ran wildly toward the darkness. Soon, the predator chewed and swallowed Yellow Hair's head and came towards the wagon. Blood pattered out of the cracked head. The crowd cowered in the corners, wailing, crying, helpless. The predator immediately found its second target, a young mother holding a child. Swish! 8 petals of blood-red fissures covered with sharp teeth quickly bit into the mother and child. Li Huayuan and the white-haired girl were about to strike, but a blade light was faster than them. Put! Poof! Put! The bright red crack was like a squid's whiskers, chopped into several pieces and falling to the ground. The predator was hit hard and screamed repeatedly. It was then that the crowd realized that in addition to that yellow hair, there was also a transmigrant on their subway trip. It was the middle-aged uncle with the scraggly beard. Die! Several more slashes of blade light came chopping in. The predator was chopped into dozens of pieces along with the subway seats and handrails before finally collapsing and dying. Got! Saved! The crowd breathed a sigh of relief and looked gratefully at the middle-aged uncle. The middle-aged uncle, however, was frowning. After putting away the knife, he muttered, Level 7 monsters. According to my years of experience, This is 80% an expert level copy. Master level copies. The hearts of the crowd that were hanging in the air were considered to be completely dead after hearing these words. Li Huayuan, however, thumped his heart. The bottom of his eyes were shining brightly. The duplicates are divided, according to difficulty, into several levels: easy, hard, expert, nightmare, specialist, master, and grandmaster. The official recommended level for a master copy is usually at 15 level 20. I can't pass the master copy by myself. Are there any more transmutators? The middle-aged man looked out into the crowd. Li Huayuan and the white-haired girl got up almost at the same time, then looked at each other. Li Huayuan, LV5, 8-armed evil Neza. Nan Xiaoxue, LV7, the Wanderer's swordsman. The crowd was stunned. Turns out there are so many transmogrifiers among them. One level 5, one level 7, a bit lower level. Occupation seems to be okay. Forget it, something is better than nothing. The middle-aged uncle was slightly disappointed, then flashed his rank. Wu Hao, LV12, swordsman profession, level 12. It's actually a level 12. Great God, we're saved. A great surprise erupted in the carriage. The higher the level of the transmogrifier, the harder it is to level up. With every 10th level being a watershed moment, level 12 is already considered a minor master. Same time, the real world. A long cordon was drawn at the Guanyinkyo subway station. Bureau 749, which is in charge of dealing with mysterious events, has heard the news. Chang, how's it going? A mature imperial lady with long, deep purple hair, clad in a trench coat and high heels, walked into the empty and tidy carriage. Before it stood a swirling portal, but the door is closed. I can't, Captain. We're too late. The entrance is closed. An investigator looked to the purple-haired Imperial. The purple-haired Imperial sister's name was Purple Crow, and she was the director of the Qingzhou branch of Bureau 749. After learning that a random copy appeared in Guanyinkyo, he brought his men here at a rapid pace, but he didn't expect to be a step too late. The entrance closes 5 minutes after the random copy appears. If you want to open it again, unless the people inside pass the copy, or all of them die. These copies, how come they're appearing more and more often? Purple Crow rubbed his temples. The slender willowy eyebrows furrowed into a chuan. The moment. Inside an abandoned subway station. Wu Hao, Li Huayuan and Nan Xiaoxue formed a temporary squad and were opening copies. They left the carriage and came out onto the platform, and didn't have long to walk before they encountered the monster again. This time it's a gecko-like monster that can crawl quickly on load-bearing pillars and ceilings and move extremely fast. And 3 of them appeared at once. Creeper, LV9. Skills, Ripping Claw Strike, Camouflage Skin, 1 for each. Wu Hao, holding a long sword, glanced at Li Huayuan, who was only level 5, after taking the initiative to lure away a creeper. In his eyes, the kid was already a corpse. Hey, the white-haired girl, Nan Xiaoxue, holding a Miao sword, said to Li Huayuan in a dignified manner, run away as far as you can, and I will come to help you after I get rid of this one. No. Just take care of yourself. Li Huayuan thanked the girl for her kindness, then rolled up his sleeves and took a big step forward. What are you doing? Nan Xiaoxue's eyes were stunned. The crawlers on the load-bearing pillars, seeing Li Huayuan take the initiative to send them to the door, immediately pounced over with excitement. The strong force even stomped 2 shallow craters in the wall. In the next second, in the girl's dumbfounded gaze, Li Huayuan hardened himself against the reptile's pounce. With his bare hands, he broke open the reptile's bloody mouth covered in sharp teeth and slammed it open. All I heard was a gabble. A sound. The reptile's upper and lower jaws were wrenched right off with tremendous force. The wide-open mouth, no longer able to close, died violently on the spot. Nan Xiaoxue suspected that she was dreaming. A level 5 transmogrifier easily killed a level 9 monster in seconds? Had the world finally turned upside down into something she couldn't understand? Flesh body becoming a saint. It really lives up to its name. A level 9 monster can't even break my defense. Li Huayuan looked at his palm and realized that it had only broken a bit of skin. Didn't even see any blood. At this time, the second creeper sneaked up on Nan Xiaoxue from behind. Cut off the evil. The young girl's slender jade arm swung the Miao knife. Skill activation. A blood-colored blade slashed head-on at the creeper. The moment it touched, but it suddenly erupted with dozens of powerful slashes, enveloping the monster. The reptile kept hissing, its armor shattering and blood splattering all over its body. By the time the skill was over, it was all over the place, with only half a breath left. Put! Nan Xiaoxue made up for it in time. The blade stabbed through its triangular head. Awesome! Li Huayuan nodded secretly. To be able to kill a level 9 monster with 2 slashes at level 7 was definitely considered a genius among his peers. As for him, he's different. He's hungover. Ha! They're actually okay? At this time, Wu Hao also finished off the creeper and rushed back. I thought that Li Huayuan was dead. Nanjiaxue was under siege. And at this time, he was heroic again to save the beauty. Wouldn't it be beautiful? But the situation was completely different from what he had expected. Both creeps are dead. Li Huayuan stood there like a nobody. Instead, Nanjiaxue consumed some of her stamina after unleashing her skills and panted slightly. I think this girl killed 2 of them by herself. Humph. This kid, he's lying pretty comfortably. Wu Hao analyzed. Spinning forward, he proposed. It's too slow to find the boss like this. Why don't we split up into 3? It's more efficient. Yes. Li Huayuan was the first to nod his head in agreement. Somewhat out of Wu Hao's expectation. I'm fine with that. Nanjiaxue also nodded. So the 3 began to split up. They agreed to meet back here in half an hour whether they found the boss or not. Li Huayuan jumped off the platform and chose to look along the railroad tracks, soon encountering a large number of monsters, hordes of creepers, ghost passengers buried here, an equipment repairman with a giant wrench in his hand. Finally, after killing 7 or 8 monsters, Li Huayuan had risen to level 6, unlocking new profession skills and magic treasures. Samadhi True Flame, LV1 essential spell for immortals, dealing 300% true damage to demons and weirdos. Yin Yang Twin Swords, LV1 1 Yin and 1 Yang. 1 black and 1 white. 2 swords together. Invincible. Nice. Li Huayuan couldn't stop the smile on his face. The 2 skills, Flesh Body Sainthood and Divine Spirit Dharma Phase, and the Golden Brick Dharma Treasure were already strong. Together with the Samadhi True Flame and the Yin Yang Twin Swords, I really didn't know how fierce I would be if I went all out. Maybe even he's scared. Tap tap tap. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps came from the front of the dark, dead tunnel, and it was accompanied by a column of flashlight light sweeping in. Li Huayuan fixed his eyes on it, only to see that a tall man wearing a police cap and a trench coat, close to 2 meters tall, was shining his flashlight around, seemingly patrolling. Monster breath hits you in the face. Li Huayuan took out the gold brick and smashed it without hesitation. Bang! What he didn't expect was that the tall man smashed his gold brick with a single punch, both fists as if they were cast in iron. Then a pair of cold, dead eyes lifted under the brim of the hat and spoke. Are you a new passenger? Chapter 7 Brother. Are there 3 more stages? Boss? Li Huayuan's expression became excited. Took a look at the other's rank. Mutant Conductor, LV14. Skills, Iron Fist. Berserk, Deliberate Blast. Level 14. Li Huayuan's eyes were shining. It was worthy of being the boss of the master copy, and by killing it, he estimated that he would be able to level up to level 7. The train is about to leave. Get out of the way. Die. So much nonsense. Without waiting for the boss to finish his lines, Li Huayuan pulled out his Yin Yang twin swords and killed him. This is a pair of black and white swords. Black is Yin and white is Yang, put together with a Tai Chi Yin Yang fish pattern in the center. Sharpness is naturally needless to say. Snort! A sword swept through, flying up half of the sky. Black blood and white plasma cuvettes spewed out. The conductor, with only half of his head left, stumbled back a few steps, and instead of dying, broke out into an amazing roar of rage. It was as if he was angrily denouncing Li Huayuan for engaging in a sneak attack and not speaking of martial arts. What's that noise? Far away. Nanjiaxue and Wu Hao heard the commotion and quickly rushed to the source of the sound. Just as he came over, he saw that Li Huayuan was holding the black and white twin swords, fighting with the mutant train leader with an excited expression. The mutant conductor was, after all, flesh and blood, so how could he block a divine blade? It wasn't long before he was cut down to a human swine. Li Huayuan takes a deliberate bombardment of punches, but it's not much of a problem. His skill of becoming a saint in the flesh is not just for show. Wu Hao, who had rushed here, was looking numb. What the hell? A level 5 transmogrifier, blasting a level 14 boss? The protagonist hides his rank at this point. Will of heaven, I trouble you to see. Does that make any ing sense? Nanjiaxue was also lightly covering her fragrant lips with her jade hand. The slightly bulging breasts rose and fell with each breath, revealing the shocking mood of the moment. Very good. Intruder, you have succeeded in provoking me. I'll show you. The final form I've acquired after 10 years in this radiant land. Ha 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 ha. The mutant conductor's hideous voice echoed through the subway tunnel. Hearing the 3 people in the room, they all froze. There's actually a second stage? Li Huayuan raised his eyebrows. Soon, the mutant train leader's head cracked open and many blood-red tentacles grew out, like a giant flower stamen blooming from the neck. The body swayed from side to side as it could not bear such a large weight. Meanwhile, the boss's message has changed. Mutant conductor, crossed out. Huntress, LV16. Skills, tentacle stab. Spiteful howl. Self-destruct. 16. When Wu Hao saw this rank, He was so scared that he took a few steps back. Face is white. Nan Joshua's palms were sweaty as well, casting a worried gaze towards Li Huayuan. A boss of this level. Is he really okay? The moment. Li Huayuan couldn't be more excited. The higher the level, the more experience it gives when you kill it. Divine Spirit Phantasm. Give me the present. Thoughts. The 3-meter-tall 8-armed evil Neza Phantom stood up from behind, still in the posture of arms hugging his chest. Very wild and cool. The entire subway tunnel was instantly illuminated by golden light. This is. Nan Joshua's pupils were seismic, as if she had witnessed a miracle appearing in the world. Wu Hao even sat on his butt on the ground, looking completely dumbfounded. Asterisk 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 him. Li Huayuan spat out 2 words. The 8-armed evil Neza Phantasm probed out his large hand and grabbed towards the hunters. Swish swish swish. Dozens of scarlet tentacles stretched out from the split head of the huntress in an attempt to pierce Neza's Dharma phase. But this move is like overrating a tree. Neza's phantom gripped the tentacles and directly uprooted them. With the miserable howling of the hunter, the black blood in his body was like no money at all, meowing outwardly in a cuckoo. It wanted to escape so badly, but it couldn't. Roar! Huntress unleashes the spiteful howl skill. A circle of sound waves visible to the naked eye swept in all directions. Wu Hao and Nan Joshua hurriedly covered their ears, their faces showing pain. Li Huayuan dug his earwax. He was protected by the Divine Spirit Phantasm, not affected at all, and asked with a smile, "Brother, can you continue to mutate? How about another 3 stages? It's okay, I'll wait for you." After waiting for several seconds and seeing that the other party showed no more signs of mutation, Li Huayuan's face darkened. Go to hell if you can't change. He merged the yin and yang swords together, spelling out a black and white broadsword. The taiji yin yang fish at the head of the sword rotated, and the sword enlarged inch by inch until it was held in the hands of Nija's phantom. Put! A sword swung out, a 10 feet wide black and white sword chi, splitting the hunter in half. But just half a second before he died, the huntress unleashed his self-destruct skill, wanting to die with Li Huayuan. Its corpse rapidly turned red and swelled up. Boom! The flames are sky high. The subway tunnel shook. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wu Hao saw the situation and ran away. Nan Jiaxue also retreated at a rapid pace, and also drew her sword to split a boulder that had smashed into her. What's going on? What happened? It can't be an earthquake. The passengers in the carriages, even more panicked. When the dust settles, Nan Jiaxue was the first to rush into the ruins, looking for Li Huayuan's figure. But where else does a living thing exist here except a portal? Same thing? Nan Jiaxue stood on top of the ruins. The delicate and aesthetic face was a little forlorn. Reality. Guanyinkyo subway station. Li Huayuan, wearing a National Wave sweatshirt, stepped out of the carriage with his hands in his pockets. Purple Crow was discussing things with a group of investigators and didn't even notice him. Bureau. Director. There was a young investigator who interrupted the Purple Raven. What's wrong? Purple Crow frowned in displeasure. She hated being interrupted when she was talking. There seems to have been a man, just now, who came out of the wagon. The young investigator reached out and pointed. He wasn't sure if he was looking at it wrong. What? Purple Raven turned around. Li Huayuan, however, had long since blended into the crowd. Just as Purple Crow was about to lecture the inattentive investigator, a group of passengers with bleeding heads and crying in pain poured out of the car, surprising the onlookers. Out! They're coming out! How did you get out so quickly? Is the difficulty of the copy low? Hi, I'm a reporter from the local TV station. Can I interview you about what happened in the replica? The station was crowded. In the midst of the chaos, Z-Crow spotted the disoriented Nan Jiaxue. It's her. The Purple Raven's eyes lit up slightly. Long black silk legs hidden between trench coats striding at a fast pace. MS. Nan, I can't believe you're on this subway. Thank goodness. If it wasn't for you today, Guanyinkyo would have had a big problem. Purple Crow's tone was tinged with gratitude, celebration, and a hint of appreciation. Me? Nan Jiaxue's almond eyes blinked for a moment, then she bitterly shook her head. Director Z-Crow, you've misunderstood. The person who passes the copy is not me. What? Purple Crow was quite surprised. After listening to Nan Jiaxue recount the whole story, she was greatly shocked. Level 5 kills a level 16 boss. Qingzhou actually has this kind of talent? Just a shame. Wait. Purple Crow suddenly remembered something. The investigator who had just interrupted her said he saw a man take the lead out of the wagon. Could it be that the guy named Li Huayuan isn't dead at all? Chapter 8. Cigarettes are inhaled into the lungs and exhaled as a mist. Achoo! Ground. Li Huayuan, who had already risen to level 7, sneezed. Who's reading me? He rubbed his nose. The Huntress's final self-destruct skill was truly amazing in its power. Luckily, he was protected by the Divine Spirit Dharma. Guanyinkyo subway station is not far from Qingzhou No. 1 middle school. Li Huoyuan rushed towards the school while taking out the boss kill reward and looking at it. This is a rare skill book. Deliberate fist. Continuously attacked will accumulate anger. Activate the skill to swing a heavy punch. The more anger accumulated, the more powerful the heavy punch. This is good. Li Huoyuan flipped through the skill book and learned the skill. Although 8-armed evil Neza's skills were strong, he also needed to learn some other skills that he usually used to clear small monsters. After all, the more powerful the skill, the greater the consumption. 10 minutes later. Qingzhou First Middle School. Class 2 classroom. Dozens of students are exchanging encounters with copies of the weekend. More than half of the students had lit up their levels, and as Li Huoyuan scanned through them, most of them were level 2 and 3, not a single level 4. It's normal. Upgrading is like making money these days. It's hard. Holy, old Li, you're really here? Lu Wei went to the restroom and came back. Saw Li Huoyuan sitting in his seat and hurriedly jogged over. You're not afraid of by Snapdragon screwing you in the afternoon? Li Huoyuan didn't bother discussing this topic with him and casually asked, did you go down to the copy over the weekend? Of course I'm down. I'm level 3. Lauer lit up the rank. Lu Wei, LV3, night profession. Old Li, what about you? I'm just like that. Li Huoyuan didn't light up the rank. I'm afraid that my best friend will see it and lose sleep at night. Ugh, tell me about you. Lu Wei sighed. Forget it, let's not talk about this. I just inquired about a piece of news. It's about school marm you. Do you want to hear it? Call me righteous father and I'll tell you. Not interested. Li Huoyuan bristled. What's the point of focusing on each other when you've broken up? A competent ex should just be as good as dead. Forget it. I'll tell you straight. Schoolgirl, you took a break from school, and I heard that she's practicing with a level 80 plus big brother, planning to break level 25 before the terror exam comes. Do you think it's scary? Lu Wei's tone was like that of an old rural woman who told gossip. Li Fireone had a flat reaction. You hearing evening is the daughter of the Qingzhou City Lord's residence, not to mention practicing with a level 80 big shot. Even if a level 100 clan master came to take her, it wouldn't be strange. It was only half a year ago that you listening evening, who was in her rebellious stage, had a big fight with her city lord father before she retaliated by falling in love with herself. Now that the father and daughter are reconciled, of course, he himself is kicked off. However, he had taken one blood from you hearing night, so it wasn't too bad. The time came quickly to the afternoon. Practical lessons. Mentor Zhang Rusong is speaking. The next step is practical training. I hope you will challenge opponents better than you as much as possible and put yourself under a little pressure. Or else you'll have to cry when it's time to take the horror exam and face the monsters in the replica. Sweat more in peacetime to bleed less in wartime. White Snap didn't listen to a word the tutor said. He had been thinking about how to teach Li Huoyuan a lesson all morning. This dog of lowly origin. It's not even if his grades are usually so good. The most outrageous thing is that he actually chased away his goddess. If I don't beat the out of him for 3 pounds in front of the whole class today, he'll write the word white primrose backwards. Okay, now it's time to start picking your opponents freely. Zhang Rusong's words just fell. By Snap then pointed at Li Huoyuan and shouted, Li Huoyuan, I want to challenge you. The students in Zhang Rusong froze at his words. White Snap challenged Li Huoyuan? Isn't that just plain bullying? White Snap, did you not hear me just now? Zhang Rusong frowned. Try to find opponents stronger than yourself. Bullying those weaker than yourself is nothing. Instructor Zhang, is there anyone better than me in this class after hearing about the late break? White Snap spread his hands and proudly flashed his rank. White Snap, LV4, Jack the Ripper. This, Zhang Rusong froze. It seems like it's really gone. What? Li Huoyuan, dumb? By Snap's teasing gaze bypassed his mentor and landed on Li Huoyuan. Aren't you usually very bullish? Why aren't you talking at this moment? White Primrose is so excessive. Knowing that Li Huoyuan has switched to an ordinary profession, he still deliberately challenged him. It's just a deliberate attempt to bring him down. If you ask me, Li Huoyuan just deserved it. Yeah, deserved it. Who made him let go of his starshine career and pick a little brat who has nothing to offer? The students are watching the play. Diehard Lu Wei couldn't stand it anymore and pointed at By Snap. Surname Bai, don't bully my brother. I'll fight you. You? By Snapdragon swept a glance at Lu Wei's rank and said, still disdainfully, you're not qualified either. You're pretending to be your mom. I'll do it myself. Li Huoyuan patted Lu Wei on the shoulder and walked forward. Lu Wei still wanted to persuade his brother not to be impulsive, but he found that the latter's strength was surprisingly large, and he actually couldn't tug at it at all. It's just a sparring match. No skills allowed. Seeing that he could not be persuaded, Zhang Rusong set the rules. Okay. White Snap had a relaxed look on his face. It would be a laugh to fight a level 1 little trash and still use skills, wouldn't it? Li Huayuan always hit his level. In his opinion, he must not even be at level 2 to be so shy. Don't worry Li Huayuan. We're classmates. I won't hit too hard. GGG. Before the battle began, White Snap imitated Jack the Ripper's laugh, unfolding his arms and cocking his head in an evil, impetuous smile, and wiped his lips with his thumb. Be as greasy as you want. Li Huayuan was so oiled up that he wasn't even in the mood to do anything. He pointed at the white primrose and turned his head to ask the crowd around him, who defecated here? Seek death. By Snap's eyes were gloomy, and the soles of his feet suddenly shot up as if they were a sharp arrow. Even if a level 4 transmuter didn't use their skills, their physical quality was more than 10 times that of a normal person. Not to mention that White Snap was still a starburst level profession. The increase would only be greater. But the next second, pop, one of Li Huayuan's slaps sent by Snap spinning like a gyroscope, making a sound louder than a firecracker. White Snap spun around in place dozens of times and sat on his butt, his eyes clearing up considerably. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The crowd of onlookers was stunned. Li Huayuan actually won the fight? They're not dreaming, are they? What speed? Zhang Rusong was shocked. Smoke is inhaled into the lungs and exhaled into a mist. Li Huayuan looked down on by Snapdragon from the position of a strong man, disdain in his eyes, then said something inexplicable. White Snap covered his swollen cheeks and asked through gritted teeth, what does that mean? Li Huayuan, lung fog. Grass. Li Huayuan I'll ing kill you. White Snap blew a gasket. He thought that Li Huayuan had used his skills to beat him, so there was no qualms about using the skill as well. Hand knife. White Snap's right hand transformed into a razor-sharp meat cleaver under the effect of the skill. Shadow Raid. Launching a skill again. White Snap's speed surged, rushing to Li Huayuan like a ghost. A sharp hand knife stabbed the latter in the stomach. Stop. Zhang Rusong saw that the situation had gotten out of hand and hastened to reprimand. As a result, White Snap ran into Li Huayuan's fist with his face. In his perspective, Li Huayuan swung his fist in a stance as tall as a mountain, with 5 powerful knuckles occupying the entire field of view, as if it was a titanic and irresistible, deliberate boom fist. Chapter 9 King's Landing. Boom dash. Since White Snap had used the skill first, then Li Huayuan was not polite either. Although the rage value was 0, the base damage of the skill was there. Thus, this deliberate boom punch directly sent White Snapdragon flying more than 30 meters away, all the way from the stadium to the entrance of the school cafeteria. A dozen bloodied, broken teeth erupted from his mouth in unison as he fell to the ground. Vaguely, he also sought his long-deceased great-grandmother. Zhang Rusong and his classmates' eyes were half-convex. Lu Wei was even more like that emoji from Inuyasha, his jaw nearly smashing through the ground. Fogweed. Are the deadheads high on pills? That hard? Li Huayuan. Just how many levels are you now? Mentor Zhang Rusong gulped. Just got up to level 7. Li Huayuan faintly closed his fist. The stadium went dead silent. Level 7? What's the concept? Zhang Rusong, who was a mentor, was only at level 12. Everyone's first reaction was disbelief. Blow awesome right. A student questioned this, but only dared to beep in a small voice. It was because the momentum and power of the punch that Li Huayuan had just thrown was far beyond their comprehension. Instructor Zhang, that's all for now for the lesson. I have a few things to do, so I'll go first. Li Huayuan never disclosed the rank. After turning to leave, he went straight to the principal's office. The principal had long been anxious to see him go, and when he heard that he was applying for a leave of absence, he stamped his approval on the spot. By the way, Li Huayuan, talk to you. The bald principal sipped his coffee and blew on the hot air. Due to your reckless behavior, it has been decided by the deliberations of the school's leadership that your scholarship for this year will be cancelled. Li Huayuan let out an O and left. Thought it was something big. As far as the scholarship is concerned, he can't really look at those 3 dates now. What an attitude. The bald principal slammed his cup on the table. Not long after, Zhang Rusong, the department head, and the homeroom teacher hurried over and told him about Li Huayuan's defeat of by Snapdragon. Put. The bald principal spewed out a mouthful of coffee, his eyes as wide as a bull's. What? Level 7. Hurry. Quickly, get him back to me. After a smooth break, Li Huayuan found a random place to fix lunch and went straight to the replica center in the afternoon. In this world, rank is everything, so he had to upgrade as soon as possible. Let's set a small goal first, to break through the 100th level of the clan. Ding! A message popped up. It's from Rex Zhang Tai, who I added last time. Zhang Tai, big god. Any equipment for sale lately? An expression showing teeth and smiling. Li Huayuan, no. Zhang Tai, oh. So did you join any guilds? Li Huayuan, no. Zhang Tai, great. Li Huayuan? Zhang Tai, big god. So what? I recorded the video of your last solo killing of the butcher boss, and sent it to the president of our guild to see a few days ago, and he's very interested in you, and wants to invite you to join our guild. Li Huayuan, which guild are you guys in? Zheng Tai, King's Landing. King's Landing? Li Huayuan raised his eyebrows. This was one of the most prestigious large guilds in Qingzhou City, and the president was at least 80 or 90 levels. They invited him, a little Karami who is not even level 10, to join. Li Huayuan, I'm sorry. I'm not considering joining a guild for the time being. Zheng Tai, huh? Why? Zheng Tai couldn't understand. Join the guild, how good? There are resources. There are Big Brother to bring, but also can team up to brush the monster. Expanding the network. All the benefits and no harm. But for Li Huayuan, who comes from a poor family, the last thing he wants to owe is a favor. Let's say the guild trains you up and asks you to do this or that in the future. Are you good enough to refuse? Li Huayuan wants to fight everything on his own. Well, did he agree? The other side. Some lavishly decorated clubhouse. A middle-aged man wearing a suit and sipping tea asked Zheng Tai, who was holding a cell phone. President, he didn't return. Zheng Tai scratched his head awkwardly. All geniuses have a bit of arrogance. Normal. The man smiled faintly. You continue to keep in contact with this Li Huayuan. All of his equipment you increase the price by 10% to collect. And when you have time, treat him to a meal. All expenses will be reimbursed by the guild. Yes, President. Zheng Tai nodded honestly. Chairman, is it necessary to solicit a level 4 high school student like this? At the tea table, there was also an enchanting woman sitting. The woman was born with charming bones, her hands showing a demonic blood red color, and her level was as high as 68. What do you know? The man glanced at her. Ranks are all clouds. Profession is king. In my eyes, a level 70 rare profession is far less valuable than a level 0 peerless profession. The enchanting woman threw a grape into her mouth and muttered as she chewed. Exaggerated, right? Ranks aren't that good for practicing. The man shook his head, unwilling to speak again. Career above all else. If he, Jun Moonyen, couldn't even recognize this, how could he make Jun Lin world so big? Evening. Li Huayuan dragged his tired body home. After an afternoon of struggle, he managed to rise to level 9, one step away from level 10. Lu Wei sent him quite a few messages in the afternoon, summarized as, righteous father begs for a belt. Li Huayuan replied with an okay gesture and said that he could take him on weekends when he was free. Back home, before he could push the door open, the sound of his parents' chatter came through. Hiss. Wife. Gently. It hurts. You this waste and then how to massage paste ointment is useless. Must go to the sacred Yuan Hall to see. Tomorrow morning I will give you a registered number. I won't go. I won't go. Didn't you hear that doctor from Shun Yuan Tang? If I want to cure my back, it will cost me hundreds of thousands of dollars. Where can I get that kind of money? Then it's not a good idea to always be like this. It's fine. Don't I know my own body? It'll be fine after a nap. Alas. Li Huayuan stood outside the door and silently clenched his fists. At this moment, he has only 2 words in his mind. Screw the money. Get money to fix dad's back. Get a bigger house for the family. And make a better life for your parents. So, instead of going to the copy the next day, he went to the House of Transfiguration. In this world, not only are there monsters in the copies, but there are monsters in the real world as well. Powerful transmogrifiers can take quests at the transmogrifier's house to destroy monsters and earn rewards. I'm sorry sir, you're only level 9. You can only take difficult level quests at the moment. Need a recommendation for you? The first floor lobby of the Transfigurator's house. Hearing the words of the receptionist lady, Li Huayuan frowned. Difficult level quests pay up to 10,000 at a time. How many quests would he have to take on to save up for his father's treatment? And even if you rise to level 15 and take on a master level quest, the payout for a full day's work is only a small few tens of thousands. Just as he was getting anxious, the sound of a crisp high heel stomping on the ground came from behind him. Li Huayuan. The stern imperial voice followed. The crowd around them began to gasp. Li Huayuan turned around, and a superb purple-haired imperial sister wearing a black trench coat with black silk plus heels underneath came into her eyes. Hello, Li Huayuan. The purple-haired imperial sister came straight to Li Huayuan, curiosity and surprise brewing in her beautiful eyes as she extended her hand to him. My name is Purple Crow, Director of Bureau 749's Qingzhou branch. Can I have a chat with you? Bureau 749. Li Huayuan had heard of this organization. It seems to specialize in mysteries. The director came all the way to see him. It's probably because of yesterday's subway copy. Chapter 10 Invitation from Bureau 749. Quite a few passengers on the subway saw him yesterday, and there were 2 temporary teammates present, Nan Zhaoxue and Wu Hao. With the authority of Bureau 749, It wouldn't be hard to get to him through these people. Li Huoyuan didn't refuse. So he and Purple Crow went to a nearby coffee shop. I guess you guys are probably trying to recruit me. Just to be clear, I'm busy, and if your offer doesn't win me over, I'm not joining. Li Huoyuan, who was familiar with the tomato novel trope, had just sat down and guessed what the purple-haired imperial sister had in mind. Violet Raven's smoky eyebrow raised. This little fellow actually already guessed her intention. She had thoroughly investigated Li Huoyuan's background before coming here. He is a senior in Qingzhou No. 1 high school, and his parents are both from the bottom of the social ladder. When he switched jobs, he gave up the Jack the Ripper star flair profession and chose a normal profession called Neza. However, based on Li Huoyuan's performance in the randomized copies, this, Neza, was most likely a hidden profession. Then I'll get straight to the point. Now that random copies are appearing more and more frequently, the situation of social security is becoming more and more severe. We need a partner with potential like you to guard the lights of all homes with us. On behalf of the 749th Bureau, I cordially invite you to join us. Speak Human. $30,000 a month, with 5 insurance and 1 bonus. 4 on and 3 off. Cell phone on 24 hours a day. On call. Bye. Li Huoyuan got up and was about to leave. Wait. I'm not done yet. Purple Crow called out to him. Inwardly, he sighed softly. It's true that you can't recruit this kind of genius with only the salary package of an ordinary investigator. Still, she took a chance and tried it, just in case it worked out. Ahem. Purple Crow coughed lightly twice and added, the monthly salary of our ordinary investigators in Bureau 749 is 30,000. But for a special talent like you, I can make the decision to transfer you to 50,000. Still too little. Li Huoyuan shook his head. Dad's back treatment costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. How long do you have to save 50,000 a month? Besides, he casually downed a copy, burst a piece of equipment out to sell, also more than 50,000. It's for your father's back injury, isn't it? Purple Raven pulled a copy of the essay, Jens Hall's medical records from her bag. You don't have to worry about that. We have a divine healer profession transmogrifier in Bureau 749 who can provide treatment for your father for free. Seeing Z Crow pull out the medical history sheet, Li Huoyuan felt like his bottom was being stripped bare, giving himself a clear investigation. Bureau 749's authority is really big enough. Also, we can assign your family a suite, military family neighborhood, 4 rooms, freehold. By the way, we also package the assignment of the object. The Bureau has a lot of young and beautiful girls, all single. The last object of the package assignment was made up by Purple Crow. She didn't think any young boy that age should be able to resist that temptation. Sure enough, Li Huoyuan moved. Purple Crow smiled lightly. But where does she know that Li Huoyuan is looking at the benefits of treating his dad's waste and distributing the house? As for the package to assign the object and whatnot, it sounds like it is a lie to the little cutie. I can join, but I have a condition. After thinking for a moment, Li Huoyuan raised his head. You say, the on-call bit, I can't do that. Li Huoyuan confessed. He's a human being, not a cow or a horse. And what if there's an emergency? Violet Crow frowned lightly. Depends on going to work and coming off work. You have to pay overtime for coming off work. $3,000 an hour. Li Huoyuan held out 3 fingers. Line. Violet Crow gritted her silver teeth and reluctantly agreed. If this were anyone else, she would have kicked him in the ass and told him to get lost. Then it's a deal. Chief Purple Crow. Li Huoyuan showed his teeth and smiled. They say the iron rice bowl smells good. He'd like to see how good it smells. By the way, when are we going to see the house? It's long overdue for a change in that old dump they live in. Not yet. I'll take you back to meet some of your co-workers who are interested in you. Follow Purple Crow as he drives to a hidden underground garage and enters an ordinary-looking elevator. Swiping the card to activate the elevator, a strong feeling of descent hit him. Apparently Bureau 749's base camp was deep underground. Come on, they're all waiting for you. The design and layout inside was very much like that of a large space station, technologically advanced, with a main corridor connecting all the places. There were a lot of people busy in the places we passed, some training, some preaching about some equipment we hadn't seen before. After passing through 2 more valves, it came to a wider space. This is the training room for our investigators, where everyone usually works out. There were 7 or 8 people at the venue, none of whom had hidden ranks. The first thing that caught his eye was a large, muscular man, about 20 or 89 years old, doing dumbbell bench presses. The dumbbells were clearly labeled with a few T's of scary weight. Iron Bull, level 35. Berserker. Then there was a cute girl of 1.5 meters or so with soulful eyes and nerdy hair on top of her head. Matcha, level 32. Dr. Hanging Pot, Next was a serious-faced man with glasses, wearing a fancy robe and holding a staff. Gao E, level 31, Grand Wizard. Lastly, there was a young handsome man with a silver wolf tail and a cold and brash expression. Gu Yunyi, level 36, King of Lanling, Li Huayuan. Let me introduce you. Tai Nyo, Ma Cha, Gao E, Gu Yanyi. These are the 4 best Class A investigators in our bureau. Purple Raven introduced herself with a smile. Hello everyone. Li Huayuan swept his gaze over each of them and nodded politely. You're the genius the chief was talking about? The silver-haired youth named Gu Yanyi looked Li Huayuan up and down. What's your occupation? Do you have starburst quality? Pretty much. Li Huayuan was afraid that saying it would scare him. What do you mean almost? Rare is rare. Starburst is starburst. It's hard to be a peerless profession like me. The silver-haired youth was full of arrogance, clearly very confident in his profession. Is it a peerless profession? Li Huayuan raised his eyebrows lightly and couldn't help but look at this fellow named Gu Yanyi twice more. Starburst careers are, in society, already rare. Matchless is even more of a phoenix, and with uniqueness, there are no duplicates. Li Huayuan, show your rank and occupation. Purple Crow's voice came out with a slight headache. She knew this Gu Yanyi was up to something. Li Huayuan then stopped hiding information. Li Huayuan, level 9, 8-armed evil Neza. Level 9? The whole room was confused, including the director, Purple Crow. But Purple Crow's cluelessness was very different from this group of A-list investigators. Level 9? Chief, you've got to be kidding me. A level 9 rookie being teammates with us? Gu Yanyi's tone was exaggeratedly quirky. Tai Nyo, Gao Yi and Matcha were also a bit speechless. Before they came, Purple Crow had told them about introducing them to a new teammate. I had thought that the director personally recruited must be uncomplicated in strength, but it turned out to be only level 9? If this was a copy with them, I don't think the minions could even beat it. How can? Violet Crow's beautiful eyes widened. Didn't Miss Nan say this guy was level 5 2 days ago? How come he's leveled up to 9 in the blink of an eye? Killing an expert copy of the boss doesn't go up this much experience. Ahem. Purple Crow quickly settled his mind and explained. Don't look at Fire Element's current level 9, but he was able to kill level 16 boos when he was level 5. If it were you guys, would you be able to do it? Level 5 kills level 16? How is that possible? The 4 people's faces changed drastically, and their gazes towards Li Huayuan immediately took a 180-degree turn. You know, every 10 levels is a hurdle. Want to cross the level to kill monsters is incomparably difficult, not to mention the difference of a whole 10 levels. This was told to me by the Goose's City Nan family's eldest lady herself, and to be honest, I'm a bit skeptical about it. Li Huayuan, this is the training ground. Do you want to come and show your strength? It's not that I don't believe you, it's just that all of us want to open our eyes. Purple Crow wrapped his arms around himself and looked at Li Huayuan with a smile on his face. Could be. Li Huayuan had a disinterested look on his face. Okay, follow me. Afterwards, Purple Crow brought Li Huayuan to another special training room. As a valve slowly opened, a blue swirling gate was revealed inside. Is this a copy of? Li Huayuan's gaze brightened slightly. 749 Bureau actually has a copy of the existence of the internal. This authority is really high. He came to the right place. You know it's a felony to keep a copy in private. Chapter 11 Purple Crow, what a find. Fire Element. I don't know how much you know about replicas, so I'll tell you briefly. Before the test began, Purple Crow explained the copy to Li Huayuan. After rating the copy, you can take the copy away by finding the core of the copy. The copies we have here are the same as the ones in the copy center. They are all transferred over by acquiring the copy core after the raid. Li Huayuan nodded at his words. He obviously knew about it. This copy before you leads to a trial field where we will release monsters of different levels to test your strength. Don't worry, if you are in danger, we can terminate the trial immediately. If you're ready, go in. Li Huayuan nodded and walked into the blue vortex gate to the trial field. The dome of the sky overhead took on the red color of bloodstained clouds and smoke, and at the edge of the trial field, there was a large black hole. After Purple Crow pressed a certain button, a tall monster with a bull's head and a white nose slowly came out of the black hole. The head is close to 2 meters. Each step caused the ground to tremble. Minotaur, LV-12. Skills, Savage Punch, Earth Trample. The Minotaur let out a growl, his scarlet eyes staring dead at Li Huayuan. Bullfighting? Kind of interesting. Li Huayuan hooked his finger towards the Minotaur. Provoked like this, the Minotaur immediately made a savage charge towards Li Huayuan. Outside the proving ground, Z Crow, Gu Yanyi, and the others stared at a large screen in front of them, synchronizing the images of Li Huayuan in the trial arena. A level 12 Minotaur, using Savage Punch generates a force comparable to a large heavy truck traveling at 100 yards per hour. This kid is only level 9. Can he block it? Gu Yanyi wrapped his arms around himself skeptically. I think it's bad enough. Unless he's in a more defensive profession. Tainyo and Gaoi stood in front of the big screen and both commented. The last of the matcha girls, gripping her staff, was ready to move in for the rescue. Although it was said that this new coworker had the dazzling record of killing a level 16 boss at level 5. But until you witness it, everyone thinks it's just a fluke, or a pickup, or maybe it's simply a rumor. However, in the next second, a scene that made their jaws drop appeared. In the face of the charging Minotaur, Li Huayuan actually directly reached out and grabbed the pair of bull horns, and with his skinny body, he carried the savage charge skill. That much power for a level 9? It's not scientific. The few people present, except for Iron Bull, who was also known for his brute strength, even if the others were already over level 30, it was impossible for them to carry down the Minotaur's savage charge without changing their color and with ease. But Li Huayuan did it, and with a breezy face. It's useless to block it. This Minotaur has thick skin and flesh. It's hard to kill him with ordinary attacks, unless, before Gu Yanyi could finish his words, Li Huayuan in the picture had already freed one of his hands and blasted the Minotaur's chest with a single punch. The bloody palm was withdrawn from its chest, and the huge body collapsed with a loud bang, even before it had the chance to use its other skill, Earth Trample. In the trial arena, Li Huayuan shook off the blood on his hands. The mood is dead. With his level 9 power increase, coupled with his fleshly body becoming holy, level 12 monsters were already considered small in front of him. Gu Yan's eyes showed surprise. At the same time, another hiss came from the black hole. A half-man-tall mantis monster holding a bloody blade slowly emerged from the black hole. Blood Blade Mantis, LV-15. Skill, Overdrive Chop. High-speed movement, obviously. It was a speed monster. Wow. Chief, you're too bad. When Gu Yan saw the monster that came out of the screen, he skimmed his mouth. Knowing that this kid's profession is known for its strength, he's given him a whole speed-type monster. The purple raven smiled without saying a word. The violet eyes stared at the big screen for a moment. Swish! In the trial arena, the Bloodblade Mantis instantly disappeared in place and appeared behind Li Huayuan in the twinkling of an eye. The speed was so fast that it didn't even give him time to react, and a blood blade slashed down. Just when the crowd thought that Li Huayuan's back was going to open up a big gash, the latter backhandedly grabbed the bloody blade and wrenched it with force. Ka-ching! The blood blade glowing with an eerie cold light was snapped off on the spot and stabbed back into the head of the Bloodblade Mantis, splattering juice everywhere. Seconds again. The crowd looked wide-eyed. Is this really a level 9 transmogrifier? I now finally understand why the chief personally recruited him. Gao Yi of the great magician profession spoke in a grave tone. This kid does have a couple of tricks up his sleeve. Gu Yanyi, who had always been arrogant, nodded his head repeatedly. When he was level 9, he couldn't even do it to kill monsters over level 6. Looks like it's time to put some intensity on him. Purple Crow's red lips drew a wry arc. The jade finger pressed a button again. Immediately afterward, a hiss came from the black hole, and 30 white-haired zombies actually surged out of the black hole. White-haired zombie, LV-10. Skill, Corpse Body. Iron Bone. Tear Bite. 30 level 10 white-haired zombies? Director, are you really not afraid that something will happen to this kid if you play so big? Iron Bull let out an exclamation of surprise. Although the white-haired zombies were level 10 monsters, their number was as high as 30, and once they attacked in a group, even level 18 elite monsters wouldn't necessarily be able to carry them. You must know that many ants bite the elephant. What are you panicking about? Can't you see that this kid hasn't used his full strength yet? If we don't push him a bit, how will he reveal his bottom card? Don't worry. If anything really goes wrong, I'll step in. Purple Crow wrapped her jade arms around herself, quite confident. In the proving ground, Li Huayuan looked at the entire 30 white-haired zombies and finally came to a point of interest. Just now, that level 15 mantis monster's full strength strike didn't even break his defense when it hit him. These level 10 white-haired little zombies, I don't know how long they can play with him. Come on. Li Huayuan stood still and didn't move, letting the 30 zombies surround him and keep tearing and beating him. His anger value, on the other hand, was rapidly soaring. Anger value, 10%. Chief, why is this kid not moving? Like a wanker? Gu Yanyi frowned as he looked at Li Huayuan, who was caught up in the siege of a group of stiffs on the big screen. Rage value, 20%. He can't be hurt. Matcha asked in a small voice, a hint of concern in her tone. Anger value, 30%. No, this kid's defense is amazing. The Bloodblade Mantis can't even break through the defense with a full strike. I don't know what he's up to. The purple raven's words fell. Li Huayuan's anger value had accumulated to 50%. And in the next moment, he violently raised his head and unleashed the deliberate boom fist skill. Boom! A large range of fan-shaped fist power visible to the naked eye blasted out. The white-haired zombies that had originally surrounded Li Huayuan had instantly turned into a field of broken limbs. Is this the power of a deliberate bombardment of fists after accumulating anger values? Nice. Li Huayuan straightened his back. He then realized that the clothes he was wearing had been scratched to shreds by the group of zombies, leaving only ragged strips of cloth hanging on his body. On the other hand, the 5 purple crows in front of the big screen were stunned by the scene they had just witnessed. Ilu a big grass. A skill kills 30 level 10 monsters in seconds. Really perverted. It's outrageous. His mom opened the door for outrageous. Outrageous to the core. Nima. I feel like my peerless career instantly doesn't smell good anymore. Tai Nyo, Gao Yi and Gu Yun shouted, looking at Li Huayuan, whose spine was straight and standing like a pine. In the screen, the corners of Purple Crow's rosy lips hooked up in a touch of ecstasy. This time, what a treasure to pick up. Chapter 12 Hidden Copies. Listen carefully, you few. You are not allowed to make any noise about the matter concerning Li Huayuan. Whoever dares to reveal the contents of today's test, I won't spare him. After ending the test, Purple Crow decided to block the news. Now the whole 749th Bureau, in general, is still relatively short of manpower. It would be troublesome if other organizations knew that Li Huayuan had such strength and came running to snatch him. There have been instances before where a group offered a high price to poach their best investigator. Don't worry, Chief. We understand this. This kid, Li Huayuan, has such a strong profession, so if we cultivate it in the future, we can make doing quests a bit easier again. Tai Nyo, Gu Yanyi and the others nodded. It's good to know, but he's still a newcomer after all, so help each other more with anything you're not familiar with at work. In the middle of the conversation, Li Huayuan had already left the copy. He realized that those small monsters he had just killed also had experience, and now he was close to breaking level 10. Li Huayuan was vaguely looking forward to something. It was said that level 10 was a hurdle. I wonder how strong he would be after reaching level 10. Is this the end of the test? Li Huayuan came to Purple Crow and the others as if he hadn't had enough. What? You didn't enjoy yourself? Then why don't you let Gu Yunyi play with you again? You two have a PK. The Purple Raven's charming eyes smiled. Li Huayuan glanced at the foolish Gu Yunyi. Gu Yunyi, level 36, King of Lanling. Forget it. Li Huayuan bristled. The divine paragon profession was certainly powerful, but he was currently only level 9, and it was difficult to cross a few major hurdles against level 36 without using his profession skills and magic treasures. Killing Gu Yuno Tendo doesn't give experience either. It's not necessary. Hey, count on your kid's good sense. Seeing Li Huayuan wimp out, Gu Yanyi proudly crossed his arms and wiped his nose. At this moment, how could he know that in a week at most, Li Huayuan would be able to hold him down and rub him on the ground? Welcome to Bureau 749. At this moment, Tainyo came forward and patted Li Huayuan on the shoulder with a friendly smile. Gu Yanyi, Gao Yi, and Matcha all chimed in to welcome him. Li Huayuan's powerful strength convinced them, but who in their right mind would want to cross paths with a genius? Li Huayuan, from now on, you're officially joining Bureau 749. Purple Crow had a satisfied smile. Start as a trainee investigator. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask Iron Ox and the others. Good. Li Huayuan nodded at his words. By the way, what number is the payday? Purple Crow's red lips twitched. This kid, you haven't even worked a day yet and you're thinking about paychecks. Why don't you guys go ahead and train? Fire Element and I have a few more things to talk about. After a few people left, Purple Crow took Li Huayuan to familiarize himself with the environment of the bureau while explaining about work. The investigator's job is, primarily, to deal with random copies. Like the other day on the subway, these random copies will refresh anywhere, and if no one enters them for a long time, they become hidden copies. The hidden copy will blend into its surroundings, becoming a painting, a book, or a mirror. There is a certain probability that the monsters inside will run out, and even the bosses will run out, bringing great harm to society. We, Bureau 749 investigators, are the ones responsible for cleaning up these runaway monsters, then finding the hidden copy, raiding it, and transferring it to the copy center. Li Huayuan nodded at his words. Monsters would run out of the copies, something he had heard about. Now the induction into the 749th Bureau is a confirmation of sorts. Kill monsters, find copies, raid copies. Your job is that simple. Oh, Li Huayuan followed Purple Crow for more than 2 hours before strolling through the place. This underground base could be roughly divided into a training area, a research and development area, a supply area and a rest area. At the very beginning, the location where Li Huayuan took the elevator down was the R&D area, and the training room they were in earlier belonged to the training area. There are more than a dozen such training rooms, large and small, to cope with the demands of training in different environments. Further inside was the supply area, with materials and resources for the operation of the entire 749th Bureau, and next to it was the rest area, where Li Huayuan was also assigned a private room. The rest area also has a cafeteria that covers a large area where meals are free. Z-Crow still had things to go and get busy first, and it just so happened that now Li Huayuan's stomach was also a little hungry, so he hit the cafeteria for a meal. The other side, Qingzhou City Lord's mansion. Yu Hearing Evening, who had practiced leveling for an entire day, dragged his tired body back home. After parting ways with Li Huayuan, she changed back into that delicate princess of the Qingzhou City Lord's mansion. A temperament is also very different from before. Icy clean and icy, more and more in line with her profession, Frost Archer. Phew, finally level 8. Soaking in the bathtub made of expensive porcelain, Yu Hearing Evening revealed half of her slender, fragrant shoulders. She was quite happy with the speed of her recent practice. Among the classmates, the highest by Snapdragon was only at level 4, but he himself was a whole lot higher than him. In 2 more days, when she broke through level 10, this gap would only get bigger. Of course, the reason why she upgraded so quickly was all thanks to her city lord father sending a level 84, martial monk, transmigrant to protect her. Going down to a high-level copy to kill monsters at a higher level is certainly rich in experience, but it's also easy to lose your life. Jingle bells. A cell phone rang. It was a call from Zhou Shaoqian. The same table. Hey, Shu Xin. Yu Hearing Evening lifted up the slender jade arm hung with water beads, picked up the cell phone, and pressed the answer button. The table first pulled some nonsense, and then brought up Li Huayuan. Evening, did you hear? That ex-boyfriend of yours seems to have taken a break from school. Taking a break from school? Humph. Did you take a break from school because you got your ass kicked by White Snap and didn't have the face to see anyone? Yesterday's actual combat class, although Yu Hearing Evening didn't go, she also knew that by Snapdragon was planning to fix Li Huayuan. What yesterday by Snap was beaten into the hospital by Li Huayuan and is still unconscious. What? Yu Hearing Evening's pretty face swept past a touch of consternation. She wondered if she had heard wrong. Isn't by Snap already level 4? He was bragging about it in the group yesterday morning. How could he lose to Li Huayuan? The table immediately described the situation in graphic detail. Level 7? You said he's level 7? How is this possible? Yu Hearing Evening gently sucked in a breath of cool air. Wasn't the brat that Li Huayuan had transferred to a normal profession? How could he have risen to level 7 in just a few days? Did he also have a level 84 big guy with him to take him upgrading? Or did he make a second transfer? The more you listened to the night, the more abstract she felt. But the tone of the table didn't sound like a prank. Forget it. Even if he has a heavenly opportunity and really rises to level 7, he's still no match for me. I'm a level 8. It's about to break through level 9. Although his heart consoled himself in this way, a sense of crisis arose. After hesitating for a moment, Yu Hearing Evening picked up her cell phone and called that 84th grade big brother. Hey, Uncle Zhao, will take me down another expert level copy tomorrow. Yeah, I want to get to level 20 as soon as possible. Chapter 13, LV20, Red-Clothed Night Ghosts. Evening. Li Huayuan, who was already a level 9 transmuter, returned home and told his parents the good news that he had joined the 749th Bureau. Li Dahai was instantly furious after hearing this, and copied the rolling pin to ask, why don't you talk to your family about something this big? Bureau 749 Investigator, do you know how dangerous it is? Are you trying to keep your mom and I on our toes all day? Li Huayuan sat on the old sofa and said calmly, the Bureau gave me a set of houses. Military family neighborhood. What? Li Dahai and Mr. and Mrs. Song Meiwan both froze. 4 rooms, Li Huayuan added. By the way, he took his papers out and slapped them on the table. Only then did Li Dahai put down his rolling pin and half-heartedly picked up his papers. Song Meiwan also came over to take a look. The couple was quickly shocked. 749 Bureau. State Establishment. Iron Rice Bowl. In the eyes of parents, the Iron Rice Bowl is always the best. But what the couple doesn't understand is how their son got into the 749th Bureau with this hot-ass career. Are state organizations so undiscriminating in recruiting now? In response, Li Huayuan didn't explain too much, only saying that the junior investigator's mission wasn't that dangerous and that there would be more daily patrols. The next day, the family packed up and happily moved to their new home. The security and environment in the military family's neighborhood is so much better than the old neighborhood where they live. The 4-bedroom house is also large enough that both parents can't stop smiling. Good, good. A while ago your eldest uncle came to the house as a guest and disliked our house as small and shabby. Now it's good to live in a big house in my son's honor. When your eldest uncle comes over next time, I'll have to show off. Ah no, give him a good brag about my son. Li Dahai mouth said ceaselessly. The hand is not idle. The things are moved to the room, accidentally twisted to the waist. Ouch. No more, no more. Dad, are you okay? No, it's fine. I just accidentally flashed my back. Li Dahai's face was white with pain, but he waved his hand vigorously, with a pretense of relaxation, not wanting to worry the child. Li Huayuan remembered his mom and dad's conversation earlier and knew that his dad couldn't put off this back injury any longer. So he called Matcha and asked her to come over and help dad with his treatment. I didn't realize that Matcha actually lived near here, just 10 minutes or so away. Hello auntie and uncle. Li Huayuan led Matcha into his home, and the couple was instantly energized by the sight of such a beautiful and well-behaved girl. Son, is this your girlfriend? I don't seem to remember the one before looking like this. I'm telling you, you can't be a man with your feet in two boats. Back in the day your dad When he heard that his dad was going to start telling stories, Li Huayuan had a headache. Hold it, Dad. This isn't my girlfriend, it's my co-worker, and my previous one broke up. Hearing the words girlfriend, Matcha's cute face revealed a touch of shyness and whispered, Uncle, my name is Matcha. I'm a colleague of Li Huayuan, and I came here today specifically to treat your back injury. Li Dahai was a little embarrassed, and refused repeatedly. No need. I have a good waist. Don't worry uncle. I'm a healer turned transfigurator. This small injury can be healed quickly. With Matcha's persuasion, Li Dahai finally accepts the treatment. I have to say, Matcha's sweet personality really suits her as a physician. The girl then took out her staff and activated the skill, Healing Light. A glistening green light emerged from the staff, and under Matcha's precise control, it converged towards Li Dahai's waist. Li Dahai's waist injury is an old disease. Just now, although Matcha said it was easy, but it also took half an hour to get it done. Phew. Well, take care to recuperate over the next few days. Li Dahai touched his old waist and twisted his buttocks around, and actually really did not hurt. Well, it's really good. Li Dahai was a bit excited, pulling Matcha's hand and refusing to let go. Girl, I really don't know how to thank you. Why don't we stay and have dinner together tonight? Matcha was a bit social and instinctively tried to refuse. In the end, the hospitality was too much for him and he agreed to do it. As a result, before the meal was finished, Li Huayuan received a call from Purple Crow. There is a mission. Upon hearing that there was a mission, Li Huayuan's eyes immediately shone. The bowl of rice doesn't even smell good. East 11th District, Hidden Shio Road. There was a bizarre murder at the Joy City department store. Li Huayuan, you're close. Go over and check out the situation first. The others will be right behind you. Remember, try to kill as many monsters as you can while keeping yourself safe. Don't be a hero. Got it. Without waiting for Purple Crow to finish speaking, Li Huayuan hung up the phone and then couldn't wait to drag Matcha to kill monsters. 10 minutes later, Joy City department store. By now, the mall was on lockdown and the surrounding crowd had long since been evacuated. What are you two doing? Leave quickly. It's dangerous here. It's a police officer on patrol. Li Huayuan and Matcha flashed their IDs, and the patrol officer's eyes lit up. You two are Bureau 749 investigators? Great. There are still people inside the mall who haven't had time to evacuate, and the current situation is unknown, so you must be careful. Hearing that there were still people inside the mall, Li Huayuan and Matcha discussed it and decided not to wait for the others and went in first to check out the situation. Enter through the side entrance of the mall. The entire mall's electrical system had completely collapsed, leaving only a few emergency lights, still glowing faintly. The faint sound of crying and the hissing of a suspected monster in the distance put Matcha's spirits on high alert. Please, the level of the monsters should never be too high. Matcha prayed inwardly. She didn't have much fighting ability, and Li Huayuan was only level 9, so it would be a disaster if she ran into a high-level monster. Please, a higher-level monster. I'm about to go up to 10. Li Huayuan also prayed inwardly. The two carefully made their way through the halls of the first floor and up the stairs to the second floor. A distinct chewing sound was heard near a steakhouse. The two stopped and Li Huayuan made a silent gesture to Matcha. Li Huayuan gathered his gaze towards the restaurant, and thanks to the skill of becoming a saint in flesh, his eyesight was far superior to normal people. The dimly lit dining room had long been a mess, only to see that a woman in a red dress and a cape was lying on the ground, gnawing on a corpse. The ground had long since merged into a pool of blood. The atmosphere is horribly eerie. Red Ghost, LV20. Skills, Grievous Entanglement. Ghost Claws, Ghost Fire. Matcha also saw the monster information at this time. Her pretty face changed, and she decided to withdraw first at the first moment. If Tainyo, Gu Yunyan Gaoyi were here, there would be no need to worry. Only level 9 Li Huayuan. Upon hearing Match's suggestion to retreat, Li Huo immediately said, "Remove what? There are still people at the mall. If we pull out now, when Brother Tinyo and the others come over, we don't know how many more people are going to be killed. You protect yourself, and just leave this red-clad ghost to me." After saying that, he licked his lips and rushed up, his expression excited, looking like he wanted to eat the severe ghost alive. Chapter 14 Hidden Downtown Nightmare Copy. Li Huoyuan didn't want to withdraw. If he withdrew now and waited for the others to come over, wouldn't he share the experience? Are you crazy? This is a level 20 elite monster. Li Huoyuan, don't be impulsive. Matcha wanted to say more, but the red-robed ghost heard a voice and snapped its head around, locking onto them. And then, after letting out an unpleasant hiss, he lunged towards the two. Sinner, eat my brick. Li Huoyuan's mind moved, and a ball of golden light fell to the ground like a meteor, smashing into the face of the red-clothed stern ghost. Knockout! What he didn't expect was that the level 20 monsters had extremely hard torsos, and when a brick went down, it actually only smashed out 2 lines of nosebleeds. It was said that there was a hurdle at level 10, and right now, Li Huoyuan was only at level 9, and there was a difference of 2 hurdles between him and this red-clothed stern ghost. But the bigger the level gap, the more experience Heaven's Way gives. Seeing that the gold brick could not break the defense for a short period of time, Li Huoyuan backhandedly pulled out the yin-yang twin swords and crouched down to build up his momentum. In the next moment, an extremely fast scissor kill swept over the red-clothed stern ghost. Put! The sound of the voice nearly cut him at the waist. Roar! Miserable ghostly screams echoed through the dining room. Matcha, holding her staff, stood frozen at the door, looking at the frozen. What the hell? She was preparing to give Li Huoyuan a full treatment. The moment the red-clothed night ghost prostrated on the ground, wailing and screaming, the flesh and blood of the waist was almost cut through, and if it hadn't been for a vertebrae, the upper and lower bodies would have been separated. Li Huoyuan walked over and pounded his sword through its head. You killed the ghost in red. You've reached level 10. You're up to level 11. Sainthood in the flesh upgraded to LV2. Divine Spirit Phantasm upgraded to LV2. Gold Brick upgraded to LV2. A series of prompts flashed by, and Li Huoyuan nodded in satisfaction. Before that, he was just a little bit of experience away from level 10. Now that he had crossed over and killed this red-clothed stern ghost, the experience bonus was very generous, and he had directly risen 2 levels in a row. Not only that, 2 of his most used skills and gold bricks were also raised to level 2. No wonder it was said that every 10 levels was a watershed. The increase in skill and equipment level was also a huge increase in Li Huoyuan's battle power. Those 2 swords. Not far away, Matcha noticed the twin swords of Yin and Yang in Li Huoyuan's hands and said in her heart, it must not be ordinary equipment. Then the dark department store suddenly lit up, followed by a dense sound of footsteps. Matcha, Li Huoyuan, how are you guys doing? It turned out that Iron Bull and the others had arrived, and Gaoyi had released a lighting magic in the center of the mall. After rushing into the restaurant in a hurry, they saw the gruesome death of the red-clad ghost. What's going on? Gaoyi asked, holding up his staff. The monster has been taken care of by Li Huoyuan, Matcha said quietly, a level 20 red-clad ghost. The 3 Iron Bulls who arrived were collectively speechless. It wasn't that the red-clothed stern ghost was so powerful, but rather, he was shocked that Li Huoyuan was able to clean up this monster single-handedly. Isn't this kid only level 9? I guess the Matcha helped a lot, the 3 thought in their minds. If Matcha didn't say anything, they didn't know that the entire fight lasted only 3 to 5 seconds, and Matcha didn't put out a single heal. Then, as is customary, a few people searched the entire mall thoroughly to make sure there were no missing fish before leaving the scene. Come are here. At the suggestion of Tainyo, a few people looked for a night snack restaurant to jerk. In casual conversation, Li Huoyuan then learns that recently there have been frequent bizarre killings in the city center. According to speculation, these weird creatures should have escaped from some hidden copy nearby. Only the hidden copies were difficult to discover, and there was no way to torture these creepy creatures with low intelligence. So there was a delay in finding the entrance to the copies. Purple Crow had a headache over this. They're the same. If they can't find the entrance to the replica, it's just a futile workload. Maybe one day while huffing and puffing in his big pants, he'll be called up for a mission. Hidden copies? Li Huoyuan jerked the skewer, his eyes glowing. A hidden copy of a level 20 monster. The boss must be over level 30? He was instantly energized, but immediately wilted again. Qingzhou 749 branch hundreds of investigators cannot find the entrance to this copy. With him alone is also a needle in a haystack. 2 hours later, a few people ate and drank and waved goodbye. For the next few days, as long as there were no quests, Li Huoyuan drilled into the duplicates to practice. It's just a shame that the leveling efficiency is so low that you can only level up one level a day on average. This is still his plugin-like existence. Entering the copy is like opening a key sweep, and he can brush 5 or 6 difficult copies a day. Otherwise it's hard for others to go up one level in 3 days. There's no way around it. 6 level 14 can only enter difficult copies, and master level copies require level 15. Thinking of this, Li Huayuan's mind suddenly flashed. Isn't Matcha level 32? She can take herself down to an expert level copy. No, a nightmare level copy. It doesn't even smell good to be able to play nightmare level copies, master level copies, and since Matcha is a healer and doesn't loot monsters, and can heal and rejuvenate herself, it's perfect. Li Huayuan had never felt, at any moment, that he needed Matcha so much as he did right now. Thus, Li Huayuan, who was originally prepared to head to the replica center, immediately changed his route and went straight to Bureau 749. When he came to the training room, Matcha was indeed here, next to Iron Bull and the others. Matcha, are you free this afternoon? Can you go out with me for a bit? Come up here and extend an invitation with a clear purpose and not a hint of procrastination. Matcha was also flabbergasted by the straightforward Li Huayuan, and the warm anticipation in the latter's eyes was almost undisguised. The girl's sweet and pretty face gradually blushed with shyness. This Li Huayuan, why is he so direct? There are so many others here. No good. I have training today. Where to train is not practicing. Go, I'll take you to practice. Matcha was just yanked away by Li Huayuan. Beside them, Tyne Yo and Gu Yang smiled at each other. This kid, can it? Just a couple days in and you're picking up girls? Gao Yi was slightly jealous, because he was a mage and usually often exchanged cultivation tips with Matcha, and the relationship between the two was the best. He didn't even take the opportunity to pursue Matcha, but he didn't think he'd let this kid Li Huayuan make the first move. The two had just left in front of them, when a pugnacious man holding roses came to this training room. Lao Gao, where is Matcha's sister? The pugilist asked with a smile as he pinned the bouquet of roses behind him. Got asked out by one of the new investigators. Gao Yi told the truth. This man was called Shen Biao, the best of the B-rank investigators and also one of Matcha girl's suitors. What? Shen Biao's smiling face instantly froze. The other side, sitting in the cab, Matcha was still fantasizing about where Li Huayuan would take her on a date. Dinner, a movie, or a trip to the amusement park? Only to find the scenery outside the window becoming more and more familiar. Chapter 15 Unlocking a New Skill. Dragon's Nightmare. Qingzhou Copy Center. First floor lobby. Li Huayuan held 2 tickets for nightmare level copies and walked towards Matcha with a smile. Matcha is completely speechless. What kind of guy goes on a date with a girl and goes on a copy? Convinced. Ugh. Never mind. Just practice with him for a while. For the sake of his treat. Matcha hurt his brain and took out his staff. Inside, however, there is always a small loss. To say that this nightmare level copy is really extraordinary. The small monsters that look after the door are all level 15 to start with. The elite monsters have 3 skills per capita. And the boss is basically up to more than 30 levels. But it killed Li Huayuan. The yin-yang twin sword swung straight into flames. Throughout the day, even with Matcha sharing some experience, he had risen 2 levels in a row to level 17. And a magic swordsman, rare profession card was also popped out. Good luck. On top of that, Li Huayuan also unlocked new career skills and magic treasures with this upgrade. Dragon's Nightmare, suppresses all beings of dragon blood. Wind and Fire Wheel, the second wheel contains the power of wind and fire, which can be stepped under both feet to fly and leave a fiery scorched earth on the ground. After reading the skill description, Li Huayuan was overjoyed in his heart. Dragon's Nightmare. This skill must have been derived from Nez's countless dragon slayings, and in the future it will be great to run into monsters with dragon bloodlines, directly suppressing the bloodline and awakening ancient fears. As for the wind and fire wheels, that's even better. Flight. This is the dream of how many trannies. It should be known that without special props and vocational skills, even a 100-level sect master would not be able to fly. With this magic treasure, in the future, whether it was rushing or fighting monsters, having air control was definitely a major advantage. Leaving the copy center, Li Huayuan immediately contacted Zhang Tai and sold the rare profession card, Magic Swordsman, that had just exploded to the King's Landing Guild. Rare profession cards were normally worth 10 million, but he didn't expect Zhang Tai to ask for 11.5 million. The reason for this, Li Huayuan could also guess some of it, presumably because King's Landing had not yet dispelled the idea of recruiting him. Together with some miscellaneous equipment, materials, and herbs, King's Landing had made a total call of $14 million. Instant riches and a lot of money in your pocket. That's the money-making power of the transmogrifier, one person topping a publicly traded company. Li Huayuan didn't forget the matcha either. transferred $500,000 over as a thank you gift for Matcha taking him down to the copy. When he got home, he checked his personal attribute panel. Host, Li Huayuan, level, LV17. Occupation, 8-armed evil Neza, mythical collection. Occupational skills, flesh body sainthood, LV3. Divine spirit dharma phase, LV3. Samadhi fire, LV2. Dragon's nightmare, LV1. Other skills, deliberate fist blast, LV5. Equipment, gold brick, LV3. Yin-yang twin swords, LV2. Wind and fire wheel, LV1. Note, the mythic collection professions are favored by the heavenly Tao, and your fortune will be greatly enhanced. Not bad. Practicing with this momentum, I'll be able to break through level 30 at least before the terror exam. Li Huayuan revealed a satisfied smile. Turn off the lights and go to bed. Nurture your energy. Continue practicing tomorrow. The next day, 7:30 in the morning. Matcha had just arrived at the training area and was preparing for mental power training when she was confronted with the expressions of Tainyo, Gu Yunyi and the others with a bad smile on their faces. Matcha, how was your date with Li Fireone last night? Tell us, what did you two do? Dinner or a movie yet? Being interrogated by her teammates like this, the always shy Matcha's pretty face immediately turned red. Just when he wanted to open his mouth to explain, Li Huayuan arrived on his hind feet. Morning, Matcha. Continue today? Li Huayuan is wearing a national wave sweater, hands in pockets. The whole person is full of smiles and energetic. Matcha had just spat out a word when a gruff, angry shout came to his ears. Matcha, don't promise him. Li Huayuan froze at his words and turned his head to look. A large, burly investigator walked into the training room in full view of the crowd and glared at him in annoyance. Shen Biao, level 27, Dragon Blood Warrior. Kid, don't think that Matcha's soft heart makes you easy to bully. At this level, you're not worthy of letting Matcha practice alone with you. Shen Biao was a head taller than Li Huayuan and looked down on him with his eyes. Which one of you? Li Huayuan was a bit puzzled. Class B investigator. Shen Biao, you're a trainee investigator. Why don't you greet your seniors when you see them? Shen Biao clasped his arms around his thick pecs and grunted coldly. Asterisk. Li Huayuan opened his mouth to curse. Breathless looked like he was looking at a cerebral palsy. Ha ha, simple mouth odor. Ultimate enjoyment. Gu Yuno was beside himself with joy. Things look like they're going to be bad. Tainyo saw Shen Biao's face darken inch by inch until his brain veins bulged. Good boy. You're quite rampant. I just don't know what the strength is. Shen Biao broke his fists and craned his neck, his eyes raging with wariness. Dare you fight me? Amidst a chorus of gasps, Shen Biao challenged Li Huayuan. Yesterday, he had already inquired about it, and this Li Huayuan was nothing more than a newcomer who had just joined the 749th Bureau, and it was rumored that he hadn't even reached level 10, and he was a level 27 expert, beating a little rookie who hadn't even reached level 10. Wasn't it just random abuse? Too bad he doesn't know. The newcomer in front of him was recruited personally only after their director offered a lucrative deal. Shen Biao, what do you want? Seeing that the two were about to fight, Matcha hurriedly stopped them, her small face reddening. Li Huayuan, don't agree to him. Yeah, how do you want to fight? Li Huayuan directly ignored Matcha and answered the battle with a smile on his face. Recently, his strength had increased greatly, and he just wanted to find someone to practice on, so this was immediately delivered to his door. You agree? Shen Biao was a bit surprised. He was afraid that Li Huayuan would backtrack and hurriedly said, Ring PK, I don't use skills, lest it be said that I'm bullying you. If you do, then I will, too. Li Huayuan smiled and snapped a finger. As long as you can catch 3 of my moves, I'll count you as the winner. When this statement was made, all 4 seats were shocked, especially Shen Biao. No, you're so crazy for a trainee investigator? If I don't teach you a lesson today, then where can they put the faces of these old-timers? Soon, the crowd moved from the training room to the ring, and Matcha, seeing that she couldn't stop it, had to throw a pitiful look at Shen Biao. Of those present, only she truly knew the true strength of Li Huayuan. The level 35 boss that entered the second stage didn't even last 10 rounds in the hands of Li Huayuan, a level 27 transmogrifier who was still so careless and gullible. She didn't dare to think how badly Shen Biao would lose, but it would be good to teach this Shen Biao a lesson. Who let this guy keep harassing her? However, Shen Biao got the wrong idea and mistook the look from Matcha as cheering him up. The heart was in the right place. He understood that this battle was not only for the sake of fighting for them old men, but it was also a chance to perform in front of Matcha's sister. As long as he could finish off Li Huayuan today and show valor, it would be much easier to pursue Matcha in the future. Come on, place your bets. Under the ring, Gu Yanyi, the only chaos in the world, directly sitting in the market. but also pulled out a bunch of flowery chips. A look often do this thing. Those who watch Li Huayuan stand on the left, and those who watch Shin Biao stand on the right. It's bought and paid for. It's bought and paid for. The ring. Both sides are ready. Shin Biao took off his shirt, revealing a full body of tendon flesh, accompanied by the overflowing pressure of a powerful living being, which was intimidating. Dragon Blood Warrior. This profession. Li Huayuan forced himself not to laugh. This guy challenged himself. Didn't he just run into a gun? I've seen those who are looking for death, but I've never seen those who are looking for death. Soon, the battle began. Shin Biao stomped the ground heavily with his right foot, stimulating the thin dragon bloodline in his body, and if he looked closely, he could see a structure similar to dragon scales growing on the surface of his body, his teeth becoming sharp, and his hands becoming claw-like. Skill. Dragon Eyes. One level 27. Starshine Profession. The other holds up level 10. I really don't know where this Li Huayuan got the courage. Shin Biao has always been ruthless. You guys get ready to call an ambulance. Ugh. Do or die. There wasn't a single person on stage who looked favorably on Li Huayuan except for Matcha. Even Gu Yanyi, Tainyo and Gao Yi, who had seen Li Huayuan's test of strength that day, secretly shook their heads. The great difference is too great. Dragon's Nightmare. Open. Li Huayuan stared at Shin Biao, his eyes narrowing slightly. The moment he opened the Dragon's Nightmare skill, the hideous and ferocious Nija's phantom flickered away from behind him. Without waiting for the crowd to see clearly, an invisible aura like the pressure of a mountain made Shin Biao change color. Chapter 16 King Kong Unbreakable Talisman. What's going on? Why do I feel an inexplicable pressure? Could it be that he used some special skill? Shin Biao looked at Li Huayuan with an uneasy expression, heart pounding wildly. That pressure on his body was getting heavier and heavier. He couldn't help but step backward with his feet, and his heart set off waves of shock, with a feeling that he was about to be jerked out of his skin. Boundless fear grew in the bottom of his heart, surprisingly making him vaguely have the idea of abandoning the battle and surrendering. Why? Why has this newcomer suddenly become so scary? What the hell is this for? Beans of sweat dripped from Shin Biao's head. The soles of my feet felt like they had roots and I couldn't move. What happened to Shin Biao? A few A-class investigators noticed that there was something wrong with Shin Biao on the stage. Dragon's Nightmare skill effect. Nice. With a satisfied smile, Li Huayuan put away his skills. Phew. The moment he put away his skills, Shin Biao suddenly felt much better. It was like 1,000 pounds had been lifted. Seeing the stage talking and pointing, Shin Biao did not care about it, and directly started to do it. Tough words have been put out earlier. It's a battle to be fought or not to be fought. Only to see him clench his teeth and actually let out a dragon roar from his mouth. Dragon Tooth Strangling Fist. After assisting in running for 2 steps, Shin Biao used the momentum to jump and leapt up more than 10 feet high. The right fist was raised and slammed down, surprisingly smashing a scaly dragon silhouette in the air. Charging straight at Li Huayuan. Come up here and turn it on? Kaoi looked at Shin Biao in midair with some surprise. Shouldn't the normal thing be to test the waters before launching? But it's no wonder when you think about it. After all, he had just let out that kind of harsh words, and if he couldn't get rid of Li Huayuan quickly, it wouldn't be a pretty win. However, how could Gaoi know that Shin Biao was afraid of a long night and wanted to settle the battle as soon as possible? Ring corner. Director Purple Crow appeared at some point, leaning against the wall. He frowned darkly after seeing Shin Biao use his skills. Although she didn't know how many levels Li Huayuan was at now, she always had a strong premonition Shin Biao would definitely lose. The ring. Shin Biao's Dragon Tooth Strangling Fist was about to fall, but Li Huayuan had yet to make any moves. What's he doing? Was it scared silly? Ringside, the investigators were talking, and those who were not aware of Li Huayuan's strength were sweating for him. Is he new, or is he too much of a toady to challenge a B-rank investigator? After today, it should teach him a lesson too. The attack was close at hand, and they didn't think that Li Huayuan could still dodge it. With this strike, if it hit, Li Huayuan would be seriously injured at the very least. However, the next moment, a scene that shocked everyone appeared, only to see, Li Huayuan ignored Shin Biao's fists, took a step forward, then tilted his neck back, and actually made a ferocious headbutt to smash Shin Biao. Originally, like the spring breeze brushing the face of a warm young man, at this moment even revealed a little ferocious. Boom! Shin Biao's Dragon Tooth Strangling Fist blasted onto Li Huayuan's chest, but only caused him to take a small half step back. The latter's headbutt, however, smashed Shin Biao to the point that his nose was fractured, his head was broken, and he flew out a dozen meters backwards. The whole room was in an uproar. This ing. What's the situation? Took a hard punch from Shin Biao, and even sent Shin Biao flying with a headbutt. This kid is only level 10? I don't believe it even if you ing kill me. He's at least level 30. I'll bet you a pack of way-long chili sticks that he's at least level 35. The investigators at ringside just screamed like crazy. Even the purple crow stared in wide-eyed amazement, completely not expecting Li Huayuan to win in such a finish. Grass. When the two people, Tai Nyo and Gao Yi, saw this scene, their hearts were instantly cold. It was over. The capital they had just bet was going down the drain. Too weak. Li Huayuan shook his head and wiped away the blood on his forehead with his hand. He didn't even break a piece of skin. On the contrary, Shen Biao's head was full of color and his eyes were starry. A severe concussion is definitely not going to get away. This kid, what a pervert. What exactly is that profession of his? Why is it so strong? Purple Crow stared at Li Huayuan, who had stepped down from the stage, and silently guessed in his mind. A few days ago, Li Huayuan had displayed the rank, which was only 9. It's only been a few days of work, and even if he upgrades even faster, at this point, he's still only at level 14 or 5. Crossing a dozen levels could still finish off Shen Biao. This can only mean one thing. His professional qualities are extremely high. It's likely beyond peerless to epic. 8-armed evil Neza. I can't even search for information about it online. Ugh. It's so curious. Soon, Shen Biao, whose head was bleeding and unconscious, was sent for treatment. Li Huayuan also brought matcha to continue practicing in the duplicate center. Come out of the copy in the evening. The poor matcha girl's face was pale. Her legs trembled, and her whole body was almost drained, so much so that she couldn't even hold her staff. Li Huayuan, however, looked unusually excited. Level 19. Work another day tomorrow and rush to level 20. The next day was the weekend. Matcha lied that something had come up and she couldn't accompany Li Huayuan to continue her copy. Li Huayuan was slightly disappointed. However, he had previously promised to take Lu Wei to practice, so he made an appointment with his nemesis in the afternoon. With nothing to do in the morning, he went to the manpower building to take a stroll. This is a business center dedicated to transmutators. Equipment, potions, materials, fashion, skill books, even profession cards, all are sold here. The Manpower Tower is located in the heart of District 3 East and occupies tens of thousands of square meters. People come and go. The vast majority of them are transients. Hundreds of thousands of dollars and millions are not uncommon for a single purchase, so the daily flow of water here is astronomical. Li Huayuan now has more than 10 million in hand. I think we should buy some equipment props and so on. Otherwise keep what? Money is not used to spend? The family has a house, but also gave his parents $1 million each pocket money. It was just a pity that he had wandered around for the whole morning and hadn't seen anything of his choice. After all, his current equipment and skills were so powerful that there really wasn't anything that could fall into his eyes. Li Huayuan sighed in his heart. What happened to the promise that the protagonist would be able to pick up the pieces when he went shopping? The tomato novel is purely lying to me. As he was planning to leave, a golden talisman paper in the counter of a certain store caught Li Huayuan's attention. This charm, Li Huayuan's gaze lit up. Vajra invulnerability, invincible for 3 seconds after use. Effect weakened by too much over one's own level. Sir has a good eye. This talisman of ours just arrived this morning. The effect is to enter a 3-second invincible state after use. A well-dressed shopper approached. Nice. How much? I'll take it. This thing, although it is a disposable consumable prop, can save lives at critical moments. The current asking price is $8 million. Raider? When Li Huayuan heard the price, his eyebrows flew up. A broken talisman, asking me for $8 million? This is still a one-time consumable prop, and the price of $8 million is really a bit outrageous. The point is that the invincibility time is only 3 seconds. What can you do in 3 seconds? Sir, that's not the way to put it. It's for saving your life. What's the use of keeping more money if one day the person dies? What do you think? The guide said with a smile. Okay, 8 million is 8 million. Li Huayuan didn't return the favor. Anyway, he swiped copies of the book to make money fast, so he spent it lavishly and didn't feel any pain at all. Swipe your card, pay, take the charm and go. With such a life-preserving card, Li Huayuan was inexplicably much more solid. Chapter 17 White Bone Barons, Wind and Fire Wheels of Clearfield Speed. Afternoon. When Li Huayuan arrived at the copy center, he did not expect that Lu Wei was already waiting here early, and brought 3 of my classmates. Yang Qingyu, LV3, General Yu, Su Dan, LV3, Priest, Zhao Yingying, LV2, Summoner, Old Li. I'm still asking you to take us leveling on the weekend, please. Lu Wei ran over with 3 classmates on his ass and hemmed and hawed. Pretend you're a mom and be fake polite with me. Li Huayuan cursed without a good mood. When they were in school, he and Lu Wei used to yell at each other and greet each other's parents. Only now that he is, Lu Wei is afraid that he won't dare to scold him too much. Right, Old Li? Yang Qingyu, Su Dan and Zhao Yingying happen to be over here today. Why don't you join us? Lu Wei proposed. Ticket money is on us a few. All 3 students were looking forward to it. Alright, come along. 1 and 2 for the belt. Li Huayuan said casually. These 3 are usually okay with him. Thank you. Li Huayuan, thank you. Brotherly. The 3 of them thanked each other one after another, their faces showing excitement. With a level 7 big guy leading the way, they're sure to get another level up today. Go. Okay. Lu Wei farted to follow, and then asked, Old Li, which book are we going to play today? I'll go buy tickets. White Bone Barons, I think. Li Huayuan had already thought about it during lunch. What? The White Bone Barons? Lu Wei, Yang Qingyu, and the others froze at his words. White Bone Wasteland. Isn't that an expert level copy? Su Dan asked in wonder. Yeah, master level copies can only be entered at a minimum of level 15. Before the other female classmate, Zhao Yingying, could finish her sentence, Li Huayuan, who was walking at the front, had already flashed his rank. Li Huayuan, LV 19, 8-armed evil Neza. Lo, ********. Yang Qingyu, Su Dan, and Zhao Yingying, ********. Any more questions? Li Fireone looks back with handsome eyes. The 4 students immediately shook their heads into rattles. The word huge cluelessness was written in his eyes. A few minutes later, Li Huayuan walked into the copy with the 4 of them. The system panel popped up moments before entering. Copy name, White Bone Wasteland. Difficulty of copy, Expert. Recommended level, LV 15 LV 20. Introduction. This hill was once an ancient battlefield where the 2 countries fought, and countless soldiers lay in eternal rest. However, the grievances accumulated and the bones piled up like a mountain. Nowadays, this place has been awakened by the evil sorcerer and transformed into an army of skeletons, which roam around under the moonlight, guarding the secrets of the battlefield. Some adventurers rumor that there are lost secret treasures of the ancient kingdom buried in the center of the barren hills, but no one has ever made it out in one piece. Warm tips, the bone piles in the barren hills seem to harbor secrets, but they may also hide traps. Don't try to rummage through the skeleton piles to find treasures. They may climb up. Are you sure you want to enter? Yes. With a thought, Li Huayuan stepped into the blue vortex gate. For inwardly apprehensive, excited students followed close behind. You have entered the White Bone Barrens. A gust of wind mixed with the yellow sand in the sky attacked. Into the eyes is a glimpse of the Gobi beach. There were only a few dry saplings on the barren land, and no other life. Not far away, a single skeleton soldier wandered in place, densely packed and extremely numerous, unable to see the head at a glance. On top of that, there were also elite monsters like skeleton archers and skeleton swords and axes that patrolled the surroundings intently at intervals. It could be imagined that if Lu Wei and the others entered the copy on their own and fell into the skeleton army, I'm afraid that they would be the same in minutes, turning into a dead bone. It's a bit much. It's a bit of a pain to clean up. This was also the first time that Li Huayuan had played an expert level copy. After all, he had played a direct nightmare copy before. Although he didn't quite understand the situation of this copy, in the face of absolute strength, everything was a floating cloud. There, Li Huayuan had an idea and summoned the wind and fire wheel. Then he stepped up with both feet and shot up into the sky, leaving only 2 channels of crimson scorched earth on the ground that had been burned by the Samadhi flame. Old Li, what kind of equipment do you have here? Surprisingly, it can fly? Awesome. Lu Wei tilted his head, all dumbfounded. The other 3 students had their mouths open in shock. I'll drive in front. You guys pick up the bloodied kills in the back. After dropping a sentence, Li Huayuan flew towards the skeleton army with his wind fire wheel. Li Huayuan flies low in a charging stance. It left a scorched earth blaze on the ground, forming crisscrossing gullies. Those skeletal soldiers that came into contact with the samsara flame were instantly engulfed by the flames. The other skeleton soldiers were also surrounded by these crisscrossing gullies, their blood dropping wildly. Basically, as long as they got a little bit of it, they were all directly instantaneous seconds. Only a few skeleton soldiers standing on the edge barely survived. This means of killing monsters by Li Huayuan completely gave the 4 Lu Wei a dumbfounded look. No? Does that make sense? Old Li's career. It's over the top. No wonder he couldn't look down on that Jack the Ripper in the first place. Compared to this profession, it's just a fighter among the trash. Lu Wei sighed at the gap between his dead friends and them, wiping tears from his eyes while pulling out his knight's battle rifle and harvesting the bloodied skeleton soldiers. Since the number of skeleton soldiers that survived being dipped in the samsara flame was very small, the 4 of them had to fight the monsters by robbing them. General, you flying kick. Yang Qingyu unleashed his skills and rushed towards a bloodied skeleton soldier. Come on out. Slime. Zhao Ying waved her staff and summoned a pile of slimy creatures that duang jumped towards another skeleton soldier. As for Priest Sudan, he was right at the back, adding blood to them and getting a good share of the experience as well. Soon, the experience of the four of them dawdled, and in no time at all, they had all risen to level 4. Seeing that they were cooperating quite well, Li Huoyuan was relieved to go deeper into the copy to find the boss to kill. The boss of White Bone Wasteland is a level 20 evil sorcerer who can bring any flesh and blood wreckage back to life, transforming it into skeletal creatures that are driven by him. It can also make corpses expand and explode, dealing ranged damage. When the land was first opened, many teams lost a lot of money because they didn't understand the skills of this boss. Li Huoyuan rushed over and directly slapped this boss with a brick. The other guy didn't even get to say a full line before he was slapped into a meatloaf and glued to the ground to pick at. A skill book, Undead Summoning, burst out with it, and Li Huoyuan looked at it and casually took it to Zhao Ying of the summoner profession. This skeleton soldier was more than a little stronger than the slime she had summoned, and Zhao Ying was so excited to get it that she almost fainted. Li Huoyuan. This skill book has a very low burst rate. It's sold on the market for over $1 million. I'll go home and raise the money to transfer it to you. Thank you really. Zhao Ying was so excited that her face flushed red, and her big eyes stared straight at Li Huoyuan. Well, you watch and give. Li Huoyuan smiled, then looked around, but Lu Wei was nowhere to be seen. Hey, where's Will? Chapter 18 Hidden Copies of the Three Kingdoms Theme. Old Li, this way. This way. Lu Wei's shouts came from far away. A few people arrived at the news and found Lu Wei running out of a cave with a face full of excitement, as if he had found some kind of treasure. Will, what are you doing here? Li Huoyuan came over. You come with me. Come here and you'll see. Deadpool also sold out. Li Huoyuan guessed that the other party might have found a treasure chest. He ended up following him into the cave, only to touch a layer of mist. You found a hidden copy. Hidden copies? Seeing the system prompt, Li Huoyuan's eyes showed surprise. There's a hidden copy in the copy? A nesting doll? He was instantly excited. I killed a bunch of small monsters just now, but it wasn't enjoyable at all. Now that such a hidden copy appeared, it kind of mobilized him completely. Li Huoyuan patted Lu Wei's shoulder. Go on, get in there. Lu Wei and the others had just gotten a little taste of the sweetness and were on a roll, so they excitedly followed Li Huoyuan through the mists and into the hidden copy. With a spinning of the sky, the scene in front of him changed drastically. Several people actually appeared on an ancient city wall that was dozens of meters high. The tattered battle flag fluttered, the yellow soil flew in the sky, and a solemn and murderous atmosphere lingered in its midst. Not far away there was a gatehouse. Underneath were written 3 big words, Jiameng Pass. Jiameng Pass. Isn't this from the Three Kingdoms? Li Huoyuan secretly guessed. Could it be that this hidden copy is of the Three Kingdoms theme? Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Suddenly, they are spotted by an ancient soldier on patrol. This soldier, with a dead face, immediately blew his whistle and called for a group of cloaked soldiers. Soldier on guard, LV 18. Skill, military swordsmanship. Level 18? Li Huoyuan's eyes lit up. The fact that the level of the minions were so high indicated that this hidden copy was not simple. It's likely to be a nightmare, or even an expert copy. Fogweed, a level 18 monster? Old Li, this copy is not good. Let's retreat first. This is too scary. Lu Wei. Yang Xinyu and the other students in the back were a bit abashed all of a sudden when they saw the level of these little monsters. Don't be afraid. Just follow me. It was only level 18. And to level 19 Li Huoyuan, it was still just a small monster. His mythic paragon profession was capable of killing monsters at a level twice that of his own. He was seen lifting the yin-yang twin swords, chopping and slashing his way forward, rapidly advancing forward and closing in on the city walls. This immediately attracted the attention of the other soldiers guarding the city, and the soldiers converged towards Li Huoyuan's side like a tidal wave, and the march of these soldiers vaguely bore the marks of a military formation. Apparently, though they are long dead, what is etched in their bones has not worn off. Li Huoyuan was getting excited about killing when an ancient general in worn-out armor with a halberd came at him. Sand Captain, LV 25. Skills, sweeping, flying splits. After entering the attacking range, the Sand Captain struck an overhead flying slash, aiming straight for Li Huoyuan's head. Good coming. Li Huoyuan set up his twin yin-yang swords and crossed them over his head, hardening himself to carry this powerful strike. It's just a level 25 elite monster. He was now level 19, and with his entire body's strength and defense enhanced by LV3's, flesh body becomes sainthood. There was no need to dodge an attack of this level. After eating this blow hard, Li Huoyuan's yin-yang twin swords swam like spiritual snakes, wrapping a circle around the halberd. He avoided the halberd axe body and quickly approached the Sand Court Captain. being approached by a short sword. The Sand Court captain's halberd had lost its advantage. The other skill, sweeping thousand armies, didn't even have a chance to be used before it was cut down at the waist by Li Huayuan's sword. Look out! He had just finished off one. And before he had the chance to collect his sword, he heard Lu Wei's reminder behind him. Another ancient general in fine armor, armed with a horizontal sword, viciously killed from the side. General of the Sands, LV 32. Skills, frenzied blade. Fine armor, breaking 1,000 armies. Kill. The horizontal blade stabbed at Li Huayuan at an extremely fast point, and as it approached his face, it turned into a powerful horizontal sweep. Li Huayuan, who was unfamiliar with his opponent's skills, almost got hit. Luckily, he reacted fast enough to dodge the blow with a 90-degree drop. Using the force of his rise, Li Huayuan turned around to drive the twin yin-yang swords in both hands, and with a single stroke, he broke through the seemingly impenetrable and fine armor of the general in the sandfield. The other sword followed, slashing through the sandy midshipman's throat. A sword breaks armor, and another sword seals the throat. Clean. Before he could play it cool, another strong wind came from the side. There's no end to it. Li Huayuan inclined his head with extreme reflexes, and an arrow grazed his cheek. So close. If it wasn't for a quick reaction, I'm afraid this handsome face would be broken. Immediately, he threw a gold brick with his backhand, smashing the bowman who put cold arrows in the distance. You've reached LV 20. Li Huayuan didn't even notice that he had leveled up another one by killing his way over. With this upgrade, Flesh Body Sainthood, Divine Spirit Phantasm and Gold Brick were all upgraded to LV 4. Samadhi Fire and Yin-Yang Twin Swords upgraded to LV 3. Dragon's Nightmare and Wind and Fire Wheeler then raised to LV 2. Li Huayuan's combat power had taken another qualitative leap. However, the successive strikes had also consumed a great deal of his physical strength, and he was panting heavily. Suddenly, a soft yellow light ball descended from the sky, allowing Li Huayuan's physical strength to slowly recover. It was the skill released by priest, classmate Su Dan. Thanks. Li Huayuan smiled at her. No need. Su Dan waved her hands repeatedly, her face flushed red, her heart leaping for joy at being able to help Li Huayuan. But in reality, with her mana strength to release the recovery skill, she can only recover a little bit. Really only a little bit. Dang. Thud. Thud. Suddenly, the war drums beat at the city gates in the distance. The city guard soldiers who had originally surrounded Li Huayuan and the others retreated like a tidal wave. What's the situation? Lu Wei, Yang Xinyu and Su Dan were among the students who hurriedly leaned their backs and alerted the surrounding area. Tap tap tap. Hiya. Hiya. A dense sound of war horses galloping came from the distance. It turned out that an army had come to attack the city. At the head of the group was a dead general in white and silver armor with a spear in his hand. A few hundred meters away, one can feel the chilling aura of this boss, attacking the Jiaming Pass. According to the plot of the Three Kingdoms, it should be Ma Chao, right? Li Huayuan rubbed his chin with his hand. Lu Wei and the others don't know the history of the Three Kingdoms, but they themselves are clear. Soon, the thick gates of Jiaming Pass slowly opened, and the defending army came out of the city to meet the battle. Surrounded by many ancient soldiers, a black-faced general nearly 2 meters tall and fierce charged out with an unrivaled aura. Holding a spear, Zhang Fei the Yen Man, Soul, LV 78. Ma do thou know Zhang Ida the Yen? It wasn't bad as Li Huayuan expected. This is the tri-state copy. This fierce, black-faced general was Zhang Fei, one of the 5 tiger generals. What's the situation here? The two bosses are going to fight? What a terrifying aura. I feel like I can't breathe. These two bosses must be 50 or 60 levels at least. More than that, I think it's 70 levels. The level difference is so large that the transmogrifier is invisible to monster levels. Li Huayuan could only barely see it. In the face of Zhang Fei's Soul's provocation, the silver-armored general on the opposite side of the room, holding his lance flatly, said in a disdainful tone, I've been a nobleman for many generations. How can I recognize a village idiot? Westerliang Jin Ma Chao, Soul, LV 79. 1 level 78. 1 level 79. TSK. If this were to dry out, wouldn't the sky fall apart? Wait, can I go down and pick up the slack while they're both losing? As this thought suddenly popped into his head, Li Huayuan's breathing became rapid. He has a Vajra charm in his hand that makes him invincible for 3 seconds. Gollum. Li Huayuan quietly gulped. Decided to wait and see what happens first. Bold maniac. Death comes. Hiya. Tang fierce Zhang Fei. Where can he stand this kind of provocation? 2 legs a clip horsebelly. Straight gun stabbed up. Jin Ma Chao was also undaunted by the battle and spurred his horse to meet him with his spear. Soon, an ear-splitting sound of gold and iron clanking resounded for 10 miles around. Every collision between the 8 serpent spear and the tiger's head Zhangjin gun produced a sound wave visible to the naked eye that swept in all directions. If it wasn't for Lu Wei, Yang Qinyu and the others standing far away, they really couldn't stand it. I Lu a good boy. This fight is also too fierce. Let's go over there. We'll probably be finished if we get rubbed. What kind of copy is this? Today this copy center is really worth it. I can actually see 2 high-level boss fights. Going back can simply blow for a year. Several students stood behind Li Huayuan, discussing intensely. Li Huayuan felt a little pity for them at once. The Three Kingdoms is a wonderful history. Unfortunately, the Chinese civilization of this world is so crippled that the vast majority of people don't know about it. Soon, the two bosses had exchanged hundreds of rounds, never being able to distinguish a winner from a loser. Unlike the plot of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Zhang Fei and Ma Chao stabbed each other with dozens of shots. Their battle armor was broken, blood was flowing, and they were already both bloodied. Li Huayuan is starting to get stupid. Should we go for the head? This was an almost level 80 boss. How much experience do you get if you get a lucky kill? The rewards for the items that popped up must have been exceptionally generous as well. Chapter 19 A small amount of money for a wild 10 level rise. Wait a little longer. After careful deliberation, Li Huayuan still forced himself to calm down. The difference in rank is so great that it's too risky. Although he himself was a mythic paragon profession, he was only level 20 after all. This whole difference of almost 60 levels was no joke. 10 levels to a bump. How many bumps has this been? If he doesn't get it all at once, he'll be the one who dies. But it's not completely out of the question. The 3-second invincibility of the Vajra Unbreakable Talisman might actually allow him to pick up the slack if he used it well. You can't rush it. You have to look for opportunities. Li Huayuan continued to hibernate. As time passed, the two bosses became more and more injured, and Li Huayuan's patience gradually ran out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. No wait. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The big deal is to run away with a wind and fire wheel. Li Huayuan no longer hesitated. He stepped on the wind and fire wheel, summoned the divine spirit phantom, and rushed up under the puzzled, shocked, and incomprehensible gazes of Lu Wei and the others. 8-armed evil Neza held the Inyan Dharma sword, and the Samadhi flame burned brightly on the body of the sword. Ha! The two major bosses that were in mortal combat glimpsed this vision and twisted their heads. Die! Li Huayuan didn't give Zhang Feizing's soul a chance to react. Manipulating the 8-armed evil Neza, he ran in and stabbed out with his sword. The closest mighty Zhang Fei, due to his injuries, did not react at all, and his chest was directly poked out a transparent hole. With an earth-shattering scream, the 2-meter-tall Zhang Fei's heroic spirit fell off his horse and died tragically on the spot. Victory! Defeated! Yan's Zhang Ida. You've reached level 26. You have obtained the skill book Overlord's Roar. You have obtained the equipment, Zhanba Snake Spear. You have obtained the item, Tiger's Bile Spirits. A massive amount of experience came in like a tidal wave, allowing Li Huayuan to level up to 26 in an instant, and 3 rewards popped out when the boss died. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. For huge came from the city wall. The 4 students, Lu Wei, Yang Qinyu, Su Dan, and Zhao Yingying, looked like they were watching a science fiction movie, their eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. The Ma Chaoing soul, who was not far away, was also frozen by the sudden appearance of Li Huayuan. What the is this? Tai! Where are the demons? Die and come! After reacting, Ma Chaoing's soul instantly became furious. He was on the verge of splitting with Zhang Fei, only to be robbed of his head by this birdman who came out of nowhere? In the next moment, one could only see Ma Chaoing's soul lifting the lance in his hand and aiming at Li Huayuan, who was stepping on a wind and fire wheel in mid-air. After shouting angrily, he threw that tiger head Zhangjin gun. Whoosh! A loud cracking sound came from the air, as fast as lightning. It was impossible for the level 60 or lower transmogrifiers to react. If this hit, even if Li Huayuan was now in his full state, he would be blasted into a bloody mist and killed on the spot. And when Lu Wei and the others on the city walls saw the scene, their hearts instantly rose to their throats. Old Li, run! This is a big game. It's over. It's completely over. Thoughts of near despair flashed through several minds. If Li Huayuan gave an account, then they wouldn't be able to walk out of this copy. But in this current situation, they really couldn't think of any way for Li Huayuan to be able to block this strike. It was too late. The tiger head Zhangjin gun was already close at hand. Good thing, Li Huayuan has an operation. He quickly took out the Vajra Unbreakable Talisman to activate it the moment he saw Ma Chaoing's soul make a move to raise his hand. Wow! A golden light shield immediately covered Li Huayuan's entire body. In the next instant, the tip of the gun produced a collision with the golden light, emitting a roar that resounded through the heavens and earth. Although the lance failed to break through the protection of the golden light, Li Huayuan still flew backwards at an extremely fast speed as if he had been hit by a heavy truck loaded with cargo, collapsing most of the city wall. Old Li Huayuan, aha! Lu Wei, Yang Qingyu and the others were mad with anxiety. The two girls even let out screams of terror. Ahem! Cough cough cough. Soon, Li Huayuan got up from a pile of rubble ruins with great difficulty, and the corners of his mouth overflowed with traces of blood. The 3-second invincibility time of the Vajra Unbreakable Talisman had ended. Next, he would face the Ma Chaoing spirit, who was caught in a violent rage. Alone, although it was also a bloodied booze, but after all, the strength and level were there, and Li Huayuan was now out of sneak attacks, so he was definitely not an opponent. What should I do? Are you still too impulsive? Maybe I'll really have to explain myself here today. In the middle of his thoughts, Ma Chaoing's soul had already dismounted his horse and rushed towards Li Huayuan with great strides. We can only use the aerial advantage of the wind and fire wheels. Li Huayuan wiped the corners of his mouth bright red. After summoning the wind and fire wheel, he immediately stepped on it and flew into the sky. It's not like the martial arts boss can fly, so as long as he flies in mid-air, won't it be impossible to hit him? As expected, although Ma Chaoing's soul was brave and fierce, he could do nothing when looking at Li Huayuan in the sky. The tiger head Zhangjin gun had fallen somewhere, but it's not completely out of the question, only to see that he picked up the weapons left behind on the nearby battlefield and threw one after another towards Li Huayuan. But Li Huayuan wouldn't stand around foolishly now. Harnessing the wind fire wheel, he flew at an extremely fast speed, dodging the various weapons that flew at him. At the same time, a trail of fiery scorched earth was left on the ground, and these could deal weak damage to the bloodied Ma Chaoing's soul. The damage was really low, and if it wasn't for the fact that Ma Chaoing's soul's strength in throwing his weapon was getting less and less, Li Huayuan really doubted that the bastard hadn't lost any blood at all. Phew! Li Huayuan let out a sigh of relief. Just drop the blood. Rely on this shameless and rogue play. Finally, after 2 hours, the bloodied Ma Chaoing's soul was ground alive. Victory! I've defeated Western Liangjin Ma Chao. You passed the hidden copy, Jiaming Pass. You've reached level 30. You have obtained the equipment, Western Horse Whistle. You have obtained the unduplicated profession card, Shi Liangjin Ma Chao. A series of system prompts surprised Li Huayuan. So many rewards. Getting rich. After using an 800W talisman and suffering some minor injuries, he had gotten so many rewards in exchange, and his level had skyrocketed by 10 levels. It's a blood moneymaker. Li Huayuan was not in a hurry to look at the rewards, and first pocketed them all. He has another important thing. Jiaming Pass is a hidden copy and has a high copy level. If we could find the copy core of this hidden copy, it would be an even bigger earner. Thus, he rode the wind and fire wheel and turned over the entire Jiaming Pass copy inside and out. Minor monsters are slaughtered as much as possible. The birds' nests in the trees and the ant holes in the ground were all for him to dig out as well. It's just a shame that the core of the copy wasn't found. It's not meant to be after all. Li Huayuan sighed and had to return to the city walls. Old Li, you are also too fierce. Taking down 2 high-level bosses hard. The rewards must be quite a lot, right? How many levels have you ascended to now? Lu Wei and the other students greeted him with shocked gazes as if they were looking at a monster. Su Dan and Zhao Yingying's eyes were even more sparkling, and admiration was written all over their faces. Little girls their age always look up to heroes, but then again, it was so dangerous when the other boss threw his lance just now. We all thought you were going to GA, but we didn't expect the boss to be countered by you again. What? Do you expect me to GA? Li Huayuan said without any good humor. What words? You're my own brother, said Lu Wei, sticking up, his eyes ambiguous, trying to get his nemesis to share some of his favors. Get lost. Li Huayuan kicked him away. Chapter 20. If the Duke does not abandon him, Wei is willing to worship him as a righteous father. After a few more idle words, a few people exited the Jiaming Pass copy. Yang Qingyu, Su Dan and Zhao Yingying, who had all risen to level 5 today, were already satisfied. After thanking Li Huayuan once again, he took the lead and left. Before leaving, Zhao Yingying's eyes were a bit reluctant, but Li Huayuan didn't pay attention. And Lu Wei also once again topped Li Huayuan's shoulder and asked with a curious face, Old Li, there are no outsiders now. Tell me, what came out of those 2 bosses just now? It's not much. It's just some equipment and props, and a peerless profession deck. Li Huayuan spoke in a relaxed manner. With that, he pulled out a black profession deck. Western Liangjin Ma Chao. Lu Wei looked at the black card in Li Huayuan's hand and exuded a shocked and excited look. A peerless profession? Heck, how much is that worth? Old Li, you're really rich this time. Lu Wei's profession, knight, is just a green brave profession with very limited potential. And this what's his name, Western Liangjin Ma Chao, is simply a world away. However, He also understood in his heart that with his family's financial resources, it was impossible to afford this kind of high-level occupation unless he dumped his family's money. It's a pity that I can only transfer to the mythic profession. This profession is useless to me. Should I sell it to Will? Li Huiyuan glimpsed the longing in his dead friend's eyes. Undisputed pro-dex, with a market capitalization typically in the billions. Although Lu Wei's family is well off, he can't get so much cash at once. But I have to say that Wei is very much in tune with the profession of Western Liang Jin Ma Chao. Because there is a condition for the second transfer, the new profession and the old profession must fit the route. The higher the degree of fit, the higher the success rate of the second transfer. If Lu Wei wasn't a knight profession, but a mage and an assassin, then forget it. Forget it, since Wei and Ma Chao are related. Sell it to him cheaply. Think of it as investing in him. Li Huiyuan made up his mind. This guy, why, is lazy and horny, but he's still very righteous. So, he casually threw the Western Liang Jin Ma Chao profession card to Lu Wei and pretended to say without thinking, cheaper. Sell you for 100 million. What? Lu Wei held the deck, his face full of confusion. Did he hear right? Undisputed professional dex. 100 million. Hit fractures sold to him? Old Li, are you serious? Not fooling me, right? Lu Wei swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva in a row. Kind of hard to believe. Take it or leave it. Poof. Suddenly, Lu Wei knelt down on one knee. His eyes flashed with tears, cupped his fists and said, Wei has drifted around for half a lifetime and has not met a bright master. If you don't give up, Wei would like to worship as a righteous father. My son rise, my son rise. Li Huiyuan rushed forward to assist him. Righteous father is above. Lu Wei was moved to tears. My son will follow his righteous father from now on and go through fire and water without hesitation. If my righteous father tells me to go east, I will never go west. Okay, get up. Drama queen. Li Huiyuan cursed without a good mood. Honestly though, selling the peerless career decks for 100 million is really no different than giving them away for nothing. Your career path fits well with Western Liang Jin Ma Chao. Go to Manpower Mansion tomorrow and buy a second turn scroll. It shouldn't be a problem. Li Huiyuan got back to business. Why tomorrow? I'm going to Manpower Mansion right now. I'll go first, old Li. I'll call you back with the money. After Lu Wei finished speaking, he was busy running towards the outside. Before he did so, he also turned back to Li Huiyuan and made a hammering chest gesture. It means, to be a brother. In your heart. Li Huiyuan smiled and then left the copy center as well. Coming to the 749th Bureau training room, he entered a closed trial copy, intending to try out the new skills he had gained in the Jiaming Pass copy. Bully Roar. This is a ranged damage skill that should be inspired by the allusion to Zhang Fei's roar at Changban Slope that scared off Cao Cao's million-strong army. On the way here, he had learned the skill. Soon, a wave of level 15 monsters was brushed out of the trial copy. Ghouls, LV-15. Skills, corrosive venom, genetic mutation. These ghouls had the form of humans, but with red eyes and large red spots on their bodies. They hissed and pounced on Li Huiyuan, thinking that they could have a full meal. Li Huiyuan immediately unleashed the Overlord Roar skill, his chest bulging high, and the moment his mouth opened, he blasted out a circle of sound waves visible to the naked eye. Roar dash! The terrifying sound wave was wrapped in the power of destruction, just like a cannonball blasting out. Any ghouls that were caught in the wave were killed by the bursting of their internal organs. Witnessing the blood and corpses all over the ground, Li Huiyuan nodded in satisfaction. This skill kills well and clears small monsters much better than deliberate boom fist. At least you don't have to save up your rage. Even when facing high-level monsters, it should be able to cause a deterrent effect. He then took out the tiger's bile spirits. The package was a waxy yellow teardrop-shaped porcelain bottle, corked, and even before it was opened, you could smell a strong aroma of wine. Although Li Huiyuan didn't drink much, he knew that this must be good wine. As for its effectiveness, tiger's bile spirits, drinking the wine gives you a full attribute bonus, dramatically increasing your strength, and the effect will remain as long as the strength of the wine is present. Good stuff. With the effects of this tiger's bile spirits, stacked with the flesh body becomes sainthood. I'm afraid that all of Li Huiyuan's attributes would swell to unimaginable proportions. On top of that, there was a high-level weapon, the Zhangba Snake Spear. This is the exclusive weapon of fierce Zhang Fei. It's just a pity that Zhang Fei's transfer deck didn't explode. Li Huiyuan took out the Zhangba Snake Spear and tried it out, and found that it was so heavy that he could not wield it at all. Think it is normal. Nearly 80-level boss weapon. How can he use it? Did not play two arms or too sore to lift. Can only be temporarily put first? See if you want to sell it in the future. Finally, there is a special item. Western Horse Sentry. It's a small, delicate bone whistle, exquisitely crafted with an extremely smooth polished surface. This thing was popped out of the macho soul. Looked at the properties. Western horse whistle, when blown, it can summon a western sweat-blooded horse, which can travel 1,000 miles in a day. Running props? Li Huiyuan understood it by heart. After counting the loot, he looked at his current level again and revealed a satisfied smile. I didn't think that I could have this kind of unexpected joy by taking a few classmates to casually practice leveling today. Cough up. Cough up. Suddenly, a sharp pain came from Li Huiyuan's chest, causing him to cough. That shot from Ma Chaoing's soul really hurt him. The horror exam is in half a month, so let's rest for a few days for now. It's kinda tiring after all this time of frantic leveling. After leaving the copy, Li Huiyuan went straight home and fell asleep after saying hello to his mom and dad. Chapter 21 Shi Liang Fat Ma Chao. Their new neighborhood is called Happiness Lane. The environment is quiet, convenient transportation, and the entrance is guarded by professional soldiers standing guard, which is very safe. Li Dahai and Song Meiwan knew that their son was tired from his recent work at the 749th Bureau and didn't bother him. They just cut him some fruits and put them by the bedside. After sleeping until late in the evening, Li Huiyuan was woken up by a cell phone ringing. It's Lu Wei calling. Old Li, I've already succeeded in my transfer. Are you free at this moment? Come out for a drink. I have to thank you properly. Ha ha ha. By the way, I'll show you my new career. On the phone, Lu Wei was particularly agitated and excited. Fine. Let's see if I don't slaughter you today. Slaughter all you want. Spicy hot food for all. Asterisk 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 you. Come on. Come on. I'll be waiting for you at Little River Park. Doodle doodle. Lu Wei hung up the phone after saying that. Li Huiyuan shook his head, so he had to get dressed and get up, eat the 2 bites of fruit prepared by his mom and dad and then rush to Little River Park. Little River Park is situated in East 13th Ward in a relatively isolated location, but covers a large area with wide open views. Just in time to try the western horse whistle. Shoo! After a loud whistle, Li Huiyuan's side appeared out of thin air with a shoulder height of 1 meter 6 and a strong red-maned BMW, with a saddle thoughtfully prepared on its back. The horse was well behaved and knew to keep his head down to let his master come up. Hiya! Li Huiyuan stepped on the stirrups, mounted it and gave a tug on the reins, steering the horse towards the outside of the neighborhood. When he reached the entrance to the neighborhood, he leaped and jumped over the road gate pole with ease, and then ran wildly through the streets of traffic, actually faster than a normal small car. 10 minutes later, as Li Huiyuan arrives at the park's lake, Lu Wei is all excited as he pulls his nemesis to show off his rank. Lu Wei, LV7, Xiliang Jin Ma Chao. Old Li, this unduplicated profession is just awesome. You're not here. I've brushed 2 levels in the afternoon all by myself. I used to go down and fight those bosses and get tired and roll around scraping. It's different now. A set of skills down directly kills in seconds. Cool. What a blast. Lu Wei crossed his fat hands and laughed. He was now simply more inflated than the American Divine Coupon, feeling that his life had reached its peak. What skills do you have in this profession? Li Huiyuan was also more curious about the skills of this Western Liang Jin Ma Chao. As soon as this is said, Lu Wei as if opened the box, talking at length about half a day. Li Huiyuan roughly summarized it. There are 5 skills. Divine Might, this is a passive skill that gradually provides attribute bonuses based on the time spent in battle. And the more you fight, the more courageous you become. Flying Star Assault, a quick burst with a gun that can be released 5 times in a row. Ryojo Shattered Moon, holds a spear and swings in a half-moon shape, providing a recovery effect on hit. Western Liang Iron Cavalry, summon hundreds of Western Liang Iron Cavalry spirits to trample the area in front of you, dealing ranged damage. Unmatched Flying General, this skill is considered to be a big move, and when it's turned on, you get a high movement speed bonus, and you can come and go without a trace. There are also 3 exclusive outfits. Tiger's Head Junjin Gun, this is the main weapon, and it's a legendary quality equipment just like the 8 Snake Spear. Cold FAI guns, 4 short guns, usually carried behind the back, are used to throw and attack enemies, and can also be retrieved with the mind. Silver Lion Armor, a set of armor that provides decent defense. But honestly, this handsome silver and white armor looks funny when worn on Lu Wei, who is only 6 feet tall, especially the layer of protruding swimming circle, so that Li Huiyuan almost suffered internal injuries from holding back laughter. Nice guy, Xiliang Jin Ma Chao. Froze for him to play into Xiliang Fat Ma Chao. Old Li, watch this, here comes the funniest. After Lu Wei turned on his grand move, Unrivaled Flying General, his speed steeply increased by several times and he ran through the park with the wind in his face. In the work of a few breaths, he circled the creek park and returned to Li Huiyuan. How's it going, buddy? Come on, you're the fastest. Grass, I suspect you mean it. Ahem, the skills are good, but you should lose some weight. Li Huiyuan coughed dryly twice and flirted. As far as I remember, Ma Chao is a warrior, not a tank. Just now, After Lu Wei opened his big move, although his speed was as fast as lightning, a fat duan was very elastic, and it looked inexplicably somewhat comical. Old Li, don't hit people like that. You know I grew up with this physique. Come on, you're just lazy. After exchanging a few dislikes with Lu Wei, the two of them found a random noodle shop for dinner. Old Li, that what? My parents are raising money. In a few days we'll call that 100 million to you. There's no rush. Old Li, I've noticed that you've really changed a lot lately. Yes? You don't love to laugh as much as you used to, and you feel especially mysterious. It's not like it's written in the novels that you've been taken over by someone who traveled from another world, right? Lu Wei ate a bowl of katayakawa and inhaled the noodles. You have a vivid imagination. Li Huayuan gave him a blank look, thinking to himself that brother is a tire wearer alright, and has been living in this world for 18 years. I don't know how many grades you schoolgirls have. Why bring her up all of a sudden? Hey, Old Li, you've been practicing so hard lately. Surely it's to get back at school, girl you? Lu Wei continued to bleep. After all, she dumped you in front of the whole class, making you lose face. You're overthinking it. Li Huayuan rolled his eyes. Old Li, I'm with you. Lu Wei patted him on the shoulder. Terrorize the college entrance exams. Dry burst her. Let her regret for life. By the way, when the time comes, you must be a good horse not to return to the grass. Must not get back together with her or else brother I look down on you. Li Huayuan didn't bother with him. He is a mythical collection profession, and he has never regarded her hearing night as a rival from the beginning. Okay? Instead of caring about that, you should think about the horrible college entrance exam in half a month. It is rumored that this year's copy of the exam room has an increase in difficulty over last year's, and you will need to at least rise to level 15 to attend a better transmuter university. As soon as he talked about the terrorist high school exam, Lu Wei also got serious and nodded approvingly. Before, my profession was so trashy that no one was willing to team up with me, but now it's different. Difficult copies I can mess up and kill alone. By the way, Old Li, what are your plans after the terrorist college entrance examination? Which university do you want to take? Me, Tenkai University. Regarding this issue, Li Huayuan had long considered it. Tianhai University was one of the 4 major transmigrant colleges in the Great Summer Country, with a strong faculty and resource base, and it's closest to home, so he can go home and visit his mom and dad more often. Tianhai University. Unsurprisingly, Lu Wei's deadbeat's first volunteer was indeed this. He felt a sudden pressure. That's because a top-tier transfer or college like Haiku requires students to be at least level 20 or higher and to excel during the terrorist high school exam. Cheer up and work hard. Keep up with Old Li. Lu Wei swore in his heart. As we were chatting, there was a sudden commotion outside the noodle shop. Things smashed and screams came from time to time, and it was obvious that something was wrong. The two of them, Li Huayuan and Lu Wei, looked at each other and quickly ran out of the noodle shop. Looking around, a group of zombies unexpectedly appeared on the street. The group of zombies were all dried up, but they had open teeth and claws, indiscriminately attacking every living thing. The originally clean and tidy streets were now in a mess. From time to time, ordinary people were pounced on by zombies and had their necks bitten off. There were screams and screams. Why? I'll clear the ones on the main road. You catch the ones that slipped through the net. Li Huayuan's face was grim, and as he spoke, he had already thrown out the gold bricks and followed by charging up violently. Yes. Lu Wei put on his silver lion armor and pulled out his tiger head Zhanjin gun to follow closely behind. Chapter 22 Massively multiplayer clan level copy, Jinshan Temple. The zombies that bit people on the street were basically only about level 10, and Li Huayuan could sweep them all by himself. Lu Wei was now a peerless profession, and although he was only level 7, it wasn't hard to kill monsters by crossing level 3. The two of them, one after the other, quickly cleared the food court of zombies. Flying Star Assault. Western Liang Fat Ma Chao stabbed the last zombie with a jab. After kicking him off, he drew out the tiger head Zhanjin gun that was stained with black blood, then looked at Li Huayuan with some smugness. Instead, he saw Deadpool deliver a deliberate bombardment of punches, blasting 5 or 6 zombies into pieces of flesh all over the ground, black blood spraying everywhere. Lu Wei's little bit of smugness disappeared in an instant, once again recognizing the gap between himself and his nemesis. Once that's done, the two get together. What the hell? Where did the zombies come from? Lu Wei wiped the blood from his face. It should be a monster that ran out of some wild copy. Could it be that? Li Huayuan suddenly thought of what Tainyo had told him some time ago, the hidden copy of the city center that he couldn't find in any way. Suddenly, he felt that someone was watching him from the shadows. A glance back. Instead, all they saw was a group of terrified-looking passers-by gathered on the street. Several pretty young ladies were taking pictures of him with their cell phones, their eyes sparkling with little stars. Is it an illusion? Li Huayuan's brows furrowed. The moment he withdrew his gaze, a mysterious man in a black and white lab coat raised a pair of angry eyes. The eyes were so fierce that they could not wait to whip Li Huayuan out of his skin. Where's the little brat that dares to sabotage my plans? Hurry! This way! This way! Soon, a dozen Bureau 749 investigators arrived in the neighborhood with a heavy pounding of footsteps. Fire One, why are you here? Leading the group were Tainyo and Gu Yun. Just now, they received a mission that a group of zombies had appeared in this neighborhood to hurt people, so they rushed over without stopping. So this kid is a Bureau 749 investigator. The mysterious man in the black and white lab coat narrowed his eyes and stared intently at Li Huayuan. For some reason, this little kid has an aura that scares him. Middle of the field. Li Huayuan explains the situation to Tainyo and Gu Yun and says that the zombies have all been taken care of by him and Lu Wei. It's a good thing you boys are here, or you'd be in big trouble. Gu Yuno sighed in relief. He had seen Li Huayuan's strength before, and this group of level 10 zombies were not as numerous as the last time he was in the training room. This is Tainyo. On the other hand, set his eyes on Lu Wei. His name is Lu Wei. He's my classmate. Li Huayuan introduced. Wei. These two are my colleagues. Same. Co-workers? Old Li. When did you get into the 749th Bureau job? Lu Wei was taken aback. Bureau 749 can be considered a legendary existence among the student body. Mysterious and powerful, causing countless middle-aged teenagers to be mesmerized. Let's find out where this group of zombies came from first. Fire Element. Take a team and go over there. Yuno and I will each take a team and split up. Iron Bull commanded. Don't look at him as not as high as Gu Yun's rank, but he was the most senior A-rank investigator, and the one who had been with Purple Crow the longest. Gu Yun usually called him brother. Yes, Li Huayuan and Gu Yun nodded their heads. Subsequently, Li Huayuan let Lu Wei go back first, and he himself brought a team of investigators and turned over several streets in the neighborhood, but did not find out any clues. Worked all night and couldn't even find a ghost. If you ask me, these zombies must have run out of hidden copy 0018. It's hidden copy 0018 again. Grandma, how come this copy just can't be found? Ugh, when will it end? Li Huayuan walked in front. The players behind him were complaining. Hidden copy 0018. The creepy copy hidden in the center of Qingzhou City. The entire Qingzhou branch had been busy for half a year and couldn't find it, giving Purple Crow quite a headache. Forget it. Let's not talk about copy 0018. Do you guys know about that Golden Mountain Temple recently? A team member found a new topic. This made Li Huayuan's ears twitch and came to be interested. The Temple of the Golden Mountain? What's that? A copy? Don't even know about this. This is a large multiplayer clan level copy that was found in the wilderness area of Gusu City some time ago. Discovering this copy alarmed so many of the higher-ups. Several large guilds from the cities of Gusu, Qingzhou, and Tianhai went to open up the land, and all of them ended up folding, with heavy losses. There was even a guild that was almost wiped out. Hearing the account of the team members behind him, Li Huayuan lifted his eyebrows slightly. A large guild from 3 cities, all planted in Golden Mountain Temple? It couldn't help but interest him more. As he expected correctly, this Jinshan Temple should be the same Jinshan Temple inside the Legend of the White Snake. I wonder if the abbot inside is that old bald SFA Hai, by Sujin and Shaoqing. Are they in there again? By the way, it seems that Zhang Tai's guild, King's Landing, also went to the Golden Mountain Temple, copy, right? Ask around. Li Huayuan pulled out his cell phone and sent a message over. Li Huayuan, in? Less than 2 seconds. The other side replied. Zhang Tai, God, do you have something to sell? An expression showing teeth and smiling. Li Huayuan, I'm not selling anything today. I'm asking for some news. That, Jinshan Temple, copy your guild seems to have gone to open up. Right. How is the situation? Zhang Tai. Zhang Tai directly sent 5 periods. Guess it was a poke in the gut. He also didn't expect Li Huayuan to come and ask about this. These things, by definition, should not be told to anyone outside of the guild. However, remembering the chairman's previous explanation to him, Zhang Tai still explained the situation of that day to Li Huayuan. Zhang Tai, this copy is quite scary. Although I didn't go, but I heard from the people who came back that Golden Mountain Temple is several times harder than the normal clan level copies. Zhang Tai, not only our King's Landing, Gusu's Chopping Dragon, Tianhai's Lionheart Empire, all planted. Zhang Tai, our guild is not bad. Only 5 or 6 people died. The highest there is a level 46 Big Brother. By the abbot of the Golden Mountain Temple, a slap out of a 5-clawed golden dragon rubbed on the spot on the crippled, a sighing expression. Li Huayuan. Slap a 5-clawed golden dragon. Dawei Tianlong? It looks like it should be FA High. Li Huayuan was in a little bit of a mood. This kind of copy derived from myths and legends should have a lot of good stuff. When he leveled up some more, he said he'd have to make a break for it. Zheng Tai, several major guilds have indeed suffered heavy losses from this opening. Zheng Tai, however, our president said that the copy of the opening is not a dinner invitation. Death is a very normal thing. After a while a few guilds will also regroup and fight again. Golden Mountain Temple. Li Huayuan, go you guys. Zheng Tai, aha, tucked back into his cell phone. Li Huayuan took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. With his current level he couldn't go to a clan level copy yet. Moreover, Zheng Tai also said that the Yi Golden Mountain Temple was going to be more difficult than an ordinary clan level copy. He had to level up another 10 at the very least before he could go for a stroll. Otherwise he was just giving away his head. Chapter 23 The Young Family's Sneak Peek. That night, a group of Bureau 749 investigators returned in defeat, failing to find any valuable clues. The next day, Li Huayuan was discussing the case with Tai Niu and Gu Yun in the training room when Director Z Crow walked in. Everybody stop. There are 2 tasks for you. As soon as they heard that there was a mission, the several A-rank investigators immediately became serious. The home of the chairman of the Huahong group, Yang Chuanxian, is haunted, and his wife is said to be possessed. Tai Niu, you and Li Huayuan take Matcha with you to check out the situation, if it's weirdly haunted or not, and maybe we can find clues to the hidden copy of 0018. Upon hearing hidden copy 0018, the 3 people's expressions visibly stared. Yes, Chief. The 3 men led the way. Yun Yi, Gao Yi, you 2 go to the old town. Someone has poisoned the tap water, and many residents are experiencing varying degrees of symptoms, so go investigate. Roger that. Witnessing the departure of the 5 Class A investigators, Purple Crow sighed softly. Recently, a lot of things had suddenly happened in Qingzhou City, and she was busy. Intuition told her that someone must be behind this. Half an hour later, lakeside, a Hummer SUV pulled up in front of the gate of a certain luxury villa. The 3 of them, Tai Niu, Li Huayuan and Matcha, got off the bus and were welcomed in by the suited butler. On the way into the villa, the 3 of them also learned something from the butler. During this recent period, strange things have been happening in the young family. From time to time during the night the maid could hear the cry of a baby, or a very sharp laugh. Occasionally a butt-naked infant can be seen on a couch, desk, or even hanging upside down from a chandelier. It wasn't long before their lady became ill. He has been bedridden, and his abdomen will rise and fall violently from time to time, which is unusually painful. Before they brought in the Bureau 749 investigators, they had paid high prices for other trannies, but all to no avail. The lady's condition instead got worse and weaker every day. Enter the villa's parlor. The place was actually crowded, with dozens of trans migrants gathered. The butler walked over to a middle-aged man with a haggard face and whispered something. Looking at the butler's attitude towards him, he thought that this person should be the chairman of the Huahong group, Yang Chuanxian. Maybe it's because the people we got before didn't work. So this time Yang Chuanxian not only invited the investigators of the 749 Bureau, but also asked the housekeeper to find a group of strange people. There are monks in robes, Taoist priests holding dust whisks, goddesses shaking bells, and sorcerers holding crystal balls. How to look at it is a group of lowly Jianghu clerics. I'm only afraid that it's not for the evil spirits at all, but for the young family's money. Among them, there was a woman who wore a nun's uniform and emitted holy light all over her body, and when she saw Tai Niu, Li Huayuan, and the others, her face immediately darkened. What's the 749th doing here too? Asterisk 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 asterisk. The woman was full of hate. A year ago, her own brother was violently captured by the people of Bureau 749 because he mistakenly drank the water source in the copy of Immortal Peak Mountain and turned into a monster, and he has not returned yet. That's why she hates this organization so much. Everyone's here, right? Seeing the investigators from Bureau 749 arrive, Yang Chuanxiang scanned the crowd and spoke faintly. I'm sure you all know that I've asked you all to come here today in order to exorcise my lady. Among you, no matter who succeeds, my young family is willing to take out $10 million as a token of appreciation. If you all are ready, follow me upstairs. After the crowd heard the $10 million reward, they all showed excitement in their eyes. Even Matcha opened her cherry mouth wide. Mr. Zhou, it's fine for you to invite us to exorcise Madame's evil spirits, but what's the point of these few Bureau 749 investigators coming to make a scene? A female voice full of mockery came out. The crowd's eyes fell on a woman in nun's clothing who walked out. Perrin, LV 29, Mage of the Holy Word, MS. Perrin, you are. Yang Chuanxiang's eyes were puzzled. Ordinary people may not know, but I'm well aware that Bureau 749 is seriously short of manpower right now, and any stinking fish can be an investigator. There's a hidden replica in the center of Linhu district that often has weird creatures running out. and Bureau 749 couldn't find it after searching for most of the year. So what's this if not a rice bucket? Perrin gave an output that made both Iron Ox and Matcha blush. Even Li Huoyuan frowned. Tai Nyo, who had always been hot-tempered, rolled up his sleeves and was about to do it. Full of, see if I don't beat you to death today. Oh, so this is the time to get annoyed and start hitting people? Bureau 749 is really a bunch of rice buckets. Hitting people at the drop of a hat. Perrin backed away from the fight, not forgetting to make a mockery of it. Seek death. Iron Bull was completely enraged. He was taken in and raised by the Purple Crow because of his birth, and has always considered Bureau 749 his home. How can a big man stand to hear it slandered like that now? There! Yang Chuanxiong took his walking stick and stomped the ground, scolding the two. Matcha rushed up to pull Tiu. Today they were invited by Yang Chuanxiong to exorcise the evil spirits of Madame, not to cause trouble. Perrin had also served her purpose and left it at that. Miss Peilan, these investigators are also the people Lao Fu invited. Even if you have any grudges, save them for another day. Now, I would also like to ask you all to think of my wife's health. All of you follow me upstairs. Led by Yang Chuanxiong, the crowd went upstairs, and Peilan was invited into the room first. The room is not large, and a large number of people will hinder you from exercising your means, so please wait outside the door. The door to the room was not closed and they could see into the room. The whole room was filled with all kinds of bags and luxuries, but the light was rather dark, and it was said to be the strong light that would also make it difficult for the lady. On a large luxurious bed with a mantle, lay a young woman in her 30s, but very well maintained. Lam Mei Ha. The moment. This graceful and noble lady's face, but covered with the color of pain, holding a large belly constantly wriggling. Spasms, as if there is something to break out of the belly. The crowd watched in horror. Mrs. Lin is really suffering here and I don't know how long the situation has lasted. Ms. Perrin, please begin. Seeing Lin Meixia in this state, a look of intolerance appeared on Yang Chuanxiong's face and he gritted his teeth and turned his head away. Mr. Yang, just don't worry. With me out there, your wife will definitely be safe. She had switched to Holy Speech Mage, which had a certain degree of restraint against these ghosts and evil spirits. Lord, hear my prayer. After a period of prayer, Perrin unfurled a pair of white, illusory feathers behind his back. The hazy and sacred light poured over her, and her whole body looked like the Virgin Mary in Western mythology. Chapter 24 The Devil's Baby. Beneath her feet, an obscure and profound spell formation even unfolded, enveloping her and Lin Meixia. At this moment, as if the evil spirit inside Lin Meixia's body had sensed something, her big round belly began to twitch madly. If I had to describe it, it would probably be that there's a baby bouncing around inside his stomach. Lin Meixia also let out one miserable scream after another because she could hardly endure this level of severe pain. Meixia, you hold on a little longer. Yang Chuanxiong turned and jogged over, holding his wife's hand tightly, and his originally haggard face was now even more incomparable heartache. Miss Perrin, how much longer? My lady can't hold on much longer. There. Perrin's eyes snapped open, and a divine light exploded from his pupil-less sockets, enveloping half of Lin Meixia's body. Aha! Under the shooting of this holy light, Lin Meixia let out an even more miserable wail, and a gust of black mist rose from her body. It's working? The group of Taoist monks and nuns and goddesses at the entrance saw this scene, and their eyes stared blankly. Originally, I thought Peilan was just like them, just under the guise of exorcism to cheat the Yang family, but I didn't realize that she really had a few skills. That burst of black mist just now should be an omen of a successful exorcism. I've long heard of Ms. Perrin's great name, and today I finally have the honor of seeing it. One of the monks had a look of adoration on his face. The others nodded in agreement. Li Huoyuan, who was standing at the back, was frowning. He sensed that the black aura on Mrs. Lin's body did not weaken, but instead showed signs of being enraged. Fruity. The black mist ghost chi on Lin Meixia's body was stimulated and suddenly transformed into a huge childlike hideous ghost face, slamming fiercely towards Peilan. A horrible childish hiss also came from the room. Get out, or die. The defenseless Perrin was knocked out of the room by the child ghost face, smashing heavily against the wall and falling to the ground again, spitting blood and in a sorry state. Lam Mei Ha also fell into a coma after exerting a lot of energy. Meixia, looking at his unconscious wife, Yang Chuanxiong had a sad face and looked at the crowd gathered at the door with a look of help. Who else, among you, can exorcise my lady? Anyone else? I can raise it to 15. No, $20 million. The group of Taoist priests, monks, nuns, and goddesses at the doorway looked at each other. They were just trying to get some money under the guise of exorcism, and now that they had seen how powerful the ghost was, how could they dare to go up and seek death? Can't you see that even a level 29 holy word mage is injured? When Yang Chuanxiong saw that none of these people dared to stand up, he broke out in grief and anger. Bunch of losers, all of you, get out. Yang Chuanxiong opened his mouth. This group of clergymen as if they were amnestied, and ran out of sight in a puff of smoke. Only a few powerful ones stayed. This creepy, it's not a low level. It's amazing that none of the skills of the Holy Light Department can take it. Iron Bull frowned. Although he was not happy with that parent, the Holy Light System skill was indeed the nemesis of ghosts and evil spirits. Even she's hurt. How can this be? Let me try. At that moment, Matcha stepped forward with a determined look on her face. Yang Chuanxiong looked up at Matcha as if he had seen a lifesaver, and hope flared up in his eyes again. You're a level 749 investigator? Please save my wife. You can definitely save her. Right, I try to. This demonic baby was not simple, and Matcha was not sure she could succeed. But she had witnessed Yang Chuanxiong's love for Lin Meixia and admired the man from the bottom of her heart. So, whether it worked or not, she had to try. Matcha tugged tightly on her staff and moved a little closer to Lin Meixia. Even though Lin Meixia was unconscious at the moment, the look of pain on her face did not diminish at all. Cure, tranquilizing, dispersion. Matcha is smart. A series of 3 skills first helped Lin Meixia stabilize her body and mental state before finally using Dispel to exorcise the evil spirits. During this period of time, she had been practicing in company with Li Huayuan, and her level had risen from the previous level 32 to level 35. Spell strength is also upgraded quite a bit from before. Lin Meixia's expression finally eased up quite a bit, and there was even a hint of a smile on her face, so she should have been having a beautiful dream. However, the black aura on her body didn't subside under the continued effect of the Dispel skill, but instead grew thicker and thicker. Eventually, the black gas once again coalesced into a huge, hideous ghost face that crashed into Matcha. Although Matcha was somewhat prepared with the previous experience of Perrin, Ghostface's speed was too fast and she was still sent flying. Luckily, Li Huayuan was quick on his feet and stepped in to catch the Matcha girl. Seek death. The 3 times of provocation made the predator Ghostface completely enraged. It opened its mouth wide and condensed several spears with ghostly mist and black chi, shooting them towards Li Huayuan and Matcha. Faster than a bullet. Fire Gen. Matcha. Watch out. Iron Bull shouted a reminder and took out his shield. Charging forward, Yang Chuanxiong, Pei Lan, and a few level 10 and 20 divine clerics, on the other hand, dodged around in terror. Sinner! An angry shout exploded into the room. In the next moment, the crowd saw a deity phantom, also in the form of a child, rising up from the ground behind Li Huayuan, with 8 arms hugging his chest, his eyes like the blazing sun, and a ferocious spirit. A blazing, blinding, rich golden light filled the room and shot out in all directions from the doors and windows. A few of the black gas spears flew halfway and were vaporized. Roar! The hideous ghost face let out a horrified growl, his eyes glaring as if a rat had seen a cat. Sinful animal, don't get out yet. Seeing that the 8-armed evil Neza Dharma phase had a deterrent effect, Li Huayuan's mind moved and ordered the Dharma phase to reach out and grab it. The weirdness that possessed Lin Meixia was scared out of her wits and even felt the threat of death. It no longer dared to linger on the woman, turned into a puff of black smoke, violently broke the window and fled. Seeing this scene, Li Huayuan quietly sighed in relief. In fact, as long as this evil spirit was dying and cowering inside Lin Meixia's body, he really couldn't do anything about it. Unfortunately, it was scared out of its wits by the 8-armed evil Neza's phantom. Stop! Li Huayuan shouted angrily and chased after him with Neza's Dharma phase. Iron Ox and Matcha looked at each other and followed suit. Quick! All of you follow. All of you go help. Gotta get that ghost. I'll reward them all heavily when the time comes. Yang Chuanxiong also reacted quickly, loudly urging Perrin and the others. His wife was tortured for such a long time, where he was willing to let go of the creepy, and when he caught it, he would first fry it and then salt it, and torture it to death. So the rest of the rabble, hand over hand, gave chase. In the meantime, Li Huayuan, who was in pursuit, also got a good look at the bizarre appearance of the exhausted one. It was a baby wearing a belly band, less than a meter in size, with pitch black skin, pale lips and red eyes. Its escape speed was extremely fast, and Li Huayuan couldn't really catch up with it for a while. Demon Baby, LV37. Skills, Shining Spirit, Spiteful Blade, Aberration. Shoo! Li Huayuan did not use the wind fire wheel, but pulled out the western horse whistle and blew it. The moment he blew, he leapt forward, and by the time the sweat-blooded horse coalesced into shape, he was right on top of it. Hiya! Li Huayuan lifted the reins, clamped the horse's belly, and chased after the demonic baby. This kind of handsome operation left Tainyo and Matcha in the back looking dumbfounded, and at this point, The group of godly men who had run out of the villa earlier happened to run into the scene of Li Huayuan chasing after the ghost on horseback, and all of them were stupefied. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what a big horse. Hey, it looks like the guy on the horse just now was some investigator from Bureau 749, right? So what was he chasing? The weirdness in Mrs. Lin? He's banished the creepy. Go, follow and see. In this way, Li Huayuan one person and one horse in front of the chase, behind a bunch of godly men in the back to eat dust. There was even a sorcerer who pinched a paper horse with talisman paper and tried to catch up with Li Huayuan. Only, his horse is not as fast as Li Huayuan's horse. At this time, the fleeing demon infant in front of him saw that the distance between him and Li Huayuan was gradually being drawn closer, so he simply stopped running as well. Damn humans, why are you against me? Chapter 25, Hidden Copy 0018 appears. This creepy actually has intelligence, and the level is still as high as 37. Seeing the demon infant in front of him stop and open his mouth, Li Huayuan lifted his eyebrows slightly. Only the sound was a little sharp and unpleasant, like razor blades cutting through glass. Generally speaking, monsters below level 40 were unintelligent and would only follow their instincts, but this demonic baby in front of him seemed to be a bit different. Unfortunately, a monster is a monster, no matter if you open your spirit or not. In the hands of his Li Huayuan, you have to die. Little beast, harming countless people. How can I tolerate you? Li Huayuan steered his horse and approached, his right palm held up. The gold brick kept spinning in his palm, poised to explode. The whole thing was murderous. Ha ha ha, you say I'm harmful, and do you know that I was aborted before I was born? If I was born so miserable, why should anyone else be born so happy? I'm going to make them experience what it's like to be born in pain. 2. The demon baby stood on a streetlight, a grim and twisted expression on his face. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Die for me. Li Huayuan didn't bother to listen to its miserable fate, and with a push of his right palm, the golden brick transformed into a ball of golden meteors and violently smashed into the demonic baby. Swish! The devil baby instantly disappeared the second before it was hit by the golden brick, and the street lamp at its feet was directly scrapped by the golden brick. When he reappeared, he had already arrived behind Li Huayuan, and a blade of light as black as ink stabbed out from his tiny palm, stabbing towards Li Huayuan's back. Clang! The stab was like stabbing at a thick steel plate. The blades of resentment in the demon infant's palms were all shattered, and his person flew into mid-air, dismay written all over his childish face. This human, obviously not wearing armor. How is his skin and flesh hardened like this? When the strike did not succeed, the demon infant turned to run, but he saw Li Huayuan's cheeks suddenly bulge out, and his facial skin became fiery red, as if there was a fire burning inside his cranium. Raging dash. Next moment, reddish color samadhi flame was sprayed out in unison from Li Huayuan's eyes, nose and mouth. The demon infant's pupils plummeted to the size of a pinhole, using the flash spirit, still once again to avoid the terrifying flames. I told you to blink. Li Huayuan predicted where the demon infant would reappear and threw a yin-yang sword. Snort! The blade of the sword plunged in less than a few centimeters short of the little old demon baby, scaring the creep into a cold sweat. It's scared. He was really scared. This teenager in front of him was definitely not something it could deal with. It had to go back. Only by absorbing the endless ghost chi from that place and constantly recovering its strength, can it have the power to fight. Trying to run? Li Huayuan grabbed it with his big hand, retrieved the yin-yang sword, and continued to chase after him. Looking at the direction this devil baby fled, it seems to be the city center? The red-clad ghost that appeared at the department store in East 11th District last time seems to be in this direction as well. Could it be that this demon baby had some connection to Hidden Copy 0018? Li Huayuan kept thinking in his mind. Chasing after him, he actually followed the demon baby to the morgue of a private hospital. In the morgue, there happened to be a doctor. Startled by the sudden rush of demon babies, Li Huayuan also rushed in right behind him. But where is the demon baby in such a big morgue? Where's the ghost? Li Huayuan's murderous gaze swept around the morgue. More intimidating than that demonic baby. Seeing the paralyzed doctor, he asked busily, "Did you, just now, see a black shadow?" The doctor reached out a shaky finger and pointed to a half-open morgue cabinet in the corner of the penultimate row. "Hiding in here?" Li Huayuan approached the morgue cabinet and cautiously opened the door. What came into view was a swirling mouthful of blue. Hidden copies? Could this really be the hidden copy of 0018 that they had been unable to find before? In the middle of their thoughts, Iron Ox and Matcha had already panted and caught up. Along with them, there were a few godly men led by Pelin, a monk in a robe, a goddess ringing a bell, and a sorcerer playing with charms and paper. All of these people were level 20 or 30 and couldn't catch up without that level. Fire element. Where's the demon baby? Iron Bull strides forward. Without speaking, Li Huayuan pointed to the blue vortex in the morgue cabinet. Could this be hidden copy 0018? Iron Ox and Matcha both exclaimed. Perrin and the other godfathers, too, all blushed. This hidden copy in the center of Linhu district was famous and they had heard about it, but they didn't expect to finally find it today. I'll notify the director first. Matcha pulled out her cell phone and excitedly dialed Purple Crow's number. Tainyo patted Li Huayuan on the shoulder and said with the same excitement, "Good job." Li Huayuan hummed, but in his heart, he was muttering. There had been no clues to the hidden copy of 0018, and it just surfaced, and he always felt it was too easy. Before he had time to think about it, Perrin, the word mage, stepped forward. "Are you guys going to enter the copy? Get out of the way if you're not. We're going in." Li Huayuan smiled at his words and looked Pylon up and down. With you, the level of the demon infant, however, was as high as level 37, and it also possessed a flash skill that could be used multiple times, so it couldn't be hit by itself for a while. Isn't it looking for death for a level 29 holy word mage of the district to go in? What? Despise me? Pylon raised her chin. Don't forget, forcing the demonic baby out of Mrs. Lin's body also had my share of credit. According to the Great Summer Laws, any transmigrator is free to challenge random copies, and you Bureau 749 have no right to stop them. Get out of the way yet. Faced with this aggressive woman, Tainyo was so angry that he could not wait to slap her away. Li Huayuan, however, laughed. You guys can enter if you want to. No one is stopping you. Humph. Let's go. Perrin, with 3 level 20 plus clerics in tow, immediately pulled open the morgue cabinet drawer and jumped in. Fire Yuan, aren't you afraid that they will kill the demon infant and take away the core of this copy? Tainyo was anxious. 0018 hidden copy. We have been searching hard for half a year. The director sighed. That demon baby is level 37. You think they have that? Li Huayuan laughed. What? 37 levels. It's that high. Iron Ox and Matcha were both taken aback. They hadn't been able to catch up with Li Huayuan, so they hadn't seen the level of the demon infant. What's more, this demon baby isn't necessarily the copy boss. What if there are even more ruthless characters inside? Li Huayuan pointed to the morgue cabinet and stuck out his tongue to lick his lips. With anticipation in his eyes, he said, Let's go. Let's go in as well and not wait for the director and the others. Yes. Iron Ox and Matcha hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. If they were robbed of the copy core by those few godfathers, then they, Bureau 749, would really lose face in the circle of Qingzhou transmigrators. One by one, the three jumped into the morgue locker, their bodies submerged in the blue vortex. The sky was spinning before my eyes. After a blinding white light, Li Huayuan and the others entered the copy. The night was low, the full moon was high, and a flock of bats flew across the night sky. It's a dark copy. An eerie, ghastly hospital stood in front of several people. You've entered the hidden copy of the haunted hospital. Chapter 26 Nyo. What are you wasting words with this kind of person? There are 3 main buildings throughout the hospital. In front of Li Huayuan was the dimly lit outpatient building. To the left was the deadly inpatient building. And to the right was the medical technology building that reeked of blood. Come on, get in there. After surveying the hospital environment, Li Huayuan took the lead and walked through the door. Iron Ox and Matcha followed. Perrin didn't jump ahead with Li Huayuan at this moment, choosing to follow behind with her godly teammate. Because this hidden copy has not been rated, people are unfamiliar with the monster skills and the map. It's easy to get ahead of the curve. Roar. Hungry. Just as they entered the outpatient hall, a group of monsters in hospital gowns pounced towards several people. Zombie patient, LV-18. Skills, bite, pounce, blood sense. Li Huayuan and Tainyo were at the forefront, fighting to kill the monsters, and black and red blood sprayed all over the ground. Matcha followed, concentrating, ready to heal the two at a moment's notice. Nice guy. The little monsters are all level 18. This really is a nightmare copy. It's the first time I've come to a nightmare copy opening. Me too. Ha ha. Perrin and a few other godfathers, on the other hand, hid in the back and chatted. Symbolize a few skills. Pick up some bloodied monsters to kill, and don't get any more comfortable. Li Huayuan and Tainyo glanced at each other and didn't say anything more, but quickly cleared the monsters in the outpatient hall. Before long, a large group of zombie patients were cleared. The ground was full of broken limbs and blood. Something popped. At that moment, Matcha found a floating bottle of blue potion and was just about to bend down to pick it up, but the sorcerer got there first. He drove a paper man to fly over quickly, pick up the potion, and bring it to him. Psychotropic potions? Great stuff. The sorcerer was complacent. This potion could instantly restore a large amount of mental energy, with a market price of tens of thousands of dollars a bottle. It's kind of earned today. Hey, that's ours, give it back, Matcha shouted in exasperation. Wiccan didn't even bother to give a damn about the little girl. Just as he was about to put this potion into his pocket, he saw Tainyo walking over with 2 Xianhua plate axes. Show me the stuff. Don't make me do it. Iron Bull, LV 37, Berserker, level 37? Seeing Tainyo's open rank, several of the clerics were startled. I thought Iron Bull was on their level, but I didn't realize it was so high. Why should I give it to you? I contributed just now. Here's my loot. The sorcerer gulped and argued. You call that contributing? Do you really think I can't see that you're groping for fish? Iron Bull's face was grim. Scornful glances swept over a few of the clerics. The sorcerer was enraged by this gaze and argued loudly. Hey, get a clue. Will you? We're mages with brittle bodies. Isn't it right to hide in the back? Do you want us to get up close and personal with these monsters like you? Why don't you say this little girl touches the fish? With that, the sorcerer pointed to the Matcha. Matcha was just about to open his mouth to argue, when an ear slapper slapped him hard in the face with a swift motion. Pop. With a pop, the sorcerer's entire body flew backward a dozen meters, knocking over a vending machine. The one who made the move was, naturally, Li Huoyuan. Brother Nyo, what's the point of talking to such a person? With a face full of impatience, Li Huoyuan walked over to the sorcerer and held out his hand. Something, take it out. As a Bureau 749 investigator, it's amazing that you. The sorcerer showed his bloody teeth, and before he could finish his sentence, he received another slap from Li Huoyuan and was directly knocked to the ground with a wow. He spat out several broken teeth. Don't make me say it twice. Li Huoyuan's gaze was cold. The sorcerer gritted his teeth before reluctantly pulling out the potion and tossing it over. Li Huoyuan threw another backhand to Matcha before leading the way deeper into the hospital. The few remaining godfathers looked at each other and quickly followed, wanting to hug their thighs, but they were glared back by Li Huoyuan one after the other, especially that Perrin. Humph, hitting someone at the drop of a hat. Bureau 749 is really recruiting all kinds of ruffians now. Pellin's plan to rub experience was disrupted. A bit annoyed, and said to a few of his godly teammates, these investigators can't be relied on. Let's team up on our own. As long as we lure the monsters carefully, our efficiency may not be lower than theirs. Zhang Naichao, you're the only melee profession amongst us. We'll rely on you to be at the front in a while. Perrin craned his head to look at the monk-turned-transfigurator, eyes full of hope. The other party, ah? He let out a cry and scratched his head. I'm just level 25. Afraid of what? I'll be blessed with holy light. The skills of divine attributes are the nemesis of these evil creatures. With that, Perrin took out a Bible and began to unleash his skills. Soon, several people saw Zhang Naichao's body lit up with dazzling holy light, and a pair of holy feathered wings unfolded behind him, as if an angel was embracing him. What an awesome skill! The power, the defense, it's all improved a lot. I feel like we could try. Zhang Naichao grinds his fists, and the other side, Li Huoyuan, Tai Nyo, and Matcha arrived at the infusion hall of the outpatient department. Crunch, crunch, a crisp chewing sound reached her ears, and Matcha was shocked, a sound she seemed to have heard somewhere before. Walking into the infusion hall, the trio soon saw a red-clad ghost, gnawing on a long-decayed corpse. Sure enough, it's exactly the same as the last time I ran into a red-clad ghost in a department store. Ghost in red, LV 21. Tainyo gripped his axe tightly and was just about to make his move when Li Huoyuan offered a gold brick. Leave me alone. Snap. A brick to the head. The ghost in red didn't even react. The three of them then cleaned up the entire outpatient building, killing monsters as they saw them and leaving none behind. Li Huoyuan's gold brick was covered with blood. Tinyo's 2 Xianhua plate axes also wheeled straight up. Matcha even drank 3 bottles of potions to restore mental power. Damn demon baby, where the hell did it go? After Iron Bull chopped another zombie patient in half with another axe, he couldn't help but complain. Do you guys think this little sinner has been hiding from us? This is not the way to go on. We have to go out and call for help first, and bring some more tracking props on the way. I agree with Brother Iron Bull. Matcha sniffed and nodded. The two men turned their gazes to Li Huoyuan. It's not a small place, and it's a real pain in the ass to find. Li Huoyuan also had a headache. If that little stock is hiding from them, I am afraid that if they look for 3 days and 3 nights, they may not be able to catch them. And he always felt that something was wrong with this copy 0018, but he couldn't tell exactly where it was wrong for a while. Well, Li Huoyuan had just spat out 2 words when a terrified scream suddenly came from the next door medical technology building. Ah-ha! Jiumin! Nin Min Ah! The 3 men were stunned. The next second he flew down the stairs and rushed to the source of the sound. Chapter 27 Crying? Does crying help? Some kind of operating room. Several nurses carrying oversized syringes were inching closer to Perrin, Zhang Naichao and the others. These mutated female nurses had hot bodies, were curvy in front and back, and were wearing uniforms with small white silks. However, one face was full of rotting flesh, which was exceptionally horrifying. Crazy baby, LV-28. Skills, death injection. Thrill scream, stay back, help me, help me. Monk-turned-transfigurator Zhang Naichao was cornered, his legs stomping about, wailing and calling for help. But Perrin, sorcerer, goddess, and the others were also being surrounded by a group of zombie patients, so where was the time to care about him? Accompanied by a scream, Zhang Naichao was pierced through his body by a thick needle, blood gurgled and pumped out, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a dried corpse. Zhang Naichao is dead. It's over. We'll die here too. Perrin, it's all your fault. This kind of copy isn't even for us to enter. You got us all killed. It's none of my business. It's not because you guys are too much of a loser and got me involved. In desperation, the few remaining clerics actually began to implode. On the operating table, Devil Baby was sitting cross-legged with his right hand resting on his cheek, and was looking at Pelham and the others with amusement. A bunch of fools, tricked into coming here by my slightest trick. However, these few transmigrators' souls are too weak, so I'm afraid they won't be able to fulfill the master's needs. If I can lure that guy who's after me over here and draw out the soul, my master will be very happy. The Devil Baby Jia coldly laughed. The killing intent in the bottom of his eyes was dense. Speak of the devil. Boom! The door to the operating room was burst open with a kick from the outside. The three of them, Li Huayuan, Tai Nyo, and Ma Cha, fishtailed into the room. As soon as he came in, he saw the demon baby with one leg hanging down, sitting on the operating table, as well as Perrin and the others who were surrounded by a group of monsters. Help! Help us! This way! Hope flared in Palin's eyes and she shouted for help at Li Huayuan. Little sinful animal! Li Huayuan ignored Palin's pleas for help, and his ferocious gaze directly locked onto the demon infant. Jia. I was wondering what method to use to lure you over here, but I didn't expect you to come to the door on your own. The demon infant stood up from the operating table. In that case, I'm not polite. Boys, come out. With a shout from the demon infant, the doors of the next few rooms suddenly shattered, and a large number of monsters that had been ambushed in advance surged out, blocking the door to the operating room. The zombie patients, the female ghost in red, the crazy baby, and the zombies that just crawled out of the freezer were densely packed. Hundreds of them. Oh no, it's a trap. How is it possible? This boss can even use tricks. Iron Ox and Matcha were dumbfounded. Bosses that could spit out human words were rare enough. There will also be an ambush. They are simply unheard of and unseen. It's over. It's completely over. Witnessing the influx of hundreds of monsters, Perrin's face was ashen. In her opinion, Li Huayuan and the others couldn't run away either. Get behind me! Li Huayuan bellowed, and his entire head immediately reddened and rose. In the next moment, he sprayed fiery flames from his eyes, nose, and mouth, converging into a fan-shaped sea of fire, instantly emptying the hundreds of monsters that had flooded into the room. Under the terrifying high temperature of the Samadhi true fire, this group of 10 or 20 level small monsters could not even hold on for a second, and they were all turned into flying ashes. No! The experience value. Good chance! The demon infant aimed at Li Huayuan's back, and his shining spirit skill swooped in. Never! With a preemptive strike, Tainyo raised his axe and slashed at Li Huayuan's back. It happened to slash the demon baby that flashed over. Clang! The demon infant framed the Xianhua plate axe with the blade of resentment, his expression grim and angry. Damn thing! The devil baby opened its mouth and spat out a black mist, transforming into a ghostly face and knocking the iron ox out. Matcha rushed to release the cure, and at that moment, Li Huayuan had already turned around and slashed his sword at the demon infant. Damn it! The opportunity was fleeting, and after being destroyed by the iron bull, the demon infant stormed out. After flashing and pulling away again, the demon baby used its third skill. Aberrations! You, all, have to die here today. In a roar, the originally sharp voice of the demon infant gradually became rough. The physique also grew taller as a burst of muscle rolled over his body. In a few breaths, it had turned into a nearly 2-meter tall, muscular but unusually ugly monster, wielding two fearful blades as if they were scythes. With a layer of bruised black blood on them, they had obviously harvested many lives. Jia. After using such a powerful skill, you must have consumed a lot, right? Can you handle me now? The demon infant gazed at Li Huayuan with crooked eyes, squeezing out a sardonic smile on his face piled high with fat. Giantized demon baby, LV-40. Skills, Flesh Blast. Tarzan. Loud cry. 4. 40 level? Asterisk 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 is up. It can actually turn on stage 2 at will? Perrin, Iron Ox and Matcha were all stunned. Generally speaking, the boss is hit to half blood or bloodied before the second stage is turned on. What's going on with this demon baby? Does it mean that this thing, it's not a boss? Li Huayuan narrowed his eyes and vaguely guessed something. It was too late to think carefully, and the giant transformation demon infant had already slashed over. Against this kind of behemoth, he should have utilized his divine spirit phantasm, but considering a certain layer of reasons, he only drew his yin-yang twin swords, and covered with a layer of samadhi. Poof, put, the two flaming rapiers slashed around the giant-eyed demon baby. Blood mixed with fat and fat grease kept spraying out. After the demon infant became bigger, its power did increase a lot, but its sensitivity also decreased, and it simply couldn't slash Li Huayuan. Within moments, it collapsed with a wail. There was hardly a piece of good skin on his body, covered with sword wounds and bleeding. Oh ho ho, it hurts. Mom, it hurts. The demon baby suddenly began to bawl. The body shrunk by inches and changed back to its infant form. Li Huayuan, on the other hand, held his sword in both hands, with flames surrounding him, setting him off like a god of war. Iron Ox and Matcha in the back had confused faces the whole time. This guy, Li Huayuan, how many levels is he? A level 40 boss being abused like this? Why? I've already spared that woman and the child in her womb. Why can't you all spare me? Why must you drive me to extinction? Devil baby, covered in wounds, sat on the ground and wiped his eyes. For crying out loud, sinful animal. Before this, I don't know how many people you've mutilated, and you still have the face to cry here. Li Huayuan came with his sword. I'm harming people? Then you know that I was found to have a birth defect while I was still in the womb, which resulted in a malformation in the fetus. The cruel woman who carried me aborted me without hesitation, and I didn't even get to feel a breath of air or a ray of sunshine in this world. Is it wrong for me to want to be born healthy and live happily in this world like other children? Woo! Devil baby howled as he broke down and poured out his tears. Bean-sized teardrops kept falling to the ground. Li Huayuan? Crying? Does crying help? Chapter 28 LV 46. Mr. Yin Yang. Wait, don't kill the boy yet. Just as Li Huayuan was planning to make a move, Goddess Baton Palon didn't know what kind of madness she was smoking, but she actually jogged all the way over and blocked in front of him, advising him, listen to me, this poor little guy, too, is only on this wrong path because he has no one to guide him, and I'm sure that's not its intention. I hope you will spare him today so that I can take him back to repent before Allah and cleanse him of his sins. That would be a good thing for you to do. The Goddess Baton was full of sincerity, and she had thought that Li Huayuan would at least be moved to consider it a little, but she did not expect to be greeted with a deliberate bombardment of punches. Boom! The punch nearly shifted Perrin's organs. 2 eyes half bulged out. The face collapsed and flew backwards like a cannonball, hitting the wall hard. Rolling his eyes on the spot, he fainted. Cerebral palsy. If it wasn't for the fact that there were so many people here, Li Huayuan would really want to get this sanctimonious killed. This kind of evil demonic creature. You actually want to bring it back to be transmuted? Is that a tumor on top of her neck? Great job! Iron Bull and Matcha both called out. No! Let me go! Let me go! I swear to God, I will never do evil again. The demon baby fell to his knees and begged for mercy, crying out in pain. Don't say, it's kinda pathetic. Li Huayuan was also slightly moved, and actually took back the yin-yang twin swords and walked over slowly. Fire element has gone soft? Iron Bull frowned at the sight. Just as he wanted to utter a word of caution, he saw Li Huayuan rush up in an arrow step, pulling out a gold brick and slamming it onto the demonic baby. Pop, 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 snap. Not for a few moments. The demon baby then became a blurry mess of flesh. Bah! Li Huayuan spat in a mouthful of venom and grunted coldly. Born a ghost for life, deserved to be killed. Not to mention the fact that this monster was 80% lying to him, even if he was truly repentant. So what? You can get away with all the sins you've committed in the past? Li Huayuan didn't care about that much. It's a monster. Kill it. It is better to kill 10,000 people by mistake than to let one go. Exploding equipment? After killing the demon infant, Li Huayuan rose to level 31, and 2 rewards popped up. A skill book, The Shining, 1 piece of equipment, the Grudge Dagger. But suspiciously, the system did not prompt the copy to pass. This immediately caused Li Huayuan's alarm. He didn't show it, though, and instead looked at the 2 rewards calmly. Spiteful Dagger increases the user's movement speed and has a 15% chance of inflicting a fear effect per hit. Shining Spirit, 3 consecutive instantaneous movements after use. Great stuff! Li Huayuan's eyes lit up. The attributes of that dagger were moderate. The main thing was that this demon baby's flash skill popped out. This is a divine skill. If it wasn't for relying on this skill, this demon baby wouldn't even be able to run back to his copy, and he would have been slaughtered outside. Li Huoyuan simply learned the Shining Spirit skill directly. Fire 1. Do you have the replica cores? After seeing Li Huoyuan kill the boss and burst out the rewards, the two teammates, Iron Ox and Matcha, ran up. Hidden Copy 0018 can be said to be the knot in the heart of the entire Qingzhou 749 Bureau. If we could find the core of the copy and transfer this copy away, it would definitely be a great achievement. To their disappointment, Li Huoyuan shook his head, but before they could sigh, Li Huoyuan cast his gaze to the corner of the room and said indifferently, "You've watched half a day's play. Aren't you coming out yet?" "Ha!" An unfamiliar voice rang through the room. It instantly captured the attention of the crowd. It was a middle-aged man in a black and white lab coat with miserable white skin. The original stood quietly in the corner, blending in with the darkness without making a sound. "How did you find me?" The mysterious man looked at Li Huoyuan with interest. The moment he looked up, the rank information came into view. Sun Murmur, LV 46. Mr. Yin Yang, level 46? Seeing this person's rank, the crowd's faces changed slightly. Iron Bull frowned, revealing a wary expression. Killing people in hidden copies is a common occurrence. What's more, the aura on this man is so evil that it makes people panic. "What are you? How did you find this copy?" Li Huoyuan did not answer the mysterious man Sun Moshua's question and turned to question. "Ho ho ho." Sun Moshian let out an unpleasant laugh, and without any more nonsense, he went straight to the point. "Something? Hand it over. I'll spare you from death." Li Huoyuan smiled at his words. Eyes gradually narrowed in thought. "Fire element. Don't be afraid." Iron Bull bellowed. "Even though he's higher rank than us, he's only one person." Sun Murmur laughed ho-ho strangely and asked rhetorically, "Is that so?" He only saw him pull out a small red and black streamer with his backhand, and with a wave of his hand, a large group of ghosts appeared. Gruesome ghosts, scary fierce ghosts, long-haired water ghosts, and big-headed ghosts, hanged ghosts, and hungry ghosts, all sorts of oddly shaped ghosts, each leveled above 30, gathered behind him, their numbers instantly crushing the crowd. Tainyo and Matcha's eyes widened at once, and the several godly clerics even wet their pants. The whole room is stuffed with ghosts. The impact of this picture? It is not too exaggerated. Li Huoyuan's eyes, however, had a flash of light in the bottom of his eyes. So much experience value. "Brother, we are Bureau 749 investigators, and I'm sure you're well aware of what the offense of assaulting an investigator is." Iron Bull gripped the axe handle tightly and tried his best to appease the other party. "Not to mention that we have no grudges. You can't afford to take such a big risk for 2 pieces of equipment, right? No grudges?" Sun Meru laughed, laughing hard. "You killed the devil babies I worked so hard to raise, and you still dare to say that you have no grudges? What?" Everyone was shocked beyond belief when these words came out. "Thought I heard wrong. A magic baby? Not a boss, but a monster that's been bred? Not only this time, but also the food court near Little River Park before. This kid killed so many of my zombies and ruined my plans. How could I possibly let him go?" Sun Meru continued to sneer. Hearing him mention this matter, Li Huoyuan also suddenly remembered that after killing that group of zombies that day, he did notice that there seemed to be other people's breath. Only, at that time, it was interrupted by the rushing Tinyo and others, and failed to bring out the other party. Now, it seemed that the aura detected that day was probably the Sun Mayu in front of him. That group of zombies that showed up at the food court. "Was that your doing?" "Nope. One moment." Li Huoyuan figured out something and narrowed his eyes at Sun Moshian. "This copy has long been cleared by you? Is it that you've been hiding this copy all along? And today, utilizing the demon infant, you deliberately lured us over?" Sun Meru finally revealed a wry smile. "The reward for a correct answer is your head. Prepare for battle." Li Huoyuan revived his arms, took out the Yin Yang twin swords, and shouted at the others. "Not a single one." Sun Murmur gave the order. Chapter 29 Married Bride. Copy core appears. "Al. Hungry. Kill." With the master's order, all the ghosts were as if they had awakened from their slumber, and one by one, they pounced towards Li Huoyuan and the others as if they had been pumped with chicken blood. Pelin, the sorcerer, the goddess, and other godfathers, who were only 20 levels or so, were drowned in the swarm of ghosts in a single glance, and died without a trace. Tainyo had a life-preserving prop in his hand, a golden talisman. After biting his finger and wiping it on the talisman, it immediately erupted with blinding golden light. "Fire 1. Get in here." Tainyo first dragged Matcha in, then yelled at Li Huoyuan who was not far away. This body-protecting golden light talisman, which could carry the attack of a level 50 boss for a period of 3 minutes, was something he had spent a lot of money to buy through internal channels. Li Huayuan, however, acted as if he didn't hear him, holding his sword in both hands and meeting the group of ghosts with an excited face. The bricks are blazing a trail ahead. It smashed the souls of 3 or 4 ghostly creatures at once. It hurt to see Sun silence his flesh. These ghosts, can be he spent many years of effort to raise out. Tear him to pieces for me. Sun Meru gritted her teeth. Thus, Li Huayuan was surrounded by a group of ghosts. The whole thing was submerged. Fire element. Li Huayuan, Iron Ox and Matcha were in a hurry in the golden light shield. But don't dare go out. Going out is also adding to the mess. Just then, roar. A deafening roar resounded through the boss room. Li Huayuan activated the skill Overlord Roar. The group of ghosts were instantly shaken apart. One just froze in place. No good. Sun Mayu's face changed dramatically. In the next moment, Li Huayuan, whose anger value had accumulated to 100%, swung out with a deliberate boom fist. Boom. One punch clears the ring. A deliberate bombardment of fists full of rage, the power of which could not be compared to the old days. Dozens of level 30 ghosts were all scattered, and even the walls of the boss room were blown to pieces and turned into a mass of rubble. Amidst the dust in the sky, a mouthful of blood was spat out by Sun Mashue, his body shaking up, his expression filled with disbelief. The death of a large number of ghosts caused him to suffer a strong backlash. Do you know how much effort I've spent to cultivate these ghosts? Li Huayuan straightened his back and laughed. Spending so much effort to produce this garbage? You! After hearing these words, Sun Mayu was instantly enraged, and a scowl appeared on his face. Kid, you don't really think that I'm just going to raise these brats, do you? I'll let you see my yin-yang technique next, so you'll know what true terror means. After the words, he pulled out a beautiful red cloth. Throwing it towards the sky, a ghostly figure quickly appeared in mid-air. This ghostly creature, covered in a set of extremely festive ancient wedding clothes. The shoulders were draped with brocade cloud shoulders, and the feet stepped on a pair of red embroidered shoes. The red cloth that had just covered her head turned out to be a red cover. Underneath the red head was a small, half-delicate, dead gray face. Married bride, LV 48. Skills, red silk entanglement. Blood mist, underworld spell seal. 4. 48 level. Looking at the dowry bride in mid-air, Tainyo and Matcha's faces showed despair. Monsters of this level were far beyond the realm of what they could deal with. Don't worry, I won't kill you guys. I will slowly torture you, collecting your grievances and feeding my dowry bride. The higher the level of the transmuter's resentment, the more nourishing it is. Before this, I have already tortured to death more than a dozen transmuters, not the least of which were your Bureau 749 investigators. Ho ho ho. Sun Meru laughed shrilly. At some point, he used a black talisman, similarly condensing into a shield outside his body, as if he was afraid of being attacked by Li Huayuan. So it seems that his, Mr. Yin Yang, profession, which does not have combat power itself, is all about fighting by harnessing ghosts. Li Huayuan, who had gained this insight, immediately said to Tainyo and Matcha, you guys go first, I'll deal with him. Li Huayuan, Matcha also wanted to stay and treat him. Instead, Iron Bull yanked her away. With a few big strides, he ran outside. He knew deep down that staying at his rank would only be a liability. At a time like this, one could only choose to believe in Li Huayuan. Dowry bride, don't let them get away. Stop them. Sun Murmur issued a command. Swish. With almost instantaneous speed, the grafted bride lunged towards Iron Ox and Matcha. But in the next second, Li Huayuan appeared in front of her with a speed faster than hers. A sword slashed at her face. Clang. The guillotine-like nails of the dowager bride clashed with the blade of the sword, erupting in large sparks. The nails broke off at the roots, like sharp arrows stabbing into the walls. But the next second, the sharp nails grew again. Shining? You actually exploded this skill book? That's quite a bit of luck. Sun Mou shouted and cursed. Grafted bride, use your full strength and slaughter this brat first. After the words were spoken, 2 bright red satins were suddenly thrown out from the body of the bride in wedding clothes and flew towards Li Huayuan. Li Huayuan dodges and avoids, but he didn't want to. After this red silk swept past him, it even circled around and killed back again. So flexible? Li Huayuan hurriedly raised his sword to parry, but this seemingly gentle red silk crashed into the sword, surprisingly bursting out a sound of gold and iron. With his strength, he was shaken back several meters. The moment. Seeing that Li Huayuan had lost the wind, Sun Mashue laughed even more wildly. Boy, you enjoy playing the hero? I'll play nice with you today and see if those teammates of yours will come to your rescue. Grafted bride, give me the blood mist. Words. The wedding bride suddenly opened her mouth and spat out a large red mist that enveloped the entire boss room. Li Huayuan's ability to see and perceive immediately fell off a cliff. It's almost to the point where you can't reach out and see what's going on. Swish! 5 sharp nail clippers, grabbing violently from behind. Without warning, Li Huayuan's clothes on his back were scratched to pieces. Hiss! Yes! Li Huayuan felt a pinch. It's the same as scratching your back with an itchy tickler. Immediately, the dowry bride attacked from all sides. A pair of ghostly claws divine. If it was in the front, Li Huayuan used the yin-yang twin swords to resist it. If it was in the back, he simply stopped blocking it and just enjoyed it. As he fought, Li Huayuan suddenly thought of a way to break the game. Divine Spirit Phantasm. Mindfulness. The 3-meter-high 8-armed evil Neza Phantom rose up from the ground, and his 3 heads opened their mouths and sucked in all the blood and mist in the sky. When Sun Meiyu saw this scene, her eyes almost glared out of their sockets. What's this? The highly poisonous blood mist that can paralyze one's mental perception actually smoked? So addicted to cigarettes? Roar! In his days, Li Huayuan once again used the Overlord's roar, shocking both Sun Meiyu and his ghost pet at the same time. Then a mouthful of samadhi fire was sprayed on the dowry bride. Finally, with a mournful scream, the dowry bride went up in smoke after holding on for 2 seconds. I'm defeated? How can I lose? No. This can't be. Your stamina why? The ghost pet was dead, and the body of Sun Meiyu, who was the owner, was also dissipating. No, I'm not willing. You can't kill me. I'm the sky. Before the last word was finished, Sun Mou and his ghostly bride turned into a cloud of ashes. Victory! Defeated! Bride in marriage! Congratulations! You've passed the haunted hospital. You've reached level 32. You've acquired the Yin-Yang Jade Pendant. You've obtained a copy of the core red head. Copy core? Li Huayuan's face was delighted. It turns out that this dowry bride is the real boss of the Fierce Ghost Hospital. And a jade pendant. Looks like that Yin-Yang guy popped out. Look at what properties. Chapter 30 Promotion to Class A Investigator. Extreme Yin Jade Pendant significantly increases the wearer's spirit limit. Attached skill, Concealment, hide all the wearer's scent. Attached skill, Raising Ghosts, the wearer can adopt ghosts. With a cap of 99. Seeing this, Li Huayuan came to a realization. This Sun Meiyu, no wonder he could raise so many ghosts. So it was with the help of this equipment. In fact, ever since he entered the copy, he felt that there was a pair of eyes staring at him in the dark. But every time he turned around, he couldn't see anything. 80% is the effect of this Extreme Yin Jade Pendant. If this Sun's surname launches a sneak attack in secret, it might actually pose a threat to me. But he's too stupid to get out when I blackmail him. Li Huayuan laughed in his heart. So it seems that this mission was really rewarding. Earlier, he had gotten the Grudge Dagger and the skill book The Shining Spirit. And now he had gotten the Copy Core and the Extreme Yin Jade Pendant, a high-level equipment. And leveling up a total of 2 levels as well, which is already very good. Afterward, walk out of the medical technology building. Filled with panic, Ironox and Matcha arrived with a group of people. Fire Element, we've come back to save you. Immediately following them were Director Z Crow, as well as the equally nervous Gu Yunyan Gaoi. Behind them were a dozen or so Bureau 749 investigators. Shen Biao, who had previously had problems with Li Huayuan, was also among them. You guys are? Seeing such a big battle, Li Huayuan didn't react for a moment. You okay? Tainyo was pleasantly surprised as he ran over and patted Li Huayuan's shoulder, and then looked around at the ashes and smoke that filled the ground. Where's Sun's dangling hair? Already killed by me, Li Huayuan said lightly. Killed by you? Iron Bull's eyes widened. If he remembered correctly, the hair surnamed Sun was a level 46 transmuter. The bride of the wedding dress that he summoned was even as high as level 48, although Li Huayuan had been hiding his rank. But how could they defeat each other when the highest level was just over 20? No more than 30, and they had already expended a lot of stamina before? Kill then kill. Li Huayuan, it's good that you're alright. Purple Crow opened his mouth, but his brows could not hide his gloomy color. Gu Yanyi also walked over and hammered Li Huayuan's shoulder. You kid, you're leveling up too fast. Just a few days and you're able to single-handedly kill level 40 plus transmutants and monsters. Alas, this Yangtze River's back wave pushes forward the front wave. I thought I was the back wave, but it turns out that I'm the front wave that got slapped to death on the beach. Ha 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 ha. The crowd laughed at each other. Returning with the trip. On the way, learning that Li Huayuan had gotten a copy of the core still caused a little bit of a shock. After all, they had searched for so long before, but they hadn't been able to find the copy core. But this bit of shock was already a small thing to the dazzling battle results of Li Huayuan before. As for this replica core, naturally someone moved it to the replica center. Sessions. The share of tickets that Li Huayuan can get each month can be as high as tens of millions of dollars. Lounge. Iron Bull needed to heal, so Purple Crow simply brought the others here. Li Huayuan was not much of a problem, but there was a question in his heart that he wanted to clarify. Chief, what kind of a person is that Sun Silence? Sun Silence, detailed age and place of birth unknown, once wanted for a massacre, but disappeared for a long time after escaping the pursuit, not expecting to be hiding in hidden copy 0018. This person specializes in mutilating ordinary people to feed ghosts, so he can be said to be full of evil, this time unintentionally killed by you. It is also considered to be the settlement of an old case of years. After listening to Z Crow's introduction, Li Huayuan frowned, always feeling that this Sun Moshue's identity was not that simple. After all, it seemed that Sun Mo had left something unfinished before he died, and it should have something to do with his identity. By the way, speaking of which, Purple Crow seemed to remember something. This time, not only did you find the hidden copy of 0018, but you also finished an old case from years ago. The Bureau decided to upgrade you directly to a Class A investigator. There are also some bonuses and equipment that I will send to you after verification. Okay. Li Huayuan was in a good mood. What could be more pleasurable than a promotion and a paycheck? Don't be too happy yet. The entire Qingzhou is not peaceful lately. All sorts of things are coming out of the woodwork. I suspect there's a good chance that all these things are being manipulated behind the scenes. The expressions of the crowd stared at this statement. The large Qingzhou. If so many things were manipulated by someone behind the scenes, how much energy would the other party have to have? Seeing some tension among the crowd, Purple Crow spoke of another matter. Today Yun Yi and Gaoi went to the old city center to line up a suspect, and caught a poisoner. Also, this man is a transmogrifier. When the crowd heard this, they felt even more puzzled. How did the trannies poison Old Town? That's right, and the man is good at sneaking around, often sneaking into places unnoticed and stealing things. If it weren't for my occupational skill that allows me to be invisible, I really wouldn't have been able to catch him. Gu Yanni couldn't help but frown at the mention of today's arrest. The other side is just too cunning. Did you find out what he was up to? Why did he want to poison the old city center? Li Huayuan asked. We've asked, but the man seems to be under the control of some kind of power, and we've tried many ways to bring him back to normal. As for the poison he threw, he used contaminated river water brought from inside the waterborne village, Shuisheng village? This copy Li Huayuan had been down before, and after drinking the river water in it, he would turn into a delirious living dead man, poisoning with this contaminated river water, even after being diluted and inadvertently consumed, will have a considerable effect on the body. If the toxins accumulate in the body, over the years the consequences are even more unimaginable. Who on earth would come up with such a diabolical method of harming people? The man is still being held captive right now, so why don't we all go together and check it out? Purple Raven said casually. Okay. The area where prisoners are held is located on the third basement level. The entire third basement level is known as the labor rehabilitation area, where inmates are required to work in exchange for water and food. Inmates here have chips implanted in their necks to inhibit the use of skills by transients. At the same time, this chip also has the function of monitoring and localization, and it will self-destruct if it is forcibly removed. Come to the intake room. Prisoners who had just recently been captured were being held here, and the tranny was among them. Room. There came a burst of angry curses and growls, and the poisoner's eyes were bloodshot, his face grim and twisted. Lu Ren, LV-10. Thief, get off me, you stupid mortals. I didn't poison it, it was the fountain of immortality. Drink it and you'll live forever, without disaster or pain. Why don't you believe me? Lu Ren's maniacal words causing Li Huayuan to frown. This Lu Ren, it feels like brainwashing. It was the same as the villagers who were under the compulsion of the village head that Li Huayuan had seen inside the copy of the Shuisheng village before, only not so epileptic. Does it say? Is this poisoner also controlled by something compelling? Chapter 31 Expert Level Copy. Xianfeng Mountain. Matcha. Find a way to calm him down. The purple raven's vermilion lips flicked out. Matcha nodded softly and waved her staff. A ghostly blue light illuminating and surging towards Lu Run. Tranquilizing. After using the skill, he had expected Lu Run to quiet down, but he didn't want to become more and more manic. The expression on his face was one of struggle and pain, and his mouth was even speaking slurred gibberish. Suddenly, Lu Ren's body convulsed violently, breaking open a long gash from his back. Blood spattered all over the place, and the crowd was shocked. Instead, he saw a huge centipede with large swaths of blood and flesh crawling out of his spine and hastily crawling into the ventilation ducts. Trying to escape, Li Huayuan Gold Brick threw it over and snapped it into a pulp. The poisoner, Lu Ren, also became paralyzed after this large centipede left his body and soon lost his breath. The body is a large body spots emerged. The limbs are also swollen. These are the signs of people who have been dead for a long time. Li Huayuan frowned. It seemed that he had guessed correctly just now. This Lu Ren was indeed under control. I just don't know. Who is behind using these big centipedes to control others? Gao Yi, send this large centipede to the research center to see what's odd. Director, can't someone else go? Gao Yi said with some reluctance. Looking at the large centipede that had burst into flames was disgusting. Cut the crap and go. Seeing Purple Crow's anger, Gao Yi hurriedly took out his staff and made the big centipede float in the air before bringing it to the research center. Half an hour later, the crowd rejoined the lounge. The results of the research have come out. This big centipede is a parasite that can control other people's words and actions. Since the beginning of the year, there have been quite a few people infected with this parasite throughout Qingzhou, and all of them are transmutants. It's possible that all of these transmigrants have misplaced something inside one of the copies. Hearing Purple Crow's speculation, Li Huayuan suddenly thought of something. When he first entered the aquatic village copy, the system's prompt, the so-called Fountain of Youth in Shuisheng village is the very one that flows down from Xianfeng Mountain. In that case, there must be something wrong with this Xianfeng Mountain. And so, Li Huayuan asked Zi Crow, what is this Immortal Peak Mountain? Immortal Peak Mountain? It's an expert-level copy located in the wilderness area outside of Qingzhou City. This copy has been rated by many people, but no one has been able to find the core of the copy so far. Why are you asking that all of a sudden? The Purple Raven's eyes looked skeptical. This kid, he wouldn't want to go to an expert-level copy, would he? I'd like to investigate. Li Huayuan said bluntly. Immortal Peak Mountain is an expert-level copy. Can you do it with your current strength? Purple Crow said. How about teaming up with Matcha and the others? No, the bureau is so busy right now and they have to go on other assignments. I'll just go alone. Purple Crow nodded empathetically as he listened, but he was still a little uneasy about Li Huayuan being alone. Tell me first, how many levels are you now? Li Huayuan swept a glance at the others who were reading the research report, so he quietly showed Purple Crow the rank. Li Huayuan, LV 32, 8-armed evil Neza, 32. Purple Crow's pupils plummeted to the size of a needle's eye. Despite knowing that Li Huayuan was exceptionally talented, the speed at which this guy upgraded was much faster than she expected. Purple Crow couldn't help but be secretly glad that she had recruited Li Huayuan to Bureau 749. It's a big loss if it's abducted by another department or goes astray. Then let me briefly tell you about this copy. First of all, never drink those springs in the mountains. Although they look clean and clear, they contain a strong poison that will turn people into zombie-like monsters. Also, the boss of the Immortal Peak Mountain copy is a level 51 Zen Master Pure Sky. When this boss is bloodied, it will unleash a big move, striking a golden dragon's shadow with both palms, which is extremely powerful. So make sure to save your skills to kill the boss in the last second, or else you'll probably end up in the gutter. Both palms striking a golden dragon's shadow? Li Huayuan's expression froze. How come it's a bit similar to Fa Hai's big move? Could it be that Immortal Peak Mountain is somehow connected to the recently buzzed about clan-level copy, Golden Mountain Temple? What's the matter? Are you unsure? If it feels forced, I can arrange for Matcha to accompany you. In her opinion, although Li Huayuan was very strong, it wasn't that easy to deal with an expert-level copy. No, I'll just go alone. On the contrary, those transmutants who have been to the copy of Immortal Peak Mountain before need to be properly lined up to see if anyone else is being controlled. This is a matter that would be more appropriately left to Matcha. After hearing Li Huayuan's words, Purple Crow's eyes showed satisfaction. Not bad, you've thought this through better than I have. In case something happens to me someday, why don't you take over as this director? At these words, Li Huayuan hastily refused, his head shaking like a rattle. Chief Purple Crow, you are beautiful and kind-hearted, and you are blessed with a great life. So how could anything happen to you? It's still best for you to be the director. Are you kidding me? Make him the director? Li Huayuan joined Bureau 749 just to mix up some paychecks and treat his dad on the way. He didn't want to be so wrapped up in business every day, so busy with this and that he wouldn't have time to practice leveling. That's too bad. I really don't know when we'll find a replacement. When do you plan to go to the Immortal Peak Mountain copy? Purple Crow said with a twist of words. Tomorrow. So anxious? It's also good that strange things have been happening in Qingzhou recently, and I'm always distracted. So you're capable. Go and investigate, and maybe you can really find something. At the thought of going down to the expert-level copy tomorrow, Li Huayuan gradually got excited and went back to have a good rest and set off tomorrow. Late night, western suburb of Qingzhou. Inside a rotten building, a group of people with strange appearance and costumes were gathered together and were discussing something in a low voice. The atmosphere was a bit heavy. Of these people, there was the four-eyed boy with gold-rimmed glasses and a slim figure who looked as if he was somewhat malnourished. And the neck is as thick as an ordinary person's waist, practiced with 18-pack abs muscle man, a fierce face, tall and powerful. as well as men with gas masks and green chemical suits that give off a very dangerous vibe. There's also the old green-robed mage with a skull necklace, the graffiti-covered girl in suspenders and shorts, and the Iron Man in sunglasses and gloves covered in armor. Anyway, there were all sorts of odd shapes and sizes, more than 20 people in all. Sun Murmur is dead. Someone spoke quietly. What? The crowd was shocked. Mr. In Young, Sun Mei Yang, among them, was not considered strong, but he was definitely not weak either. How could he suddenly die when he kept so many ghosts that he was often able to win by sheer numbers? The hidden copy that Sun Silence used to collect grudges before was dug up by Bureau 749's people. 80% of them died at the hands of Bureau 749. One of them, a four-eyed boy, revealed what he had been told. The man was not tall, only 1 meter 6, but wore wide clothes with a collar that covered his face and shady eyes. There was a centipede crawling around on a raised finger that seemed to be a pet he had. Chapter 32 Meeting white-haired sister Nan Zhaoxue again. Could it be the Purple Crow himself? The muscular man on the side said. They still knew something about the approximate strength of the entire Bureau 749, and apart from Director Purple Crow, no one should be able to kill Sun Mou. The others frowned when they heard the muscular man mention Purple Crow's name. Some of them had seen the horror of the Purple Crow. In the past, they had a level 50+ melee professional member who had fought Purple Crow, dismembered in one shot. It was because of the Purple Crow's presence that made them wary, and the plan advanced slowly as a result. It can't wait. At this moment, a black-robed man approached with an unusually dull voice. Removing the hood, it was a bald head with very dark black eyeshadow and 10 fingers like chicken claws, which looked extremely strange. Chief, the crowd worshipped in unison. Although Sun Silence is dead, the plan must continue. I have found someone to take his place. You must be careful not to actively provoke the people of Bureau 749, so as not to bring us trouble. The Midyuan festival is coming soon. If you can't complete the mission, you know the consequences. Accelerate. The next day, Li Huoyuan came to the wilderness area outside the western suburbs with one person and one horse. The world he was in, outside of the city, was a wilderness area, overrun by all sorts of monsters. These monsters, too, were basically run out from inside the various hidden copies in the wilderness area. Originally there were some towns outside the city, but over time, they were all eaten away or relocated to the cities. The only thing that survives outside of the cities now are a few strongholds that occupy some important resources. Based on the location sent by Purple Crow, he found the entrance to the Immortal Peak Mountain copy. The distance wasn't very far, but it also took Li Huoyuan a small half-day. During this time, Li Huoyuan made his way to a mining stronghold and eliminated many level 10 to 20 monsters on the way. It was still relatively close to the city, so the mini-bosses were of a lower level. It was said that in the depths of the wilderness area, there were also Overlord level 100 level boos entrenched. When we came to the foot of Xianfeng Mountain, our eyes were filled with desolation. Almost impossible to see the surface of the road. There is a stone monument, engraved with the words Xianfeng Mountain. Next to the stone monument, the blue swirling copy of the entrance stood silently in place. The paths and monoliths were full of dead leaves, crisscrossed with fallen trees and broken branches, and even the bones of some small animals. Unlike replica centers, these wilderness replicas were unmanaged and didn't have any level restrictions, so they could enter whenever they wanted. Li Huoyuan stepped on the dead branches and fallen leaves, his feet clicking. Walking up to the blue vortex, the system panel surfaced. Copy name, Xianfeng Mountain. Difficulty, Expert. Level limit, Unlimited. Copy of the introduction. All day long by the thick fog shrouded a mountain. Legend has it that the top of the mountain has a fairy living. The fog between the mountains is the fairy spit out the aura, but I do not know why. Into this mountain to find the fairy ask for the people have not come out again. Warning, do not drink from mountain springs. Special note, this copy is an open copy. Everyone is in the same copy, and you may encounter other transmutants in the copy. Are you sure you want to enter? Okay. Mindfulness. A blinding white light flashed by, and the scene in front of Li Huoyuan's eyes did not appear to change much. However, the previously blurred path was now able to see the traces clearly. The mist on the mountain also seemed to be weaker than it had been a moment ago, and from the foot of the mountain you could see the view up the mountainside. The peaks and forests are beautiful. The sunlight envelopes them, and the clear springs flow. An ancient temple can be seen faintly on the top of the hill, with the occasional mellifluous sound of bells. If it wasn't for the monsters roaming the hills, this would be an excellent place to visit. Prepare to go up the hill. The trail was too narrow to ride a horse, so Li Huoyuan had to hike up the mountain. It was a pleasure to relax and see the mountains. This look is not the least bit down to the copy. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid they would have been waiting in the wings. After all, this is an expert level copy, although there is no level limit. But the small monsters are also around 20-30 levels. If it wasn't for the absolute rank suppression, one slip-up could result in a fold. The trail wins. Li Huoyuan was enjoying the beautiful scenery when he heard a low roar coming from the dense forest on both sides. A group of zombie-like monsters wearing tattered linen clothes quickly pounced towards Li Huoyuan, numbering about a dozen or so. Living Dead Devotee, LV20. Skills, pouncing, biting. Li Huoyuan wasn't in a hurry either, and after they got together, a deliberate bombardment of fists quickly cleared the field. Moving on, a strange sound came from the mists. There was a strong wind coming from it. A monk wearing a practicing uniform and wrapping his feet in cloth actually tried to sneak up on Li Huoyuan. Dervishes, level 28. Skills, Vajra Fist. Luohan Kick. Li Huoyuan sidestepped a punch, but the ascetic followed up with a leg sweep. Or a practitioner? Boom. A muffled sound. Li Huoyuan didn't move, and the ascetic kicked at his leg, but shook himself off. That's it? Li Huoyuan was not interested and casually threw out gold bricks to knock dead. Continue up the hill. Mountain road switchbacks. Several monks-like monsters holding long sticks and wearing practice clothes, but with a face that had long since rotted away, stood guard. Noticing the arrival of Li Huoyuan, they held long sticks and let out hoarse roars to stop the enemy from approaching. Carrion Monk, LV30. Skill, Dog Fighting Stick. Seeing the skills of these monsters, Li Huoyuan was a bit speechless. Not. Who are you cursing? After a few minutes, Li Huoyuan settled these rotting-faced martial monks who were watching the door and continued on his way. Suddenly, halfway up the mountain ahead, there was a fierce sound of fighting. Someone? Other trannies? Li Huoyuan listened sideways. The system gave a hint when entering the copy, it was an open copy, and there was a possibility of encountering other transmutants. It's all touch and go and see how it goes. Li Huoyuan generated wind under his feet and quickly rushed towards the source of the sound. The moment. Somewhere on a cliff, a group of level 20 and 30 lords were surrounding a white-haired girl. If Li Huoyuan arrived at this moment, he would be able to instantly recognize that this white-haired girl was the Nan Xiaoxue that he had encountered in the subway copy earlier. At this point, Nan Xiaoxue was forced to the edge of the cliff by a group of big old men, her miao sword pinned to the ground. Panting, Nan Xiaoxue, LV24, the Wanderer's swordsman. Do you guys want to be ashamed or not? Even if you rob something, you're still bullying the few with the many, Nan Xiaoxue said as she angrily looked at the crowd. What do you mean? Robbing things? This treasure chest, we saw it before on the opposite side of the hill. You merely arrived before us. A big, tall, muscular man at the head of the group said with a brutal face. Tai Chong, LV25. Stone Johnson. That's right. Another burly man in armor stepped forward. Wang Guixiang, LV23. Shield Armor Warrior. The elite monster guarding the treasure chest is still the one we killed. So of course the treasure chest is our monolithic battle teams. It makes even less sense if you're going to say we're outnumbered. Obviously you were the one who was just about to make a move at the drop of a hat. We were only acting in self-defense. The two big old men were justified, but their mouths full of crooked reasoning made Nan Xiaoxue tremble with anger. Chapter 33 Boulder Warriors. This treasure chest is supposed to be first come, first served. What do you mean you see it and it's yours? What's more, this elite monster, I was close to killing it. You guys are clearly robbing the monster. So many reasons for wanting to rob the treasure chest. Shameless. Hearing Nan Xiaoxue finish, the leader, Tai Chong, burst into a cold laugh. Little sister, I don't think you've got it all figured out. With you alone and only level 24, what can you do even if we rob it in the open? This is inside a copy. Kill you and no one will know. Tai Chong threatened viciously. Captain, don't you think this chick is pretty good looking? Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. A leather-clad man walked out from the group, colorfully surveying Nan Xiaoxue. When he saw the snow-white skin, the delicate features, and the white and long jade legs, his harumphs flowed down. Hanaden, LV26. Jade-faced Thunder King. Captain, leave this little girl to me. Follow the sound. A middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, walked out with great strides. Horse repays the nation. LV25. Qigong Master. He expected that Nan Xiaoxue must have reached the end of her strength after spending so much time with that elite monster before, and then dealing with so many of them at once afterward. So he only needed to make a slight move to take down Nan Xiaoxue and make a name for himself in front of the rest of his teammates. Little girl. Ma Xingwo. Never bully women. Let's go one-on-one. Shucks. Nan Xiaoxue gave the other party a disgusted look. What's the point of pretending to be Wudu when you're at this point? Fists and feet have no eyes. Watch out. Ma Zhaigua also did not talk nonsense, running his qigong, making the skilled dragon grasping hands, grabbing towards Nan Xiaoxue's pair of full bosoms. Shameless. Nan Xiaoxue was ashamed and angry. This Ma Xingguo is not only a fake Wudu, but he is also in the same league as the jade-faced Han Thunder King. In a rage, the girl fought back with all her might. A flying leg kick lands for Ma Zhangguo on the chest. The body used its strength to leap into midair and slash down. Unexpectedly, this Ma Zhangguo reacted quickly. His neck was tilted back, driving his body to avoid this knife at the extreme distance. Not waiting for him to be complacent, Nan Jiaxue's knife hand gesture changed. The Miao knife changed from a downward chop to an upward tease. Swallowing, Ma Jungkook can't avoid it, so he's just going to have to block with his right hand. Snort! An arm tossed up. Nan Jiaxue's slash unexpectedly cut off one of Ma Zhangguo's arms. The monolithic battle team's crowd froze, not realizing that this chick still had the strength left to fight back. It wasn't until Ma Xingguo let out a scream of pain that the others reacted. Mud, this doesn't know how to behave. Let's go together and finish her off. First let him serve our brothers well, then throw him to the foot of the mountain to feed the zombies. After saying that, several people from the monolithic battle team struck out at the same time. Nan Jiaxue can't do it alone. Although she was a peerless profession, her level was too low after all, and she had been overly consumed earlier. Not to mention, the few people from the monolithic battle team were no slouches either, and their years of cooperation had made them work well with each other. Leader Tai Chang's petrified heavy fists are powerful. Shield armor warrior Wang Guixiang's shield armor is unbreakable, and he also has to be on guard against the grenades thrown out by the jade-faced Grenade King, Hanaden. Nan Jiaxue quickly fell into the wind. Clearly pretty little face got punched and bruised. He also ate a shield impact from Wang Guixiang and almost spat out blood. Sure enough, one should not come to this place alone, but no matter what, even if she died, there was no way she would let these beasts defile her. Nan Jiaxue's mind was lost, and the sword technique in her hand revealed a break. A slip of the tongue was seized by Tai Chong, and a hand slash viciously slashed at the snowy white neck. If this hit, Nan Jiaxue would have to fall into a coma without dying. Done. A thought flashed through Nan Jiaxue's mind. Just in time, Li Huayuan arrived. After recognizing Nan Jiaxue, he immediately used his shining spirit skill to instantly move in front of the girl, easily blocking a hand blade, but not knowing what was going on. He didn't act rashly and only pushed Tai Chong away with force. Hiss! Tai Chang's palms were numbed by the shock. He stared at Li Huayuan with a surprised face and cursed with his mouth open. Where did the little brat come from? Looking for death. You. When Nan Jiaxue saw Li Huayuan, she first froze, followed by her eyes trembling in disbelief, thinking she was dreaming. This guy, didn't he die in the previous subway copy? How? Where's that brat from? Still wanting to be a hero? Eat a grenade from me. Jade-faced Grenade King Hanaden screamed and cursed as he threw three grenades. However, they were sent back one by Li Huayuan with gold bricks like ping-pong balls. Coincidentally, the grenade landed next to Ma Zhangguo, and instantly gave a shattering blow. Old Ma. Grass. He's dead. Oh old horse. The team's faces turned ugly. A few transfigurators who were usually on good terms with Ma Zhangguo wailed even more. Instead, Li Huayuan showed rank with his backhand. Li Huayuan. LV 32. 8-armed evil Neza. Level 32? Good boy. Count yourself tough. The Green Mountain will not change. The green water will flow forever. We'll see. The few members of the monolithic battle team took a look at Li Huayuan not to be messed with, and after letting out a few harsh words, they ran away in ashes. Nan Jiaxue also let out a quiet sigh of relief, looking at Li Huayuan's gaze, but there is a hint of complexity. This guy, he's actually level 32 already? I thought that my upgrading speed was fast enough, but I didn't expect to be thrown off so far by this man that I had only met once. For a moment, the girl's insides were a mixed bag. Immediately, she took out some healing medicines and took them, and chatted with Li Huayuan. Learning that the other party had joined the 749 Bureau and become an investigator of the 749 Qingzhou branch, Nan Jiaxue was instantly a bit angry. Purple Crow. This woman. She's actually doing a sneak attack. Obviously she was the one who knew Li Huayuan first. If she recruited this kind of genius into the family guild, Grandpa might praise her in some way. Damn it, it's already been shortchanged by the Purple Crow. How did you come to a copy of the wilderness area alone to practice? Li Huayuan had nothing to say. Immortal Peak Mountain was an expert-level replica, and although there was no level restriction, what was the difference between a level 24 transmogrifier breaking in single-handedly and looking for death? Hearing Li Huayuan mention this, Nan Jiaxue's pretty face was slightly despondent. How to say? I am a native of Gusa City, coming from a family guild, and have always grown up under the patronage of my family elders. I had a big fight with my family the other day and my dad said I was nothing without my family. In a fit of rage, I left home, and kept all the cards given to me by my family. and then came to this copy alone, wanting to see my true strength, but I didn't expect to run into this kind of thing. Nanjiaxue was depressed. Immediately, he pointed to a golden treasure chest not far away and explained, "This treasure chest is obviously what I found first, and the elite monsters are also what I killed, but as a result, I bumped into that group of shameless guys from the monolithic battle team, and fortunately, I ran into you, or I'll be in trouble today." Chapter 34 LV 37. Spell Demon Monk. So it is. Li Huayuan nodded as he listened. A rich white girl who wants to prove herself. He tagged the white-haired girl in front of him, then admonished, "This copy is not for you to come to. It's better to go back quickly." With that, he turned around and walked away. He and Nanjiaxue were also just casual acquaintances, so there was no need to linger too much. "Wait." The white-haired girl hurriedly stopped him with a lustful expression. "You don't want me to escort you out, do you?" Li Huayuan rubbed his chin with his hand. "That's fine. $20,000. I'll send you down the mountain. A good man to the end." Nanjiaxue was momentarily stunned. How can there be such an insensitive guy? A copy of the wilderness. A lone man and a woman. Actually just trying to make money off her. "Let's make a team," Nanjiaxue offered. Not waiting for Li Huayuan to refuse, she added, "Don't worry, I won't let you suffer." Before going up the mountain, I prepared a map and sufficient intelligence, and taking me with me is definitely more efficient than you alone. This, Li Huayuan lowered his head and pondered for a few seconds before saying, "Fine, but the item rewards that pop out, I have to pick first." "Good." Nanjiaxue is also level 24, not too much of a drag, otherwise Li Huayuan wouldn't have brought it. Moreover, he was able to obtain maps and intelligence, which was helpful to Li Huayuan in investigating Xianfeng Mountain. "Great, let's get going." With someone traveling with her, Nanjiaxue appeared unusually lively and smiling like a flower. Li Huayuan was also deeply infected by it and was in a much better mood. Without realizing it, the two traveled to a narrow valley. After entering the valley, the two of them coincidentally felt a cold and eerie aura. "There's an elite monster in this place. The mage type. Watch your back," Nanjiaxue informed Li Huayuan. The words just fell. A cluster of demonic blue flames emerged from behind Li Huayuan and shot towards the back of his head with a swoosh. "Look out!" The moment Nanjiaxue opened her mouth to remind him, Li Huayuan had already sensed something strange behind him. After tilting his head to avoid the ghostly fire, it was only then that he could make out the figure of the striking monster from the mist behind him. It was a monk in purple and black robes, standing with a Zen staff, with all sorts of strange tattoos drawn on his face and the bare skin of his body. Spell Demon Monk, LV 37. Skills, Ghost Fire, Soul Siphon, Underworld Fire. It's really a mage-type monster. Li Huayuan glanced at his side. This sister's intelligence was quite reliable. "I'm on first." Nanjiaxue drew her profession-exclusive weapon, the Miao Blade, and rushed up with an arrow step. "Hey!" Li Huayuan wanted to call out to her. "You're a level 24, fighting a level 37, don't you want to die?" As a result, Nanjiaxue's single sword chi slash caused the monster to retreat and roar in rage. The spell Demon Monk took the pain and immediately unleashed his skills. Soul Siphoning, Shasta. A sinuous crimson dotted line linked to Nanjiaxue. This is a lock-on type skill that cannot be dodged. The white-haired girl immediately felt dizzy and weak in her limbs. Still, she gritted her teeth and released the second skill, only to see. She held the hilt of the knife with both hands. Her body weight shifted down, closed her eyes to store power. Her chi climbed up. The moment he drew his sword, Nanjiaxue chopped out this blade with great speed. The entire valley was illuminated by a brilliant blade light. Not only did this slash cut through the spell Demon Monk's soul siphon, it also left a bone-deep wound on its body, almost splitting half of its body open. Roar! The spell Demon Monk let out a roar of rage to the extreme, and his entire body was instantly surrounded by ghostly blue underworld fire. Retreat! After slashing the monster to half-blood with one slash, Nanjiaxue didn't follow up on her victory, but instead withdrew her blade and retreated. This monster is entering its second stage. It will summon 18 martial monk minions and has a probability of using a hidden move called Evil Buddha's Grip. "Let's not get tough. Let's hold off for a while." Nanjiaxue spoke of the information she knew, but Li Huayuan was unimpressed. Even a level 48 boss was easily solved by himself. A level 37 elite monster, and I'm holding off on it? Sure enough, as Nanjiaxue said, the spell Demon Monk had already entered the second stage, and he really waved his Zen staff, summoning 18 martial monk minions out of thin air. All of them stout, with a clear level of 28. Li Huayuan. Retreat! What's the holdup? These martial monks aren't strong, but if they get tangled up and let the spell Demon Monk make up a big move, they'll be in trouble. Nanjiaxue saw her teammates not moving at all and hurriedly urged them. Boom! 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 A sudden explosion came from the back of the valley. The two men craned their heads to look, only to see that rolling rubble fell from above the cliff, completely blocking the way out of the valley. Ha ha ha, you pair of dogs, let's see where you're going to run. Above the cliff, there came the rampant laughter of the jade-faced Thunder King Hua Dian. He stuck out his tongue and opened his trench coat with a very beat-up expression. Wait for death. Ha 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 ha, old ma, your spirit in heaven watches. The brothers have avenged you. Kid, remember in your next life to reincarnate. Don't just heroically save a beauty. It's easy to put your life on the line. A group of monolithic warriors, standing on a high cliff, looked at the duo at the bottom of the valley with mocking, pitiful gazes. Those bastards. Nan Xiaoxue gritted her teeth. Interesting. The corner of Li Huayuan's mouth lightly hooked. If there is a way to heaven and you don't go there, there is no door to hell and you will come and join us. At this point, a group of level 28 martial monk minions had already surrounded them, and the spell demon monk was also gathering big moves at the back. What to do? What to do? Why did I leave all my life-preserving cards at home? At this moment, Nan Xiaoxue couldn't mention how much she regretted it. You can be a big yourself. The cliffs. Captain, this pair of dogs are definitely dead. Even if we fight to the death to kill the boss, we're sure to be seriously injured. So let's directly mantis the cicada and yellow sparrow in the back, and earn him a pot full of money. Ha ha, Hua Dian said excitedly. It is this sister who is a pity. I don't know if I can still get it while it is hot. In a while. Shut up. Tai Chong, who had been transformed into monolithic Johnson, realized that something was wrong at the moment and looked down the valley with a frown on his face. At this point, Li Huayuan was surrounded by many martial arts monks juniors while remaining motionless, seemingly waiting for something. Rage value, 10%. Rage value, 30%. Rage value, 70%. Facing the siege of 18 martial monks, in just a few seconds, Li Huayuan's anger value built up all the way from 0% to 70%, followed by a heavy punch. 18 martial arts monks were crushed into pieces on the spot. The force of the penetration was such that even the spell demon monk at the back was crippled and seriously injured. The cliffs. The crowd of the monolithic battle team was shocked. There was no bitter battle that they expected, as Li Huayuan dry-shattered all their illusions with a single punch. This man, he's too scary. When Nan Xiaoxue in the back saw this scene, she was even more shocked beyond words. He's so strong? This is not scientific. Growing up in the family guild, she had never seen a level 30 transmogrifier explode with such terrifying destructive power. The power of that punch just now was enough to be comparable to a level 50 melee transmuter. Is it hard for this Li Huayuan not to have a transcendent family or power behind him as well? Chapter 35 LV 51, Zen Master Jinkong. The moment. When the boulder warriors on the cliff saw this scene, they knew that the few of them were far from being a match for Li Huayuan. Panicked, Hanaden took the lead and ran. Boss, run. Only then did Tai Chong react and fled with a group of team members. You want to leave now? It's too late. As the old saying goes, you don't have to be a good person to do that. These people wanted to put them to death. How could Li Huayuan let them go? This kind of scum living in the world is, in the words of Eunuch Chow, a waste of rice. Swish! Li Huayuan used the Shining Spirit skill and his figure instantly disappeared, appearing on the cliff in the twinkling of an eye. The few members of the monolithic battle team who were lagging behind were scared out of their wits when they saw Li Huayuan appear like a ghost. Big brother, please don't kill us. We know we are wrong. Captain Taichung directly knelt down and begged for forgiveness after being caught up by Li Huayuan. Li Huayuan's face was full of disgust. If this bastard fought to the death, he might even think highly of him. Bullies, go to hell and repent. With a thought from Li Huayuan's mind, a ball of golden streams of light smashed straight over. In the next second, Taichung was opened up by a gold brick and fell to the ground dead. Crimson blood sprayed all over the floor. Soon, Li Huayuan caught up with the rest of the monolithic battle team. Gold bricks flying around and smashing, constantly harvesting lives. A bunch of level 20 plus goods couldn't even last a single move under him. In the end, there was just one Jade Face Hand Thunder King Hanaden left. The bastard seemed to have a piece of acceleration equipment and ran thievishly fast, but in the end, he couldn't escape Li Huayuan's hand. Come on, come and kill me if you have the guts. Knowing that he couldn't run away, Hua Dian simply stopped running and turned to charge Li Huayuan with a mad dog snarl. Oh, since you're in such a hurry, I'll fulfill you. In the next moment, Hua Dian saw Li Huayuan approaching and spat out his tongue, revealing an evil smile. If you want to kill me, you'll have to bury me with you. Suddenly, Hanaden opened his jacket, which was covered in powerful high-explosive grenades. The corner of Li Huayuan's mouth hooked up disdainfully. Sculpture. Next, Hanaden's body exploded with a bang. as if hundreds of kilograms of TNT explosives had detonated, raising a large area of smoke and dust. Self-explosion skills? Li Huayuan instantly appeared in a position 100 meters away. Unharmed, he left a special flash of spirit and easily avoided Hanadan's self-destruct. After resolving the boulder warriors, the ground on the cliffs was already a mess. A few pieces of equipment popped, but they were all junk. Li Huayuan casually pocketed it, intending to sell it together when he saved more later. Back down the valley, Li Huayuan was surprised to find that the spell demon monk, who had just fallen to the ground bloodied, was still alive? Somewhat puzzled, he looked at Nan Jiaxue. Was this girl already so weak that she couldn't even clean up a bloodied elite monster? As if reading Li Huayuan's eyes, Nan Jiaxue awkwardly said, "You crippled this monster. I can't rob your monster." Li Huayuan sniffed happily. This girl, she's quite principled. How could anyone else have let go of the experience that came their way? Li Huayuan didn't treat her politely, and walked over to the spell demon monk with his hand and decapitated her. You've reached level 33. I've risen to level 25. This spell demon monk is giving out quite a bit of experience. Nan Jiaxue's face showed excitement. Li Huayuan could clearly feel that this girl's aura had significantly improved after rising to level 25. Probably unlocked some key equipment or skill. This one's for you. Li Huayuan took out a bottle of potion, an item that had just exploded from killing the spell demon monk. Spell potion, boosts spell damage for a short period of time. Nan Jiaxue felt self-conscious that she hadn't helped much and was a bit embarrassed to take Li Huayuan's things. Ben wanted to push back. However, Li Huayuan shook a talisman in his hand, which was also popped out by the spell demon monk just now. Underworld Fire Charm, a consumable item that, when infused with power and thrown, summons underworld fire to burn enemies. Take it. You contributed. Li Huayuan laughed. I'm not a mage. This potion won't work on me. I'm not a mage either. Nan Jiaxue muttered, and after receiving the spell potion, she asked, what are your next plans? Traveling here was already the end of her journey. Keep going. Then I'm afraid it's really a bit of a death wish. Of course it's to go up the mountain to fight the boss. Otherwise what's the point of going down to the copy? Li Huayuan scratched his head. What? Nan Jiaxue looked at him in shock. The boss of this copy, Zen Master Pure Sky, is as high as level 51? Almost 20 levels higher than you. There's also the possibility of encountering other elite monsters on the way. I'm afraid your chances of winning. Halfway through the sentence, Nan Jiaxue suddenly remembered that before, inside the subway copy, Li Huayuan had also killed monsters over the level and had acted with ease. Thinking about it this way, Li Huayuan had brought her too many surprises. The more this happened, the more she hated Purple Crow for snatching away such a rare genius. Never mind. Since you want to go up the mountain, I won't stop you. I'll tell you about the boss's intelligence. Do you know what this Zen Master Jokyu has been doing in the mountains? Li Huayuan shook his head. Nan Jiaxue Su. The so-called ageless spring water flowing from the depths of Xianfeng Mountain can indeed prolong life. There have been transmutations that have drunk it before, but there's a high probability that if you drink it, you'll turn into a monster with a rotting body and deformed flesh. Zen Master Jinkong discovered this, and in order to avoid the side effects of the ageless spring water, he began to research an evil art of placing a compulsion, a centipede-like compulsion, into a person's body. Hear this. Li Huayuan snapped to mind that the transmogrifier that Gu Yun had captured back earlier had crawled out of his body as a centipede. There really is a great connection between this, and in order to study this evil art, Zen Master Jinkong swindled the villages and townspeople around Xianfeng Mountain to drink the ageless spring water, and then brought them to the mountain to continue doing research. These are plot intel. Regarding combat intelligence, Jiakushing uses his fists in the first stage, and in the second stage he will use his weapons, and then when he's bloodied, he'll release a big move. This move has a 1-second build-up time. The damage is immense and incomparably high, and it's rumored to have seriously injured a level 60 transmogrifier in the past. You have to keep a skill that does a lot of damage to interrupt and decapitate him when he's zooming away. Pretty much. After speaking for more than 5 minutes, Nan Jiaxue finally finished. Li Huayuan listened attentively. What Nan Jiaxue had told was basically similar to the Purple Crow, and a little more comprehensive and detailed. I'm off then. Are you with me? As Li Huayuan asked this, inwardly, he actually didn't want Nan Jiaxue to follow him. The closer you get to the top of the mountain, the higher the monster level. He was afraid that by the time he should be unable to take care of himself, something would happen to Nan Jiaxue. Just go. Who's afraid? Nan Jiaxue arrogantly raised her snow-white delicate chin. Li Huayuan. Next, the two killed their way up the mountain. During that time, it was true that 2 more elite monsters were encountered. There were clay statues of bodhisattvas that spat wind and fire and had thick blood, but they just happened to be completely overpowered by Li Huayuan's Samadhi flame. There were also elite monsters of asceticism that were so powerful that when they cut off their heads, they actually managed to crawl out a centipede to continue the fight. Presumably, it was the experiment that was used by Zen Master Jinkon to place the compulsion. After a few twists and turns, we finally arrived in front of the temple at the top of the hill. Walking into the temple, a monk in the prime of his life wearing a robe was kneeling in front of a statue of Buddha knocking on a wooden fish and reciting sutras. Turned around at the sound of movement. Two monks, what is the purpose of your visit here? Chapter 36 Buddhist Dharma. Tian Longjin Mupong. Old bald ass. Watch the fight. Li Huayuan didn't even bother to talk nonsense, and copied the gold bricks to do it. Who cares? Let's have a slate first. Knock out. The gold brick fell from the sky and smashed into this old bald donkey's head, leaving a dent. Hey, this bald ass is really tough. Unbridled. How dare you disturb the pure place of my Buddha? Do you want to blaspheme my Buddha? Zen Master Jinkon was instantly enraged and immediately entered a fighting stance. Zen Master Jinkon, LV 51. Skills, Great Tablet Wrestling Hand. Tiger's Bell Clasp. Vajra Lion's Roar. Wood-Burning Blade Technique. Buddha's Technique Tian Longjinmu. Heavenly Dragon Demon Suppressing Palm. I Lua Bean. So many skills? Seeing Zen Master Jinkon's message, Li Huayuan's gaze was excited, and his eyes were agitated with battle intent. This was definitely the strongest BOS he had ever soloed. The Great Monument Wrestler. Zen Master Jinkon leaped up in the air and struck Li Huayuan with a palm. There was a strong wind coming from between his palms. The power was self-evident. Watch this demon-subduing technique of mine and let you know what happens when you blaspheme against my Buddha. Li Huayuan didn't dodge or avoid, and launched his palms against each other. Both of them retreated 7 or 8 steps each before stabilizing themselves. Oh my god! Outside the temple's main hall, Nan Zhaoxue saw this scene and nearly stared her eyes out. Li Huayuan, this guy. Actually hard steal a level 51 boss? So sick. Bah! Dead bald donkey. For the sake of researching the fountain of immortality, demonizing the public and brutalizing the people. How do you deserve to talk about Buddha? Li Huayuan spat on the ground. The fountain of agelessness is a heavenly gift. The poor monk is merely utilizing it. What is wrong with that? Truly incorrigible. Li Huayuan snorted coldly. Immediately, he pulled out the underworld fire charm he had acquired earlier and threw it over to try and do some damage. Zen Master Jinkong seemed to recognize the origin of the underworld flame charm and became furious. His voice suddenly increased tenfold, flooding the monastery inside and out. That has provoked my Buddha again and again, and even presumed to kill my disciples. So I don't blame the poor monk for being impolite. Roar! Zen Master Jinkong used Vajra Lion's Roar, and opened his mouth to erupt in a roar, causing the earth to tremble and the surrounding brick and tile houses to shimmer and fall to the ground. Unwilling to show weakness, Li Huayuan similarly unleashed the Overlord Roar skill and blasted against it. The two sound wave attacks bombarded each other, and the floor tiles of the Great Hall couldn't withstand this level of impact, cracking inch by inch. The beams of the side halls on both sides were even broken in several places. In the end, the two were each shaken back a dozen steps, and were actually indistinguishable once again? A level 51 boss is really gold. Looks like it's time to get serious. Tons and tons. Li Huayuan took out the tiger's gallbladder spirits that exploded from the last time he killed Zheng Feizing's soul and poured a few mouthfuls of it, and his battle power immediately increased by a small margin. There was even a chi flame burning effect on his body. Then he wiped the wine stains on the corner of his mouth and pulled out the yin and yang swords and put them together to form a black and white broadsword. The yin and yang taiji fish at the hilt of the sword kept rotating, releasing gusts of cool ink sword chi. It mirrored the flames of the spirits. This sword, it feels awesome. It's not a legendary weapon, is it? When Nan Zhaoxue outside the hall saw the yin-yang twin swords, her beautiful eyes revealed a brilliant light. Envy. Compared to this sword of Li Huayuan's, her Chopsaro blade was simply weak. By the way, how can you not record such an exciting fight? She hurriedly took out her cell phone and started recording video. Post back to the family group. The moment. Li Huayuan had already killed in front of Zen Master Jinkong with his sword, slashing out 2 strands of thick ink sword chi, and Zen Master Jinkong also pulled out an ancient preceptor from behind him. Wood-burning knife technique. Lift up the top. The blade ignited with flames, mirroring Li Huayuan's ink sword chi. In the next moment, the two of them transformed into 2 whirlwinds and fought to one place. Swords and swords. Sparks erupted, and the sound of gold and iron clanked incessantly. At first glance, the two appear to be evenly matched. But let's not forget that Li Huayuan was up against a level gap of more than 20 levels. It had been a fight for what must have been half a minute. In the end, this sword fight ended with Zen Master Jinkong's preceptor being severed. Zen Master Jinkong had empty sword skills. Li Huayuan's yin-yang twin swords were divine weapons. Although the level had only risen to LV3, the quality was not comparable to ordinary weapons. and to be able to tangle with Li Huayuan for so long was already quite a feat. And when Zen Master Jingkong saw that Li Huayuan's weapon was so powerful, he simply became a shrinking violet, only to see his palm shocked back Li Huayuan, pulling away from the distance. He immediately launched the Tiger's Whistle Golden Bell Shield skill. His body surfaced with golden light, vaguely forming a bell, which was also accompanied by the sound of a tiger's whistling. And I don't know what skill it is, whether Li Huayuan smashed it with a gold brick or slashed it with the Yin Yang twin swords. He could not break through the defense of this tiger's golden bell shield. And this old dog, Jingkong, actually sat down on his knees and began to utilize his energy to heal his injuries? Naya, not taking me seriously? Li Huayuan was furious. Wind and fire wheel, go! He stomped his feet in the air. Two golden wheels containing the momentum of wind and fire rotated at high speeds and blasted onto the golden bell shroud. Zip, 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 zip. Lots of sparks rubbing out. The golden bell lasted 3 seconds before shattering. Jingkong was also struck in the chest by the wind and fire wheel and flew out dozens of meters backwards, crashing hard into the Buddha statue in the temple. After falling to the ground, violently spit out several mouths of blood. The outside of the Nanjiaxue looks silly. That's just as good as it gets. Scholar, let's let you learn the supreme Buddhist teachings that the poor monk brought out from his master's school. Words. He only saw Zen Master Jingkong covering his chest with his hand and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Then his body lit up with blinding golden light, his robe bursting open, his muscles bulging out, and his aura climbing up. Both palms closed in vain, and a golden dragon shadow rose from his body to the sky, emitting a heart-shattering dragon's roar. Roar. Seeing this scene, Nanjiaxue made her hand in the shape of a trumpet and reminded loudly from outside the hall. Li Huayuan, be careful. Don't let him release his big move. Hurry up and make a move to interrupt him. Upon hearing this, Li Huayuan was just about to continue urging the wind and fire wheel when a sudden flash of light appeared in his mind. Division? Earlier he had suspected that there was some connection between this pure sky and Fa High. Now that the division was mentioned, Li Huayuan was even more convinced of this. Moreover, the copy core of Mount Xianfeng has never been found. Could it be related to this big move of pure sky? Since the line says that you want to learn this ultimate Buddhist technique, could it be that you can't decimate a bloodied person? Want to take it hard? In a flash of lightning, Li Huayuan raised his head to look at the golden dragon shadow in midair, and the power contained within it caused even he to feel inexplicable palpitations. More than that, though, it was excitement. The whole body is boiling hot. Come on, let me learn how fierce your big move is. Battle intent surged in Li Huayuan's eyes. As soon as the divine spirit Dharma phase opened, the 3-meter-tall demonic child's shadow rose up from behind him, with 3 heads hanging low and 8 arms hugging each other, protecting Li Huayuan in the center to the death. Dharma, heavenly dragon demon suppressing palm. After storing up his strength for a second, Zen Master Pure Sky erupted in fury and struck out with a palm that cracked the sky. The golden dragon shadow roared as it charged straight down towards Li Huayuan, outside the temple. In Nanjiaxue's stunned gaze, instead of retreating, Li Huayuan took a step forward, carrying it hard with the divine spirit Dharma. Rumble. Successive explosions roared out, and the entire temple was leveled under the intense impact. Even the entire main peak of Immortal Peak Mountain shook more than once. Aftermath. Li Huayuan smashed down from the sky as if he were a kite with broken strings, and fell into the Maharaja's treasure hall, which was already in ruins. The ashes dispersed. He braced his injured body and rose from the ground, large streams of blood oozing from the corners of his mouth and nostrils. On his face, however, was a contented smile, and Zen Master Jingkong had exhausted his vitality by now and collapsed to the ground. Eyes wide, he looked at Li Huayuan like a monster. Surprisingly, even this sect's supreme Buddhist law can be blocked. Could it be that this is the will of heaven? After saying this, the old bald donkey's head sagged and he completely passed away, turning into a piece of ash that dispersed with the wind. Chapter 37 Back Mountain Zen Room. Immortal Corpses. Victory. Defeated. Zen Master Jingkong. Congratulations. You've passed the Xianfeng Mountain copy. You've reached level 34. You've reached level 35. You've acquired the Vorpal sword. You've acquired the Vorpal robe. You have obtained. A series of alerts sounded, and Li Huayuan no longer had the heart to look at them. The gusts of weakness coming from his body made him want to pass out a few times. At this point, Nanjiaxue, who had been watching the battle for a long time, hurriedly trotted up and fed Li Huayuan a healing elixir. The elixir melted in the mouth and transformed into a pure life force that nourished Li Huayuan's entire body. But for a moment, Li Huayuan still couldn't slow down, and he couldn't even stand up. Seeing this, Nanjiaxue took the initiative to sit and lie down, allowing Li Huayuan to rest on her knee pillow. At this moment, The young girl had 10,000 questions in her mind that she wanted to ask, but they were all held back. Thanks to the powerful recovery power of the flesh-body sainthood, coupled with the assistance of the elixir, it didn't take long for Li Huayuan to slow down. After thanking Nan Zhaoxue, he began to check the rewards for killing the boss. The first step is to get to level 35 and finally unlock the fire-tip gun. Fire-pointed gun, full name is Purple Flame Snakespear Fire-pointed gun. The head of the gun is shaped like a flame and can gulp flames. The length of the gun body is 1 zhang 8, which can be changed at will, and there is a burning flame engraved all over the body of the gun. The second is that the gold brick upgrade unlocks a brand new effect. The gold bricks can become larger in size, up to 100 times larger, from a gold brick to a gold wall. The other thing is the massive rewards that explode from killing Zen Master Pure Sky. There are 2 pieces of equipment in it. They are the Voodoo Ring Blade, one of the Voodoo sets, and the Voodoo Robe, one of the Voodoo sets. A consumable, Immortal Peak Secret Pill. After taking it, the battle power will skyrocket in a short period of time, with the side effect of being weak for a whole day, as well as 2 skill books, the Great Monument Wrestler and the Tiger's Golden Bell. In addition to these, there are 2 rarer contraptions. Back Mountain Zen Room Key, the key to unlock a certain room, with its ancient shape and rusty appearance, may bring unexpected rewards. Pure Sky Sherry, the core of the copy. The sherry that was conceived after Zen Master Pure Sky sat down, contains a peculiar energy. Seeing these 2 items, Nan Zhaoxue let out a gasp. These 2 items have never appeared before. One of them can't be a copy core, can it? Li Huayuan also thought it was very likely, so after checking it out, it was discovered that this Pure Sky Shelter was actually really the core of the replica. You know, this is an expert level copy, put into the copy center. The ticket share is worth hundreds of millions of dollars a year. In this instant, Nan Zhaoxue both envied and admired Li Huayuan. Crossing level 20 to kill monsters. She would never believe it when it was placed on someone else, but it just actually happened. This kind of thing, even for the supreme celestial pride of Tianhai and Yanjing, there were few who could do it, right? Think back to the beginning. Yanjing City had a level 36 supreme heavenly pride called Yan Xuanying, who was still a peerless profession and had been cultivated by the family's key cultivation. Rumor had it that he was going to go down to challenge a level 52 booze, drawing a lot of attention. As a result, after staying inside the copy for 3 whole days and nights, he still died under the claws of the bloodied boss. That battle caused countless people to sigh. And now, Li Huayuan has done it. If she had half of Li Huayuan's achievements, she wouldn't be in a hurry to prove herself to the family. So much so that when she came to this copy, she was bullied by a group of big old men and almost lost her virginity. Li Huayuan did not notice the emotional ups and downs of the young girl beside him, but instead surveyed the key he had just obtained. Based on previous experience playing the game, this key was apparently capable of opening a hidden map. Usually, hidden maps are hiding vital props or incredibly powerful treasures. Since this was the case, it was natural not to let go of this hidden map. Thus, when his injuries had eased a little, he allowed Nan Zhaoxue to assist him as he traveled to the back of the mountain together, searching for the back of the mountain meditation room. Compared to the way they came, the mist in the back of the mountain was even denser and seemed to contain some kind of toxin that made one dizzy after inhaling it. In the mist, in which from time to time came bursts of low hissing, not knowing what kind of monster. Booze. Although the Pure Sky Zen Master is dead, the small monsters on the mountain have not been cleaned up, and they will still attack after seeing the 2 Li Huayuan. This caused some minor trouble for Li Huayuan and Nan Zhaoxue. Monsters hiding in the thick mist could sneak up on you at any moment, and it's not like you can leave them alone. Once gathered, another vicious battle is otherwise unavoidable. After all, Li Huayuan had just gone through a great battle and was now able to utilize less than 10% of his strength. Fortunately, Nan Zhaoxue had previously risen to level 25 and unlocked a powerful skill called Skygap Streaming Light. With Li Huayuan's cooperation, as long as Nan Zhaoxue's skills hit, basically no monster could carry it. Only this skill is very consuming stamina. Good thing Nan Zhaoxue's body's elixir is like no money. All kinds of elixir to restore stamina are endless. It was only one thing that greatly delayed the progress of the search for the Zen room in the back of the mountain. What's more, in such a big backyard, trying to find a small meditation room was like finding a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, Nan Zhaoxue had a map of Xianfeng Mountain on her person, on which she was able to make out some suspicious locations. Moreover, the key to the Zen room in the back of the mountain would also emit a light of different strengths and weaknesses depending on the distance from the door of the room, or else you wouldn't necessarily be able to find it with a map. After a few twists and turns, the 2 of them finally found the location where the Zen room in the back of the mountain was located. It's not easy. Li Huayuan couldn't help but feel emotional. It was also his mistake that he triggered the hidden mechanism to get in. Other people who swiped this copy would either not be able to carry the impact of the Heavenly Dragon's demon-suppressing palm and die directly. Either that or a high level comes in and just kills the net in seconds. The gate of the Zen garden in the back of the mountain had long been wrapped in thick vines, and it was impossible to see any traces of the portal. One can only deduce the approximate location by the varying depths of weeds on the ground. After cutting down the vines, the door to the Zen room in the back of the mountain finally emerged. Li Huayuan inserted the key. Click. A soft thud. A strong miasma hit the room when he opened the long dusty door. Li Huayuan and Nan Zhaoxue were caught off guard and choked and couldn't help coughing violently. Unexpectedly, the miasma contained a strong poison, and the two instantly turned blue. Antidote pill. Take it. Nan Zhaoxue quickly pulled out a porcelain bottle and took out pills to distribute to Li Huayuan. Looking at the texture and color of this elixir, it was clearly not an ordinary elixir. Not only was it round in color and full in appearance, but it also had an immediate effect after taking it. This time it was Li Huayuan's turn to be envious. When you come from a big family, you have a lot of good things on you. It seemed that after going back, it was necessary to go to the manpower mansion to shop for a wave of pills and talismans and the like, just in case. After the miasma dissipated, the two walked into the meditation room. The sound of flowing water came from his ears, droning, as if a mountain spring was flowing from it. The inside of the meditation room was unusually dim, but when Li Huayuan and Nan Zhaoxue approached, the oil lamps hanging on the walls naturally lit up. In the center of the meditation room, there is a pool of clear water, and beside this clear spring pool, there was a dry corpse sitting. Immortal corpses, LV? One of the feet of this dry body was soaked in spring water, and the mountain springs coalesced here and then flowed down. Chapter 38 The Memory of the Net. This, Li Huayuan and Nan Zhaoxue both looked dumbfounded. I thought there would be some kind of treasure in this back mountain meditation room, but unexpectedly there was only a dried corpse. The two men watched warily as the dried body circled the Zen room, fearing that it would suddenly rise up, but after a long time, the dry body did not move much, and there were no other abnormalities in the Zen room. It seems unlikely that the dryad will come to life, so they began to search the entire Zen room to see if there were any treasures. Searching, a shocking secret was revealed to them. That's the spring water flowing down from the mountaintop, contaminated by the left foot of this dry corpse, flowing through the Zen room before falling into the valley, and even at the foot of the mountain. In other words, the so-called fountain of immortality is actually the foot-washing water of this dry corpse. Perhaps it was because this dry corpse had been an immortal, and that was why that fountain of immortality had the wonderful ability to enhance longevity. But the corpses had rotted, after all, and it was no surprise that the corrupting substances produced in them, mixed with the spring water, could turn the takers into monsters. Li Huayuan couldn't help but be dumbfounded. How would those beings who had drunk from the fountain of youth feel if they knew that they were drinking the foot-washing water of a dried corpse? He then began to survey the dry body. Although his torso had long since dried out, his full head of white hair and beard were still distinctly rooted. In life, it should be a kindly male immortal. At this point, Li Huayuan found a tattered gourd with a mottled surface at the waist of the dry body. After carefully removing it, it was carefully inspected. Manhwa gourd, an old ancient gourd that can automatically brew immortal wine, which is endlessly useful for drinking. Passive, boosts the holder's longevity by 300%. Immortal gourd? Immortal weapon? Li Huayuan was shocked in his heart. This raggedy-looking gourd is surprisingly so loaded. The mere fact that the lifespan was increased by 3 times could cause countless people to go crazy. It is important to realize that the lifespan of a transmogrifier is usually only boosted when he or she rises to level 100. The drugs in the auction house that could prolong life were even more so, and none of them were auctioned at sky-high prices. Is this broken gourd an equipment? What's the point? Nan Zhaoxue, who was on the side, looked at him constantly playing with this broken gourd and asked curiously, "It's not much use. It's just for drinking." Although Li Huayuan was shocked in his heart, he remained motionless on the surface and smoothly pocketed the wancho gourd. As for this immortal corpse, the whole body is dried up and shaped like a zombie. I wonder if it can be put into the extreme jade pendant. With a thought from Li Huayuan's mind, the corpse of the immortal instantly disappeared, and it was truly collected into the jade pendant. Seeing the dry corpse suddenly disappear, Nan Zhaoxue on the side was terrified. Li Huayuan, that dry corpse is gone. Is it alive? Seeing Nan Zhaoxue's blossoming face and looking left and right, Li Huayuan instantly got up the idea of making things weird. When the young girl turned her head, he suddenly tilted his head and squeezed his eyebrows as he made a face. Two little brats. Who told you to intrude into my cave to disturb my purification? A scream cut through the Zen room. With that came Li Huayuan's cheerful laughter. Relax. It's been put away by me. Bummer. Scared the hell out of me. Nan Zhaoxue glared at Li Huayuan without any good reason, her pretty face slightly blushing. I didn't realize this guy had a quirky side to him. I thought he only killed monsters. With that, the two searched again. Nan Zhaoxue plucked a few high-level herbs that were worth a lot of money. Seeing that there were no more treasures to be scavenged in the Zen room, the two left the copy, the foot of Xianfeng Mountain. I've got a car parked nearby. Let's get you back to healing first, Nan Zhaoxue offered. Li Huayuan didn't refuse. He was not badly injured this time. Running back to the city from the wilderness would not be a small consumption. It was better to take the car conveniently. Nan Zhaoxue's car was a gray-green Hummer SUV, which was kinda hidden in the middle of this mountain forest. Sprinting all the way, because Li Huayuan had taken away the copy core, the blue vortex next to the stone monument on Immortal Peak Mountain dissipated, and it was shortly after the two left. A four-eyed boy sat coiled on a dark green thurible boa constrictor, rushing towards the entrance of Immortal Peak Mountain. However, he couldn't help the shock on his face when he saw an empty space next to the stone monument on Immortal Peak Mountain. Anger spewed out of one pair of eyes. What the hell? What about a hot copy? My copy of Immortal Peak Mountain was cleared and got the copy core? How can? Four Eyes was shocked beyond belief. This copy, however, was the key to his cultivation of compulsion. Damn it! Who the hell is? Who got rid of my cultivation treasure? Four Eyes hated it. He secretly vowed in his heart that even if he dug up the ground, he would dig this person out and let him taste the taste of 10,000 parasites devouring his body. Perhaps because of the emotional ups and downs, his rank information quietly unfolded. Fong Yuan, LV82, Compassionist. The other side. Li Huayuan lay down on the backseat of the SUV, checking out the pure sky relic, the core of the copy he had obtained earlier. A faint light was emitted from the sherry, and the scenery in front of Li Huayuan's eyes was illusory for a while, and his thoughts were actually pulled into a fantasy world. It was as if he had possessed someone and was looking at the images through someone else's eyes. Jingkong, you were supposed to guard the demon-locking pagoda, but you violated the precepts by drinking and letting the demon escape. Do you plead guilty? Clearance? Li Huayuan suddenly realized that this was Pure Sky's memory. Disciple, confess your sins. Nettle fell to her knees, her voice trembling. Since you have confessed your guilt, then this seat will expel you from the Golden Mountain Temple, and in the future, when you go out, you may no longer call yourself a disciple of this seat. Hearing this, Pure Sky looked up violently and fell into tears. Reflections. It was a great monk with a hard face and rigid eyebrows, holding a purple gold bowl in his left hand and a green dragon meditation staff in his right hand, and wearing a devil-subduing robe, all majestic in his dharma. Abbot, are you really going to expel me from the monastery? Since I was 7 years old, I have followed you to learn the art at the monastery, and now for 20 whole years, the Golden Mountain Monastery is my home. Abbot Fa Hi, please be lenient. I will never drink again in the future. Nettlesome tears. Keep kowtowing and giving thanks. However, this abbot of the Golden Mountain Temple did not have the slightest bit of compassion on his face. There's just determination and indifference. Abbot of the Golden Mountain Temple, Fa Hi. Hearing this, Li Huayuan's face was shocked and a heart pounded. One's intuition is a bit accurate. This Jingkong really does have a connection with the Golden Mountain Temple. He was even a personal disciple under Fa Hi. It was also true that ordinary people didn't have the chance to subdue the demon locking tower. The memory of the nettle continues. When he was expelled from the Golden Mountain Temple, he had nowhere to go and ended up at the foot of Xianfeng Mountain by mistake. However, after he arrived here, he discovered that the ageless spring water circulating in the area contained a highly toxic poison that made people mutate. Local villagers feel thirsty after drinking the ageless spring water. As a result, the more you drink, the thirstier you get, and the more thirsty you become, eventually turning into a monster. Although Jingkong was expelled from the Golden Mountain Temple, but the body of Buddhism, but also uphold the teachings of universalization of the world, naturally will not sit idly by. So he went up the mountain alone to check out the situation. When he came to the top of the mountain, there was another Taoist priest who claimed to be an immortal and tried to swindle Jingkong into drinking the ageless spring water. You demonic Taoist, brutalizing the people and plaguing the earth. The poor monk cannot tolerate you today. Jie Jie, little monk, the poor Taoist is kind enough to give you the means to become an immortal. Don't be ungrateful. The two men had a big fight. However, there was not much difference in strength between the two sides, and it was difficult to distinguish between winners and losers after hundreds of rounds. Eventually, relying on a move he once learned from spying on Fa Hi's kung fu practice, De Wei Tian Long, Jingkong barely defeats the demonic Taoist at the cost of his own serious injuries. But this move, although the net empty get its shape, not its god, otherwise it will not win so wretched. Seeing this, Li Huayuan couldn't help but comment. This evil dragon, once upon a time, was a dragon slayer. Chapter 39 The Role of the Wansho Gourd. The memory of the nettle continues. The severely injured Jokan learns the secret of Xianfeng Mountain from the mouth of a dying Taoist priest. In a certain cave on Xianfeng Mountain, there is a corpse of an immortal hidden, and the corpse water dripping out of the body mixes with the mountain springs and rivers, thus forming an ageless spring, dragging his heavily injured body. Jinkong found the cave that the Taoist priest had mentioned, and there was indeed a dried-up corpse in this place. Coming here, Pure Sky was also at the end of his strength. In order to survive, Jinkong had to drink the fountain of immortality mixed with corpse water to heal his serious injuries. Pure Sky has since gained immortality, but has also become a monstrous monster due to the side effects of the spring water. In order to restore normalcy, he built a temple on the mountain to manifest Buddhism and recruited a wide range of monks, then tricked them into drinking the fountain of youth and experiment on them. After a long time, he finally discovered that the side effects of the fountain of youth could be suppressed by inserting a kind of worm egg into their bodies. However, this method is not stable, and the planted eggs will still turn into monsters once they hatch. In order to find a more perfect solution, the headroom needs more people to experiment. And so, Jinkong began to swindle the villagers of the surrounding villages to drink the spring water to study the compulsion, but unfortunately has not been successful. This is the end of the memory of the net, but it's worth mentioning, Jinkong expects to return to Jinshan Temple someday, so in his memory, he has a detailed map of the temple. In addition, the demon-locking pagoda that Jinkong had previously guarded was the place where Fa Hai had been sealed after subduing the demons, and it contained many high-ranking great demons. Moreover, the weaknesses and habits of these demonic creatures were also known to Pure Sky. How much experience and rewards would it be if you could kill them all yourself? Not just take off? Thinking of this, Li Huoyuan was once again filled with anticipation for the Jinshan Temple copy. A few hours later, Nan Zhaoxue sent Li Huoyuan to Bureau 749. When the others got the news that Li Huoyuan had returned with serious injuries, they also rushed to the infirmary like the wind. Purple Crow was the first to arrive. Tai Nyo and Matcha, as well as Gu Yunyan Gaoyi, had also heard the news. Seeing that Li Huoyuan was badly injured, they were all surprised. What kind of high-level copy did this go down again? Injured like this? The others go ahead and train. Leave this to Matcha. Purple Crow arranged. The crowd left one by one. Nan Zhaoxue, however, stayed behind, her slender arms wrapped around her, glaring at Purple Crow without any good humor. Director Purple Crow, don't you have anything to say to me? Say what? Purple Crow's glistening red lips drew an arc, as if it were a treacherous bad smile. Why didn't you tell me that Li Huoyuan wasn't dead, and sneak it under his wing? Nan Zhaoxue was furious. It's as if something that should be theirs has been taken away from them by someone else. That's not true, Ms. Nan. But Fire Yuan joined Bureau 749 voluntarily, and we're treating him very well. He is originally from Qingzhou. It's hard to believe that you still want him to go to Gusu with you? Purple Crow winks. The two women's eyes clashed and sparks erupted. Ryoko, Nan Zhaoxue gave a cry and twisted her head to leave. Inwardly, he swore, when he had the chance, he must dig Li Huoyuan over and show those elders in the family guild what a true genius was. Half an hour later, the treatment was over. Matcha let out a long breath, her expression slightly tired. The dorky hair on top of his head wilted. Just how many levels is this guy now? How come healing a wound for him consumes so much? The girl grunted. Thanks. Li Huoyuan moved his arms and realized that he had recovered a good deal, so he smiled and thanked Matcha. How was the harvest from exploring the Immortal Peak Mountain copy this time? Z-Crow walked over after sending Nan Zhaoxue away. Good luck. Popped a few goodies and got the copy core by mistake. What? Violet Crow's pupils shrunk suddenly. You got the copy core of Immortal Peak Mountain? Li Huoyuan nodded and took out the Pure Sky relic whose memory had dissipated and handed it over. After confirming that it was the core of the copy of Immortal Peak Mountain, Purple Crow instead locked her eyebrows. This matter needs to be kept secret for the time being, and this replica core will be transferred to the replica center in my name. I have a feeling that the people who are using this fountain of immortality to work behind the scenes aren't ordinary people, and I'm afraid that they'll be unfavorable to you. Li Huoyuan knew that Purple Crow's worries were not empty. The previous Sun Murmur had mentioned something about a plan in his mouth, but it was a pity that no one had asked something out of him. Late in the evening, Li Huoyuan returned to the Happy Lane neighborhood. After finding greetings with Mom and Dad, he hurried back to his room, afraid that Mom and Dad would see the injuries on his body. Lying on his bed, Li Huoyuan finally had the chance to take stock of today's harvest. The two skill books that Pure Sky had exploded, the Great Tablet Wrestling Hand and the Tiger's Golden Bell Shield, were directly learned off. These two skills, belonging to the same previous life's Shaolin 72 stunts, should not be inferior in power. After that, take out the Manju Gourd. According to the introduction of this item, this was most likely an immortal artifact, an absolutely great treasure. The main function of this item is to make wine. It's easy to do exactly that, with just two conditions. One is alcohol, and the other is wine. As it happens, Li Huowan has all of these things. During the daytime at Immortal Peak Mountain, he casually picked a blood-congealing grass, which could be used to brew wine. The efficacy of this herb is to stop bleeding and heal wounds. It's not a high grade, but you can use it to test the waters. There is also the tiger gallbladder wine that was popped out by killing Zhang Fei before, which can be used as well. When the blood-congealing grass and tiger's bile spirits touched the mouth of the gourd, a white light emerged and automatically absorbed the two items. After shaking it and letting it sit for a moment or three, a strong aroma of wine wafted out from the Wanshou gourd. It's done? Picking up the marigold gourd and putting it to his nose and smelling it, the wine smelled good, and there was also a faint herbal flavor that was refreshing. Glanced at the wine information. Tiger gallbladder spirits, plus, blood clotting herb, equals, tiger gallbladder blood clotting spirits. It has the dual effects of boosting combat power and healing blood, and the boost in combat power is twice that of the previous one, and the duration of the alcohol strength is also greatly extended. Li Huoyuan took a shallow taste and immediately felt that his physical strength and energy had recovered a bit, and even the internal injuries on his body had healed quite a bit. So amazing. However, at the moment the wine is not called a fairy brew, and there are requirements for both the brew and the wine. When it comes to this winemaking stuff, the longer you soak it and the older the wine is, the better that effect is sure to be. Put away the manslaughter gourd. Li Huoyuan decided to go to Manpower Mansion tomorrow to buy some more high-level herbs to use to make wine, and in the meantime, he went out for a wave of accumulated equipment. Funds don't have to be a concern. Earlier when he returned to the city he received $100 million that the Ah family had finally put together. In addition to these, in the Extreme Jade pendant there is also an immortal corpse stored. However, Li Huoyuan didn't think of any way to deal with it for the time being, so he could only put it away for the time being. In addition, it was the map of Jinshan Temple that Zhou had memorized. This map, plus the intelligence about some of the demons in the Demon Locking Tower, had also been deeply engraved in his mind. This map and intelligence was absolutely priceless to the various guilds that wanted to explore the Golden Mountain Temple replica. Even if the bidding was in the hundreds of millions, those large guilds would still grab their heads. After all, this was a large multiplayer open copy, and the number of people going down the copy was in the hundreds. The equipment and consumables and such that each person brought into the copy had a combined value of well over hundreds of millions. If these people were to be lost inside the copy because of the lack of information, it would be difficult for either guild to bear the burden. However, although Li Huoyuan was now empty of maps and information, he was only level 35 after all. This kind of top clan level copy, how can you have to be level 50 to be qualified to go forward and explore for a second? Right now, it's better to think about the terrorist high school. With his current strength, he was expected to be able to kill indiscriminately after entering the examination room. It looks like the previous provincial champion was just under level 30. Ding dong chicken, belly thunder. Was thinking. A cell phone rang. Chapter 40 Plans of the Heavenly Condemned Organization. Old Li, what's going on? Can't get in touch for a day. The call was from a dead friend. Lu Wei. Li Huoyuan then told him. The copy of Xianfeng Mountain that he went to today was in the wilderness area. That place had long been overrun by monsters and there was no signal at all. No wonder you can't get in touch. You dare to go to an expert level copy in the wilderness area. You're too fierce, Old Li. Say, how many levels are you now? I'm level 13, so I should be catching up to you soon. You're thinking about fart eating. Li Huoyuan mocked unmercifully. Ha ha ha, just kidding. By the way, yesterday, Zhou Shaoqian accidentally slipped up in the class group, and schoolmarm you is already level 26. Our whole class group blew up then, even with the city lord's office's Commander Zhao leading the way. This upgrading speed is a bit too fast. Li Huoyuan smiled at that. Not bad, the upgrade speed is pretty fast. It's only 9 levels below him. Don't worry about these blindly. Are you free tomorrow? Accompany me to stroll around Manpower Mansion and buy something. Alright, just as well I need to buy something. I'm exhausted from playing hard to get practicing lately. Lu Wei listened and agreed in one breath. After making an appointment, just after hanging up the phone, he received a message from Nan Jiaxue. On the way back earlier, the two had added WeChat friends. Gentle Snow, how's the body recovering? A smiling expression. Fire element, thanks to your elixir. It's much better. After some politeness, Nan Jiaxue cut to the chase. Gentle Snow, have you not joined the guild yet? Gentle Snow, are you interested in coming to our Nantian family? We are the top 3 large family guilds in Gusa City. I can talk to Grandpa and directly let you be a hallmaster. With a monthly salary of $1 million. The treatment is much better than the conditions of the 749th Bureau. Such a condition, if it were anyone else, would surely have agreed without hesitation. A hallmaster of the Southern Heavenly Family, in the boundaries of Gusa City. Where did he go that he wasn't surrounded by people in front and behind him? And it's $1 million a month. Digging in? Li Huoyuan smiled and politely declined. Joining a 749th Bureau was as far as he could go. With another guild, it's hard to imagine how much trouble it would be. Moreover, the current him, the income from the split of the copy tickets every month was over 10 million. So he really wasn't bad with that little bit of money. Gentle Snow, well, looking at the message on her cell phone, Nan Joshua sighed in disappointment. The offer she had made was already very generous, and the family had never had such a precedent before. After grinding his lips for half a day to fight for it, he didn't expect Li Huoyuan to reject it in one breath. It seemed like his plan, more than likely, was going to go down the drain. Perhaps the refusal was too dry. Li Huoyuan took the initiative to find a topic to ease the atmosphere. Fireworth, the horror exam is in 10 days. Are you taking it too? He felt that Nan Joshua was about the same age as him. Gentle Snow, yeah, you too? Gentle Snow, what college do you want to go to? Gentle Snow, Haiku University? Beijing University? This sister is acute. Ah, I sent one sentence and she returned 3. Li Huoyuan smiled. Fire element, Haida. Gentle Snow, me too hey. Hiramoto, a handshake emoji. Gentle Snow, I heard from a friend that this year's exam questions will be harder than before. I don't know what kind of. Fire element, the harder the better. Gentle Snow, a smacking expression. Horror High School. Li Huoyuan has learned a few things. In previous year's exams, all the candidates in each city would enter the same large open multiplayer copy, and the number of monsters hunted would be scored, and the more they killed, the higher the score. In the copies, the difficulty also diverges. In general, the deeper you go, the harder it gets, and even with a large number of huntress soldiers equipped, there is still a not so low mortality rate every year. On the contrary, those candidates who perform well receive olive branches from major universities. The future is limitless. General candidates will also be admitted on merit. Therefore, in every session of the terrorist college entrance examination, all the candidates will put in their best efforts just to win a good ranking. Just getting into a prestigious school and being groomed can change your life, even across class. Gentle Snow, forget it. With your strength, surely you don't need to worry about this kind of thing. Take a bath. Bye-bye. After ending the chat, Li Huoyuan also went to take a hot shower before turning off the lights and going to bed. In the next 10 days, he was going to continue practicing and try to level up a few more levels, preferably breaking through level 40 before the terror exam came. Late night, some crappy building, the evil organization that Mr. Yin and Young, son Mo Young, was born into is reunited. This time, I have gathered you all here because this seat has recently received a piece of news. Yu Tianhua is not in Qingzhou. The bald leader in a cloak stood in the upper seat, his raspy voice dripping with joy. Yu Tianhua? The Qingzhou city lord actually went AWOL? Ha ha, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Then can't our plans start earlier? A group of oddly costumed members began to scream strangely. That's right, plans are going ahead. This seat intends to start with the horrible high school exam in 10 days. Scary high school? The gazes of the members of the crowd lit up, and their faces all showed expressions of cruelty, lethargy, and anticipation. Only composter Fong Yuan was absent-minded, playing with the bug pet in his hand. Wang Hum, Li Mengjiu, Chang Su, the three of you will pretend to be candidates and blend into the examination center at that time, and when the time comes, you will kill as many as you can. When the time comes, this seat will send someone to meet you. The three named in the field were overjoyed. Wang Hum is the big thick-necked, 18-pack abs muscle man from before. Occupation, devil's flesh man. Li Mingjiao is a beauty with a hot body, wearing heavy smoky makeup and a provocative posture. Occupation, explosive mage. Chang Su, on the other hand, is a strange man wearing Indian-like clothing, with a plume on his head and totems painted all over his body. Occupation, dragon taming master. 3 people clearing level 50 plus, with such a high rank, mixing into a group of candidates of a dozen or even a few ranks. One didn't need to ask. It will be a massacre then. Chief, what do you mean by timing? Explosive mage Li Mingjiao opened her mouth and asked. The chief did not answer directly, but instead turned his gaze to the absent-minded Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan, a cry of rage. It took a moment to bring the four-eyed boy back to his senses. When the time comes, you'll be in charge of receiving the 3 of them, the chief ordered. What? Fong Yuan frowned. He's the backbone of the organization. And you're giving him this kind of work? Fong Yuan, this seat knows that you've been hitting on Qingzhou 749 Bureau Chief Purple Crow lately. But this seed has to warn you that you're not allowed to go looking for trouble with this woman until the plan is completely unfolded. She's no weaker than you. In addition to receiving Meng Jiao and the three of them, the main examiner of the terror examination will also need you to hold back at that time. If you spoil this seat's plan, you know the consequences. Feeling the powerful aura on the chief, Fang Yuan's expression changed for a while, but finally he let out a cold snort and nodded his head in agreement. Although it was very reluctant, the matter about the copy of Immortal Peak Mountain could only be put aside for now. He knew there was a big secret hidden in the copy of Xianfeng Mountain. Now that this copy was being raided by Purple Crow, he suspected that the secret about the Immortal Peak Mountain might have already been in Purple Crow's hands. If it dragged on too long, it would be hard for him to get that back. After the chief had made the arrangements, the members of the Divine Wrath organization left one after another. The top of a rotten building. The mysterious chief put his hands behind his back and looked at the 10,000 lights of Qingzhou, sighing with emotion. What a beautiful view. But unfortunately, it won't be long before this place turns into a dead city. Chapter 41 Divine Pesticide Workshop. 100 Years of Blood Ginseng. The next day, Li Huayuan got up early and met up with Lu Wei at the street corner of Manpower Mansion, ready to shop for a wave of consumables and props. As soon as they met, Lu Wei gave Li Huayuan a big bear hug. If it were not for Li Huayuan's now sturdy physical body, this fit as a fiddle Western Liang Fat Ma Chao's more than 200 pounds of physique slammed into him, and it was estimated that he could directly create him to fly. Old Li, I missed you. Hold it. No faggying. Say what? I'm thanking you for selling me the macho career deck. Now dude's kind of a big deal inside the school. Ha ha ha. Li Huayuan looked at Lu Wei's hands crossed swimming circle, full of smug look. Cannot help but feel funny. Yes. I gave Su Dan and the three of them a pass and didn't expose your strength in front of your classmates. When the time comes to terrorize the college entrance exams, give my brother a hard time pretending and violently beating the face of you schoolgirl. Lauer swings for the fences. Li Huayuan was speechless. That's really not necessary. The two chatted as they walked into the Manpower Mansion. Although he had already been here once, every time he saw the scale of the Manpower building, it still made Li Huayuan quite amazed. After a bit of walking and wandering, the two came to a large equipment store. Jiuzhen Tang, is the boss here? Can I help you? Customer? A shopkeeper walked up to him. Without saying a word, Li Huayuan binged and took out a large pile of equipment. There were the equipment popped out from fighting monsters and the equipment popped out from decapitating the monolithic warriors, amounting to more than 10 pieces. The store clerk was so disappointed when he saw that they were all worthless that he had a scatterbrained attitude. After the count, a total of $600. 000 was sold. After all, they are all ordinary equipment, and do not expect to sell for a good price. 600. 000 is already very good. Afterwards, Li Huayuan took out the vermilion ring blade and vermilion robe that the boss Zen Master Pure Sky had exploded. The clerk didn't expect Li Huayuan to have good goods on him. His eyes lit up and he hurriedly called an appraiser over. Have to say, the appraiser of this store was quite professional, recognizing at a glance that these two pieces of equipment were the voodoo sets produced by the expert-level copy, Immortal Peak Mountain. Both pieces of equipment are diamond quality. Equipment quality is generally divided into bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, emerald, legendary, pity. Although these two pieces of equipment are of diamond quality, they are only loose pieces. It would be great if they were a set and could be sold for a big price. If there are only two, make it a whole and count you $1 million. The appraiser is pressing for a price. What about adding this to it? Li Huayuan didn't bother to cut the price, and backhandedly pulled out the spiteful dagger that was popped out from killing the boss demon baby. Bring it to me. After the appraiser's inspection, it was a platinum quality equipment with an offer of $300,000. Might as well be a voodoo set of loose parts. Just when the appraiser thought that Li Huayuan only had these goods, the latter took out another extremely heavy snake-shaped spear. It's none other than the Zhangba snake spear. Li Huayuan can't use this stuff, so he might as well sell it for money. Let's forget this one along with it. Li Huayuan's expression was flat. As soon as this object came out, one could feel the rigid and furious power in it. It's not at all comparable to those earlier shipments. This is emerald quality weapons. The appraiser put in an appraisal spell and sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw the quality of the equipment. The emerald suit. Doesn't it only spawn in the clan level copies? He couldn't get the price and rushed the clerk to notify the supervisor. A few moments later, a man with glasses and a mustache trotted in. Not only the supervisor of the place, but also a senior appraiser. This honored guest, welcome to the Nine Precious Hall. My humble self Li Jing. Is the supervisor here? The supervisor, Li Jing, smiled apologetically. A world of difference compared to the previous store clerk's scatterbrained attitude. Don't be polite. Let's see how much it's worth. It was only after hearing Li Huayuan say this that Li Jing began to appraise it further. He pulled out an equipment shaped like a magnifying glass and looked around the Zhanba snakespear for half a day, and finally gave the valuation. Your guest. This equipment of yours is rather special. It is a limited equipment. It is the only one that cannot be acquired again, and has a certain collector's value. Our Nine Treasures Hall has never deceived customers. We are willing to offer $20 million to acquire this equipment. I wonder what your guests would like to do. Li Huayuan nodded. At this price, it was pretty much within his mental expectations. Deal. Both sides clapped and both were happy. The supervisor, Li Jing, was overjoyed to have encountered such a refreshing customer for the first time. After the transaction was completed, he also gave Li Huayuan a SVIP card, which can be used to buy things in the store at 95% discount in the future. My goodness, old Li is making too much money. Lu Wei, who had been following along, was staggered. Just for a moment, more than $20 million arrived. His family before in order to get together to buy Ma Chao professional card a small goal, but mobilized the power of the whole clan. The can borrow the relatives and friends to find all over. Now all those relatives and friends of their family, when they mention their family, they all smell it. Oops, too much talk is tears. Supervisor Lu, do you know where I can buy high-grade herbs? Li Huayuan asked after collecting the VIP card. Penthouse, Divine Pesticide Workshop. Li Jing almost didn't think twice. So, Li Huayuan and Lu Wei took the elevator to the top floor, and as soon as they stepped out of the elevator door, they saw a special building that stood alone. The antique decor is a sight to behold, and not only does it cover a huge area, but it is also divided into 3 floors. The heavy plaque was painted red and carved with 4 large characters in dragon and phoenix. God's Pesticide Workshop. It's really majestic. There was also an endless stream of people coming in and out of the place, and as soon as the two of them, Li Huayuan and Lu Wei, entered the door, they smelled an intoxicating medicinal fragrance. At the same time, a little girl with antlers on her head and dressed in damask came forward to receive her. It's not a demon. Rather, they are elven turners, which are relatively rare in number. The fact that the Divine Pesticide Workshop was able to get these transmutants to be guides was enough to see its depth. 2 handsome men. I'm Fawn. May I ask what you need? Fawn's sweet voice came out, a smile on her face. You have healing elixirs here with a price tag of around $5 million? Low, misty grass. Some dudes. Some. The guide Fawn directed the two to a glass counter somewhere, then entered a code and took out a brocade box made of jade. The moment he lifted the lid of the box, the aroma of medicine overflowed. In the brocade box, it contained a blood-colored ginseng. This 100-year blood ginseng just arrived yesterday afternoon, from an expert-level copy, and is definitely a great tonic for healing wounds and restoring chi, blood, and essence. Not bad. How much? If the handsome man wants it sincerely, he can take it for $6 million, but it must be settled on the spot, because this blood ginseng, many customers have come to ask about it yesterday, and if it's not settled on the spot, it might be bought by someone else later. Li Huayuan didn't think much about it and wanted to buy it on the spot. This 100-year-old blood ginseng was a small price to pay, but he didn't care about that now that he had more than a small target lying on his account. If we could really brew a mortal wine in the Manju gourd, this amount of money would be earned back in minutes. Just as he pulled out his cell phone and was about to swipe his card to pay, a familiar cool female voice suddenly came from behind him. Wait, I was the one who saw this elixir first. I hope my friend doesn't cross my heart. Li Huayuan sniffed and looked. A girl with delicate and cold jade cheeks and an ice-clear temperament was also looking at him in surprise. Who is it if it's not his ex-girlfriend Yu Hearing Night? Chapter 42 Speak my name, and frighten thee, Li Huayuan. Why are you here? Yu Hearing Evening, who was walking quickly, stalled in her pace and asked with slight surprise, why can't I be here? Li Huayuan kind of wanted to roll his eyes. Evening, who is this kid? Behind Yu Hearing Evening, a male gentleman covered in name tags walked up, his brows slightly furrowed. Zhao Bin. LV19, General Xing Daorong, no one, a regular classmate. Yu Hearing Evening's eyes averted, not wanting the other party to know the relationship between her and Li Huayuan. It was because Zhao Bin's father was the martial monk Uncle Zhao who had been taking her leveling lately. That's why she still had to hang on to Zhao Bin now, so that she wouldn't delay Uncle Zhao from taking herself to practice leveling. Ordinary classmate? That's not right. Schoolgirl Yu, isn't old Li your ex-boyfriend? Lu Wei on the side pretended to be surprised. You two were so in love that you had to eat together after class. Now how come you're strangers after just how long you've been broken up? Lu Wei said more and more sorry, full of regret. A sight of Zhao Bin heard more than clenched his teeth. What? Zhao Bin burst into a rage. This brat. He also remembered that Yu Hearing Night did have a relationship at school before, and there was one all-nighter with this kid. He pursued you listen to the evening for so many years, not even holding hands, but maybe this kid. The more Xiaobin thought about it, the more angry he became, and he wanted to rush up and bang. He wanted to punch Li Huayuan in the face. Don't talk nonsense, fatso, that's all because you didn't know better before. There's nothing between me and him now. Yu Hearing Evening glared fiercely at Lu Wei. You're the only one with a mouth. Blah 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 blah. However, she was also aware that Lu Wei had turned 2 and had also transferred to a peerless profession, and she was afraid that his future achievements would not be lower than her own. Afterwards, a cold gaze was directed at Li Huayuan. Give me this 100-year blood ginseng in your hand. Li Huayuan? He felt a little funny. That tone of voice was still exactly the same as it had been when he'd been huffing and puffing at him before. Why would I give it to you? You. Seeing that she was rejected, Yu Hearing Evening had a look of disbelief plus shock. Before, Li Huayuan was obedient to her, more obedient than his own dog, and it hadn't been long since the breakup, so how did he suddenly become so cold? Humph, rejecting it so quickly. Is it that you don't have any feelings for me at all? Or was it all just you pretending before? Li Huayuan was almost amused. This woman, 80% is a bit cerebellar underdeveloped. You weren't the one who just said that we don't have anything to do with each other anymore. Yu Hearing Evening was so angry that her puffy breasts rose and fell. With a thought in mind, he felt that this was a good opportunity for a bit of Yu Hearing Evening to make a name for himself. Kid, hurry up and hand over the blood ginseng, or I'll make sure you don't walk out of this building today. Zhao Bin, who was on the side, saw that the opportunity to offer his courtesy had come and immediately stepped forward, pointing at Li Huayuan's nose in a threatening manner. The aura of a level 19 transmogrifier also swept out, drawing a lot of attention. Marshal General Xing Daorong? What kind of profession is that? Lu Wei was curious. I wonder how it compares to his Ma Chao. And when Li Huayuan saw Zhao Bin's occupation, he almost laughed out loud. Speak my name and frighten thee. After 0 years General Xing Daorong can also become a career. This Tendo is going to play. What are you laughing at? Believe it or not, I'll kill you? When Zhao Bin saw that Li Huayuan had been laughing, he couldn't help but burst into a rage. When Lu Wei heard this, he gave a thumbs up. Man, if you can get him killed, then you're the one. Yu Hearing Evening on the side got impatient. Her beautiful brows knit tightly, and she urged once again, Li Huayuan, I desperately need this blood ginseng to make a pill. Give it to me quickly. I don't have time to dilly-dally with you. Li Huayuan's head was big. Why didn't I realize this woman was so thick-skinned before? Asterisk 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 right you. I was here first. Why should I give it to you? You dare to scold me? Yu Hearing Evening thought he was hallucinating. She never expected that Li Huayuan would dare to scold herself in public. Another layer of frost suddenly appeared on the originally cold face. Zhao Bin, who was by her side, was even more furious and was about to make a move right away. How dare you scold Evening? How dare you? Boom! The moment Zhao Bin became furious, an ancient martial general spirit with a bloated figure and a long axe immediately emerged from behind him, towering over him and glaring angrily at Li Huayuan. Zhao Bin, calm down. This is the mall. Yu Hearing Evening hurriedly reminded. Doing it here will attract people from Bureau 749, and in case they're taken away and imprisoned, there's a chance that they'll miss the terror exam. Zhao Bin could only stop once he heard that. Though angry, he knew the lesser of the two. He had made a military order in front of his father to make it into the top 10 in the city, and only such impressive results are worthy of the late night. And if such a minor role causes you to go to jail and not be able to take the entrance exam, the loss is not worth the gain. Li Huayuan, I really don't want to fight with you. What is it that makes you willing to let me have the blood ginseng? Yu Hearing Evening looked patiently at her former boyfriend, her tone full of sultriness, even a hint of begging. The great lady of the Qingzhou City Lord's mansion would actually go soft? This was a bit of a surprise to Li Huayuan. Swipe. Li Huayuan didn't bother to talk to her anymore and turned his head to the shopper. I know that you have a grudge in your heart after breaking up with you, but will you stop it? This blood ginseng costs $6 million. Can you afford it? You can't pay in installments here. The woman is still not dead. She thought that the commoner-born Li Huayuan would never have this kind of financial power. Therefore, when she first saw the protagonist appear in front of the Divine Pesticide Place store, she felt surprised. However, in the next second, Li Huayuan casually pulled out a bank card and handed it to the shopper guide. Xiao dear. Drip. Swipe successful. The machine's beep sounded, and this time it was Yu Hearing Evening's turn to be shocked. Where did you get all that money? The financial condition of Li Huayuan's family. She also knew that the gifts bought for her in the past would not exceed $500. How long has it been since we broke up? And today we're spending $6 million in one go without even blinking an eye? Did he break up with her, and then take on a rich woman in her name? Shocked, The shopping guide, Fawn, had already packed and brought over the 100-year-old blood ginseng. At this moment, Zhaobin suddenly opened his mouth and pointed at the 100-year-old blood ginseng packed in the hands of the shopper guide. Xiao Lu, we reserved this 100-year blood ginseng yesterday afternoon. How could you sell it to him? I'll add $500,000 and refund his money. This blood ginseng must be given to me. See Zhaobin aggressive. Shopping guide dear was in a difficult situation. This gentleman, this is out of order. Although you said you wanted to buy it before, but you didn't pay a deposit. Zhaobin was furious at his words. A small shopper also dared to talk back to himself? A slap to Fawn's face. Slap. Of a slapping sound. What are you doing? Lu Wei, who had been watching the show, became angry and, after helping the shopper up, angrily rebuked Zhaobin. Even Yu Hearing Evening shook his head. This childhood friend of his temper was too impulsive. Chapter 43. Are you here to reverse the Big Dipper? None of your business. Get out of here. Zhaobin blared menacingly at Lu Wei. He saw the little fat man's appearance, so he didn't put him in his eyes, and then glaring viciously at the shopper guide, he continued to insult. Asshole, our Miss Evening Night has a golden mouth and still needs to pay a deposit? Do you know who her father is? Enough. Yu Hearing Evening coldly interrupted the mouthy Zhaobin. Her father raised her to be independent and expressly forbade her to proclaim her family name outside the home. This time when she came to Manpower Mansion, she was also given only $10 million to freely shop for equipment and medicines, aiming to cultivate her ability to allocate resources. If not, what medicinal herbs are not available in the huge Qingzhou City Lord's Mansion? Tell you what. One price. $8 million. Yu Hearing Evening stared closely at Li Huayuan and gave his final offer. Since you were here first, I won't let you suffer. How's that? This is always fine, right? Let's say 68 million. 68 million and I'll think about it. Li Huayuan has no grudge against money. You, shameless. You listened to the evening's exasperation. Cheeks were biting up. Li Huayuan smiled before he turned to leave. Seeing this, Zhaobin couldn't hold back any longer. An evil fire bubbling outward. Dog, I think you really want to die. Talking at the same time, the fat martial general's English soul behind Zhaobin reappeared, following Zhaobin's fist as it punched Li Huayuan in the back. Zhaobin, stop. You listened to the evening anxiously. As a transmogrifier, it's a felony to strike in a highly trafficked mall. Li Huayuan's pace was slightly stagnant. He didn't even turn around. His mind moved, and the Tiger's Whistle Golden Bell Shield skill was used. At once, golden light covered his body, and the sound of a tiger's roar arose. A golden bell shroud protected his entire body. Thud. Zhaobin's punch landed on the golden bell, but Li Huayuan stood still but didn't move a bit. Instead, Zhaobin was sent flying 7 or 8 meters away, revealing a face full of shock. This, Li Huayuan's calmness also shocked Yu Listening Evening. The level 19 Zhaobin struck out in a rage and actually couldn't break his defense? When did this guy get so strong? Isn't he just a white card profession? Did he really turn 2 after marrying a rich woman? Damn, how is this possible? Zhaobin's fists trembled as he was shaken back, and his heart was also shocked. Just now, he had used 70% of his strength, but this kid didn't even move his feet. Obviously, the other party's strength was much higher than he had predicted. If we really have to fight, I'm afraid it's hard to tell the winner from the loser. It would not be good to be taken away and imprisoned when the people from Bureau 749 arrived. In case he missed the horrible high school entrance exam, he'd be absolutely crippled by his dad. Humph. Let you off the hook for now today. Don't let me see you again in Manpower Mansion in the future, or I'll beat you up once I see you. Looking at Zhaobin, who had put out harsh words, Li Huayuan had a puzzled look on his face. Nice guy, you're here to reverse the Big Dipper? Lu Wei also froze and said, Old Li, this kid won't be hit with a concussion, right? If he doesn't dare to fight, why is his mouth netting nonsense? Fat ass, who are you talking about? Zhaobin was seething with anger, all in a rage, just in time to move the goalposts. I thought to myself, if I can't beat him, I can't beat you? Once again, he threw a punch and blasted at Lu Wei. The corner of Li Huayuan's mouth flicked up. This Zhaobin was really asking for trouble. Although Lu Wei was only level 13, he was a genuine peerless profession. And that Xingdaorong he transferred to is probably near the bottom of the list of the 3 kingdoms' military generals in terms of battle power. At best, it's a rare profession. Not even a starburst. The ending was predictable. Lu Wei punched out a few pounds of his earwax. Seeing that both of them were not to be messed with, Zhaobin was like a deflated ball, and he said to Yu Hearing Evening with a swollen nose, Evening, let's go. I'll take you somewhere else to buy medicine. With that said, he took the lead and ran out of the store. Stop. Li Huayuan stopped him with a shout. using the aura of the 8-armed evil Neza to hold him in place. What do you want? My dad is the commander of the city defense force. It's simple. You just punched me. How can I return the favor? Li Huoyuan moved his wrists, spinning around without giving Zhao Bin time to react. He lifted his hand and slapped an ear. I used the great tablet wrestling hand for this slap. Zhao Bin only felt a huge force blasted at his face. The whole person flew backwards at an extremely fast speed, breaking the railing of the floor, and then smashed down hard from the 6th floor to the 1st floor. Boom! The sound of the marble floor on the 1st floor was smashed out of a big pit full of cracks, and his whole body had 7 or 8 broken bones, and he was seriously injured and spitting blood. So much commotion that it scared many of the mallgoers with a gasp of surprise. Asterisk 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 someone jumped off a building. What jumping? Can't you see that was beaten? There's a big slap mark on his face. A level 19 transmuter. How did you get beaten like this? 6th floor. Li Huoyuan shook his wrist and walked to the edge of the building, glancing somewhat disgustedly at Zhao Bin downstairs. You're not so tough? Pure waste. And behind him, Yu Hearing Evening was looking at him with a face full of shock. One move to beat level 19 Zhao Bin like this? How many levels are you? Anyway? Yu Hearing Evening couldn't help but ask a question, her cold eyes starting to become complicated. Guess. Li Huoyuan glanced at her. As a transmogrifier striking in a public place, you're actually laughing? Yu Hearing Evening laughed instead of being annoyed. Li Huoyuan, there's surveillance here, and the people from Bureau 749 will soon arrive, so you're just waiting for your jail time. By the time you miss the terror exam, you won't have a chance to turn your life around. Li Huoyuan turned around as if he hadn't heard and led Lu Wei downstairs. Hey, if you don't want to eat jail food, then hand over the blood ginseng to me and I'll go to Dad to plead for leniency. And at least you'll be able to get a few days less in jail without missing the college entrance exam. You don't want your future to be ruined because of one little thing, do you? Hey, Li Huoyuan, are you even listening to me? Yu Hearing Evening jogged all the way to catch up. It looked like it was still not dead set on that 100-year-old blood ginseng. And at this time, Zhao Bin took out a healing elixir and took it, barely crawling up from the ground. Dog thing, how dare you hit someone in Manpower Mansion, and also damage public property and inflate prices. These charges are enough for you to go in and squat for a few years. Damn it if I don't you up today and make you sit through the bottom of a jail cell. You're my father. Zhao Bin's face was ghastly white as he stood there crookedly, his mouth full of teeth. He stared angrily at Li Huoyuan who walked out from the elevator entrance. And at this time, the people from Area 749 also arrived very quickly. And the leader was actually Dragon Blood Warrior, Xin Biao, followed by 8 or 9 C-rank investigators. They happened to be patrolling this area. And when they received a report from the public that there was a transmogrifier causing trouble in the Manpower Mansion, they immediately killed it. Mud, who dares to make a move in the mall? You've got to be kidding me. Chapter 44 Upgraded Wine Infusions, Tiger Gallbladder and Blood Ginseng Wine. Captain Shen. Zhao Bin and Xin Biao had a previous relationship and immediately stopped the group of investigators after recognizing them. I am Zhao Bin, the son of Zhao, commander of the Qingzhou City Defense Army. I was just stolen. Cough by a person. Cough cough cough. You, guys hurry over and arrest him, so that he doesn't hurt anyone else. What? Shen Biao was furious, in broad daylight, to be so arrogant. Mr. Zhao, don't worry, we will help you apprehend the murderer. Zhao Bin nodded his head vigorously, moved to tears. Captain Shen, the murderer is him. Zhao Bin pointed to Li Huoyuan who was walking over. Shen Biao looked in the direction of Zhao Bin's finger, and what met his eyes was actually the man he least wanted to see. Li Huoyuan? Grass. Why is he here? Shen Biao's heart thumped, and he even wanted to turn around and leave, but for the sake of face, he had to go up and greet Li Huoyuan. The others also looked at each other in disbelief. After all, Purple Crow had long announced in the bureau that Li Huoyuan had been promoted to A-class investigator, and it's still her most valued investigator. Li, hello, Rico. 8 or 9 investigators stood straight and greeted Li Huoyuan in unison. Zhao Bin was confused. Yu Listening Evening was also confused and couldn't help but look for Lu Wei to inquire about the situation. Lu Wei, what is going on here? Lu Wei smiled and replied, don't know anymore. Old Li is now a Class A investigator of Bureau 749, and was personally recruited by the director in the first place. What? You listened to the evening in disbelief. Li Huoyuan actually joined Bureau 749? Or was it the mysterious director Purple Crow who personally recruited him? To be honest, she believed in Lu Wei's sentence in front of her, but she really didn't believe in the sentence behind. Unless Li Huoyuan's second-turn profession reached epic quality. But that's simply not going to happen. And at that moment, Li Huoyuan walked towards Xin Biao. Xin Biao couldn't help but feel weak in his legs. Every time he saw Li Huoyuan, He couldn't help but remember that day in the training room. The fear of being dominated deep in his bloodline. This was the effect of the dragon's nightmare. As long as one was affected once, then it would leave an indelible fear in that heart forever. Just in time, Li Huayuan reached out and pointed at Zhao Bin. As a transmigrant, this dangling hair casually strikes people in public, damages public property, and forcefully buys and sells, and the surveillance can all be traced. Let's cuff him back first, lock him up and educate him. After Li Huayuan finished speaking with an expressionless face, Shen Biao swallowed his saliva and could only do as he was told. An A-list investigator has more power than he does. Zhao Bin, on the other hand, was in a daze. Wasn't this the charge he was going to put on Li Huayuan just now? How come it's all on his head now? Can someone please tell me? What the hell is going on here? Zhao Bin cries out in pain, screaming that he was wrongly accused, but is eventually taken away by Shen Biao, and Li Huayuan leaves with Lu Wei. After all, there were things to buy, and they weren't going to stay here and waste time, leaving behind a complex-faced listening evening. Her little face white for a while and red for a while. She didn't know what she was thinking. In the end, Li Huayuan and Lu Wei shopped for some more pills and props at the Wanbao mansion and went home on their own. Back to the Happy Lane neighborhood. After arriving home, Li Huayuan couldn't wait to take out the 100-year-old blood ginseng. That previous medicinal fragrance once again filled this entire room, and just smelling it made people much more refreshed. After bringing the 100 years blood ginseng close to the mouth of the gourd, it was once again absorbed by the Wan Shou gourd. With the new brew, the previous blood-clotting herb was spat out. It's a rule of marigold gourd brewing that only one brew can exist. And with the new brew, the wine made in the Manju gourd has changed. Tiger's Gall spirit plus centennial blood ginseng equals Tiger's Gall blood ginseng liquor. Evening. The family sat down to dinner. Li Huayuan had a bright idea. Poured a small cup of Tiger Gall blood ginseng wine for his dad, and did not dare to give him more to drink. The result is that his dad drank after the dragon spirit and tiger. Maybe it's so tonic. My nose is bleeding. Mom suffered, and was said to be unable to get out of bed until the next afternoon. After the meal, Li Huayuan breezed over to the copy center, bought a ticket to Whitebone Moor. It was in this copy last time, and Lu Wei and the others discovered the hidden copy of Jiaming Pass. The reason why he came here was because Li Huayuan wanted to try how effective the Tiger Gallbladder blood ginseng wine was in healing his wounds. Because Li Huayuan's physical body strength was now terrifyingly strong, ordinary monsters and even bosses couldn't break his defense at all. The level 80 Zhang Fei Soul and Ma Chao Soul would be a good choice. Just in time to explore this copy again and scour the copy cores. After entering the replica, the dense skeleton army, which was not even cannon fodder to the current Li Huayuan, crushed all the way. He came to the location of the cave from last time, only to find that the entrance to the replica was gone. Can't find it no matter how you look for it. Li Huayuan consciously realized that it was impossible to make a wrong move, so there was only one possibility left. This Jiaming Pass is the only copy. The unique copy is relatively rare. This kind of copy will disappear after clearing it. There is no way to refresh it again. Of course there's the possibility that someone got a hold of the Jiaming Pass copy core bar and took it away. With no other choice, Li Huayuan could only go and brush up on his copy of Immortal Peak Mountain. It just so happened that Pure Sky's big move was powerful enough that it should be able to test the efficacy of the Tiger's Bile and Blood Ginseng wine, a copy of Xianfeng Mountain, which has been very hot lately. Both because it was a copy of the latest raid and also because Purple Crow claimed to the public that he had raided it himself. Many people lined up to try to enter the copy. Moreover, this kind of new copy just moved to the copy center. The number of times to brush the book is still relatively small, and the burst rate is a bit higher than those old copies. If you can put together a voodoo set, or pop a skill or two, it's all blood money, especially that big move at the end of Pure Sky, Tianlong Jinmu Pom. Although the skill book hadn't been typed out yet, the outside world already had a valuation that was said to be as high as more than $1 billion. With the lure of such great benefits, it was no surprise that the Immortal Peak Mountain replica was bursting at the seams. In fact, the Fierce Ghost Hospital, which was previously transferred to the center of the replica, was in the same situation for a while. Only, that copy is so eerie that many timid transmigrators don't dare to enter the copy, which is so mountainous and beautiful like Xianfeng Mountain. After buying a ticket for a copy of Immortal Peak Mountain, Li Huayuan himself queued up for a while before entering. In the copy, that's just as good as it gets. Familiar lines rang out as Pure Sky built up his strength for a second before hitting the Heavenly Dragon Demon suppressing palm, and Li Huayuan still chose to carry it hard. Immediately after being injured, take a sip of Tiger Gallbladder and Blood Ginseng wine. The pale face, the broken internal organs, the seriously injured body, and the dizzy head, are all recovering at an amazing speed. This kind of healing effect could be more than 10 times better than the effect of the healing elixir given by Nan Zhaoxue last time. Li Huoyuan was pleasantly surprised and appreciated the extraordinary nature of this 10,000 longevity gourd even more. At the same time, after killing Pure Sky this time, another loose piece of the voodoo set actually popped out. Voodoo Zen Staff, one of the voodoo sets. Blanche, those loose pieces sold early. There is a premium for putting together a set and selling it, but it didn't matter. For Li Huoyuan's current income, a difference of $1 or $2 million was just icing on the cake. It's getting late, so let's go back to rest and continue practicing for the next 10 days. Chapter 45 Fire Lotus Immortal Body. 10,000 fires resist easy. Into the night. Throughout Bureau 749, there was silence. Most of the other departments were off duty, leaving only a handful of people still at their posts, as well as a handful of people still training in the training room. The empty corridor, however, resounded with the sound of a dense and hurried footsteps. Someone visited Bureau 749 late at night. Isn't this Commander Zhao? What brings you to our 749th Bureau this late at night? A lazy female voice came. Only the purple raven was seen half leaning against the wall of the passage in front of him, clasping his hands to his chest. He propped one foot on the ground and the other against the wall while yawning, as if he had already known that this Zhao commander was coming. Chief Purple Crow, I've heard that my canine son has been taken into custody by Bureau 749 investigators, and I've come to ask for him. However, this commander has official business in the daytime, so I have no choice but to come late at night to disturb. Please forgive me. The person who spoke was one of the four great commanders of Qingzhou City, City Lord Yu Tianhua's beloved, Zhao Xingquan. Zhao Xingquan, LV 82, martial arts monk. This Zhao Xingquan has a shaved head, a shiny silver white armor, bandaged hands and feet, and a string of large rosary beads around his neck, with a powerful aura. Not only was he strong, but as a commander of an army, he had experienced countless blood baptisms, killing and decisive, with a resolute eye. Behind him, there were also 8 guards, all of them over level 50, with the same powerful aura, expressionless faces and firm eyes. Wanted? Commander Zhao, I'm afraid this is out of order. Your son struck someone in public today, and according to the law of transmigrants, he should be imprisoned for at least 3 months. If I let Commander Zhao take the people away just like that, then where is the prestige of my Bureau 749? Speaking of which, the Purple Crow changed his lethargic stance from earlier. Flirtatious eyes erupted with a flash of severity. This commander will naturally not make things difficult for Director Purple Crow. Speaking, Zhao Xingquan took out a golden token from his bosom, on which was engraved a lifelike dragon head, as if it was roaring with its mouth open. Recently, Lord City Lord has been absent from the city, and has specially handed me the City Lord's order, allowing this commander to take charge of the City Lord's affairs on his behalf. If this commander bails out my son in this capacity, Chief Purple Crow should not refuse, right? Seeing the token that Zhao Xingquan had taken out, Z Crow frowned lightly. Although she knew that Zhao Xingquan was Yu Tianhua's beloved, she didn't expect that even the City Lord's order had been temporarily handed over to him. This was equivalent to the fact that Zhao Xingquan now controlled the power of life and death of the entire Qingzhou city. And so, the Purple Raven laughed softly and resumed her just now languid posture. With the City Lord's order in place, it's equivalent to the City Lord's personal presence, and with the City Lord's face, Purple Crow naturally has to give it. However, your son is now in the holding area, so I'll have to trouble Commander Zhao to come with me. Coming to the 3rd basement level, the holding area was again filled with many newly captured transmigrant criminals. Their faces were filled with uneasiness and trepidation, with many speculations in their minds, fearing that Zhao Xingquan and Z Crow were trying to take someone among them away for questioning. Zhao Bin, who was locked up here, also heard the commotion, and once he saw that it was his dad, he was excited. Dad, I'm here. Come help me, tell them to let me out. Zhao Bin held the railing in his hand, a snotty pig's head stuck in the crack of the railing, and shouted towards Zhao Xingquan. As he spoke, Zhao Bin couldn't help but cry. It's even if he was beaten by Li Huoyuan earlier, he ended up coming in and getting beaten up again for molesting a little girl with dorky hair on her head who was healing him. Not only did that group hit the thieves hard, but the healing was gone. Is there any justice here? Is there any law? Dad, you have to do it for me. I'm innocent. And then there's this group of 749 level investigators who also beat up good people and tortured them to get confessions. Hearing Zhao Bin's words, Zhao Xingquan's face turned blue. In a deep voice, he said, Chief Purple Crow, please open the door. Zhao Bin was released and flopped down at Zhao Xingquan's feet. With a sniffle and a tear, he cried, Dad, you've got to do it for me. Looking at Zhao Bin's unproductive appearance, Zhao Xingquan's blood pressure shot up. Ultimately, he couldn't help but slap Zhao Bin's face, and 2 of his teeth chipped off, And then it was a kick that gave Xiaobin more than 10 meters away, hitting the wall and spitting blood from his mouth. Dad. Why? He doesn't get it. Why did his father beat him too? And hit him so hard? Blame it on Li Huayuan. Otherwise it wouldn't be. Zhao Bin, who was seriously injured, directly fainted after blaming all of this on Li Huayuan's head. Zhao Xingxuan shook his head and sighed. What a worthless piece of Chief Purple Crow. I've caused you trouble. This asshole. I'll be sure to be strict in the future. Purple Crow waved his hand indifferently. The perfunctory attitude made Zhao Xingxuan upset in his heart. But the thought of Purple Crow's strength. The woman is mysterious and has so far not revealed her occupation or rank to anyone. Only once every 2 years did they come out during a ghost wave attack. Using a type of red silk thread to cut through the monster is not only fast, but also extremely penetrating. Eyeballing the level. It should be at least level 80 or above, and might even be on par with the City Lord. At the same time, he had also heard that Purple Crow had recently personally recruited a genius. The previous copy of 0018 Downtown that was never identified was uprooted by this newcomer. I think it's called something like Li Huayuan. Can I meet this Li Huayuan? Purple Crow was astonished. I didn't expect Zhao Xingxuan to be interested in Li Huayuan. Was he trying to poach? Or to avenge his punk-ass son? But surely the Purple Raven would not give him that chance. I'm afraid you won't be able to see him lately. He's been practicing under a copy. The other side. With his feet on the wind and fire wheels and manipulating the gold bricks, Li Huayuan was killing his way through a copy of the Goblin Kingdom. Since leveling up to 35, Gold Brick has unlocked a brand new effect, the Mega. The volume can get 100 times bigger, so the group of kobolds suffered, and a brick came down and killed a large number of them. This copy was chosen precisely because of the extremely high number of kobolds in this copy, and it's so densely distributed that random kills can guard a lot of experience. You've reached level 36. Up a level again. Also unlocked a new skill. Fire Lotus Immortal Body. Strengthens the physical body, improves defense, and is resistant to all fire. After reading the skill description, Li Huayuan straight away exclaimed that it was awesome. Worthy of the great god of the three altars of the sea. This skill is too buggy. 10,000 flames are immune to the vast majority of flames, meaning they are immune to the vast majority of flames. Can you play this nerf without chipping it? Keep practicing. Unlock the 3 heads and 8 arms, the Qianquan circle and the mixed heavenly pillow as soon as possible. With his feet on the wind fire wheel and his fire tip gun in hand, Li Huayuan looked in the direction of the distant Goblin King city, his eyes showing his desire for experience. Just as Li Huayuan was indulging in practicing, Yu Hearing Evening tossed and turned in her bed, her heart restless, and it was difficult to sleep. After seeing Li Huayuan's performance in Manpower Mansion today, it gave her a strong sense of crisis. After a few hesitations, he finally made up his mind. Flipping open his cell phone, he found Zhao Xingxuan and made a call. Uncle Zhao, I want to go brush up on my leveling. Now. Zhao Xingxuan had only just returned home with Zhao Bin at this time. A glance at the clock on the wall. 11:30 at night. Right. And it's not Uncle Zhao that you're shielding me from the monsters. It's that you're maiming them and I'm coming to fill in the gaps. Zhao Xingxuan frowned upon hearing this and said in a deep voice. This kind of pulling up seedlings to help them grow will not be agreed to by Lord City Lord. I couldn't care less. I have to break through level 30 before the terror exam comes. I know that my father Sama is trying to sharpen my practical combat experience, but it's not urgent. I won't do it in the future. Uncle Zhao on my father's side. You must help me hide it from him. I'll definitely take the top spot in Qingzhou's college entrance exams and give my father credit. Listening to the firm tone of Yu Hearing Evening on the phone, she seemed to have made up her mind. Zhao Xingxuan sighed and could only agree helplessly. Chapter 46 The higher education exam is approaching. A challenge from Yu Hearing Night. The world is 1,000 years old. The book isn't out yet, so anyone interested can drop their interest. 10 days passed in a flash. In the past few days, after Li Huayuan had killed countless goblins and cleared dozens of Goblin King copies, he had finally risen to level 40. Also got a Goblin Slayer title, which deals plus 10% damage to any goblin creature. Phew, not in vain I've been practicing like crazy all this time. Kung Fu was not a good idea. Li Huayuan stood in front of the mirror and washed himself, his mouth full of bubbles and emotions. Honestly though, the experience required to get to level 40 was horrifying. He felt that level 39 to level 40 took more energy than level 1 to level 39. It's a 10-level hurdle, but each hurdle is more and more difficult the further back you go. So that's why high-level transmutators are so rare. And, during this time, the ticket share for the 2 copies of Fierce Ghost Hospital and Immortal Peak Mountain also arrived. A full 11 million. Although Li Huayuan carried a small goal of more than 1 inside his pocket, it was a monthly income, or lying down and counting money kind of thing. Otherwise, why are so many people clamoring for copy cores? Rating a copy of the core is rewarded 10,000 times more than brushing a copy. If I could rate an expert level copy, it would be enough for 3 lifetimes. Fire 1. Aren't you taking the horror exam today? Come out and eat breakfast. Mom shouted from downstairs. Coming. After eating his mom's elaborate breakfast, Li Huayuan walked out of the house accompanied by his dad. Li Dahai, son of a, come on, don't be pressured. Even if you don't get into a major, you'll be fine with a secondary school. Mom and dad are happy enough with the way things are, Li Dahai instructed. He didn't realize that his son had switched to the mythic paragon profession, which could cut down enemies and kill monsters by doubling his level. Got it, Dad. Step out of the house. There were lights and banners everywhere. I wish all the examiners success in their exams. Their Happy Lane neighborhood, too, is buzzing. There are many other test takers like him who run to the test center, escorted by their parents and grandparents. Come to the street. The whole city of Qingzhou is under martial law. Young examiners of all shapes and sizes were making their way to the exam center, and roadside pedestrians were discussing much of the horror of the entrance exam. A message also popped up on Li Huayuan's cell phone. In the work group, colleagues sent their best wishes. Purple Crow at Fire 1. Go for it. Don't embarrass our 749th Bureau. Iron Bull at Fire 1. I'm looking out for you. Matcha at Fire 1. You can do it, a cute emoji. Gowie, go for it and get a good grade. Guyuno, with this kid's strength, why do you need a blessing? A wiping sweat emoji. Li Huayuan, a little scary high school exam. Watch my brother take it. An expression with sunglasses on. Li Huayuan put away his cell phone and went with the flow. Coming to the school with the other koans, there was some emotion in his heart. He hadn't been back for a while since the last time he had stormed White Snap applied for a break from school. At the entrance of the school, he happened to meet Lu Wei. After chatting with Lu Wei for a few moments, he returned to his class and greeted a few acquaintances. Yang Xingyu and Su Dan. The horror exam is finally starting. So nervous. Lu Wei's face was full of excitement and thrill. A look of preparation for a big show. Old Li, what level are you now? Although I'm level 18, I always feel uneasy in my heart when I enter the examination center. You have to protect me a bit. Yo, can it? Li Huayuan was slightly surprised upon hearing this. I can't believe I'm level 18. Looks like it's been practicing like crazy lately too. But he heard that you can't team up in the combat profession exam room. Right, Wei. You're level 18 and you're still worried. I'm only level 9. Me too. The ones who spoke were Yang Qingyu and Su Dan, who had average professions and little resources, so their upgrades were slow. Zhao Yingying is a little better. She's level 11. The skeleton summoning that Li Huayuan had given her earlier had helped a lot, and swiping copies was a bit faster than the others. In the middle of chatting with a few classmates, Li Huayuan suddenly felt a vicious gaze. Looking through the crowd, it turned out to be White Snap, who he had brutally beaten up last time. The two men's gazes clashed like pinpoints. Snap didn't know what kind of wind he had drawn, but he arrogantly gave a backwards thumbs up to Li Huayuan. It also screamed, Li Huayuan, last time you only beat me by sneak attack. Now that I'm level 15, I'll show you the gap between us this time with the terror high. 2 arms. Li Huayuan sent a simple and pure comment. What did you say? White Primrose burst into a rage, rolled up his sleeves, and flashed his hand blade. Instead, there was an exclamation of surprise from the doorway. Schoolgirl Yu is here. Swish. Almost at the same time, all eyes looked toward the classroom door. A stunningly beautiful young girl wearing a white slim-fit school uniform with a high ponytail walked in, her snowy neck lightly raised, her eyebrows delicate, just like a heroine coming out of a comic. Have you guys heard that schoolgirl Yu has broken through level 30? I don't know if it's true or not. Level 30? How is that possible? Hey, she's a starburst profession, and she's also the city lord's daughter. And this time, the top student of the college entrance examination in Qingzhou is none other than her. In the midst of the classmates' comments, Snapdragon took an arrow step and rushed to Yu hearing evening. Evening, long time no see. The last time I looked for you to practice leveling together. Why did you ignore me? The young girl swept right past him and walked over to Li Huayuan. This made White Snap feel very disgraced. His fists clenched in death. Something? Seeing that it was coming at him, Li Huayuan glanced at the young girl with a cold gaze. Want to compare? You heard the evening sandalwood mouth gently opened. Beautiful eyes staring at the ex-boyfriend. Then what? Li Huayuan was at a loss for words. High school grading. Of course. You hearing evening's delicate snow-white chin, gently sighed, her beautiful eyes full of confidence. The scene made the surrounding students look at each other in disbelief. What kind of confusing operation is this? Ms. You, Li Huayuan was just an ordinary profession. How could he compare to her? Shrimp and pig's heart, isn't it? No comparison. Li Huayuan rolled his eyes. Ha, What? Are you scared? Yu Hearing Evening's tone took on a mocking tone and used a provocative method. No. I mean, you're definitely the one who loses. No need to compete. Li Huayuan added. Lu Wei, who was on the side, couldn't help but give a thumbs up when he saw how pretentious Li Huayuan was. Old Li, so handsome. Yang Qinyu and Su Dan also followed suit. And Zhao Engying even looked at Li Huayuan with a face of adoration, her eyes shining with little stars. The other students were the ones who were confused. Where did Li Huayuan get the courage? From Jasmine Liang? Ha! You heard the evening to see her ex-boyfriend so arrogant. A cold smile, displaying the rank. Yu Hearing Knight, LV 31, Frost Archer. ****** rating less? Level 31? Am I blind? Is it really level 31? That's horrible. How many monsters did you have to kill? The class was abuzz. The eyes that looked at Yu Hearing Knight were full of excitement, envy, and admiration. I originally thought that breaking through level 30 was just a rumor, but I didn't think it was actually true. Now, does your confidence still allow you to be arrogant? Yu Hearing Evening's red lips picked up. Chapter 47. I'm really level 40. How come no one believes me? Seeing Yu Hearing Evening's rank, Li Huayuanjiao raised his eyebrows and was somewhat surprised. Wasn't this chick only level 26 at Manpower Tower 10 days ago? This upgrade speed. Looks like a bit of trickery was used. You know, it's hard to break level 30 at level 29. When Li Huayuan broke through to level 30, he had killed 2 high-level bosses, Zhang Fei's soul and Ma Chao's soul, before successfully breaking through. It is intriguing then that Yu Hearing Evening has risen from level 26 to level 31 in just 10 days. Presumably, it's patching up bloodied monsters as a way to gain a lot of experience. What a stupid woman. Li Huayuan secretly shook his head. This kind of practice, even if the level is raised, the combat power will be relatively flimsy, which is tantamount to pulling up seedlings to help them grow. It was impossible for Yu Hearing Evening not to know this, but she chose to do it anyway. Was it just to make a spectacle of herself? I guess it was done without that Lord Yu's knowledge. Well, turn around and make a call to the City Lord's hotline and tell him the news. Li Huayuan rubbed his chin and thought darkly, while the two were confronting each other. Wang Hua, the class teacher, walked into the classroom, greet the crowd and gathered downstairs to rush to the examination center. The buses are right in front of the school. 1 bus for each class. Everyone go find a spot on the bus. The crowd then ended their clamor and headed out of the classroom. Just as Li Huayuan was about to leave as well, he was named by Wang Hua to stay. Li Huayuan, come with me to the principal's office. Li Huayuan was uncertain. Lu Wei and the others left first, while Bai Snapdragon threw a gloating expression at Li Huayuan. In his opinion, this kid was definitely going to be criticized for being called to the principal's office at this moment. However, when Li Huayuan arrived at the principal's office, Principal Jiang Shugua, however, looked around Li Huayuan several times. He was already bald and short, and although he was dressed in a Chinese suit, he looked very greasy. Li Huayuan, tell me honestly, how many levels are you now? Level 40. Li Huayuan bristled impatiently, but as soon as the words fell, Wang Hua, who was on the side, angrily rebuked. What's this bull **********? Li Huayuan, watch your attitude. The principal called you here to cultivate you. Don't talk nonsense and answer the principal's question properly. Li Huayuan, This Wang Hua, so much for eyesight. There's not much else to it except a penchant for kissing ass and bullying the big boys. Level 40? Then let us see it by disclosing your rank. Principal Jiang Shugua smiled coldly with his hands behind his back. Forget it if you don't believe me. Li won't bother to disclose the information. Now, Jiang Shugua, who was the principal, felt that his face could not hold his face. With a slap on the table, he angrily rebuked. Li Huayuan, what's your attitude? I'm getting down to business with you now, so don't you stomp on me. Yu Hearing Evening is only level 31. You're level 40? If you're level 40, I'll eat this table. Jiang Shugua pointed to his desk. Li Huayuan was speechless. How come no one believes you when you tell the truth? Solely left straight away, not bothering to beep at them. Anyway, after the college entrance exam he would enter Tianhai University and this Thai school would have nothing to do with him. Little brat, what an attitude. Get back here. Come back here me. Seeing Li Huayuan leave without looking back, the class teacher Wang Hua was furious and stormed. Forget it, I guess this kid is just under level 10. Pretending to be a god here. Defeating White Snapdragon in the actual combat class before was most likely using some sort of tactic. Jiang Shugua shook his head and sighed. After all, his rank has never been confirmed. The principal's analysis makes sense. So this year's scholarships are actually no more for this kid. Too much attitude. Jiang Shugua snorted coldly. This kind of white-eyed wolf, Even if the scholarship is given to him, he may not read the school well. There are plenty of students with poor families and good career quality, so when the time comes, pick a few with good high school grades and give them, and pull them together. Wang Hua, the class teacher on the side, nodded approvingly. Wise principal, the other side. Li Huayuan arrived at the school entrance and found the class bus. Lu Wei made a place for him next to him. Old Li, what did the principal call you for? Nothing, just asking how many levels I am. So how many levels are you exactly? 40. Raider Shao? Lu Wei's eyes widened and a cry of surprise attracted the attention of the entire busload of students. Even Yu Hearing Evening glared back at the two of them unhappily from her position at the front. Old Li, you blow awesome, don't you? The real level 40, how come no one believes it? I don't believe it. You must blow awesome. I'll eat these curtains if you make it to level 40. Lo tugged at the small curtains hanging in the window next to his seat. Levels are a lot harder to get the higher you go. Not to mention Xingzhou, the entire South had never heard of a student being able to level up to 40 before the terror exam. At this point, another disgusting voice came to his ears. Oh, still level 40. Not afraid of people laughing their asses off. White Primrose is also in this car. If you kids are level 40, I'll eat this car. Li Huayuan cried and laughed. How come one wants the table, one wants the curtains, and one wants the car? Any new fetishes that are popular these days? Li Huayuan simply stopped talking as well and closed his eyes. Playing God. White Snap was full of disdain. Half an hour later, the bus drove to the Green State Replica Center. Buses from other colleges and universities also arrived one after another, forming a long line of traffic. Based on the past, a copy of Horror Gauge is a massively multiplayer open copy. The difficulty of the copy increases in a stepwise fashion, and the deeper you go, the more advanced the monsters you encounter. As for the copy bosses, the level is around level 30. At this level, in front of a group of students who were only in the teens or even a few levels, it was already an impossible existence to defeat. Of course, Li Huayuan and Yu Listening Evening were excluded. All the candidates in Qingzhou City, totaling more than 8,000 people, were in this large replica, but no one knew exactly what kind of map and what type of monsters were inside the copy. This is all to ensure that the content of the entrance exams is not leaked, so the copies of the exams are changed every year. Today's replica centers were shut down for the day just to conduct the terrorist exam, so the inside of the duplicate center was empty. There were no other transients, only invigilators and staff, as well as a large number of soldiers of the demon hunting army were in charge of the alert, and the guards were tight. Candidates stepped off the bus to the entrance of the replica center and filed in, led by the invigilator. The candidates were divided into columns, holding their passes. Their faces were either excited or nervous. There are even some more flexible minds that have already started contacting people to pre-form teams. All candidates in turn put on their smartwatches, which were prepared at the examination center, and lined up to enter the replica. Yet no one noticed. As the buses converged, there were so many evil-eyed figures that quietly blended in. Chapter 48 Horror High School, Zombie Siege. It was soon Li Huayuan's turn. After confirming the entry into the copy, a white light flashed. Before he could open his eyes, the smell of corruption and blood reached his nostrils. Open your eyes. Li Huayuan realized that he was actually in a dead city that was in a dilapidated state and at the same time emitting a foul stench. The streets were full of mutilated limbs and broken arms, as well as corpses that had been disemboweled, and even half of their bodies had been gnawed away. The stores on both sides also had broken windows and cracked doors, eroded by the flames and billowing black smoke. You have entered the mega multiplayer open copy Zombie Siege. The system prompt popped up. A zombie siege? Is this copy of the Horror High actually this scary? It's such a big scene right off the bat. It's over. I'm most afraid of walkers. My arms and legs are out of control. I'm going to abstain. The surrounding scene, which was like a purgatory on earth, scared the group of candidates who had just entered the replica. There are even the timid ones who clamor to quit. Li Huayuan also looked around. I found that I didn't know any of the candidates around me, and only one or two were from the next class. It looks like you were randomly teleported after entering the copy. Drip. The wristwatches carried on the hands of the group of candidates emitted a beeping sound. The wristwatch glowed for a moment, projecting a holographic image of a stalwart-faced man with a powerful voice. Candidates, I am the chief examiner of this year's college entrance exam, Yan Gang. The rules of this horror gauntlet are different from the past. In the past, it was all about exploring and killing monsters in the replica, and this time, it's about holding your ground and surviving for 3 days. In half an hour, a wave of zombies from outside the city will attack the city from all sides. All you have to do is to form fortifications to defend against the tide of corpses. Kill as many zombies as you can, and guard the city. Once the city is broken, your survival rate is almost zero. So, teamwork and being on the same page is this year's test. Of course, those who have the strength can also go out and kill zombies. The high-level zombies are in the back of the big wave of corpses. Every time you kill a zombie, you will earn points, and the final results are ranked according to the points. Having said that, the candidates have a rough idea about the questions in this year's exam, but right after that, Yen just stated a few more rules. Rule 1, transfers of the support profession may team up with one combat profession, and teammates receive equal points for killing monsters. Rule 2, you are not allowed to use any props in the replica. You can only fight with your own strength and skills. Rule number 3, if anyone can't hold out any longer, press the red button at the top of the watch to instantly teleport out of the copy. But it also means your score is immediately settled. Please keep the rules in mind. Points will be deducted if you violate the rules by using props, malicious teaming, etc. The corpse wave will attack the city in half an hour. Please rush to the nearest gate to defend it as soon as possible. Good luck, kids. Dropping. The glow on the wristwatch went out, and in its place was a miniature version of a map with arrows guiding the way to the nearest city gate. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is there any mistake? Letting me, a level 16 starburst profession, defend the city with this group of rookies? Which stupid bird came up with this exam question? That's it. We all agreed to team up together with our classmates, but now we haven't even seen a single hair of them. It's better for everyone to go to the nearest city gate first, in case the gate is broken. No one will get a good score. Curses and discussion ensued, but grumbling aside, one must still honestly rush towards the nearest city gate. According to the wristwatch, Li Huayuan's current location was closest to the east city gate. Since that's the case, let's go over and take a look first. And I don't know which city gate Lu Wei and the others are at right now. Follow the other candidates to the east city gate. There are still some fortifications remaining here that could still be used slightly. The transferees with the artisan profession began to bury their heads in the sand and reinforce the fortifications. There are also tree manipulating transmutators that use their skills to make a large tree grow outside the gates and block the entrance. Other trannies with special skills joined in. Li Huayuan also took the opportunity to sweep around the candidates converging at the east city gate, but did not find Lu Wei and their figures. The number of people teaming up here is gradually increasing. Everyone chooses the best of the best, or the one with the best career and skill fit, so that they can earn more points. However, compared to the others who were busy looking for people to team up with, Li Huayuan was unique in that anyone who came to him to ask about their occupation and level was rejected. Che, if you don't team up, you don't team up. We're all in the teens. What's the big deal? It doesn't. Li Huayuan stood on the city wall and had just rejected a girl of the support profession when he heard this girl sneering at him. Not caring, he looked at the dense forest below the city wall and leapt, smashing down like a cannonball, startling the birds. And this jump caused a crowd of candidates on the city walls to gasp. The dense jungle blocked the view of the other candidates on the city wall, and it was unknown whether Li Huayuan was dead or alive. Who was that guy just now? Why did he jump straight down? There are zombies down there. Isn't this looking for death? Could it be that he was so irritated that he deliberately sought death? Why are you all looking at me? I just said a few random words and he jumped off. None of my business. The other side. South City Gate. The nearby candidates similarly converged, and Lu Wei was also here. At this point, he had put on his silver lion armor, carried a tiger head Zhenjin gun, and had 4 cold shine guns sticking out of his back. If it wasn't for the fact that his body was really a bit round, he could really catch a lot of girls with this luxurious outfit. I am Lu Wei from Qingzhou No. 1. Level 18. Peerless profession, Western Liang Jin Ma Chao. Are there any cute support profession ladies to team up with? Requirements for the height of 166 centimeters or more. Sweet looking, 36D. Preferably also wear JK. Brother take you GA mess kill. Brother is in charge of messy kills. You're in charge of Gaga. With this luxurious equipment in place, no one doubted the authenticity of what Lu Wei had said, and he had also demonstrated the rank and was not faking. This kind of condition, in this group of ordinary professions with an average level of only 10, was already considered a ceiling. For a while, the girls who wanted to team up with Lu Wei fought for their heads. Me, brother, pick me. Honey, I'm here. Dad. Looking at these front and back girls around himself, Lu Wei's heart was greatly satisfied. The villain inside was crossing his arms and laughing up to the sky. Wahahaha, I, Lu Wei, have this day too. Just then, a devilishly fit, angelic-looking girl walked out, with an enchanting stride and a flirtatious face. Despite the wide cloak, it was hard to hide those proud bosoms. I'm afraid, at a rough estimate, it's much more than 36D. Lu Wei's eyes went straight the moment he saw her, and he even thought of a name for the baby. Handsome guy, I'm level 14 auxiliary profession. Can I team up with you? Chapter 49. The high school exams begin and monster class spots are up for grabs. Hearing this, Lu Wei was happy as hell. After wiping the saliva from the corner of his mouth, he pretended to be profound and replied, "It's fine if you want to team up with me, but you'll have to tell me what profession you are first, right?" The girl picked her mouth and laughed lightly, her pretty face showing her flirtatious color. While not saying it outright, he waved his staff and put an increased skill. Brute force. A raging flame ox horn totem immediately appeared above Lu Wei's head, and he only felt that his body's strength, speed, and endurance had increased by a lot. A wizard? Overjoyed, Lu Wei immediately decided to team up with this girl. "Beauty, your name is, just call me Ajiao." Speaking, the sorceress Ajiao noticed that Lu Wei's eyes flicked towards certain parts of her body from time to time. The heart couldn't help but laugh. This little chubby guy is pretty funny. Let's play with him first. I wonder which city gate Wang Hum and Chang Su were assigned to. West City Gate. Yu Hearing Evening stood on top of the city wall in a blue velvet winter cloak. At this point, she had full control over the sovereignty of the Western City Gate, well-organizedly directing the other candidates to form fortifications and arranging manpower stations. It was quite a leadership style. After all, as the jewel of the Qingzhou city lord, she had usually studied the art of war and the art of the imperial court, and it was not surprising that she could lead this group of candidates in such a short period of time. After giving orders again, Yu Hearing Knight's biting eyes glanced into the distance, secretly pondering in her heart, which gate is Li Huayuan at right now? How's it going over there? With his leadership, can he command this group of candidates? North City Gate, by snap, who considered himself to be Li Huayuan's nemesis, was at the moment not thinking about defending the city at all, but rather trying to find Li Huayuan. "Bastard, don't let me see you, or I'll definitely screw you over even if I have to spell out that I won't kill zombies anymore." After saying that, he touched off further away. Also at the North City Gate was the son of the City Defense Force Grand Commander Zhao Xingxuan, Zhao Bin. He was similar to Bai Snap, full of thoughts about how to get back at Li Huayuan. All before that, either directly or indirectly, because Li Huayuan had made him take a few beatings. In order to heal his wounds, he hadn't even been able to practice in time, resulting in his current level still being stuck at level 19. And it was all thanks to Li Huayuan. It would be hard to resolve the hatred in my heart if I didn't kill this person. Hundreds of kilometers away, Gusuku City. The copy of the terror exam here was a mountain range filled with white mist, and the candidates traveled forward through the mountains and forests, having to be on guard at all times against demonic beasts scurrying out and attacking. The moment a white-haired young girl in a tight-fitting combat outfit and holding a meow sword happened to encounter a demonic beast, a snow wolf, the young girl stored her momentum in place, and the moment the snow wolf pounced, she made a batusai chop and decapitated it. The young girl was none other than Nan Jiaxue. After finishing off this snow wolf, Nan Jiaxue's mind tugged at her heart. That fellow, Li Huayuan, should have entered the examination room by now as well, right? I don't know what the test is in Qingzhou this year. Hey, what am I blindly worrying about? Just with his strength, he must have started killing by now. Qingzhou City, copy of Horror High. On one of the tallest bell towers of this bloody and dilapidated city, three figures stood in solemnity, looking at each other. These three, they were Yen Gang, the examiner who had appeared on the wristwatch projection earlier, and the 50-something-year-old, slightly gray at the temples, with a faint smile on his face all the time, the deputy city lord of Qingzhou, Feng Yuchen, as well as the always mysterious and unidentified strength of the director of Bureau 749, Z Crow. City Lord Feng, isn't this copy you guys are preparing this year a bit too bloody? Purple Crow asked as the three were chatting. It's fine. It's good to expose them to this early. Feng Yuchen still smiled faintly. Horror college entrance exams. Naturally, we need to make some horror atmosphere. Is this an arrangement by the city lord? Purple Crow pursued. No. It's a decision from above. And where did the city lord go? Purple Crow was a bit curious. In the past, for every terror examination, didn't he personally come over to watch? Besides, this year there's also his precious daughter attending. Lord City Lord has gone to the Golden Mountain Temple, and this side of the terror examination has Yin Gang watching over it, so nothing major will go wrong. Feng Yuchun patiently explained. Golden Mountain Temple? Violet Crow's beautiful eyes were slightly aghast. Yes, this copy is now a big fat meat that several urban areas such as Qingzhou, Gusu, Tianhai, and Jinling all want to nibble down, and the city lord naturally wants to go and get a piece of the pie as well. Feng Yuchen laughed. Purple Crow, however, disagreed with his words. Shaking his head, he said, big fat meat? I think it's a hard bone that can cut people's teeth off. I've heard that the abbot of the Golden Mountain Temple is extremely bad to mess with. While the two were talking, The countdown to the corpse tide finally ran out. The examiner, Yen Gang, then interrupted them. Alright you two, the zombies are going to start attacking the city. Focus on invigilating. Under the four-way city gate, in the grey fog-filled dense forest, there soon came a burst of sizzling sounds, startling countless birds, as if it were the prelude to a storm. The candidates guarding the city were nervous with sweat clenched in their palms, and there were even timid ones who were shivering and didn't dare to look directly at them. Roar! Dang! 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 Drink the blood! Eat meat! Kill! Roar! Suddenly, hordes and hordes of zombies rushed out of the forest and attacked the city gates. The sizes vary, as do the grades, and the numbers get bigger and bigger as they gather. Fortunately, the few zombies that rushed to the front to attack the city were of a relatively low level, and the candidates' preparations were quite adequate, so the crowd had a relatively easy time dealing with them. In the short term, there shouldn't be any casualties. On the bell tower, once the more talkative Feng Yechen saw that there was nothing to see on the candidate side, he couldn't help but ask Z Crow about Li Huayuan. Director Purple Crow, I heard that you personally recruited a newcomer named Li Huayuan, who's been making waves in Bureau 749 lately. Ha! Purple Crow's beautiful eyes smiled as she listened, and she didn't retort. Fire Yuan's potential is indeed not low. And did you know that this boy has even been in love with the first lady of our house before? Violet Raven nodded and flicked her head, something she had certainly known about for a long time. Since you're the director of Bureau 749, you must know how many levels this kid is now? Compared to our Missy, who is higher? To be honest, Purple Crow wasn't sure of Li Huayuan's current rank, but she was sure that it was definitely higher than that city lord's house Qianjin. Looking at Feng Yechen, who had curiosity written all over his face, Z Crow skillfully changed the topic and said, I heard that Tianhai University's president Nangong put out the word that a monster class will be formed? Ah yes, there is that. Feng Yechen nodded and said, the students in the monster class are all top students picked out from various departments. Absolute geniuses. This group of people can get 90% of the school's resources tilted. Looking at this situation, that old monster from High University is determined to win the Great Summer Heavens Pride qualifying tournament in half a year. But speaking of which, it seems that there is only one monster class slot allocated to Qingzhou, and it should be that our Missy hasn't run away. Purple Crow smiled charmingly at his words. His beautiful eyes flooded out a few sneers and said, Feng City Lord, it's too early to draw conclusions. On the battlefield, at any time there is the possibility of killing a black horse too. Ha ha, yeah. Feng Yechen didn't believe it at all. The other side, Li Huayuan had already killed his way into the zombie forest outside the East City Gate. There are dense, crisscrossing headstones in the area. Zombie after zombie crawled out from the tombstones, forming a huge army of zombies and advancing in the direction of the East City Gate. Looking at these experienced babies, Li Huayuan's eyes showed joy. Although the level was not high, it was better than the number of them, and there was a considerable amount of experience to be gained from taking them all out. He then sacrificed a golden brick, mega transformation, and smashed it down from the sky, immediately slapping a large number of zombies to death. However, Li Huayuan felt that this was not an enjoyable way to kill. Solely stepping onto the wind and fire wheel, he spat out samadhi fire and circled around these tombstones. Looking far away from the East City Gate, one could clearly see a line of fire converging into a ring of fire. All the zombies in the circle of fire fell in pieces like wheat, including the tombstones, which were all reduced to ashes. The candidates defending the city at the back were dumbfounded. What the is this? All those walkers and not a single one was released? The guy who set the fire. Do you know he'll go to jail for setting the mountain on fire? You could at least leave us some points. Chapter 50 Tuning the Tiger Away from the Mountain. Compassionate Master Feng Yuan appears. Kill a normal zombie. Get 1 point. Kill a poisonous zombie. Get 10 points. Kill. The wristwatch kept ringing with a ticking sound. Points jump wildly. It didn't take long to break 10,000. If this were to be seen by those invigilators and test takers, their eyes would probably stare out. The exams have just started. You've broken 10,000 points? And Li Huayuan's physical strength also dropped rapidly as he released a large amount of Samadhi True Flame and urged the wind fire wheel. These little monsters are also too weak. It's better to go straight to the boss and kill it. Li Huayuan stopped setting fires on a wide scale and instead pulled out his fire-tip gun and started looking for some high-level zombies. Soon, he spotted several elite zombies that were either huge or moving very fast. A giant zombie that was 6 meters tall, equivalent to a 2-story building, was the first to become his target. Giant Zombie, LV-25. Skills, Roar, War Trample. The giant zombie also locked onto Li Huayuan, hammering his chest in mid-air and sending out bursts of roars. Li Huayuan crashed down with his gun. golden lotus flowers blooming on the tip of his fire-tipped gun, crimson flames raging and lingering. The whole person was like a meteorite smashing into the ground. The terrifying blow caused the seemingly mighty zombie giant to be stabbed through with a single shot like it was paper mache. A huge hole pierced through the front and back of the giant zombie's chest and back, and the tall body collapsed. Kill a giant zombie, get 2,000 points. After solving one, Li Huayuan left without any lingering and immediately left, soon staring at 2 more zombies with rotting bodies, revealing half of their ghastly white bones and chainsaws in their hands. Skeleton Butcher, LV23. Skills, Gutting, Bloodlust, Buzz, Hum. The 2 skeleton butchers held up half a man high chainsaws that were pulled to a buzzing sound, and rushed towards Li Huayuan. Li Huayuan's handheld fire-tipped spear did not dodge. Dang! The moment the fire-tipped gun and the chainsaw collided, the latter shattered in an instant, along with the skeleton butcher being run through together. Kill a skeleton butcher, get 1,800 points. After kicking it out of the way, you'll be able to come back and kill the other one. Kill a skeleton butcher, get 1,800 points. After resolving these elite monsters, other small monsters swarmed around. Boom! A 60% rage value deliberate boom fist swung out, quickly clearing the field, full of blood and mist, broken flesh, limbs and broken arms flying about. So spectacular. The smartwatch was drying up and smoking, dripping and dripping. Just killed in the tide of corpses for 10 minutes. When the last zombie was burnt to ashes by the flames, Li Huayuan raised his eyes and looked around, but there was not a single living thing around. All the tombstones, too, have been destroyed, so no new walkers will be refreshed. Is this killing it all? Li Huayuan skimmed his lips, really not enjoying himself. No zombie bosses were found along the way, presumably at the other gates. And so, he rose up in the air with his feet on the wind and fire wheels and quickly rushed in the direction of the other city gate. West City Gate. Hearing Evening's lips were a bit dry because she had been talking the whole time, directing the other candidates to defend against the corpse tide. The results are also obvious. Under her command, the candidates on the West City Gate side had managed to hold back several waves of zombie waves, and everyone had gained a considerable amount of points. At this moment, this city lord's house 1,000 Gold's heart was also a bit swollen. Under her direction, a tacit understanding had developed between these candidates. Since there was no problem defending the city, it was time to start the hunting mode next. And so, Hearing Evening simply left only a small portion of people to guard the city, and then gathered a large force to go out of the city to crusade against high-level elite monsters, preferably to find a copy boss. Although some people were worried that something might go wrong, Hearing Evening was very confident that with her level and profession, she definitely had the qualifications to strongly kill the boss. If that's the case, why stay at the gates and guard them tightly? But then again, the group of transmigrators who followed Hearing Night deeper into the forest were still a bit wary in their hearts. In order to stabilize the army's heart, you listen to the evening show of strength. Her profession is Frost Archer. Still wearing a blue velvet rincon cloak, she was seen holding a beautifully shaped ice crystal longbow, and her entire person was holy and noble, like an ice princess. And the frost arrows she shot from her hands not only dealt high damage, but also caused high slowdowns. The most crucial thing was that Hearing Evening's attack speed was a thief. As long as it wasn't a large swarm of zombies appearing, they could be accurately sniped by her from a long distance away. Her points also rose rapidly as she went deeper into the forest. Kill a skeleton butcher, get 1,800 points. After exerting a bit of effort in killing an elite zombie, the surroundings immediately resounded with shouts of approval. Under the stars, Hearing Evening was somewhat complacent and proud. Now, those who can organize manpower to go into the forest to hunt zombies are probably just a team on their side of the West City Gate, right? The other teams are definitely nowhere near as far along as they are. As long as they could get the points for killing the boss, it would be hard for the others to have a chance to equalize. At that time, the top student of the Qingzhou College entrance examination, and even a place in the monster class of High University, would be hers. At the top of the bell tower, the 3 big men are still chatting. Just then, tap 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 tap, with a rush of footsteps, a city defense lieutenant quickly ascended to the top, bringing 100,000 urgent news. Lord Deputy City Lord, something big is happening. I just received news that a group of mysterious people are attacking the underground prison. Copy. At those words, all 3 of them frowned. Attacking the underground dungeon? Who has the audacity to do that? The underground prison dungeon, copy, is a prison in Qingzhou City that is specifically designed to hold criminals who are in transit. Once the charges are broken, it's possible that all the inmates will flee. The entire city of Qingzhou will be devastated by that time. Is the situation true? Feng Yechen came over with a frown on his face. 1,000 times over. How many people are on the other side? What levels are they all at? Where's the king commander guarding the underground prison? Copy. Wang commander he has already sacrificed himself. What? Feng Yuchen was shocked at his words. Yan Gang, Z Crow, you guys stay behind. I'll go over and take a look. I'm coming with you. Purple Crow suddenly thought of something and quickly followed. Feng Yuchen swept a glance at Yan Gang, whose face was equally grave, and gave a nod to Z Crow. Good. Where did the thieves come from? How dare they hit the underground jail idea? After the two left, Yan Gang's brows furrowed into a Chuan character, always feeling that something was a little off. Just then, swish, a long, sharp, and poison bee sting came at his back. It was the captain of the city defense force who had just reported the news. Yan just reacted fairly quickly, shifting half a body length to the side at extreme distance. The bee stinger grazed Yan Gang's armpit, leaving a wound that was neither deep nor shallow. Oh, I can't believe I got away with it. Nice response. The sneaky lieutenant had removed his disguise by now. A pair of round-framed glasses were revealed after ruffling his hair, and an evil smile hung at the corners of his mouth. With this appearance, who could it be if not that compassionate master, Feng Yuan? What are you? Yan Gang quickly retreated, pulling out two long knives out of thin air and looking at the short youth with glasses in shock. The exam room is heavily guarded. How did this guy get in? Was some kind of special camouflage prop used? I wanted you to die a painful death, but now it seems that some torture is inevitable. Ha! The mirror of Feng Yuan's glasses refracted a wickedly harsh light. Chapter 51 Do It. Foul winds and bloody rain. South City Gate. The strongest combatant here was undoubtedly Lu Wei. After all, it was a peerless profession, and Xiliang Jin Ma Chao's battle power was extraordinary, especially his Xiliang Iron Cavalry skill. Whenever the crowd could barely hold the city gates, Lu Wei unleashed his skills to produce strange effects. Wherever the iron horse trampled, it was able to eliminate large numbers of zombies. This mountain of corpses and sea of blood became the stage for Lu Wei to show off his skills. As soon as the big move, Unmatched Flying General, is turned on, the movement speed skyrockets by 800%. With Ajiao's skill added to the mix, it was even more so that Lu Wei came and went without a trace. Amazingly fast. A tiger's head Junjin spear, easily harvesting the remaining zombies. The points shown on the smartwatch are quite high, almost the top 3 in the field. The eyes of Li Mingjiao, who had witnessed Lu Wei's outstanding combat prowess, blossomed into a brilliant light. This little fatty's profession was pretty good, and his skills and weapons were quite extraordinary. Well, when the time comes, kill him and hopefully pop this pro card. There is no experience in killing a transmogrifier, only randomly dropping items on the opponent. Even profession cards, only the probability is lower. Suddenly, a buzzing sounded beside Li Mingjiao's ears, as if she had picked up a signal of some frequency. This was a signal that Feng Yuan had conveyed from afar, indicating that he had held the examiner in check. The woman immediately licked her lips, revealing an alluring and bloodthirsty expression. The hunt, it's on. North City Gate. By Snapdragon. Zhao Bin and a group of candidates went through a few bitter battles and tried their best to intercept most of the zombies, but there was still a small portion of zombies that had rushed into the city. Stronger candidates can still clean up these leaks. However, those candidates who were not strong enough and at the same time were timid were on the verge of breaking down and chose to abstain from withdrawing from the copy and ending the examination. What's more, not willing to stop here, they simply retreated back to the city and fought guerrilla attacks with the zombies running in. At the same time, on the city wall, a certain auxiliary occupation candidate who had been paddling around also received the signal. That's right, he's also a member of the Heaven's Wrath organization that got mixed in. Wang Hum. Immediately, Wang Hum showed his teeth, revealing an oozing smile as his eyes grew excited. Finally, can start killing. It's suffocating the old man. What are you gawking at? Stupid? Heal me now. A certain combat profession candidate, who was grouped with him, yelled at him. Wang Hum grinned and simply stopped acting. After removing his disguise, he grew taller and taller, his muscles expanding rapidly until he grew to over 2 meters tall. The thick neck was as wide as his waist, his chest had a robust 18-pack abs, and his whole body was as terrifyingly muscular as a stone sculpture, harboring explosive power. At the same time, rank information is revealed. King Hum, LV 55, Demon Fleshman. The combat profession candidates on the same team were dumbfounded. What the is this? Is he under an illusion? Hey! Look, level 55. There's a level 55 big guy on the city wall. I throw. Is that so great? Great. With a hidden big brother, we'll definitely be able to defend the North City Gate. Ha ha ha, glad I didn't quit early. The murmurs of the surrounding candidates caused an oozing evil smile to appear on Wang Hum's face. Looks like this group of candidates didn't get the situation right. Jia. Also good. Giving enough hope and then facing despair produces negative emotions that are even more intense. The chief only rejoiced more. That's right. I'm here to save you. Ha 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 ha. King Hum paused for a second. The surrounding candidates had just revealed their surprised smiles when they saw this muscle monster suddenly strike out. A black tiger hollowed out his heart and directly came to the candidate who was teamed up with him. Thought I'd say that? A heart was tugged tightly in Wang Hum's hand, and it was crushed and burst with a single push. Hot blood spilled all over the floor, some dripping onto the faces of the other candidates. One moment. Panic and fear spread instantly as the candidates screamed and fled in all directions. Yes, that's it. Fear me. Run away. Ha 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 ha. Wang Hum laughed as he charged into the crowd and began a one-sided slaughter. Against these candidates whose average level was only 10, Wang Hum was able to blast several candidates with each strike. A. Brute bull charge, skill. Arms spread out like a high-speed train rushing into the crowd. Any candidate who was hit with a single blow exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The unlucky white snap is among them. He was stomped into mush by Wang Hum, who had leapt down from a high altitude. He didn't even have time to press the exit button on his wristwatch before he was killed. Before he died, his face was filled with despair and resignation. As for Zhao Bin, he had long been scared out of his wits by this scene. Grabbing a few random pads and flinging them behind him, he quickly fled with a scream of misery. West City Gate. The long-hidden, dragon-taming expert, Chang Su also struck out. His first target was Yu Hearing Evening, which was the daughter of the city lord of Qingzhou. If he could be captured alive, the chief would surely reward him heavily. And so, he took out a bone whistle, blew it and summoned a black-winged evil dragon out of thin air, and gently flapped his huge wings, then rolled up a gust of wind. At the same time, with extremely fast speed, he lunged towards Yu Hearing Knight. Fortunately, Yu Hearing Knight had sharp reflexes. Feeling a powerful wave of magic behind him, he thrillingly avoided the incoming vicious claws of the black-winged evil dragon. Yu Hearing Evening raised her hand and fired an ice arrow, hitting the black-winged evil dragon and causing a slowdown. However, the abnormal immunity resistance of this black-winged evil dragon seemed to be extremely high, and the thin layer of frost covering its wings quickly melted away. In this way, Yu Hearing Evening had to ken this evil dragon to play gorilla. While holding the evil dragon at bay, his heart was in a million shocks. Where did this come from? How did an evil dragon appear out of the promised zombie siege? Other candidates are not so lucky. Wherever the black-winged evil dragon passed by, a gust of wind was stirred up, and a large amount of black inflammation was also wrapped up and scattered down. As long as a candidate made the slightest contact, they would be engulfed by the black flames and turn into ashes after letting out a gurgling scream. The top of the bell tower. Yan Gang had been pestered by Feng Yuan and couldn't get away. Countless bugs surrounded him, and Feng Yuan even stepped on a giant centipede, the corner of his mouth lifting up an evil smile. Yan Gang held his dual swords and looked around, but he could never find a chance to break out. But he wasn't hurt either. This youth who manipulated the bugs to fight was no match for his battle power. But that's exactly why Yan Gang was even more unsure of how long he would be held back. This is trouble. Yan just gritted his teeth. From here he could hear the screams coming from the candidates in the distance. It seemed that this guy in front of him had accomplices. Feng Yuchen and Z Crow fell for their trick of transferring the tiger away from the mountain. Or, maybe the other team is prepared for a double-header. Chapter 52 Professional Cards, Devil Sinew Man. The other side. Li Huoyuan, who had emptied the tide of corpses at the East City Gate, killed all the way to the North City Gate. He happened to see that, Devil's Tendon Man, Wang Hum was chasing the candidates. Many candidates come to the button without being able to press it, and are killed by a powerful, stout arm that crashes into a bloody mist. This scene made Li Huoyuan a little confused. What's the situation? Not a zombie but chasing candidates? At this point, Wang Hum also killed all the way to the vicinity and happened to set his eyes on Li Huoyuan, instantly pouncing on him. Seeing Li Huoyuan frozen in place, Wang Hum immediately let out a loud laugh. And a cutie. One that doesn't hide? Ha ha ha. Die. Fists the size of sandbags blasted Li Huoyuan in the face. Originally thought that Li Huoyuan will directly head Blossom, but did not expect the two met. Issued a boom muffled sound. Li Huoyuan's cheeks were smashed to the point that his flesh was squeezed into a ball, and he still cocked his head, asking suspiciously, "Who are you? Why are you chasing after those candidates?" At this moment, Wang Hum was also a bit confused. This candidate was actually able to speak after his own punch? Is it some kind of special defense skill? Wang Hum didn't believe it. The muscles on his feet braced themselves and kicked at Li Huoyuan. Li Huoyuan loomed large and held open the tiger's whistle golden bell shield, and after a few flashes of golden light and muffled sounds, he easily blocked Wang Hum's attack. "You're not a candidate or an examiner. What are you?" Li Huoyuan frowned. Wang Hum turned a deaf ear to his words. Instead his gaze grew excited. "Interesting, too interesting. Qingzhou actually has a candidate as strong as you? Then let you have a good time with my lord. Explosive heavy punch. Wang Hum used his skill. The muscles on his small arm expanded like blowing up a balloon, wrapped in a terrifying force and blasted out, smashing into the tiger's golden bell shield. I heard a thud. The sound. Although the golden bell shield blocked Wang Hum's attack, a tiny crack erupted on its surface. What a powerful defense equipment. Again, Wang Hum made another skill. Crazy strike. Fists fell like rain on the Admiralty. You can swing nearly 20 punches a second. The light on the golden bell shroud flickered rapidly, and it finally couldn't support it, letting out a tiger's wail and shattering with a loud bang. Li Huayuan was expressionless the entire time. The moment the golden bell shield shattered, he raised his hand. Pa dash. Wang Hum was caught off guard by Li Huayuan, a big falling tablet. No, it was an ear-slapping hand slapping away. It was like a discharged cannonball blasting out, smashing several private houses one after another before stopping and collapsing into a pile of rubble. Cough up. Cough up. This can't be right. Wang Hum coughed up blood and his eyes were filled with horror. Before the sentence was finished, giantized gold bricks fell from the sky. Wang Hum was shocked and hurriedly used his hands to support himself upwards, half kneeling on the ground and carrying the wall like gold bricks. Aha! Wang Hum gritted his bloody teeth, and a huge force erupted from his chest, and he even directly lifted the heavy gold brick out of the air. However, he hadn't had a chance to make a big splash yet. A piece of picturesque black and white ink sword chi swept across and cut him at the waist. King Hum, dead. Next to the body, a profession card was also popped. Devil's Tendon Man, hiss, accidental kill, hasty, should have left breath for torture. Li Huayuan shook his head. Forget it. Seeing as this guy is all muscle, I guess he doesn't have the brains to ask anything. I just wonder if this guy has any accomplices? Thinking like this, Li Huayuan was a little worried if Lu Wei's side would be in danger. Gotta hurry up and check it out. And so, ignoring the shocked gazes thrown in all directions, he picked up the profession card and then quickly rushed towards the West City Gate. Come to the West City Gate. You listening evening, who had previously been circling around that black-winged evil dragon, had now been trampled by a dragon's claw under his foot. But she wasn't hurt much because she had an amulet from her father, forming half an eggshell-like shield. It protected her to the death. However, the shield was gouged to death by the dragon's claws, making it impossible for her to leave even if she wanted to. As for the other candidates, they were miserable. The black inflammation dragon breath spat out from the black-winged evil dragon's mouth was terrifyingly incomparable. Wherever it passed, no candidate could be spared. Chang Su rode on the back of the black-winged evil dragon and laughed openly. What a way to get to the top. I didn't expect to capture the daughter of the Qingzhou city lord so easily. Take it back and offer it to the chief. The chief will definitely reuse me in the future. Ha 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 ha, it's a pleasure. Above his head, there was a sudden shout. Why, where are you? When Chang Su took a look at the other party's appearance, he should also be a candidate. How dare you pass over his territory so boldly? Blackie, burn him. Chang Su gave a command to the black-winged evil dragon underneath him. Upraise. A mouthful of dragon's breath was immediately ejected from the black-winged evil dragon's mouth, precisely hitting Li Huayuan. Seeing this, Chang Su immediately lost interest in Li Huayuan. I thought it was some kind of master who could fly in the sky, but it turned out to be just a stray fish. No one could survive under the dragon flames. Yet the next moment, a figure rushed out of the flames and flew down as if nothing had happened. Just in time to see you listening evening, who was crushed under the dragon's claws. Have you seen Will? Li Huayuan asked with an anxious expression. You heard the evening died speechless, and in his heart, he cursed Li Huayuan 100 times for being a shrimp head man. Big brother, can't you see something's wrong here? Idiot. Run away. Go to the city lord's mansion to find my father. You hearing evening shouted at Li Huayuan through the shield. Her shroud also had a time limit. Only then did Li Huayuan look up at Chang Su, who was sitting on the back of the black evil dragon, and grunted coldly. Sure enough, there's more than one person who is mixed in. Why? Have you seen anything else? Chang Su narrowed his eyes and sized up Li Huayuan, as if wondering how he managed to carry Xiao Hei's dragon flame just now. Well, just killed one with a neck thicker than my head. Do you recognize it? Li Huayuan reached out and gestured twice around his neck. King Hum? Ha! 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 You can kill Wang Hum? You think I'm going to believe this crap from you? Chang Su laughed out loud when he heard it and didn't believe it at all. Wang Hum's profession, Devil's Fleshman, granted him an extremely terrifying physical body that could even withstand bomb blasts. Even Xiao Hei's dragon flame was hard to kill for a moment. Such a mediocre candidate could kill Wang Hum? You think he's a child? Die you! Blackie! Explosive spit! Chang Su suddenly made a move. The black-winged evil dragon that received the order opened its mouth wide. A red and black flame gathered in its mouth, ready to strike, but Li Huayuan didn't want to waste time with him. With a gaze, Dragon's Nightmare was activated. Boundless might spread out from Li Huayuan, enveloping this sub-dragon. The black-winged evil dragon's attack was instantly muted. Lying on the ground trembling, not daring to move, Chang Su and Yu Hearing Knight were both confused. What's the situation? What the hell? Is this evil dragon / little black? In fear? Blackie, what are you doing? Quickly burn him for me. Chang Su roared in disbelief. However, Li Huayuan did not give him this chance again. Pulling out the yin-yang twin swords, the swords glowed brightly. Li Huayuan leapt forward. His black and white ink sword chi spread out, and chopped down the dragon's head with a sword. No! Blackie! Chang Su cried out in despair. This black dragon was something he had spent his entire life's work to cultivate. Once the blackwing evil dragon died, his combat power was almost zero. Although his heart was filled with resentment and unwillingness, without the power to fight, he could only run away now. Good boy. I'll remember you. Wait for me. After saying that, Chang Su threw out a smoke bomb and tried to escape. But this kind of trick was just not enough in front of Li Huayuan. Li Huayuan appeared behind Chang Su with a shining spirit, skill and used his slap hand to knock him out. This time he hit it with less force and left it alive. With that, he carried the unconscious Chang Su to Yu listening evening and threw the person to her like a piece of trash. Do with it what you will. I'm going to find Will. Li Huayuan clapped his hands and leapt forward, stepping on the wind and fire wheel. Then, in the shocked, dismayed, and unwilling gazes of Yu listening evening, he turned into a long, fiery flame and went far away. What the hell is going on here? Li Huayuan. Yu Hearing Evening sat paralyzed on the ground in an M shape, unable to return to her senses for a long time. Chapter 53 Fire Lotus Immortal Body. Fire Mage's Nemesis. South City Gate. Li Huayuan is coming in a hurry. Starting from the East City Gate and ending up at the South City Gate is the equivalent of a big circle. At this point, Lu Wei was half kneeling on the ground, and the corners of his mouth were overflowing with the slightest bit of blood. The silver and white armor that had originally rubbed brightly had become tattered. His body was covered with traces of being scorched by flames. His hair was a scorched mess, and even 2 of the 4 cold faience guns behind him were broken. But even so, he still tightly gripped the tiger head Zhanjin gun in his hand. With a defiant aura, he stared viciously at Li Mengjio in front of him. At the same time, he shouted to the rear, I can still hold out. You guys go. I'll break. The moment he twisted his head, the last words that came out of Lu Wei's mouth didn't get finished. Where is he? Behind him, where is anyone else? He's the only one left. The others had run away long ago after Li Mengjio had thrown 2 rounds of explosive inflammatory fireball earlier. Fatty, still trying to be a hero? If I didn't want to play with you, with your strength, Auntie would have slaughtered you long ago. I'm curious though, where did you get this career deck? This kind of peerless quality profession falls into your hands. It's simply spoiled. I'm also just a starburst profession. She could tell that Lu Wei was far from adequate in terms of both practical combat experience and use of equipment and skills. Other than running fast and making it difficult for her skills to hit, there was no eye candy. Bah, why should I tell you? Lu Wei said with a lot of backbone. Won't talk? A basketball-sized ball of red-hot fire emerged from Li Mingjiao's fingertips, pulsing rhythmically at her fingertips. The temperature around them rose rapidly, scorching the air and distorting it slightly. Lu Wei's heart thumped, and the backbone he had just picked up was put down again. Since you asked in good faith, I'll be merciful and tell you, my big brother gave me this deck. My big brother is in this copy. If you touch me, he won't spare you. After listening to Lu Wei, a few thoughts quickly flashed through Li Mingjiao's mind. Who's the big brother he's talking about? The identity and strength of those who could have this kind of card must be extraordinary. Could it be the Examiner Yen Gang? It can't be some candidate. Li Mingjiao shook her head, and the great bosom in front of her body followed the rhythmic swaying. The little fat guy in front of me must be full of. Even if his elder brother was the Examiner Yen Gang, he was now being dragged by Fong Yuan and was simply not enough to worry about. It was better to kill it first and see if it could explode this profession card on him. Little fatty, no matter who your big brother is, no one can save you now. Die. Li Mingjio was just about to make her move when a loud cry suddenly came from above her head. Will, it's you. Hearing this voice, Li Mingjio and Lu Wei both looked up. Who? It's old Li. Old Li. Ah no. Righteous father, save me. Lu Wei cried loudly. Thought it was all dead, but did not expect Li Huayuan really came. After hearing Lu Wei's voice, Li Huayuan harnessed his wind fire wheel to dive downward sharply. Seeing Lu Wei covered in wounds, the pigskin is almost roasted. After falling to the ground from a high altitude, Li Huayuan frowned and questioned Li Mingjio. Were you the one who beat my son? Way. Like this? In the face of the forced question, Li Mingjiao, however, covered her lips and smiled with a flirtatious expression. Little dudes, he and I are teammates, how could it be me? You're lying, Li Huayuan cursed. Just now, when he was riding his wind and fire wheel and passed by from the sky, he saw that the city wall on this side was still intact, and there was no zombie attack into the city for the time being, so he thought that Lu Wei was safe on this side. Results. Turning his eyes, he saw the woman in front of him holding up a large fireball, trying to kill his righteous son. Can this be tolerated? Li Huayuan was just about to open his mouth to expose her bull *******, but it turned out that this woman actually didn't speak martial arts. Suddenly, he made a explosive fireball sneak attack. This explosive fireball was extremely fast, and in an instant, it smashed into Li Huayuan's face. Boom! Precision hits. The place where Li Huayuan stood let out a shocking bang, lifting up a large area of rubble and rising up rolling smoke. Li Mingjiao saw this and the corners of her mouth picked up lightly. So easy to get? Humph. I thought it was some kind of powerful character, but it seems that it's just an ordinary candidate. Just thinking about it. In the midst of the smoke, a figure actually slowly walked out. Who else could it be if not Li Huayuan? And unharmed, Li Huayuan patted the soot on his hands and looked at Li Mingjiao with disdain. Sneak attack even. Is that all the power? Li Huayuan's tone was sarcastic. Brat, how dare you underestimate me? Then let you see. Auntie's true strength. The words fell. Li Mingjiao swung her staff and threw skills out like no money. First, a wall of fire slammed into Li Huayuan, followed closely by a firebird and a fire tiger that roared and pounced. But it's a shame. After these attacks landed on Li Huayuan's body, they were unable to cause any damage at all, except for rising large swathes of smoke. This was the effect produced by Li Huayuan's newly unlocked skill, Fire Lotus Immortal Body. Earlier, 10,000 fires are incapable of being easy. It can be called the nemesis of fire mages, but Li Mingjiao didn't believe it, thinking that this kid was relying on special props to be able to withstand her flame attack. And after a short magic chant, she made a more powerful skill. Try this. Meteor Firestorm. Damn it. Inferno Dragon Roar. Fiery Star of Heaven. In the end, Li Mingjiao even used her big move. A huge crimson fireball, like a meteorite, smashed down from the sky with a heaven-destroying power. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid they would be scared to death when they saw such a large fireball smashing down from the sky. However, Li Huayuan acted as if nothing was wrong, completely ignoring the crimson fireball that was in the air, lifting his feet and approaching Li Mingjiao step by step. A wave of fear spread from the bottom of Li Mingjiao her heart. She had an intuition that she was afraid that fiery heavenly star couldn't help this kid either. And so it is. After Li Mingjiao's big move, Fiery Star of Heaven, smashed down, the nearby 100 meters were flattened, and even the seriously injured Lu Wei was lifted out by a gale. However, Li Huayuan's upright figure could still be seen in the flames and rolling smoke that remained on the ground. Hinged on getting tired of playing, Li Huayuan came to Li Mingjiao's face with a skill flash. The skin of his whole body was intact. Where there was a little bit of injury, even a single hair did not fall off. Finished fighting? Then it's my turn. Li Huayuan's right arm was drawn out like a fierce general drawing a bow. In the next second, a fully stored and deliberate bombardment of punches ruthlessly slammed into Li Mingjiao's chest. Flowing flame armor. Li Mingjiao made a powerful defense skill. Rolling flames drilled out of her body, condensing into a side of armor in an attempt to ward off Li Huayuan's fist. However, it only lasted half a second before it shattered, and the woman violently spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards with a face full of disbelief. Too weak. Li Huayuan was disinterested. I didn't realize that a level 50 plus transmogrifier was so unbeatable. Immediately, he was just about to go up and torture him properly when the earth beneath his feet trembled. Suddenly, a bug monster with a bloody mouth cracked out of the earth and swallowed the unconscious Li Mingjiao in one gulp. By the looks of it, it should be a large sandworm. The head of the sandworm is curved and opens into a large mouth at the top, which is hideous in appearance. But in the monster's mouth, there actually stood a man with glasses with a grim expression, leaning aside from Li Mingjiao, who had just passed out. And this man with the glasses is a key member of the Divine Wrath organization. Composter Fong Yuan. Chapter 54. The sun must not be capped. At this moment, Fong Yuan couldn't mention how shocked he was, looking Li Huayuan up and down with a horrified look. It's a candidate? You're so strong that you can beat level 56 Li Mingjiao? Look out! Run! In the distance, came the roar of the examiner Yen Gang. He was carrying 2 knives and swept over the roofs of several buildings at a rapid pace, heading towards Li Huayuan's side. Fong Yuan then woke up like a dream. In the next second, a murderous gaze locked onto Li Huayuan. This sun must not be capped. Die! Swish! Fang Yuan arrived in front of Li Huoyuan like an instantaneous movement. His speed was simply faster than his mind. As for his right hand, at this moment, it even transformed into a mantis side-like blade, carrying a horrifyingly strong wind, and without hesitation, it hacked towards Li Huoyuan's neck. Death Scythe. Li Huoyuan also reacted quickly. The moment he heard Yin Gang's warning voice, he utilized the Tiger's Whistle Golden Bell Shield. The Tiger's Golden Bell Shield, which had been unbeatable in the past, actually didn't even last for 0.1 seconds, and instantly ruptured like paper mache. Li Huoyuan was shocked in his heart. A crisis of death surged through his mind. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Crisis point. He mobilized his entire body muscles and twisted his body in the last milliseconds of missing, so that the scythe only hit his shoulder. Even though he possessed the skill of flesh become sainthood, and his body strength was hard as hell, he was still cut by Fang Yuan's death scythe, with a hideous wound that was deep enough to be seen on the bone. With such a terrifying destructive power, Li Huoyuan was almost certain that his opponent was definitely above level 80, and Fang Yuan was equally shocked in his heart. As a level 80 transmuter, he made a killing move and actually couldn't kill a single candidate in the district in seconds. Although he still wanted to make a move, he no longer had the chance because Yin Gang had already chased after him. Fang Yuan could only take a deep look at Li Huoyuan to memorize this face, then quickly drilled back into the mouth of the sandworm and fled with Li Mingjiu in a recluse. Classmate, how are you? You doing? Yen just rushed to the scene, panting like a dog, and looked at the candidate worriedly. Li Huoyuan sat paralyzed on the ground. The wound on his shoulder was really a bit hideous and scary, but in comparison, Yin Gang was still more shocked that this candidate could actually survive from that terrifying teenager who controlled bugs. To know, the scythe that the opponent had just used, even if it was him, he wouldn't necessarily be able to follow it. In the face of Yin Gang's concern, Li Huoyuan turned a deaf ear, and on the contrary, his face was still a little happy. Grandma, finally a big injury. Try the effect of this tiger's gall-blood ginseng wine. While muttering, Li Huoyuan took out a gourd and gulped down 2 mouthfuls of wine. Within moments, he only felt his body dry and hot, and where he had just been cut, the flesh buds grew and healed at an extremely fast speed, and the effect was immediate. That's good? Yes. Li Huoyuan swings a few punches, his expression excited. The mysterious teenager's scythe just now nearly split through his shoulder, yet he only took a sip of wine, and his injury was healed in a second. The effect was simply the same as having an immortal body. This scene, however, made Yin Gang look dumbfounded. Took a hard hit from a level 80 plus transmuter and was still alive and kicking? What the hell is this kid? After some activity, Li Huoyuan plowed out Lu Wei from a pile of sandy soil. This guy had just been stunned and fainted when the sandworms appeared. Seeing that his nemesis was so badly injured, Li Huoyuan also fed him a mouthful of tiger's guts blood ginseng wine and waited to recover. And at this point, Yin Gang still had many questions about Li Huoyuan, but before he had time to ask, Z Crow and Feng Yuchun anxiously rushed back. Why are you guys back? Yin Gang asked strangely to the duo. We've been caught in their ruse of transferring a tiger. Purple Raven's silver teeth clenched darkly as she told of the situation they had just been in over there. Just now, the two of them, Qi and Feng Yuchun, had just reached the entrance to the underground prison copy when the group ran away. Commander Wang, who was guarding the copy of the underground prison, didn't die either. Commander Wang exchanged blows with them several times and realized that the other party was fainting and retreated after touching them. So Z Crow and Feng Yuchun immediately reacted and rushed back. Subsequently, Yin just said something about his side of the story as well. When they heard that the previous lieutenant was a member of the Heaven's Condemnation Organization pretending to be a member of the Heaven's Condemnation Organization, and his strength was still slightly superior to his, both Z Crow and Feng Yuchun were surprised. One must know that Yin Gang's strength was one of the top experts when looking at the entire Qingzhou. How else can you sit in the exam room of a horrible high school test? The teenager who controlled the bugs was actually able to suppress him when he fought, which shows the horror of his strength. As for Li Huoyuan's performance, it was even more shocking to them. Even the top dog, Purple Crow, was quite surprised. After the three of them finished chatting, Li Huoyuan came over and told the story of how he had run into 3 high-level transmigrators at the examination center. Of those, 1 killed, 1 captured, and 1 ran away. After hearing this, Yin Gang, Z Crow and Feng Yuchun jaws were completely speechless. Is it really just a candidate? Although the 3 of them were eager to ask him about the exact course of the fight with those transmigrant criminals, the more important thing right now was to line up the entire examination room to see if there were any other people from other evil organizations mixed in. And so, terrorizing the high school entrance exams ended early, led by officialdom. All candidates must be examined one by one before they can leave. and each candidate is required to keep what happens in the examination room confidential. But with so many people, paper can't hold fire after all. The news of the unexpected situation in the examination room still leaked out, and the entire copy center was soon surrounded by all kinds of media and newspapers. Something of this magnitude has caused a stir in the city. The examiner Yen Gang was taken away for investigation. After all, the high school exam room was mixed with transmogrifier criminals, and so many candidates died. As the examiner, he could not be blamed. More candidates came out, and Li Huoyuan's exploits in the examination room gradually spread. But many people simply don't believe it when they hear it. After all, a senior candidate taking out 3 level 50 plus transmogrifier criminals? This is outrageous. While Li Huoyuan, who was the person in question, was brought to Bureau 749 by Purple Crow. If he continued to stay in the examination hall, I was afraid that it would be unfavorable to him in case those transmigrant criminals went and returned. And over at the replica center, those newspapers and media outlets went straight to live streaming. In addition to those candidates who were checked out and left, there were more who were carried out. These people were either seriously injured or had become a corpse, either dead or dying. It's hard to imagine what they actually went through before they died. Happy Lane neighborhood. Li Dahai and Song Meiwan, both husband and wife, were also watching the live broadcast, looking at the candidates who were being carried out, fearing that their son's figure would appear. Solo never showed up until the broadcast was over, and his son never showed up. Finally, they received a text message from their son, and the two seniors let go of their hearts. But the parents of those koans who died in the examination hall were not so lucky. The deaths of thousands of people made heart-rending cries audible from every part of the city. It's the parents, relatives, friends, and loved ones of those candidates. How many partings and pains have been exchanged for the withering away of a living life? Li Huoyuan is in the 749th precinct. Watching the images spread by interviews and reports of people who were crying their hearts out was incredibly upsetting to him. The entire 749th Bureau was in the same mood as him. Even Shen Biao, who had a beef with him, was empathizing with him at the moment. His fists clenched and his teeth gritted. The director, Purple Crow, appeared calm, but in reality, he was seething with rage inside, remembering what she had been through. She swore darkly, "The wrath of God. You guys, one day I'll get you." Chapter 55 SSS Plus Level. Full high school grades. Late night, Purple Crow came back to find Li Huoyuan after dealing with the public relations. Things are a little rough. This session of the terrorist high school exam, the death toll reached hundreds, and things got so big that the news just couldn't be suppressed. It's a good thing that the news about you has been suppressed a bit, but it's still known at the top. Next, there may be quite a few people looking for you, so you have to be prepared. Li Huoyuan nodded his head. His intention was to take the high school entrance exam, and it was normal for someone to take notice when entering Haiku University. Only now he was likely to be targeted by a group of vicious transmuter criminals. In particular, the four-eyed boy who manipulated the sandworms that he encountered inside the copy was still fresh in Li Huoyuan's mind. And so, Li Huoyuan couldn't help but ask Purple Crow, what exactly is the origin of these guys? The college entrance examination center is heavily guarded. So how did this group of people blend in? What the hell do they want? 3 questions in a row made Purple Crow bow his head in silence for a long time. When she reared her head, her beautiful eyes were filled with hatred and her voice trembled slightly. Heaven's wrath. It's a long story about the Divine Wrath organization. Purple Crow brought Li Huoyuan back to her house, saying that she was in a bad mood and asked Li Huoyuan to drink 2 cups with her. Purple Crow, who was the director of the 749th Bureau, actually only lived in a small 3-room apartment, which was a bit of a surprise to Li Huoyuan. But the room, though small, was exquisite, with a minimalist style that showed the subtlety of the Purple Raven. It was only later that he learned that a large portion of Purple Crow's income went to investigations targeting that group of Divine Wrath organizations. After 3 rounds of drinks, with the strength of his drink, Purple Crow told his story. It turned out that she was not a native of Qingzhou, but a native of Tianhai. It was a rainy night over 20 years ago. It was very dark, with dark clouds and thunder and lightning weighing down the sky. She was a student at the time, and because it was too late, she stayed over at the house of a friend she was hanging out with. As a result, that night, there was an attack by a transhumanist criminal and an entire neighborhood rioted. Thousands of people died in this riot and her parents happened to live in that neighborhood. Obviously Mom and Dad spoke to me on the phone just a few minutes ago. I didn't realize. Speaking of this, Purple Crow's eyes glistened with tears and he whimpered. It was hard to imagine that this director of Bureau 749, such a strong woman, would shed tears. You can see how psychologically devastating this incident was to her when she was a young child. It's just always been about maintaining her image in front of others. But tonight, Li Huiyuan became the one and only person she confided in. Purple Raven continued. In her adulthood, she joined the 749th Bureau. Utilizing the authority of the 749th Bureau, there has been a covert investigation into that case, until it was discovered that the case was connected to an evil organization called the Wrath of God. This evil organization is so powerful that it roams between the major cities, creating plagues and killing people. A deeper investigation revealed that the Heaven's Condemnation Organization seemed to be trying to do something in Qingzhou City in recent years, so Purple Crow applied to his superiors and transferred to Qingzhou City. Perhaps it was because she had shown superior strength and responsibility during her previous tenure in Tianhai City. Moreover, the position of Director of Bureau 749 in Qingzhou City happened to have a vacancy, so she was directly asked to serve as the Director of Bureau 749 in Qingzhou City and make sure to investigate the case. It's a long way to go. This Heaven's Wrath organization is too tricky, and the investigators of Qingzhou City's Bureau 749 are too low-ranked, so they are in dire need of training. Narrating, Purple Crow said with a sad face. Li Huiyuan also nodded. Indeed, the few members of the Heaven's Wrath organization that Li Huiyuan had encountered in his copy today were all over level 50, while Tainyo and the others were just over level 30. It was also Gu Yanyi, who was said to have just broken through level 40 in the past few days. It's hard to wipe out this group of criminal organizations with these, but when Li Huiyuan joined, it gave Purple Crow hope. Li Huiyuan's potential and growth rate was far from comparable to others. Therefore, she had almost put all her chips on Li Huiyuan. Li Huiyuan, I've told you everything about me. Now you tell me honestly? Are you a legendary quality profession or not? Or higher? Li Huiyuan was stunned, not expecting Purple Crow to suddenly ask this. After a few moments of thought, he felt that Purple Crow was a trustworthy person, so nodded gently. Seeing him admit it, Purple Crow's face showed surprise. She really didn't look away. According to Li Huiyuan's growth rate, it wouldn't be long before he could become a great help to her, uncovering this group of evil organization members and eliminating them completely. Seeing that Purple Crow was so attached to this Heavenly Condemnation Organization, Li Huiyuan simply asked, "It's hard to be alone, how about I check it out with you?" After all, his own parents are also in Qingzhou City, and he absolutely can't let that group of people mess around. While the happily ever after neighborhood is fairly safe, that's only for normal people or low-level transients. I'm afraid that when it comes to high-level transmogrifiers, it's not much different from an ordinary residential neighborhood. The Purple Crow at the side was moved in her heart when she saw Li Huiyuan offer to help her with the investigation. But in the end, he shook his head no. You're still too low-leveled right now, and that level 80 plus bug manipulator today is only a backbone of the Heaven's Condemnation Organization. There are several more backbones like this one, and the chief is even more powerful. Perhaps not even a match for me. It's risky for you to join in now. Li Huiyuan was silent for a long time after hearing this. Indeed, the four-eyed boy who was manipulating the bugs today might not be able to beat him even if he played all his cards. The grade difference is too great. It looks like I'll have to work harder on upgrades in the future. Speaking of this, Li Huiyuan suddenly remembered something else. Chief, with such a big deal going on with this terror exam, what about the final grade? If we still follow the points system, I am afraid many people will disagree. Exactly how to calculate the score. The above hasn't given a plan yet, but for those who play superbly like you, Yanjing and Tianhai universities are going to come to snatch them in a couple days. Purple Raven pursed her lips and smiled lightly. There was admiration and satisfaction in his eyes. For the next few days, Li Huiyuan stayed at the 749th Bureau's training base. It wasn't that he didn't want to go out. It was mainly because Purple Crow wouldn't let him. They also sent Tainyo and Gao Yi to protect Li Huiyuan's parents in the dark for fear that members of the Heavenly Condemnation Organization would attack the latter's family. However, Li Huiyuan wasn't completely idle. There were still several trial copies in Bureau 749, and he was able to hone his strength. Well, after a few days of peace and quiet, but the attacks on the terrorist high school have shocked the nation after days of festering. All of the examiners were held accountable, and the Qingzhou City Lord all but nearly stepped down. After all, during the incident, as the Lord of Qingzhou City, he was actually not in the city. As for the results of this horrible high school exam, the final decision from above was to score points as appropriate based on the performance recorded by the smartwatch and the number of monsters killed. Everyone had thought that no candidate would get high marks under this rule, but unexpectedly, an official top rating of SSS Plus was announced. Full marks, deservedly the top student of Qingzhou City College entrance examination. For a while, the city was in an uproar. Chapter 56 Director of Admissions at Yen University snatches people. As for who exactly this person is who got the SSS Plus rating, no one knows. The news was completely blocked. A protective hiding. but there is much speculation among the forces as to who exactly this person is. Gusu City. Inside the Nan family manor, Nan Joshua lay in the white bathtub covered with rose petals, her palm caressing the water. Looking at the message on her cell phone, her heart was clear. This person must be Li Huayuan. Aside from Li Huayuan, she really couldn't think of anyone else who could have taken such a dazzling result. Nan Joshua closed her cell phone and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. If only this guy was her boyfriend, her father wouldn't have forced her to marry that scum Yuan Kuei. Every time she thought of this, Nan Joshua had a headache. Compared to Li Huayuan, the Yuan family's foppish young master is not so dazzling. No way. Looks like I'll have to be proactive. Nan Joshua thought darkly in her mind. Or else it would be like before, when Li Huayuan was snatched up by Purple Crow and pulled into Bureau 749. But all Purple Crow got was Li Huayuan's people. He still has a chance to get Li Huayuan's heart. The young girl in the tub had determined eyes. Jinling City, a certain luxury car. A handsome young man with wolf-tailed white hair, dressed in a grand suit, leaned lazily against the back seat. The teenager's face lacked blood and looked slightly white as he eyed the street along the way. In his hand, he held a delicate goblet. The glass was filled with what appeared to be red wine, but it was slightly thick, with a suspicious mix of a boozy aroma and a faintly fishy odor. The young man's deep pupils showed an evil color. Li Huayuan, Minnesota. In a warehouse with a floor height of 10 meters, a double ponytailed loli with a 7-colored lollipop in her mouth was polishing a quantity of mechs up to 7 meters tall that were placed in the warehouse. The mech has a cool look, with a faint sheen of metal and a futuristic, technological aura. Even when it didn't kick in, it was a breathtakingly oppressive feeling. It's conceivable what a destructive earthly weapon this mech will be once it is activated. But when she saw the message on her phone, she spat out the lollipop in her mouth and muttered something small. Li Huayuan? Where did this guy pop up from? How come I've never heard of him before? To get such a high rating, he must be very strong. I hope I can get him to play with my girl's mecha sometime. The Heavenly Sea. Inside a splendid palace, a red-haired youth was meditating on his knees. A circle of invisible ripples was stirred up between the breath exhalations, showing the thickness of his strength. A pair of eyes slowly opened, and the blood-red pupils seemed to be able to take in the heart. The youth spoke slightly with a low voice. Li Huayuan? I'm looking forward to meeting you in monster class after school starts. Nearly half a month has passed since the horrific high school exam. This day, Li Huayuan is ready to go to the school to get the acceptance letter. He has long filled in the first volunteer Tianhai University, just based on his scores in the horror high school exam this time. Entering Tianhai University was already a done deal. It took a while to get to the school. There were still reports posted all over the road about the horrible high school day and many missing persons notices. Some candidates, after entering the copy, never came out again, not even seeing the corpse. Alumni at the school are also discussing the terrorist high school attack, and it seems that the accidental attack made a really big deal. Back to class. Before he even entered, he heard a murmur of talk about the horrors of high school. Did you guys know? This attack on the terrorist high school is rumored to be the work of some evil force. So many people died. So many officials are out of office. You know White Snap, the one who likes to pretend to be a bully in our class, right? He died a horrible death. That scene. White Snap's death can be considered as a way to let the class be bullied by him out of a bad breath. You guys are outdated with all this news. You don't know it yet, do you? There's a candidate who killed several level 50+ transmigrator criminals who broke into the examination center to take revenge on society. It's a lie. What kind of test taker is this fierce? It must be the Invigilator. Really? Someone saw it with their own eyes. I heard that I also saved our Yuda school flower. TSK, a hero saving a beauty. Our schoolgirl you. Finally doesn't have to be with that cutie Li Huayuan. Tangled up. It so happened that Li Huayuan walked into the classroom at that moment. The few people who had just been talking about him instantly shut up. In their eyes, Li Huayuan was still very strong. After all, he had defeated by Snapdragon before. And there is also Lu Wei, this little brother. This guy's strength, but not at all hidden, and also extremely defend Li Huayuan. I don't know how Li Huayuan accepted this little brother. So, even if he felt that Li Huayuan was not worthy of you listening evening, he did not dare to say anything to his face. You guys, you dare to talk about my big brother. You owe a beating, don't you? Lu Wei glared at them viciously for a few moments before making room for Li Huayuan. Old Li, did you hear me? They're all talking about you. After Li Huayuan took his seat, Lu Wei whispered, a hero saves a beauty, eh? This time schoolgirl you should change her mind, right? I think you might as well find a way to give schoolgirl you a step down, and you two make up. Li Huayuan almost gave Lu Wei a kick down the stairs after hearing this. This bastard, he's giving him bad ideas. Oh yeah, I heard that schoolgirl you also got into Tianhai University. Previously, Li Huayuan had revealed to Lu Wei that his first volunteer was Tianhai University, but she didn't come to pick up the acceptance letter today. And I heard from Zhou Xiaoqian that schoolgirl you was confined by the city lord for some reason. Li Huayuan was silent. In his heart, he secretly guessed that Yu Hearing Knight's confinement was probably related to the previous incident of pulling up seedlings to help them grow. Li Huayuan and Lu Wei continued to chat. Not long after, a large group of school leaders walked into the classroom. The principal, vice principal, and secretary of the disciplinary committee are all present. The class teacher, Wang Hua, was even full of smiles and came to Li Huayuan together with the principal, Jiang Shugua. The whole class was puzzled as to why they were treating Li Huayuan with such an attitude. However, no one noticed that there was still a hint of trepidation in their eyes as they looked at Li Huayuan. Li Huayuan, we've all heard about your excellent performance in the exam room. Ha ha. After a unanimous discussion among our school leaders, we've decided to give you all $5 million of this scholarship. Hiss. The words set off a backward gasp in the class. $5 million in scholarships? All for Li Huayuan alone? What did he do? Is it worth it for the school director to curry favor like this? It should have been a great joyous event, but the expression on Li Huayuan's face did not change much. This caused some embarrassment on the faces of both Wang Hua and Principal Jiang Shugua, and they could only mobilize others to ease the atmosphere. Applause and encouragement. Everyone, to a dumbfounded applause from his classmates. Another heavyweight was welcomed at the classroom door. It was a gentle and sensible middle-aged woman, dressed in a clean white formal suit, with a pair of narrow-rimmed glasses and stern, confident eyes. To introduce myself, my name is Liang Jing, director of the admissions office of Yinjing Transfigurator University. After she introduced herself, the room erupted. The students were confused. What? It's actually someone from Yen University? Or the director of the enrollment office? Could it be that someone from our class has been spotted by Yen University, and the director of the admissions office has to come personally to invite them? It can't be way, can it? I heard that he almost paid with his life inside the examination center, dragging down a transmigrator criminal all by himself. There's such a thing? Brother Y is awesome. Looking at the direction Liang Jing went, it was indeed towards Lu Wei's side. Can't really be here to recruit Wei. However, when Liang Jing walked in, his gaze was gleaming as he looked straight at Li Huayuan. Li Huayuan, we know that your first volunteer filled in High University, but to be honest, it's a genius like you who should come to our Yen University. Chapter 57 Hide a Hidden Treasure Vault. Magical Ice Crystal Finger Claws. Our Yen University has the best faculty and student conditions in the country. You should know that countless students from all over the country break their heads to enter our Yen University. As long as you agree, Yen University can give you a scholarship award of $50 million and a full waiver of tuition and food expenses, as well as free entry into the genius class of the gold medal tutor. Well, Liang Jing looked straight at Li Huayuan. Under such lucrative conditions, he did not believe that the teenager in front of him was still not moved. The surrounding students were even more shocked. What kind of grades did Li Huayuan have? How can you make Yen University send the director of admissions over to pull the strings like this? But I've already volunteered. Li Huayuan made it difficult, because he knew that the people who wanted to pull themselves together were not just Yende. There were definitely others on their way. That's okay. Special talents like you are allowed to change their volunteers as long as they apply with their superiors. As long as you say yes, we'll take care of all these things. Liang Jing continued to seduce Li Huayuan. Just in time, a middle-aged man dressed as a Taoist priest, wearing a Taoist robe and looking somewhat immortal, walked into the classroom. No one who knew the man was shocked. How does this look? Looks so much like Zhong Qingming, the vice president of Tianhai University? The Zhong Qingming who transferred, one eyebrow Taoist? I told you why this guy looked so familiar. Vice president of Tianhai University? Zhong Qingming? I Lu, a good boy. This big Buddha is running to which one? It can't still be Li Huayuan. Zhong Qingming didn't respond to the murmurs around him. The reason for the rush was to prevent Yende from taking advantage of their inattention to dig in. Director Liang, it's not too good for you to blatantly poach like this, is it? As soon as he entered the classroom, Zhong Qingming put his duster on his wrist and said with a smile on his face, "But, Mr. Li Huayuan has already chosen our Tianhai University." At this moment, Jiang Shugua went up with a fawning face and, "Egu, Principal Zhong, why did you come in person? Didn't even tell me, so we can prepare for it." Li Huayuan, why don't you greet Principal Zhong? What an unruly behavior. If Liang Jing was still equal compared to him, Jiang Shugua, then with Zhong Qingming's arrival, this status of his was a bit inadequate. In order to get on this relationship with Zhong Qingming, Jiang Shugui immediately flattered, but he was so dead that he had to pull on Li Huayuan. This stupid bird of a principal. Of course Li Huayuan didn't bother with him. However, Zhong Qingming's face still had to be given. After all, he would have to enroll in Tianhai University in the future. So he briefly greeted Zhong Qingming. Instead of being humble, he was deeply loved by Zhong Qingming. Mr. Li Huayuan. Although Yen University's faculty and resources are slightly better than our Tianhai University, the conditions offered by our Tianhai University this time can be quite a bit more generous than Yen University's. Oh, Li Huayuan came to be interested. Zhong Qingming didn't talk nonsense and held out 3 fingers in turn. First, scholarships will be awarded in the amount of $25 million per year, totaling $100 million. Second, borrow any emerald quality equipment of your choice from our Tianhai University's treasure trove, and you won't have to return it after graduation. Thirdly, 24 hours of guidance from a famous teacher after enrollment, without the need for an examination. You can enter the monster class created by Tianhai University this year. Student Li Huayuan, are you satisfied with these conditions? After listening, Li Huayuan nodded his head repeatedly. The offer from Haiku University was quite a bit more generous than he had expected. Not only is there a scholarship, but there is also equipment. As for the monster class, Li Huayuan has also heard of it. It is said to be a collection of all the C's top geniuses to form a class, which starts with a peerless career, for half a year after the Daxia Heaven's Pride qualifying tournament, to prepare. What's more, the vice-chancellor of Haiku University had personally come, and this was enough to show that Haiku University attached importance to Li Huayuan. It would be more appropriate to choose Tianhai University for both reason and reason. And so, Director Liang, I appreciate your feelings, but this trip to Yanjing is really a long way. And even if I want to make a trip back to Qingzhou City, it won't be easy, so I can only apologize. Hearing Li Huayuan say this, Liang Jing felt deeply sorry. However, out of professionalism, she still wore a faint smile before handing out a business card to Li Huayuan. If you regret it, you're always welcome to come to Yen University. Its doors are always open to talent. After saying that, Liang Jing was ready to leave, but she had one last question before she left. Li Huayuan, what exactly is the quality of your profession? Legendary? Li Huayuan smiled without saying anything. Is it really a legend? I see. Liang Jing left. Zhong Qingming smiled broadly and held Li Huayuan's shoulders as if he was holding a gem and loving it. Ha ha ha, if it's really a legend, then in half a year's time in the Great Xia Heaven's Pride qualifying tournament, Hai University will be ranked higher than Yen University. Half an hour later, Li Huayuan got his acceptance letter and graduation certificate and left with Zhong Qingming. When Li Huayuan left, the class teacher Wang Hua and the principal Jiang Bushu and others even regretted their intestines. Legendary quality. Legendary quality, such a talent. The school instead of pulling in, but also give offended. Pop. Jiang Shugua was so angry that he slapped himself. And at this point, Li Huayuan followed behind Zhong Qingming and watched as Zhong Qingming took out half of the bluish-purple ice crystal finger claws. With just a stroke in the void, a light blue rift in the void appeared, seemingly linking to some space. Following Zhong Qingming's steps into the void rift, a sense of weightlessness flashed by. Come to a new space. It seemed to be a large bookstore, dimly lit and lined with bookshelves, and the space had an extremely high ceiling height of tens of meters. And from Zhong Qingming's mouth, he learned that this was the treasure trove of their Tianhai University. Li Huayuan was shocked. What was that blue-purple ice crystal finger claw that was just half cut off? Surprisingly, they were able to cross a distance of several hundred kilometers to the treasure vault of Tianhai University. Principal Zhong, is this your professional skill? You're a spatialist? Li Huayuan asked in disbelief. Isn't the profession of one-eyebrow Taoist master to catch ghosts and subdue demons? Since when can Uncle Nine tear through space? Zhong Qingming put away the half-blue-purple claws and teeth from earlier and laughed out loud. How could I be that powerful? That treasure just now was given by the principal. Forget that for now. Pick your outfit. Zhong Qingming's duster slashed through the void, and the 6 pieces of equipment lined up in a long row, meandering as if they were streams, hanging in front of him. Li Huayuan was the first to look at the first piece of equipment. Flying Sword Ice Jade, sub-legendary equipment. Hey! Li Huayuan rubbed his eyes and thought he had misread the situation. How come it's a sub-legendary outfit? Not the emerald? Zhong Qingming could see the doubt on Li Huayuan's face and laughed loudly. The principal had long anticipated that Yen would come to snatch people, so he specially explained it to me. If you firmly choose Haida, upgrade your emerald quality equipment to sub-legendary quality. Good. Headmaster, he really didn't look away. Now you can choose any of these equipment you want. Hearing Zhong Qingming's explanation, Li Huayuan could not help but smile bitterly. This principal is kinda funny. The vision is poisonous and decisive. More than 100 times better than that stupid bird Jiang Shuhua. Sub-legendary equipment. One worth hundreds of millions. Even if it was high-de. I'm afraid that he couldn't take a few pieces, and it was estimated that all of the sub-legendary equipment in the treasure trove was here. Look closely. Each of these 6 pieces of equipment is unique, and are divided into 4 main types. Attack gear is available. Flying sword Ice Jade, a cold flying sword with a jade-like body and a chilling aura. Famous sword Sworden, a short, light blue sword that is immune to death for a short period of time when bloodied. Defense equipment is available. Overlord armor, a pair of reddish-brown armor that looks quite heavy. Hidden moon shirt, boosts defense and resistance, and can be invisible. And a flying prop. Celestial wings, you can transform your wings to soar to the heavens. And a special prop. Goddess of Luck's Drool, a silver-gray necklace that, as the name suggests, increases luck. What to choose? Chapter 58 Sub-legendary equipment. Hidden moon shirt. Attack suits weren't much use. And now that Li Huayuan had a ton of attack suits, taking one more would just be icing on the cake. It was also the special effect of the famous sword division that was not bad, equivalent to a gold medal of immunity from death, which might work wonders someday. Secondly, the defensive outfit, Overlord armor, was too bulky, and the hidden moon shirt looked good. Flight props were even less useful. Li Huayuan had a wind fire wheel and could already fly, as well as the Goddess of Fortune's Drool equipment. It wasn't much use. Li Huayuan's mythical paragon profession came with heaven's favor, and the burst rates were all pulled full circle. That would seem to make the famous swordsman and the hidden moon shirt more suitable. After some agonizing, Li Huayuan finally chose the hidden moon shirt. This sub-legendary equipment is capable of invisibility while shielding its breath, making it a sneaking artifact. It just so happened that he was rather lacking in the means to sneak around. Moreover, this hidden moon shirt might be able to be used in the Golden Mountain Temple copy afterwards. The memory of Zen Master Jinkong that he himself had obtained had a clear topographical map of the Golden Mountain Temple. Several of the levels require the concealment of breath. Just this one. Li Huayuan selected the hidden moon shirt. This was a bit surprising to Zhong Qingming, who had originally thought that Li Huayuan would choose an attack suit. However, he also believed that this must be the result of Li Huayuan's deep thought. So he tossed the gear over and asked, "What are your plans for a month off for the summer?" "If there's nothing in particular, I should choose to practice." Li Huayuan draped the hidden moon shirt over his body and tried it on, and it fit quite well. In this world, summer vacation is only a month long, and winter vacation is even shorter, only half a month. Zhong Qiming nodded appreciatively. So hard-working, no wonder he could get such an achievement. Then there will be no delay. I have to go and resume my orders to Principal Nangong. You can go back the way you came. I won't see you off. I'll see you after school. Li Huayuan nodded his head and stepped into the spatial rift, returning to the playground of Qingzhou No. 1 Middle School. The spatial crack behind him healed inch by inch, reaching out to touch the place where the crack had just been. It was as if nothing had happened. Li Huayuan also became more and more curious about this skill. Such a powerful skill. Was it from that Principal Nangong? It seems that the professional quality of this Nangong principal must be very high. Come to a deserted path at the school. Li Huayuan put on the hidden moon shirt and prepared to test the effect of the equipment. It was said to be a garment, but it was really more like a cloak, dark purple in color. Only 2 cuffs were added and there was a large hood in the back. When worn, the hidden moon shirt provided Li Huayuan with a decent defense bonus and more of a speed bonus. It also comes with 2 skills. Lunar invisibility. When activated it becomes invisible. Not only does it muffle the sound made when walking around, but it also completely hides even your breath. Broken Shadow Strike. The next attack after removing stealth is bound to strike hard. This skill can deal amazing damage when combined with some high burst attacks. Looking at a large rock by the path, Li Huayuan was about to try his skills, but he didn't expect that Jiang Shuhua and Wang Hua had actually looked for him. The 2 men were surprised to see Li Huayuan and trotted to him. "Fellow student Li Huayuan, I've finally found you." We were the ones who looked the other way before. We didn't realize your career quality was so high. For this, I sincerely apologize on behalf of the school. What do you think about raising your scholarship to $8 million this year as well? Jiang Shuhua rubbed his fists and looked at Li Huayuan with a fawning face. Li Huayuan gave an oh-so-subtle cry. Jiang Shuhua and Wang Hua were filled with embarrassment. I know that our scholarships are not as high as those of Haiyuan University's Yin University, but more of this stuff is better. When the time comes, as long as you go to the University of the Sea, turn around and run into President Nangong or any interviews, just say a few good words for our school. Depends. Li Huayuan was too lazy to bother with him. This face was really unpleasant to look at. Solely using the stealth skill of the hidden moon shirt to leaving behind 2 people with shocked and chagrined faces. Come to the street, weaving in and out of the crowd. No matter how Li Huayuan dangled in front of others, not a single person could detect his presence. Keep testing. Li Huayuan walks into a shopping mall, and even comes to the underground vault of a bank, and just waltzes in and out without anyone noticing, then slipped back into the movie theater and stopped by for a free movie. Eventually, it was discovered that the moon hidden skill had a duration of 10 minutes, and it consumed very little. It's almost like a sneaky god technique. Crucially, the cooldown is also 10 minutes. In other words, as long as one didn't actively break stealth, one could be infinitely invisible. It's simply too practical. Cool. After getting tired of shopping, Li Huayuan returned to the Happy Lane neighborhood. Mom and Dad also happened to be ready for dinner, and their faces were beaming with joy when they saw their son return. Son, did you get your acceptance letter? The smile on the second oldest's face was mixed with a hint of nervousness. Which school is it? No need to stress. Even if it's a second school, it doesn't matter, as long as you're safe. Now the two old men are most concerned about their son's safety, and that terrorist attack on the college entrance exam scared the hell out of them. It's still a little scary to think about. To think that his parents still didn't know that he was the top student of the Qingzhou College entrance examination. After all, it wasn't officially reported. Li Huayuan then took out the acceptance letter directly to make his mom and dad happy too. When the two old men saw the words Tianhai Transitioner University on the acceptance letter, their hearts were overflowing with surprise. Haida! I can't believe it's Haida. Egu! Our kid has made a fortune. Ha ha ha. The mother, Song Meiwan, laughed out loud, perhaps because she was so happy, and left drops of tears. Come on, Mom, look how happy you are. Sit over here and eat first, the food will get cold later. Between meals, the two old men were full of praise for Li Huayuan and talked about his childhood. Coincidentally, at this time, Yu Hearing Evening suddenly sent a message to Li Huayuan. The human being listens to the evening sun. Are you there? Chatting? Fire one, no chat. He was having dinner with his family. He didn't have time to deal with this troublesome woman. The other side. Inside the city lord's mansion, the young girl wearing a clean white halter nightgown looked at the message on her cell phone and was so angry that she almost smashed it. Aha! Piss me off. This guy, what's the bull? This young lady took the initiative to look for him and he actually ignored her? Definitely not looking for him in the future. But, the thought of Li Huayuan slaying a dragon with a sword on the day of the horrific college entrance exam is just too cool. How the hell did this guy do that? Is it some sort of undercurrent that invites the gods on board for a short period of time? But how did he get this kind of undercurrent? This night, Yu Hearing night tossed and turned and didn't fall asleep until dawn. Late night, some abandoned underground garage. A group of people half kneeling on the ground were none other than the members of the Heaven's Condemnation Organization, who were currently enduring the wrath of their leader. Can either of you tell me how the hell this got messed up? Wang Hum was killed and Chang Su was captured. Can't even do such a small thing. This attack has absorbed far less than half of the grievances that were planned. Which one of you will be responsible? A group of members of the Heavenly Condemnation Organization bowed their heads in silence, and Li Mingjie was even trembling with fear, afraid that the chief would be accountable. On the other hand, Fong Yuan, who was playing with the centipede in his hand, let out a light laugh at this moment. It's just two dead losers. You can always recruit again. The plan failed, but I did find a fun guy. Fong Yuan recounted the brief encounter he had with Li Huayuan that day in a flash of lightning. The crowd was shocked to hear it. Even the chief narrowed his eyes. Not only was Li Huayuan able to defeat Li Mingjie, but he was even able to dodge a killing blow from Fong Yuan, who was upwards of level 80. Interesting, why don't you let me go get him and have some fun? A man with a bristly face, a naked upper body, and the mark of a white tiger on his chest, shaped like an orc, said. However, after he finished speaking, he was glared at by Fong Yuan with his morose eyes. You're not allowed to make a move. I can have my pets play with you if you want. Him, it's mine. Chapter 59 Meteorite Warriors. The joyous summer vacation has begun. That's the way it's supposed to be. But in a world where weirdness reigns, where is rest? But it's just a change of pace to keep brushing up on your power-ups. Li Huayuan didn't just focus on his own leveling, but brought along colleagues such as Tai Nyo, Mat Cha, Gu Yanyi, and others, and brushed expert-level copies together for a few days. It was because Purple Crow had mentioned before that the investigators of Bureau 749 were all low-ranked right now. So by taking them to brush up their levels, Li Huayuan was also helping to alleviate some of Purple Crow's burden. A few days later, Tai Nyo, Mat Cha and Gaoi, several of their colleagues' levels had broken through level 40, and Li Huayuan had also risen to level 41. There was also Lu Wei, and Li Huayuan took him along and helped him get to level 32. This little chubby guy also got into Haiku University, only in the regular class. This day, The few people who had been brushing the expert-level copy for a day came out of the copy with a body full of fatigue. Everyone had gained a lot during this time. Not only had they raised their levels, but they had also exploded a lot of equipment. Except for what you can use yourself. You can take it and sell it for money to buy what you need. Overall, everyone's strength has improved significantly. Fire element. Thank you for going through so much trouble to take us leveling. As a senior, it's kinda embarrassing, Tainyo said with a sincere face. What's there to be embarrassed about? Now that he's so much stronger than us, we need to rub his experience in it hard. Ha ha. Gu Yun's joyful tone actually hid a hint of depression. This was because the stealth skill that his profession, Lanling King, was proud of was finished off by one of Li Huayuan's high-level equipment. It frustrated him a bit. After some small talk, we have a mission tomorrow. We'll go first. A few people parted at the subway entrance, leaving Li Huayuan and Lu Wei behind. Old Li, what are you going to do with 20 more days of summer vacation? I guess you don't have much experience in brushing up these copies in the copy center. Li Huayuan nodded. But if you want to brush a higher level copy, you can only go to the wilderness area or a tier 1 city. Because advanced copy cores are almost always difficult to obtain, they can't be transferred to copy centers. Moreover, once a high-level copy has an accident and the monster boss runs out, the city will be devastated. I've made an appointment with someone else to check out Tianhai City tomorrow. There's a newly discovered expert copy to be opened over there. Liu Bei listened with envy. Advanced expert copy, or go for the open. This was something he didn't even dare to think about. As long as he succeeded in opening up the land and got some rare equipment, he would definitely be able to sell it for a high price. Good luck in advance. Don't forget to call me when you're free to practice. Okay. 2 separate. Son, be safe out there. And be careful so you don't get ripped off. Call mom and dad anytime anything happens. The dining room table. Li Dahai and Song Meiwan gave 1,000 instructions. Li Huayuan had heard the same words many times, but still listened patiently while responding. After the meal, Li Huayuan sent a message to Z Crow and told her about tomorrow's schedule. Unexpectedly, Purple Crow actually indicated that he wanted to give him a gift, no matter how much he refused. It was useless. The next day, Purple Crow drove an off-road Hummer, picked up Li Huayuan, and roared all the way to Tianhai City. It was obvious that the woman had made a point of dressing up today. Black silk with red-soled high heels and a trench coat that sets off the aura. I wonder who deserves so much attention from Purple Crow. Do I look good today, sis? Being asked by Purple Crow so suddenly, Li Huayuan hadn't reacted yet and subconsciously nodded his head. Purple Crow snorted at the sight. It was rare to see her show such an expression. It seemed like she relaxed a lot when she was with Li Huayuan. You went to Tianhai today because someone asked you to practice, right? Li Huayuan aired before honestly admitting. It was Nan Jiaxue who asked me to go to an expert-level copy to open up. This nymphette, really not dead heart, still runs so far away. Purple Crow laughed and reminded. That little ninny is devilishly witty. You don't want to fall prey to her sugarcoating. Li Huayuan also understood what Purple Crow was worried about. Don't worry. Li Huayuan patted his chest in reassurance and almost said he was a Sigma man. Arriving at the agreed place, Nan Jiaxue was already here, having waited for a long time. Beside her, there was another girl with a hot body, wheat-colored skin, dressed in a very bold and spirited outfit that felt like a swimsuit bikini. The body is well defined with muscles. When Nan Jiaxue saw that it was Z Crow who personally sent Li Huayuan over, she couldn't help but mutter her little mouth again. Fire element, put this thing away. In front of Nan Jiaxue, Z Crow handed a blood-red cross to Li Huayuan and even personally straightened his lapel. Li Huayuan swept a glance and found that it was an emerald-grade defense equipment. Not by heart. Director, this is. The copy of the opening must not be careless. Caution makes the boat. If there is anything that cannot be solved, contact me. After doing so, Z Crow left with a smirk on his face, looking at Nan Jiaxue as she stomped her feet. This woman. She must be giving her the oath of sovereignty. What an abomination. This girl is not a digger. But come to think of it, it seems like a dig? Whatever. Let's start by introducing today's teammates to Li Huayuan. Beside Nan Jiaxue as well as behind her, there were several other people standing. This is Mia. Nan Jiaxue pointed to the wheat-colored skinned, boldly dressed and spirited girl beside her and introduced her. Mia crossed her arms and also sized up Li Huayuan, secretly surprised in her heart. The famous, life hunter, Purple Crow, the director of Qingzhou Bureau 749, was actually so intimate with this kid? Cher, is this the expert you were talking about? He doesn't look so good. I guess any one of our team is better than him. He's not going to drag his feet if he goes with us to open up the field, is he? Obviously. This Mia was very skeptical of Li Huayuan's strength. This was normal. After all, Li Huayuan's performance in the terror examination could only be known by those at the top of the big families. In the eyes of outsiders, he was just a level 41 transmogrifier. Tian High City is a big catch. Mia, trust me, Li Huayuan's strength will definitely not hold us back, Nan Zhaxue said with dissatisfaction. Moreover, even if his strength isn't good, he's still my friend. I won't allow you to talk about him like that. Oops, got it. How come I haven't seen you so defensive of other men before? Shouldn't. Mia glanced at Li Huayuan, and indeed there were a few more little handsome moments. Oops, okay, no talking. Nan Zhaxue's cheeks blushed, and then brought Li Huayuan to meet the others. These people behind Nan Zhaxue all belong to the same team, named Meteorite Battle Team. Captain Nan Blade is Nan Zhaxue's cousin. Level 55 Starlight Profession, Demon Hunter. Dressed in a leather trenchcoat and armed with a pair of wide, sharp moon blades, he was quite handsome. At Nanxiang Blade's request, Li Huayuan demonstrated rank. Li Huayuan, LV 41, 8 Armed Evil Neza, only level 41? Chapter 60 Vice Book Opening. Quicksand River. Nanxiang Blade frowned, feeling a little dissatisfied that Li Huayuan's rank was too low. If you're trying to rely on Nan Zhaxue to enter the team to rub off on your experience, then I'd still advise you to leave as soon as possible. None of us can spare the free time to protect you when we get into the copy later. Nan Zhaxue, who was on the side, was a bit unhappy when she heard her cousin say this. He was just about to retort, but another dark-skinned member of the team grabbed Nan Zhaxue before she could speak. His occupation was Black Whirlwind Li Kuei, currently level 48, and he carried 2 large axes on his back. That goes without saying? Our sister Cher has a lot of licking dogs around her. Schwerer, don't be fooled by those men who only talk fancy. Only a man as good as me deserves you. After saying that, he also wanted to hold Nan Zhaxue's hand, but the latter pulled Li Huayuan to bounce and dodge away. Chao Li, don't go too far. I told you, we can only be friends. Although Li Huayuan's rank is not high, his strength is definitely not inferior to yours. What Nan Zhaxue said, Chao Li didn't listen to a single word. He only saw Nan Zhaxue taking the initiative to pull Li Huayuan's hand. He had never even held Nan Zhaxue's hand. By what right could Nan Zhaxue take the initiative to hold this little white boy? For a while, Chao Li's eyes were filled with jealousy towards Li Huayuan. Well, since you said so, let him follow. Nanxian Blade terminated the conversation. The crowd got in their cars and set off for the wilderness area. On the way, Li Huayuan also got to know a few of the other team members. Ranger, Xiao Yu, plain looking, wears light leather armor and carries a delicate longbow on his back. Witch Doctor, Yin Kai, a very serene girl, dressed in a pale yellow damask with a peach blossom branch in her hand, which seems to be her staff. Wandering Knight, Wu Bang, with a staunch face, wearing heavy armor and holding a huge sword, doesn't like to talk much. Nan Zhaxue and Li Huayuan were sitting together, looking at the scenery outside the window that was gradually becoming desolate, and their hearts were becoming more and more nervous. Soon, the group came near a river. The overgrown grass along the shore had obviously not been set foot here for a long time. In a gaping hole in the riverbank, the pale blue replica of the entrance stood silently. This is it. Everyone get ready to enter the copy. After the crowd prepared, they came to the entrance of the replica. Copy name, Quicksand River, Tributary. Difficulty, Expert. Recommended level, 40-60. Copy introduction, a tributary of the Lusha River. Deep in the dense forest, it is said that there was once a dragon infesting the river. Warm tips, please do not approach the river bank easily. The dense forest on both sides of the river is also full of crisis, so please be careful. Are you sure you want to enter? After all the team members agreed, a white light flashed before everyone's eyes, and in the blink of an eye, they had arrived at another riverbank. Compared to the place just now, this place had a greater flow of water in the river, and the dense forest of vegetation on both sides of the river was even denser. But when Li Huayuan recalled the name of the copy he saw when he entered the copy just now, he even mentioned the Quicksand River? It's not the Quicksand River from Journey to the West, is it? As he was thinking about it, a strange shriek suddenly came from all around him. Hua, hua! The crowd stared at their guards, when suddenly a furry thing pounced on Li Huayuan. Li Huayuan reacted extremely quickly and subconsciously raised his hand to throw the gold brick, smashing it to the ground. Fixed his eyes on a demon monkey. Golden monkey, LV 36. Skills, tail attack, bite. After solving one, those demonic monkeys in the dense forest seemed to have become even more furious. Scurrying back and forth in the dense forest, he was just slow to attack. Li Huayuan snorted coldly at the sight. These are quite smart, knowing that after consuming their patience, they will launch an attack. But Li Huayuan didn't have the patience to play with them. Roar! Li Huayuan let out a loud roar from his mouth, and the crowd standing around him felt deafened. Most of these demonic monkeys in the dense forest were killed by Li Huayuan's overlord's roar in a single move. And those that didn't die fled far away after their bodies stiffened. The others looked stunned. These demon monkeys were so numerous that they thought it would be a vicious battle. But they didn't expect Li Huayuan to solve it with a single skill? Captain Nanxiang Blade gave Li Huayuan a complicated look in his eyes when he suddenly heard Witch Doctor In Kai, who was close to the riverbank, let out a cry of alarm, only to see a zombie floating on the surface of the river, covered with a thin layer of black hair. Bizarre to the extreme. Black drowned corpse, LV-46. Skills, black stiff body. Bloodthirsty. Mia frowned. Surprisingly, it's a black stiff. This monster's body is so hard that it's hard for ordinary weapons to injure him. And there are so many of them. This is troublesome. Humph. It must have been this kid's voice just now that woke these things up. What a way to cause trouble. Chao Li had a disgruntled look on his face at Li Huayuan. I told you we shouldn't have let him come. Nansu Blade sighed. Prepare to meet it. The moment the words fell, a black stiff floating corpse jumped onto the riverbank and pounced towards Li Huayuan and the others. These monsters were not weak and there were many of them, so the crowd was struggling to cope with them. However, Li Huayuan was slow to make his move, which also gave Chao Li on the side another chance to fall on his sword. I say, Sister Schwerer, is this the expert you found? Not even moving a muscle now. I guess he's stunned? Mind your own business, Nan Jiaxue said with a cold snort. Although she was displeased in her heart, she didn't know how to retort, and she was also curious as to what Li Huayuan was waiting for. In the face of Chao Li's targeting, Li Huayuan didn't bother with him. Quietly using the hidden moon shirt, he summoned the wind and fire wheel to vacate to midair and scan the entire battlefield, finally realizing that there was still a monster on the riverbed. The creature was similar to the other black general floating corpses, but had a head of white hair and was shaped to look like a crown. Li Huayuan instantly understood, guessing that this carrion with white hair on its head was the leader of this group of monsters. White-topped floating corpse, level LV-53. Skill, command, shift. Taking down this leader is the first thing to do. Picking up his fire-tipped spear and riding his wind and fire wheel, Li Huayuan swooped down from the riverbank. Shadowbreaker. With the skill enhancement, the shot had a 100% bludgeon, directly blowing his head off with a single shot. This white-topped floating corpse let out a strange scream and quickly dissolved under Li Huayuan's gun. After those black stiff floating corpses on the river bank heard this miserable scream, they also stopped meeting the battle and jumped into the river water one after another. The crowd of the meteorite battle team was dumbfounded. They did not expect that Li Huayuan would once again be able to defeat the enemy with a single move, and that monster was still as high as level 53. Nan Xiangblade asked himself that even if he personally made a move, he was not sure that he would be able to kill him in a single blow. And this Li Huayuan, who was previously not favored by him, did it. Chao Li also stopped talking. The ridicule he had directed at Li Huayuan just now was as if he was talking about himself. But the crowd didn't have time to catch their breath. The water, which had just calmed down, was again flooded with a violent ripple. Along with the surrounding riverbanks, they began to vibrate. What is it? Chapter 61 Beheading the Dragon. Next moment, a figure that covered the sky lifted up a huge wave of water and broke out of the bottomless river. A sound that sounded like a dragon's roar came out, instantly making people feel an indescribably terrifying pressure. The crowd looked up and finally got a good look at the creature. Half of its body snaked up from the surface of the water, and it was actually a scaly dragon? Augur, LV-62. Skills, Dragon Might, Water Dragon Breath, Water Dragon Scroll. I can't believe we lured the boss here so quickly. No wonder it's hard for anyone who came to open this copy before to survive. It seems, it was because the monsters in this copy came so fast, wave after wave. There was no time to breathe. If it wasn't for Li Huayuan's 2-1-2 moves earlier, I'm afraid that they would have also lost many of their states in 2 successive waves of battle by now. I'm afraid it will be hard to have a fight against the boss by then. At this point, the dragon opened its bloody mouth and let out a terrifying roar. Dragon Might, skill activated. The pressure on the crowd skyrocketed once again, and both movement speed and stamina appeared to decrease. Looks like it's going to have to get serious. Nan Xiangblade took out a pair of moonblades and at the same time unleashed the skill, Devil's Power. The whole person was instantly enveloped by a large strand of black mist. His aura became evil and violent, and his combat power skyrocketed. Wu Bang. Go to the left dirt slope to attract firepower. Xiao Yu. Go up the big tree behind you to find a weak point to attack. In Kai. You pay attention to adding status to the healing at the back. Chao Li. Mia. Flank with me and break through. Watch out for dodging. It's going up. The words fell. All the members of the meteorite battle team were all in position, and they worked so well together that even Li Huayuan couldn't help but praise them. Take the monolithic battle team that Li Huayuan encountered before. Between the two, The gap between the cooperation of teammates is simply a world of difference. However, Nan Xiangblade did not arrange for Nan Zhaoxue and Li Huayuan, because as he had said before, he couldn't care less about Li Huayuan in a real fight. Although Li Huayuan had demonstrated a certain amount of strength in his 2 previous outings, it was not enough to make Nan Xiangblade completely trust Li Huayuan, and they've never worked together before, so if something goes wrong, the results could be fatal. Similarly, Nan Zhaoxue's strength was simply not enough in front of this level 60 plus boss. In Nan Xiangblade's eyes, the two of them were thankful that they weren't targeted by the boss, so Li Huayuan was happy to take it easy and simply became a spectator. The wandering knight Wu Ban was seen holding a huge sword and plunging into the earth. On his body, a red light flashed, immediately attracting the boss's attention. It looks like it should be some sort of skill that can attract hate. Ranger Xiaoyu, who had his feet on the trunk of a tree, drew a full moon with his longbow. The energy of the wind attribute converged into a small vortex at the tip of the arrow, and his pupils were rendered golden at this time, imprinted with a hexagram mark flashing, seemingly analyzing the boss augure's weaknesses. Which Dr. Im Kai was not idle either, and the section of peach blossom branches she carried in her hand swung around with a luminescent light, providing gain for her teammates. Captain, the weakness is in the scales on the glowing belly. Finally, the hexagram pattern in Xiao Yu's eyes shone brightly and found the augure's weakness. Surprisingly, it's that position? The weak point is near the water. It's not very good to attack. Mia frowned. Never mind that. As long as we can attack the weak point, we can paralyze the augur or even kill it with one blow. After all, there are people watching from the sidelines, so how can we not let others underestimate us? Chao Li meant it, while glancing at the direction where Li Huayuan was. That's true. Let's see Sis show off her high-end operation. Mia had a confident smile on her lips. The wide and heavy sword in his hand switched to 2 short light swords, and he leaped up, dashing towards the augur's weak spot. Chao Li also followed suit, leaping high in the air. After the 2 broad axes spun in his hands in a few fancy rounds, they ruthlessly chopped at the augur's weak spot. Roar! The huge-bodied augur dragon seemed to have sensed Mia and Chao Li's intentions. During the long roar to the sky, an extremely violent force gathered in his mouth. Water dragon breathing. The Jiao Long skill was activated, and from his mouth, he spat out a half-barrel thick high-pressure torrent that shot towards Mia and Chao Li. The angle at which the water dragon's spit attacked was very subtle, just enough to block Mia's attack route, and at the same time hit Chao Li, who was right behind her. Put! Chao Li couldn't dodge and was hit by the water dragon spit, flying backward at a speed faster than it came. It smashed into the riverbank, stirring up a pile of smoke and debris, and Mia was hit by a sweeping blow from the augur because she missed the best time to attack. Luckily, she had cut back to her heavy sword in time to block in the nick of time, or else she would have been seriously injured if not killed by this blow. Damn it, is this augur actually so cautious? Mia's heavy sword was pinned to the ground, and the slightest bit of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth, still suffering from some internal injuries. Shoo! Taking advantage of the backward swing of the augur's sweeping movements, Xiao Yu's magical arrow shot out. At the same time, Nan Xiangblade also moved. Blade of evil energy. Nan Xiangblade's pair of moon blades ruthlessly plunged into the glowing scales at the augur's chest, spraying out large swathes of hot, boiling blood. Damn! Not even close. Nan Xiangblade's attack worked, but unfortunately it failed to break the augur's weakness. Instead, the intense pain caused the augur dragon to become completely furious, and a powerful force gushed out from within the augur dragon's body. The surrounding rivers seemed to be pulled by some kind of force, converging into 4 huge water tornadoes, interspersed with endless gusts of wind, completely tearing apart the surrounding forests. Not good. Retreat first. This was a level 60 plus boss move, and whoever among them took a hit would have to play through. Nan Zhaoxue, who was on the side, also realized that the situation was not right and reached out to pull Li Huayuan away, but she grabbed an empty hand at once. Where are the people? Shouldn't. Nan Zhaoxue violently raised her head to look into the mid-air, and she saw Li Huayuan standing in the air with his feet on the wind and fire wheel, looking at the Jiao Long from afar. Li Huayuan, what are you doing? This is a level 60 plus boss. You're no match for him. But Li Huayuan didn't hear it at all, and behind him, the 8-armed evil Neza silhouette slowly emerged, eyeing the scaly dragon with a cold snort. What augur? But adjust. Don't give me. Yet. On your knees. The moment the words fell, the dragon's nightmare skill was unleashed. The Jiao Long, who was originally in the midst of its killing aura, was instantly like a deflated ball of leather after sensing Li Huayuan's pressure. The 4 huge water tornadoes collapsed with a bang, and the augur dragon plunged headfirst into the river, fleeing frantically downstream toward the river. Still want to run? Li Huayuan's figure flashed twice and instantly appeared above the augur's head. The twin yin-yang sword swung out, bringing down a picturesque ink sword chi. The sword easily broke through the defense of the dragon scales of the scaly dragon, and the huge dragon head with rolls of hot blood fell from the height. The level 62 Augur boss was actually beheaded by Li Huayuan with a single sword. Chapter 62 LV 43. Unlocking the Qiankuan Circle. Victory. Defeated. Augur, congratulations on passing Quicksand River, tributary. You've reached level 42. You've reached level 43. You have obtained the equipment, Dragon Tooth Dagger. You have obtained the materials, Blood of the Dragon, Soul of the Dragon, Succubus of the Dragon. I didn't expect that. Together with the experience I had saved from before, after killing the Augur this time, I would directly level up by 2 levels? After collecting the rewards, Li Huayuan returned to Nan Jiaxue. You just called out to me and said what? Looking at the calm-faced Li Huayuan, Nan Jiaxue gulped and shook her head woodenly. No, nothing. As for the other few members of the meteorite battle team, at this moment, there was shock and doubt in their eyes when they looked at Li Huayuan. It was only when he came that he confirmed that Li Huayuan was only level 41. As a result, he was able to kill a level 62 boss Augur that was in a state of rage? What kind of terrifying strength is this? Now, they finally knew why Nan Jiaxue had pushed Li Huayuan so hard. At this point, Nan Xiangblade struggled to get up from the ground. He had just been swept by the Augur's tail as well. Yin Kai hurriedly cast a heal on him. With that, Nan Xiangblade came before Li Huayuan. Brother Fire Yuan, I didn't expect you to have such strength. I was the one who looked away before. Nan Xiangblade said mockingly. It's thanks to having you here today. Otherwise, I'm afraid our meteorite battle team would have been annihilated. Li Huayuan let out a light laugh. A show of hands is nothing to worry about. It wasn't that he wanted to intentionally act like a bully. It was mainly because with the skill, Dragon's Nightmare, slaying dragons was as simple as killing chickens. Che, what's the point of pretending? If it wasn't for our captain seriously injuring this Augur dragon, how could he have decimated it so easily? I think it's just a head grab. After Chao Li took the elixir, before he even started to heal his wounds, he was shading. Shut up. Brother Fire Yuan is our savior. No rudeness to our benefactor. Nan Xiangblade turned his head and said, Brothers forgive me. Li Huayuan nodded his head, and for the sake of Nan Xiangblade as well as Nan Jiaxue, he didn't bother to have a general understanding with Chao Li. While the people of the meteorite battle team were healing, Li Huayuan checked the rewards it had just obtained. First was the Dragon Tooth Dagger, a diamond-grade equipment that came with the skill, Water of Latency, where attacks could inflict a slowdown and slow reaction effect. Not bad. The other few materials, which should be able to be used to forge high-level weapons, were kept for the time being. Then there was the promotion to level 43, which unlocked a new outfit, the Dry Circle, Qiankuan Circle, Tai Gingjin Refined, the most masculine treasure. Indestructible. The use of the need to read the incantation, the sun and the moon with the birth of 1,000 souls. Heavy Yuan. Heaven and earth infinite Qiankuan Circle. Urgent as the order. Li Huayuan was overjoyed. This Qiankuan Circle, in the legend, was indestructible, smashing even other people's magic treasures. What a professional scoop opener. And the Qiankuan Circle can usually be transformed into a pair of bracelets to wear on your hands. Li Huayuan put a set on his wrist, weighed it and felt quite heavy. If this is worn for a long period of time and then taken off at a critical moment, wouldn't the speed skyrocket? At this point, the healing crowd is chatting. This Augur dragon is so terrifying. I wonder who is more powerful compared to the 2 green and white serpents inside the Golden Mountain Temple. Copy? Chao Li said as he touched the bruise on his face. Nonsense. That's a clan level copy. Any small monster is level 60. Mia gave him a blank look and turned her head to Nan Xiangblade. Captain, I heard that the second elder of your family guild, Southern Heavenly Family, Nan Zhaoping, is personally going to lead the team and make another copy of the Golden Mountain Temple? Exactly. Nan Xiangblade nodded. Several large guilds have already moved on, and it's rumored that for this exploration of the Golden Mountain Temple, the entry requirements all have to be at least level 65. Level 65? That's too sick. Mia's lips twitched slightly. On the side, Li Huayuan heard them chatting about the topic of the Golden Mountain Temple and also pricked up his ears to listen for a while. Is it at least 65? Li Huayuan held his chin and secretly speculated. It seems that other guilds have made risk ratings, and I'm afraid that those below level 65 could easily die inside the copy. However, Li Huayuan's strength couldn't be calculated by common sense, and even if he didn't have level 65, it wasn't impossible to go. What's more, Li Huayuan also possessed a map of the Golden Mountain Temple, and a great deal of information. Just as he was thinking, Nan Jiaxue suddenly realized something. Ha! The crowd followed Nan Jiaxue's gaze. Hurtingly, he realized that the place where the Augur had just been decapitated had collapsed. The reason for the collapse was that Li Huayuan's sword just now had not only decapitated the scaly dragon, but had also cut off the river. And underneath the riverbed, there was a surprisingly large natural cave. The people came to the entrance of the cave and realized that there seemed to be a lot of space in the cave. Could it be a hidden map? Nan Zhaoxue said skeptically. The crowd was excited at the thought of this possibility. After all, hidden maps were something that very few people came across. Often there are precious props and equipment in the hidden maps, but at the same time there is also a huge crisis hidden. It's hard to say if it's a hidden map or not. We have several injuries now. It's risky to continue exploring. Nan Xiangblade frowned. There's no risk, just go in and see. After Li Huayuan finished speaking, he leaped into the cave. The others were dumbfounded. This guy was too brave. Simply with a crossed heart, he jumped in after Li Huayuan. After landing, Li Huayuan looked around and realized that this cave was not only large, but also well lit, because the walls all around had some sort of glowing aura on them, illuminating the entire space. Ah! Meteorite battle teams, which Dr. In Kai suddenly let out a scream after landing. The crowd sniffed and looked, and the first time they were also taken aback. It turned out that next to her, there was a huge snake molt. It should have been left behind by the previous augur. Could it be that this huge cavern was the cavern where the augur was hiding earlier? No wonder he ran this way just now. Just then, the crowd heard another sizzling sound. Be careful, there's something in the darkness. Nan Zhaoxue pulled out the meow knife on her waist and looked around, saying vigilantly. The crowd was also like an enemy. After all, ghosts knew what kind of monsters were inside this cave. Just then, a serpentine monster catapulted out of the darkness and pounced on Nan Zhaoxue's back. Luckily, Li Huayuan was right next to Nan Zhaoxue, taking out a gold brick and smashing it away. Nan Zhaoxue had a grateful face, but I didn't expect that the normally unbeatable gold bricks actually didn't smash this monster to death. After a few struggles, the monster got rid of the gold brick and disappeared into the darkness. But in the meantime, the crowd also got a good look at the monster's information. Black water snake, LV 55. Skills, Shin snake armor. Black water venom. Surprisingly, it was still an elite monster. And with such a high level, doesn't it mean that there are even more powerful monsters than this Blackwater Shin snake in the back? The crowd was silent. Brother Fire Element, this hidden map doesn't seem to be simple. Let's just go back and adjust our status and come back to explore another day. Nan Xiangblade opened his mouth. As the captain, he had to be responsible for the safety of his team members. Why don't you guys go back, and I'll go in alone? Li Huayuan had traveled all the way here and had just warmed up, so how could he just go back? After saying that, he walked towards the deeper part of the cave. Wait, I'm going too. Chapter 63 River God, Jr. Is this the golden axe you threw? Nan Zhaoxue followed Li Huayuan at the same time. Although she was also afraid, she trusted Li Huayuan's strength, and she was also interested in this hidden copy. So since she had stumbled upon it, why not explore it? Seeing Nan Zhaoxue follow him over, Li Huayuan was a bit surprised. To be honest, he felt that Nan Zhaoxue was a bit of a drag, but the two of them had been together for so long. They were friends anyways, so let's consider it as taking her to practice. Just to be clear, I'm not responsible for losing you. After Li Huayuan finished speaking, he continued to move forward, followed closely by Nan Zhaoxue. Nan Xiangblade was in a bit of a dilemma when he saw this scene. The reason they had brought Nan Zhaoxue along to open a copy was originally the family's intention to sharpen her. Therefore, it was also their mission to protect Nan Zhaoxue's safety and security. As a result, now that Nan Zhaoxue had followed Li Huayuan, what did it leave the group of them to do? If you follow them, you might encounter some danger. Moreover, the black water basilisk from earlier was still eyeing the darkness. Captain, the gazes of the group of players fell on Nan Xiangblade. Go, follow it. Even if they left now, they wouldn't be able to deliver if they didn't bring back Nan Zhaoxue safely. For now, one can only trust Li Huayuan. And so, crowd goes deeper into the cave. Led by Li Huayuan, the crowd encountered several monster attacks one after another. In addition to the black water basilisk snake encountered before, there are also up to level 56 dark blood bats and level 57 bloodthirsty water leeches. The clear ones are all elite monsters. It is clear that this hidden map is extraordinary. Luckily, with Li Huayuan at the front to open up the way, the meteorite warriors were like chopping melons and cutting vegetables, constantly advancing deeper and deeper. Phew, finally out. After spending 2 whole days in several vicious battles, Li Huayuan and the others walked out of the cave and came to a deep and quiet valley. You found the Valley of the Rising Sun. The system prompt popped up. The crowd was also dumbfounded by the sight before them. The valley was filled with birds and flowers, fresh air, and a dense haze of fog. A trickling stream ran through the entire valley, its water clear to the bottom, and it did not know where it merged. What a beautiful place. Nan Zhaoxue lamented. This place is so big. I'm afraid it will take another 3 to 5 days if I want to explore the entire valley. Nan Xiangblade said in a deep voice. He still wanted to return as soon as possible. What are you afraid of? Come all the way. Mia crossed her arms. I don't know how long this valley has existed. I'm afraid that there are quite a few medicinal herbs with a long vintage. Just based on these, we can make a fortune. After fighting all the way, Li Huoyuan realized that the strongest person in the meteorite battle team besides Nan Xiangblade was Mia. His profession is Huamulan, and he likes to show off its high-end operation the most. No wonder when Li Huoyuan saw her fighting style and switching between heavy and light swords earlier, he felt inexplicably a bit familiar. The other team members became excited when they heard Mia say that. Captain, after this job, we'll be rich. Anyway, with Brother Fire Yuan around, he's so strong, we definitely won't lose out by following him. Wandering Knight Wu Bang said. Seeing that everyone was in agreement, Nan Xiangblade finally decided to continue following Li Huoyuan deeper into the Falling Cloud Valley. 3 days passed in a flash. The crowd was already a bit numb. They didn't know how many battles they had been through. Encountering a random monster here that was a level 50 plus elite monster was a bit of a headache, but the crowd was not unproductive. They had all collected quite a few herbs that were over 200 or 300 years old, and killing the monsters had also popped out a lot of equipment and props as well as materials. Evening. The group returned to the river and set up camp. They kept going downstream, and the original stream gradually converged into a small river by the time they reached it. Food is easily accessible in the valley, but it's the only place with a water source. Chao Li, go fetch some water. After Chao Li left, Nan Xiangblade suggested to Li Huoyuan. It's been 3 days already, so if we don't find anything else tomorrow, let's go back. Li Huoyuan nodded. To be honest, he was dissatisfied with the harvest of this hidden copy. Far less than the last hidden copy of Jiaming Pass, but 3 days have passed and nothing else has been found, so maybe it's just not meant to be. Just then, Chao Li, who went to fetch water first, suddenly let out a loud sound. The people rushed at the sound, but they found that a golden light was lit up in the middle of the river. Immediately, a white-robed old man with grey temples and immortal style slowly emerged from the golden light and water waves. Kawakami, LV, skill? Seeing the river god's message, the crowd was shocked that there were 3 question marks. This suggests that the gap between them and the monster's level is too large, at least level 30 or higher. Li Huoyuan was also staring at that river god with a burning gaze, inwardly calculating, if he slaughtered this monster, how many levels could he level up? Chao Li, what's going on? Nan Xiangblade asked. I don't know. I came to fetch water just now, and the axe on my waist accidentally fell down, and then this happened. At this moment, the river god had a grin on his face. Junior, is this the golden axe you threw? The river god inquired while holding an exquisitely shaped axe in his hand. The crowd glanced at the equipment information, and it was clearly a diamond-grade equipment. Li Huoyuan froze when he heard it. How does this feel? Kind of like the story of the golden axe and the silver axe then. Yes. This axe is mine. Chao Li nodded repeatedly. But his was actually a platinum-ranked axe outfit. But he was now filled with greed. And the rest of the team, too, looked the other way. The only one who knew something, Li Huoyuan, didn't bother to remind him. You lie. The river god, who had been amiable and kind in the previous second, abruptly fell into a violent rage, his voice turning into shockwaves that swept in all directions. Immediately after that, the sleeve robe was waved. A water blade broke through the air and chopped, directly splitting Chao Li on the shore into 2 irregular halves. Snort! The speed was so fast that even Li Huoyuan could not react. The 2 halves of Chao Li fell to the ground accompanied by a large amount of blood. Alert! Nan Xiangblade shouted angrily, as if he was facing an enemy. However, he did not expect the river god to make any other moves after killing Chao Li, but instead submerged back under the water. Nan Xiangblade let out a huge sigh of relief and decided to exit the copy immediately. Just when he wanted to inform Li Huoyuan, he saw Li Huoyuan pull out a piece of equipment and poof, with a bang, he threw it into the river. With excited anticipation on his face, Nan Xiangblade was suddenly confused. Li Huoyuan, are you crazy? That river god just now can kill all of us here in seconds at a glance. Li Huoyuan did not reply. Looking at the golden light that resurfaced on the water surface, the river god had indeed reappeared. Junior, is this the silver dagger you dropped? River god still had a grinning expression on his face, holding an emerald-grade dagger equipped. This dagger, with its body glittering with silver light, was dazzling. At first glance, its advanced equipment, but Li Huoyuan's dagger was only diamond-grade, so he shook his head. No. So is this the golden dagger you dropped? River god asked again as he took out a golden dagger. and this dagger was emitting a deep purple light all over. Its quality had clearly reached the sub-legendary level. Li Huayuan gulped slightly and held back his heart, still shaking his head in denial. Junior, you are a good and honest boy, and this dagger is yours. After the river god finished speaking, he equipped this sub-legendary dagger and threw it to Li Huayuan on the shore. The others were instantly dumbfounded. That's okay? Diamond level gear turning into sub-legendary gear in seconds? That's a couple dozen times the value. One moment. Mia's heavy sword, Nanxiang Blade's moon blade, Xiao Yu's longbow, all of them were thrown into the river in one fell swoop. Poof, 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 splash a lot of water. However, the river god didn't appear again, and after waiting for half a day, several people could only go down to the water to fish for equipment in a lousy way. Nan Jiaxue, on the other hand, had a pair of snowy eyes that stared at Li Huayuan with suspicion and curiosity. Li Huayuan, how did you know that this river god would give away equipment? Blindly. Li Huayuan spread out both hands. Then you really are this. Nan Jiaxue gave a thumbs up, heartily admiring. Li Huayuan smiled without saying anything, and then he took a look at the equipment that the river god had given him. Assassin's Discipline, sub-legendary equipment, boosts attack damage, boosts armor penetration. And at this time, the few people fishing for equipment also finally climbed ashore in a sorry state, and were ridiculed by Nan Jiaxue, and no one noticed. A 7-star ladybug was lying on a nearby leaf, its compound eyes staring at Li Huayuan since the beginning. Chapter 64 President of High University, Nangon Liu. After the river god disappeared, the crowd didn't have the heart to continue exploring, so they simply exited the copy directly. They had been fighting monsters for several days in a row, and were now tired both physically and mentally, and with the loss of a teammate, the atmosphere was slightly heavy. Although Chao Li's usual style and persona was rather annoying, he was still more or less affectionate after spending so much time together. At this point, Nan Jiaxue asked Li Huayuan, Huayuan, you shouldn't have many friends on this side of Tianhai City, right? If you don't have a place to stay, you can come with us. Our Nan family has many properties in Tianhai City, and the villas in the 3 districts of the South Bay Peninsula are all properties of our Nan family. Li Huayuan nodded at his words. The South Bay Peninsula is a well-known wealthy area, and a villa there costs tens of millions of dollars at least. The Nan family had made a large sum of money and chartered an entire district of villas, presumably for the Nan family's children who had come to Tianhai City as a stronghold to settle down. Wealthy indeed. In that case, he didn't need to look for a place to stay, so he simply nodded his head and agreed. Seeing him agree, Nan Jiaxue was secretly happy in her heart. On the way to the villa area, Nan Jiaxue intentionally inquired about Li Huayuan's results in the terror examination. How did you do on this college entrance exam? That top student of the college entrance exam in Qingzhou who got an SSS plus rating must be you, right? I remember when you said you were going to pick Haiku University, so it looks like you must have gotten into the Haiku monster class. Li Huayuan smiled but did not say anything. Nan Jiaxue also understood. Then we'll be in the same class from now on. The young girl was proud and expectant, her eyes shining. You also entered the monster class? Li Huayuan was a little surprised. By all rights, Nan Jiaxue's rank should not be enough. The score is still a little short. But this lady has her own way. What way? Li Huayuan was curious. Nan Jiaxue smiled faintly, winked her eyes, and pretended to be mysterious. You will know when you get to school. I am not an ordinary person. What? A backer? Aha! The young girl's snowy neck lifted slightly, and she hummed. The principal of High University, Nangon Liu, is my own aunt. What? Li Huayuan's eyebrows lifted. He didn't realize that the president of High University was actually a family member of Gusa City South. No wonder Nan Jiaxue was able to join High University's monster class through the back door. And the Nan family also had a settled stronghold in Tianhai City's South Bay Peninsula. Dare I say that Haiku University has become a backyard for the Nan family to cultivate talents? The Gusu Nan family is really powerful. However, since the principal of this High University, Nangon Liu, was Nan Jiaxue's aunt, then Nan Jiaxue should know her well, right? The half of the bluish-purple finger claw prop that Zhong Qingming used last time was of great interest to Li Huayuan. And so, Li Huayuan asked Nan Jiaxue about this principal. And what is your aunt's occupation? What are the approximate qualities? Why do you ask? Never mind. It's not a secret. I'll tell you about it. My aunt's occupation is rather special, combining 2 powerful attributes of both the dragon race and the space system. As for the quality, well, seems like my aunt told me that it is above the legend. I can't believe it's so powerful. Above the legend. Wouldn't that be supreme and seal god? It's almost catching up with your own mythical collection. Ah. Li Huayuan's eyes burned as he listened. becoming even more interested in this principal Nangong. So about how many levels is this aunt of yours now? Li Hua1 continues the Q&A. Auntie's rank? I'm not sure about that, but it should have broken 100. Why are you asking so clearly? I don't suppose you're trying to hit on my aunt. Let me tell you, although my aunt is the #1 beauty in the South, she would never like a youngster like you. And there are so many people pursuing my aunt. Even many 100-level patriarchs are her admirers. You can't even be ranked right now. Li Huayuan looked at Nan Joshua's thief-proof expression and was rather helpless in his heart. Why is this girl thinking about that? However, hearing her say this, Li Huayuan became even more curious about this principal Nangong. Maybe after school starts there will be a chance to catch a glimpse of her face to see if it is really the first beauty in the South as Nan Joshua said. The two made small talk for a while longer. When we finally arrived at the South Bay Peninsula, it was far from luxurious. Private pools, gardens, landscaped rockeries, that's a no-brainer. There is even a dedicated helipad in the central plaza of Zone 3. With this condition, Nan Joshua was still able to specially leave a separate villa for Li Huayuan. As for the crowd of the meteorite warriors, they were arranged in other villas. I've been so tired these past few days. I'm going to take a nice bath and sleep later. See you tomorrow. Nan Joshua stretched. Before parting, she seemed to remember something else. By the way, there's an auction tomorrow at a private manor in the north of the city. Do you want to go and have some fun together? An auction? After thinking about it, Li Huayuan felt that there should be something good. So he nodded his head and agreed. I have some equipment materials on hand myself that I intend to offer. After discussing the time, the crowd hit the road individually. But instead of returning directly to his villa, Li Huayuan turned his head and went to Tianhai City's replica center. After all, the previous battles in Quicksand River and Sunset Valley could only be considered as warm-ups, and he hadn't even practiced leveling yet. If you're here, you should definitely patronize the copy center over here, right? And so, Li Huayuan bought a few tickets for expert-level copies and experienced the several expert-level copies in Tianhai City one by one. During that time, he focused on practicing using the Qiankuan circle. This newly unlocked professional equipment was undoubtedly the most powerful piece of his equipment. Very heavy and indestructible at the same time. It can be manipulated with the mind as with the gold brick, but it is much more consuming. And it can also be made bigger and smaller as you wish. And it's good for tying people up or trapping monsters. And then there's the sub-legendary dagger from the river god. Assassin's training. Not only does this equipment deal a surprising amount of damage, it also comes with an armor-breaking effect. If it was taken to the auction, it would have been madly snatched up by a bunch of thief and assassin profession changers. After practicing until noon the next day, he finally reached level 44. Li Huayuan couldn't help but lament that since level 40, upgrading had become so difficult. When I was chatting with Purple Crow before, I mentioned that those big guys who are over level 90 may not be able to go up a level even if they are busy for a year. The only way to level up quickly was to keep hunting monsters that were many levels higher than you. I've become a devil, not an immortal. My life is up to me, not God. Li Huayuan's recently replaced cell phone rang. Hey, it's time to leave for the auction. Where are you now? The sweet, pleasant voice came. It was Nan Joshua. Where's the replica center? Wait for me for a while. I'll be right back. Li Huayuan hung up the phone. On the other end of the phone, Nan Joshua and Mia, who had just come over to visit, were speechless in unison. This guy, he's really a practicing fiend. Chapter 65 Burning Fruit Ability. Chen Gingyuan. Find him a villa and actually stay away from home all night and run out to practice? If I had known, I would have opened a hotel for him next to the replica center. Not much longer. Li Huayuan returned to the villa, took a shower and changed his clothes before heading to the auction with Nan Joshua, Mia and Nan Xiangblade. Nan Xiangblade drove a Mercedes-Benz Big G as a driver for the trio. It took an hour to get to Windsor Manor, north of the city. The invitations had been prepared long ago, and the four entered the venue together. The auction was organized by the Professional Department Store Business Group. Large-scale auctions like this are only held once every 3 months, and the people who come are basically rich bigwigs. The reason why Nan Joshua had come to this auction was also because the family's grand elder had gotten some news. There was a peerless profession deck in this auction that was very suitable for Nan Joshua, so let Nan Joshua find a way to shoot it down for a second turn. Nan Joshua was also looking forward to this peerless profession. Her current Waveheart swordsman was only a starburst ranked profession. It wasn't bad, but compared to the status of the little princess of the Nan family, it was a bit unworthy. About half an hour later, the venue gradually became more crowded. All of them were dressed in suits, elegant and relaxed, talking to each other in groups. About 1/3 of the people were open about rank and occupation, showing off their social status. Li Huayuan swept over with a glance. Su Liang, LV 58, Abominable Butcher, Chang Yao, LV 49, Guardian Deer Spirit, Shirai, LV 64, Yagami, Chui Chitian, LV 76, Master of Cards, among them, the Guardian Deer Spirit followed by several bodyguards, seems to be a family's daughter. The reason these people are displaying rank is self-evident. An auction of this size, in addition to coming to auction what you want, is also an opportunity to make connections. People disclose information, so they can naturally know how much you weigh and whether it is worth befriending you. Is heading to the center of the auction arena. Nan Xiangblade, Nan Xiaoxue, and Mia ran into a mutual acquaintance and went up to say hello. Coincidentally, Li Huayuan didn't take a few steps before he also ran into an acquaintance. Zhao Bin, the only son of Zhao Xingquan, the commander of the Qingzhou City Defense Force, with whom he had clashed previously at the Wanbao Mansion. No, I should say a one-sided beating. At this point, Zhao Bin also spotted Li Huayuan. The original smile that filled his face instantly transformed into shocked anger. Li Huayuan? Why are you here? Li Huayuan glanced at him. It's none of your business if I'm here? Windsor Manor is a noble territory. Not for the likes of you. Zhao Bin knew that he couldn't beat Li Huayuan, so he could only use his background origins to pressure him. Li Huayuan let out a light laugh after hearing this. Itchy skin again? Uing. Zhao Bin recalled that the last time he was in the Wanbao Mansion, he was slapped down from the 6th floor by Li Huayuan and fell half dead. Spent most of another day in the 749th Bureau of Prisons jail. In the end, Pops came to fish himself out with the city lord's token and got another kick in the pants from Pops. The anger just wouldn't go away. Li Huayuan, don't be arrogant. This is Tianhai City. It's my brother Chen's territory. Believe it or not, I'll kill you? As Zhao Bin spoke, a young man in his 30s with a full head of red hair walked over. Chen Gingyuan, LV 56, Fruit Burner. Bin, who is this? Brother Chen. He's the one I told you about last time. Zhao Bin gave a beep, and the eyes of the red-haired man named Chen Jingyuan immediately became unkind. Li Huan, right? Were you the one who bullied my brother last time? Bureau 749 investigator. Think you're so? Chen Jingyuan was full of arrogance, sizing up Li Huayuan with a disdainful gaze. Burning fruit ability person. This profession. Running into me and not blowing up? Li Huayuan felt amused at the thought. You're laughing your ass off. I'm talking to you. Chen Jingyuan was furious. His head full of red hair instantly transformed into a blazing flame and his eyes widened in anger. He was about to reach out and grab Li Huayuan's collar when an angry voice came. Chen Jingyuan? What are you doing? Li Huayuan is my friend. It was Nan Xiangblade who brought Mia and Nan Xiaoshui over. Nan Tian family. Nan Xiangblade? Humph. Only then did Chen Jingyuan stop, and gave a cold snort to Li Huayuan, with a look that seemed to say, wait, this is not over. Zhao Bin also gritted his teeth, itching to pluck a piece of flesh off of Li Huayuan with his eyes. Li Huayuan, how did you provoke Chen Jingyuan? Nan Xiaoxue quickly stepped forward. He's come a long way? Li Huayuan's expression was calm. This person is the captain of the local Falling Eagle battle team of Tianhai, affiliated to the Sword of Judgment Guild. Fire profession. Extremely good at controlling fire. Very strong. Mia grunted. You're quite the troublemaker. Controlled fire. Li Huayuan could only force himself not to laugh. Let's go. The auction is about to start. Nangxian Blade urged. Several people then entered the arena. Li Huayuan suddenly asked. So what? I have some things here that I want to put up for sale. I wonder if I can temporarily add them to the auction list. As long as the value is enough it is possible. What? Does Brother Fire Elemental lack money? Nan Xiangblade laughed. If it's a lack of money, just tell my brother that I can still take out tens of millions of dollars. That's not true. It's just too much stuff to bother with. Nan Xiangblade nodded his head and then brought Li Huayuan to the backstage. The backstage staff naturally knew the identity of Nan Xiangblade, and the two of them smoothly met the auctioneer of this auction, Lu Ruyan, a lilac slim-fitting Cheongsam. Ink-black hair braided into a braid was clamped at the back of her head, coupled with an aptly named plum blossom hairpin. The whole person looks regal and elegant, with an outstanding temperament. She was originally a career department store executive, and today she's presiding over this auction herself. This handsome man, I wonder what he wants to auction off. If the value is not up to the requirement, there is no way to insert the list temporarily. After learning of Li Huayuan's intentions, Lu Ruyan asked with a smiling face. Li Huayuan didn't talk nonsense and directly took out the assassin's training and make this piece of equipment public. Sub-legendary dagger? Ruyan Lu raised her eyebrows lightly. The gaze that surveyed Li Huayuan could not help but be serious and respectful for a few moments. Sub-legendary gear is still rare. Based on her experience of auctioning so many pieces of equipment, this dagger, It was predicted that it could fetch around 1.3 or 4 billion, so Ruyan Lu guffawed and agreed to add the hunter's discipline to the auction list. After dealing with the deposit handling fee, Li Huoyuan and Nan Xiangblade returned to the clubhouse. In fact, Li Huoyuan still had a Devil's Tendon Man Star Flare profession card in his hand, which he had previously exploded in the college entrance exams by killing Wang Hum, a member of the Heaven's Wrath organization. It wasn't as valuable as the sub-legendary equipment, but at a guess, it could fetch a few hundred million. It's a pity that this can't be auctioned off in a dignified manner, or else I'm afraid I'll get into trouble. Afterwards, the auction officially began amidst a cacophony of laughter. Chapter 66 Auction begins. Mechanical Flying Claw. The large hall could accommodate thousands of people, but it was packed to the brim, showing the grandeur of this auction. Under Nan Xiangblade's introduction, Li Huoyuan learned that well-known figures from several nearby cities had come. It was said to be for an epic profession card for the finale of this auction. Professional cards of this grade were unattainable, and every time they came out, they would sell for an astronomical price, causing countless people to snatch them up. A few moments later, the auction officially began. Ruyan Lu, dressed in a cheongsam, walked out from the backstage with graceful steps and boarded the auction booth. None of the people present were attracted by this woman's temperament and appearance. After Lu Ruyan's generous self-introduction, there was no unnecessary nonsense and she directly took out the first lot. Sunflower Pointing Hands. Control Skill Books. Starting at $200,000. There were only a few bids, and it was finally taken by a man wearing a bucket hat and dressed as a chivalrous man for $800,000. The second is a photo book called Kangeko's Biography, but this is actually a copy of the core, which allows you to enter the copy of the photo book and interact with it. Ruyan Lu's introduction was cryptic, but how could the men present not understand? The starting bidding price was also only 300,000 yuan, winning a group of people to scramble for it, and finally it was taken by a fat man with a face full of fat, probably must have 300 or so pounds. This scene of the crowd cajoling caused Nan Zhashua's cheeks to blush. Mia even revealed a disgusted face, while Li Huoyuan and Nan Xiangblade looked at each other and smiled. The third lot. Xian Iron Heavy Sword. Platinum Quality Heavy Sword Equipment. Starting price $500,000. Lot 4. Kai Void Kuan. Brave Profession Deck. Starting price $600,000. For several consecutive lots, Li Huoyuan wasn't too interested, so he didn't pay attention to them, until a Mechanical Flying Claw skill book appears. Gentlemen. Starting bid, $1 million. Each increase, not less than 10,000. After Lu Ruyan's introduction, Li Huoyuan realized that this skill was quite interesting, as it could grab the target from a long distance or adsorb itself over. It seemed to be somewhat similar to a hero skill from a game I played in my previous life, and it felt like it could be used in conjunction with deliberate boomfist as well. After building up your strength, grab the enemy and feed him a big one. The starting price was $800,000. Li Huoyuan participated in 2 bids, and after finally shouting $6 million, no one bid again. It was about to be a gavel, but then someone else raised their number. Wait a minute, I'll give you $4 million. Li Huoyuan followed the sound and realized that the person who made the bid was actually Zhao Bin. Zhao Bin was looking at Li Huoyuan with a smug look on his face while provoking. Li Huoyuan, I'm also interested in this skill, so if you're willing to continue to raise the price, then I'll bear the pain and let you have it. Ha ha. Li Huoyuan sat in his position and didn't even look at him. He naturally knew that this Zhao Bin was deliberately raising the price. 2 million. He quoted again. When Zhao Bin, who was on the side, saw Li Huoyuan's calm and collected appearance, his heart was also a bit uncertain. If he continued to raise the price, he wasn't willing to spend more than $4 million on such a skill that didn't look very useful at all. However, to be able to make Li Huoyuan spend hundreds of thousands of dollars more, in his heart there is also more or less some pleasure of revenge. Ha ha ha, you really haven't seen the world, spending over $4 million on such a skill. After Zhao Bin finished speaking, his face was as smug as could be. In the end, this Mechanical Flying Claw skill book was successfully taken by Li Huoyuan at a price of $2 million. A few more lots later, finally a lot appeared that Zhao Bin was interested in. It's also a skill book. Thunder Half Moon Chop. This skill book was an expert level copy that popped up inside some biker world. The power of the skill is amazing, and the power is doubled when the skill is cast under the moonlight. Starting bid is $2 million. After Ruyan Lu's introduction, a bunch of people began to bid for it. After all, this skill wasn't bad in terms of power, and after reaching the trigger conditions, it was considered a good burst skill. After a few calls, the price came to $5 million. Only a 50-plus level Tianhai local named Li Lian was left to compete with Zhao Bin. $5 million. Zhao Bin raised his hand again. At the same time, Chen Jingyuan also got up and looked at Li Liang. This friend. I wonder if you can give me, Chen Jingyuan, face and let my brother have the skill book? Although Chen Jingyuan spoke politely, the threatening intent in his gaze was self-evident. After Li Liang struggled with his expression a few times, he finally nodded with a sigh. He wasn't afraid of Chen Jingyuan, but he was afraid of the forces behind Chen Jingyuan, the third largest transmuter guild in Tianhai. Sword of Judgment. Zhao Bin instantly showed surprise on his face and lost a thumbs up to Chen Jingyuan. I thought that Thunder Half Moon Chop was already in the bag, but I didn't expect Li Huayuan to slowly raise his hand at this time. I'll offer 5.01 million. Li Huayuan said blandly. Zhao Bin and Chen Jingyuan instantly gazed at Li Huayuan, the fierce light in their eyes unconcealed. Li Huayuan, what do you mean? It's not intentional to raise the price by just $10. What can I mean? The auction is naturally for the highest bidder. Does the son of the commander of Tianhai City not have money in his pocket? The corner of Li Huayuan's mouth flicked up, his eyes showing sarcasm. You, good you Li Huayuan, you wait for me. I'll give you $3 million. 31 million. 7 million. 71 million. Zhao Bin and Li Huayuan called out one after another. And anyway, as long as Zhao Bin bid, Li Huayuan added 10,000 more up. The intense bidding shouts between the two also caught the attention of the other bigwigs in the auction hall. The VIP table. Jun Moonyen, president of King's Landing, watched the bidding between Li Huayuan and Zhao Bin and smiled helplessly. The bloody-handed enchantress standing beside her rolled her eyes. Childish. Soon. Zhao Bin was then infuriated by the way Li Huayuan raised the price in such a way. Luckily, he wasn't a burning fruit ability person, or else I'm afraid he would have burned up from the red temperature. 6 million. Li Huayuan, if you have the guts, keep following. I'd like to see if you can get that much money later. Zhao Bin roared. As a result, Li Huayuan was quiet at the moment, no longer bidding, just smiling. Even though Zhao Bin was full of anger and his teeth were itching with rage, he had nowhere to vent his anger and could only force it into his stomach. The hatred towards Li Huayuan in his heart added another layer. Then another dozen pieces of equipment, materials, and skill books were displayed in turn. Nanxiang Blade paid 6.2 million for a piece of high-grade ore material. Nia pays 5.4 million for a bottle of healing pills. As for Chen Jingyuan, he also spent $12 million on a mysterious crimson broken horn. Listening to Lu Ruyan's introduction, this object contains a strong fire elemental force, which can be used as a material for building equipment, and there are some other uses that are not yet known. After a few more lots, something finally reappeared that interested Li Huayuan. Chapter 67 Epic Profession Cards, God of War Hua Zaiwei. Let's have the 48th lot of the evening, Stag's Do. With Ruyan Lu's voice, a silver jug holding wine slowly rose from the center of the booth. A slightly pungent aroma of wine lingers around the jug. Gentlemen, this Xianghuang Du is a kind of antidote spirit brew produced from the clan-level copies, among which, the antidote to snake venom is the most effective. The starting bid is $2 million, and each increase shall not be less than $100,000. You all may begin bidding. After listening to Lu Ruyan's introduction, Li Huayuan was very moved by this Xianghuang Du. It was because he planned to make a trip to the Golden Mountain Temple copy afterward. And there are two serpents, green and white, present in the Golden Mountain Temple. Using the Xianghuang Du instead of the tiger's bile spirits in the Manso gourd might come in handy when the time comes. And so, Li Huayuan turned his head and whispered a few words to Nan Zhaoxue beside him, asking her to step in and auction the Xianghuang Du for himself. Nan Zhaoxue also understood that Li Huayuan was wary of Zhao Bin deliberately raising the price, so she readily agreed. In the end, after a fierce competition, Nan Zhaoxue helped Li Huayuan take the pot of wine for $8 million. Period. Zhao Bin had several times jumped at the chance to call for a bid, because he suspected that it was Li Huayuan who wanted this. However, he was afraid of being set up by Li Huayuan again, and he himself couldn't use this thing. So in the end, he didn't raise his hand. However, when he saw that Nan Zhaoxue had immediately passed it to Li Huayuan after obtaining the Xianghuang Du, he was immediately infuriated and spat out blood again. While cursing Li Huayuan's treacherous person in his heart, he squeezed the seat in his hand and creaked. At this point, Li Huayuan took the Xianghuang Du and roughly examined it. Sure enough, the smell was authentic and strong, with a hint of pungent rotten egg flavor, and the portion was generous enough to fill up the manju gourd 4 or 5 times. Subsequently, another lot rose to the stand, and the crowd felt that the entire arena had heated up a few points. Lu Ruyan on the exhibition stand swept her beautiful eyes over the guest seats and unveiled the curtain in her hand. This item is called Fire Lotus Seed. It is also produced in the clan level copies. It is rare and can increase the skill damage of fire professions. Bidding starts at $5 million. Chen Gingyuan, who was beside Xiaobin, looked at the Fire Lotus Seed on the stand and his eyes instantly flamed. He was the most authentic fire profession, and this treasure would, without a doubt, enhance him tremendously. He was determined to win. However, things are always unexpected. When Chen Jingyuan called for $8 million, under his coercion, the other participants in the competition basically stopped raising their cards. However, Li Huoyuan slowly raised his card once again, ignoring Chen Jingyuan's warning-filled gaze. I'll give you 9 million. Brat, dare to grab something from me. You're not afraid that you won't be able to walk out of this Tianhai city. Chen Jingyuan glared viciously at Li Huoyuan, his tone full of threats. However, Li Huoyuan didn't give a damn about him. $10 million. Chen Jingyuan called out the price again, grinding and sucking his teeth. Kid, the Falling Eagle battle team under me. Every member of the team is over level 40. If you don't want to make enemies with me, I advise you to let go of this. Let go? Li Huoyuan smiled and re-raised the number plate in his hand. I'm sorry, but this is something that I aspire to win. $11 million. Li Huoyuan shouted. At this price, Chen Jingyuan could only give up helplessly. It's not that you can't really afford it, but it's not worth it. After all, it was only an emerald-grade elixir that was worth 9 million at most. Asterisk. Stupid dog. Chen Jingyuan cursed and abstained. However, the eyes that looked at Li Huoyuan already contained a thick killing intent. Xiaobin also arched his fire to the side, making Chen Jingyuan hold a grudge against Li Huoyuan, while discussing how he could give Li Huoyuan a little bit of a downward spiral. 11 million for the first time. 11 million the second time. 11 million for the third time. Deal. With Ruyan Lu's hammer, the Fire Lotus Seed came to Li Huoyuan's hand. The mouth of Nan Xiang blade at his side moved and he couldn't help but open his mouth to remind him. Brother Fire Yuan, this Chen Jingyuan is not a good person. I'm afraid you'll have to be a bit more careful when acting in Tianhai City in the future. First timer, and you don't know how to keep a low profile. Mia grunted coldly as she clasped her arms. Li Huoyuan let out a faint smile, but he didn't care. It wasn't long before his sub-legendary equipment, Assassin's Training, finally made its appearance. After Lu Ruyan's detailed introduction, there were many people present with fiery eyes, especially those professions that made good use of short weapons. Thieves, assassins, killers, and whatnot. It was as if they had seen their sweethearts, their eyes turning into love, and their harems dripping down. The starting price was a full $200 million, but there were still tons of people bidding for it. In the end, a mysterious man in a black robe took it for $1. 23 billion. That's still $1. 2 billion coming in, even after deducting the commission. This looked envious to the trio of Nan Jiaxue, Nan Xiangblade, and Mia. This sub-legendary dagger was the one that Li Huoyuan had traded with that river god in exchange for a diamond-grade dagger. Zero cost. Now that it's fetching such a sky-high price, it's like getting it for nothing. The three secretly decided to turn around and go back to the Falling Cloud Valley hidden copy to take a look. Another roughly half hour passed. The career card that Nan Jiaxue had longed for that suited her had finally made its appearance. The Peerless Quality Profession card, Peerless Swordmaster, comes with exclusive profession skills and exclusive equipment. I'm sure I don't need to say more about its value, right? The starting bid is $500 million. I'll give you 600 million. Before Ruyan Lu's words even fell, someone had already started to bid. I'll give you 800 million. I'll give 900 million. After some fierce jousting competition, in the end, Nan Jiaxue took it for $1. 5 billion. I have to say, Nan Jiaxue deserves to be the little princess of the Nan family. It was $5 billion in one shot, which was not a small amount for the rich and powerful Nan family. It's finally time to turn 2. Nan Jiaxue held the Peerless Swordswoman profession card in her hands, her beautiful eyes glowing with anticipation. 4 months, she had been wanting a sword Dao profession of peerless quality or higher, and now it had finally appeared. Kenshur, mechanical flying claws. It couldn't be that the continent of Valoran is also a copy, right? Li Huoyuan glanced at the profession deck in Nan Jiaxue's hand. Its professional image was a short-haired cold woman, holding a slender flower sword, with a tall figure, like a resounding rose. It was the image of the sword lady of the League of Legends that was familiar in her previous life. This time, Li Huoyuan was almost able to determine that the world of the League of Legends should have evolved into a copy as well. So turn around and have time to go shopping. This was followed by several more premium lots, all grabbing sky-high prices in the billions. And then, the grand finale treasure finally made its appearance. Lu Ruyan on the exhibition stand also had reddened jade cheeks, her voice carrying a hint of excitement. This next one is the finale lot of this auction. Epic profession card, God of War Huozhouyi. Hearing Lu Ruyan's introduction, Li Huoyuan was quite surprised. It's actually this tough guy? Legend has it that he was one of the 2 best men of the Han Dynasty, a young god of war who drank horses in the East China Sea in his early 20s, sealed the wolf and beat the Xiongnu and made them call for their father. Unfortunately, the feats were too demonic and he died young. Li Huoyuan's expression was both worshipful and a touch odd, just because this teenage god of war, no matter how strong, is still just a mortal. How could the evolved career level be so high? Ruyan Lu continued her introduction. This profession is a war aide, with a slightly weaker personal combat ability, and counts as corresponding only to the peerless quality. The crowd was a little puzzled to hear this, but soon, Ruyan Lu gave the answer. Because this profession is strong in commanding legions and directing battles, it can multiply a battle team's combat power several times. It dawned on the crowd that they all understood the gold content of this profession card. The eyes of certain guild leaders or battle team captains that looked at the God of War Huozhouyi profession card instantly revealed a blazing light. The starting bid is $2 billion. Gentlemen, start bidding. On behalf of the White Cloud battle team, I bid $2 billion. I bid $8 billion. The Flying Cloud Chamber of Commerce, bid $3 billion. The price soared all the way up, and anyone who made a bid had a rather extraordinary status. But this pro card is still destined to be in the hands of the big boys. King's Landing, bid $5 billion. Finally, after a fierce fight, the president of King's Landing, Jun Moonyen, took this professional card with an astronomical amount of $5 billion. This price was 30% higher than Lu Ruyan's estimated selling price.